Chapter 1. Crossing into another world. You have been terminated. Here is your salary for the month. Li Feng gazed at the corpulent supervisor before him, resembling a pig in both form and demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the money from the desk, reflecting on how this rotund man had relentlessly sought to make his life miserable ever since Li Feng had inadvertently thwarted his schemes. Coming from a modest background, with both parents toiling as farmers, the joy of having raised a university student like Li Feng was immeasurable. Alas, as he touched the coins in his pocket, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. In the past 6 months since graduation, he had changed jobs 4 times, either dismissed for his forthrightness or for failing to curry favor with his superiors. This time, however, the situation was particularly absurd. While working late, he had stumbled upon his supervisor engaging in unscrupulous acts with an intern. Given his innate sense of justice, Li Feng had intervened, leading to the inevitable loss of his job. As he looked up at the sun, a wave of agitation washed over him. Just as he was about to step away, he noticed a woman in a white dress hastily approaching him. As she drew nearer, Li Feng was struck by her beauty. He was certain she was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered. Her delicate face flushed with urgency only added to her charm and grace. Yet, he pondered the relevance of such a goddess in his life and sighed, preparing to turn away. In that fleeting moment, however, a jeep came barreling down the road, and the ethereal beauty paused to catch her breath. Without a second thought, Li Feng dashed across the street to push her out of harm's way. His final thought consumed by her stunning visage. "My head aches terribly," he murmured as he struggled to open his eyes, his hand cradling his throbbing head as he rose. To his astonishment, he found himself in a quaint, antiquated abode, adorned with vintage furniture that made it feel as though he had stepped onto a film set. While he was lost in contemplation, a rustic wooden door swung open. A burly man with a thick beard entered. And upon seeing Li Feng awake, his expression shifted from worry to elation. "Fenger, you're awake. You have no idea. You've been unconscious for a day and a night. I've been frantic with worry." The man rushed forward and enveloped Li Feng in a tight embrace, leaving him momentarily stunned. It dawned on him he had likely traversed into another realm. As a humble individual from the 21st century, he had consumed countless tales of such fantastical journeys. Yet he never imagined he would experience one himself. Everything felt dreamlike. Gazing at the weathered face and calloused hands of the man before him, memories of his parents back on Earth flooded his mind, and tears threatened to spill. "Father, I seem to remember nothing," he admitted, feigning amnesia to mask his confusion. The man's delighted smile faltered. "Fenger, what has happened to you? I am your father. Just the day before yesterday, you fell while playing in the mountains with some village children and have been in a coma since. How is it that you awaken only to forget everything?" His father's face was etched with concern. "Do not worry, Father. It is merely temporary amnesia. I may recover my memories in time. Please, tell me about our past." "Thank goodness you are unharmed," the man sighed with relief, then began recounting the details of their world. Firstly, he explained that he was indeed Li Feng's father in this realm, serving as the village chief of Stone Village and the only blacksmith therein. Due to his position and skills, their family was relatively well off, ensuring they had enough to eat and occasionally enjoyed meat, which explained why 12-year-old Li Feng stood nearly 6 feet tall. He was the tallest among the village children. Stone Village lay within the fiefdom of Baron Nate, a rare 3-star silver knight. As Li Feng's father elaborated on the hierarchy of knights, he explained that they were categorized into various ranks: squire, apprentice knight, black iron knight, bronze knight, silver knight, gold knight, dragon knight, holy knight, and divine knight, each further divided into 5 stars. The recognition of Baron Nate as a 3-star silver knight was indeed remarkable in an age dominated by sacred knights and the supreme dragon knights. In any nation, a silver knight held the right to nobility, with titles ranging from baronet to duke. Furthermore, Li Feng learned that the country he now inhabited was the Kingdom of Chino, situated in the fertile southern region, bordered by 3 principalities and another kingdom. The Baron, as Lord of Stone Village, possessed a small town along with 7 neighboring hamlets and commanded a militia of no more than 300. Feeling a pang of nostalgia, Li Feng thought of his parents back on Earth, tears brimming in his eyes. "Father, I feel as though I remember nothing at all." To mask his disorientation, he feigned amnesia, and his father's initial joy shifted to concern. "Fenger, what has happened to you? I am your father. Just the day before yesterday, you fell while playing in the mountains with some village children and have been in a coma since. How is it that you awaken only to forget everything?" Feeling a surge of determination, Li Feng resolved to forge his own path in this new world, to establish an empire that would be sung of throughout the lands. He clenched his fist, yet remembered he was only 12, and the thought of hunting beasts seemed implausible. He forced himself to sleep, suppressing his excitement. Chapter 2. Scheming. When Li Feng awoke, dusk had descended. As he opened his eyes, he found his father, Li Ka, beaming with excitement. "You're awake. I brought you some venison." Without waiting for a response, he hurried out the door. In this modern society, venison was a prized delicacy, and Li Feng eagerly sank his teeth into the leg bone meat his father had presented. Regrettably, the taste was bland and undercooked, yet seeing his father's delight, he refrained from voicing his disappointment. Hastily finishing his meal before retiring for the night, the following morning, Li Feng was roused by his father, who insisted he train his body. Li Ka's status as a black iron warrior allowed him to assume the role of village chief. Without such a distinction, a mere blacksmith would struggle for recognition in a world that valued strength above all. Though Li Feng was the son of the village chief, his foundational training involved a rather ordinary yellow-level martial art known as mighty bull strength. In this world, regardless of whether one aspired to be a knight, warrior, or even a mysterious magician, mastering a foundational martial art was essential. Li Feng was currently barely qualified as a one-star squire, while his peers in Stone Village had yet to awaken their fighting spirit. This status was the cornerstone of his leadership among the village children. After completing his training, Li Feng sought out his companions, who would be crucial in establishing his future influence. He needed to maintain their camaraderie and enhance their strengths. His group consisted of 5 children, aged between 10 and 14. Among them were twins named Li Zhong and Li Yi, the eldest being Li Dang, and the younger 2 were Li Dan and Li Chong. Regrettably, aside from Li Dang, who was on the brink of awakening his fighting spirit, the others showed no signs of advancement. Observing his companions, who represented his future foundation, Li Feng felt a heavy burden. His resources were scant. At that moment, he recalled the system in his mind, glancing at the 0-inch endless points he possessed, and could only shake his head in dismay. This would not suffice. He needed to earn endless points. If he couldn't slay humans, then he would have to hunt beasts. In this realm, beasts were classified into 9 ranks, each further divided into early, mid, and late stages, corresponding to human levels of 12 stars, 3 to 4 stars, and 5 stars. Given Li Feng's current prowess, he could barely contend with an early stage 1-rank beast. He felt a sense of helplessness. Equipping his companions would be a formidable challenge. Let us proceed step by step. First, Li Feng imparted the techniques of the Mang Nyo Jin he had mastered to them, hoping they would soon awaken their fighting spirit and become true warriors. "Brother Feng, are you really going to teach us Mang Nyo Jin? This is a yellow-grade mid-tier cultivation technique. My family doesn't even possess a low-tier technique. Will Uncle Li Ka blame you for this?" The youngest, Li Chong, asked incredulously. Haha, it's nothing to worry about. My father wouldn't mind at all. Enhancing the strength of our stone village by having you awaken your fighting spirit is far more important, Li Feng reassured them. The others exchanged glances and unanimously declared, "Brother Feng, from now on, we will follow your lead. Whatever you instruct us to do, we shall do." Moved by the sincerity of these simple companions, Li Feng felt a deep sense of gratitude. "Let us swear brotherhood," Li Dang, the eldest, suggested. "Absolutely, I couldn't ask for more," Li Feng agreed. "But the eldest brother must be you," Li Dang added. "But Li Dang, you are older than I am. It is only fitting for you to take on that role. Brother Feng, your willingness to form this bond with us is already a blessing. You must take on the role of the elder brother," Li Dang insisted firmly. Faced with Li Dang's resolute expression, Li Feng could only nod in acquiescence. Among the 6, Li Feng became the eldest brother, Li Dang the second, while Li Zhong and Li Yi took the roles of the 3rd and 4th, respectively. Li Chong was the 5th, and Li Dan the 6th. After their brotherhood was established, they were all filled with exhilaration, especially Li Chong, who incessantly called out, "Big brother." At that moment, Li Feng felt a profound warmth of familial affection. As the sun began to set, the brothers returned to their homes. In the distance, Li Feng spotted his father, Li Ka, hammering iron with a large hammer. Rumor had it that this hammer, constructed from pure refined iron, weighed over 500 pounds. The thought of wielding such a hammer against someone was daunting indeed. As he approached, Li Feng saw that his father was forging what appeared to be a long spear, and it seemed to be quite meticulously crafted. Upon noticing Li Feng's arrival, the focused Li Ka immediately set down the heavy hammer. "This is for your self-defense. See if it fits well," he said, presenting the spear that had just taken shape, its sharp tip measuring about half a meter. Li Feng could tell at a glance that this spear was of exceptional quality. "Father, what made you decide to make me a spear?" Li Ka glanced outside to ensure no one was listening. "Come inside and I'll explain," he beckoned. Once inside, Li Ka cautiously retrieved a yellowed tome from his bedside, indicating it had seen many years. This manual is one I acquired from an enemy general during my time in the military. That man wielded a long spear and slayed countless soldiers. Had General Faley not executed a surprise attack on him, many more would have perished. While others seized his weapons and armor, I discreetly hid this manual, Li Ka said with pride. Although I cannot ascertain its exact rank. It is certainly above the Xin level. However, it appears to be missing a portion. With that, Li Ka handed the yellowed book to Li Feng. I managed to acquire a fragment of the Earth-level low-tier technique. The Nine Heavens Cloud Dragon. This was indeed an Earth-level spear technique. Though only a fragment, its reputation alone was enough to attract the interest of Golden Knights. Li Feng was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon from his father. Tomorrow, I will bring back a wax rod to complete your spear, and you must diligently practice this technique. Your father risked his life to obtain it, and I have little talent in the realm of cultivation. I am counting on you. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Dinner consisted of roe deer meat, and suppressing his distaste, Li Feng filled his belly. Watching his father's cooking process left him somewhat speechless. He simply took a large piece of roe deer meat, sprinkled a bit of salt on it, and placed it over the fire. There was hardly any salt to taste, and in this world, the salt production was exceedingly low. Common folk consumed coarse salt, which remained quite expensive. 1 pound of salt equated to 10 pounds of meat, making it a luxury that Li Feng's family could not afford to waste. Gazing at the tasteless roe deer meat before him, Li Feng vowed to acquire great strength as soon as possible, so that his father and brothers could enjoy a life of nobility. Chapter 3. 3 years later, Big Brother, I have broken through to a 3-star warrior retainer. Li Feng shook his head in resignation upon hearing the distant call. 3 years had passed, and even the youngest, Li Dan, had awakened his fighting spirit and attained the strength of a 3-star warrior retainer. At such a young age, possessing such power was remarkable, even in a small mountain village. It would mark him as a prodigy, not to mention in West Hill Town, controlled by Baron Nate. Observing the excited expression on Li Dan's face, Li Feng couldn't help but smile in understanding. Offering no words, Big Brother has already broken through to a trainee warrior. What are you so proud of? Li Chong, who was the same age as Li Dan but had not broken through from his 2-star warrior retainer status for several months, retorted disdainfully. Big Brother is a person of extraordinary talent, a divine envoy sent by the heavens. How could I possibly compare? Li Dan countered, unimpressed. All right, it is a good thing for all of us brothers to progress in strength. Come, let us go to my house. I will ask my father to prepare some game for a celebration. Haha, that sounds wonderful. It has been days since I tasted my father's cooking. My mouth waters at the thought, Li Dang said. His face filled with nostalgia. Indeed, old Li Ka's grilling skills had greatly improved. After the last time when Li Feng could no longer endure the taste of undercooked meat and had shared some modern grilling tips, old Li Ka's culinary prowess had flourished. Although the taste remained somewhat bland due to the high price of salt, the aroma of perfectly grilled meat was enough to whet anyone's appetite. The brothers marched enthusiastically to Li Feng's home, and upon seeing them return together, old Li Ka was unfazed, merrily preparing the grilled meat. Among the brothers, Li Chong was the most charming, calling out "father" from a distance. Li Ka treated them as if they were his own sons, ensuring that there was always enough food to go around. "Little Six, you've broken through," old Li Ka exclaimed, beaming at Li Dan. "Haha, I just reached that milestone, but I still fall far short of Big Brother. You young rascal, when most people your age achieve the strength of a warrior retainer, they would be overjoyed at just 13 years old. You possess such capability. Even in West Hill Town, you are a remarkable figure," old Li Ka praised. "And you, little Dang, are also doing well. You are on the verge of breaking through to a trainee warrior. Little Zhang and Little Yi are both 4-star warrior retainers, and it seems Chong Er will break through in just a few days. With your strength, how will the talents of West Hill Town be able to cope?" Old Li Ka continued, growing more excited with each word until he could no longer contain his laughter. In truth, the rapid advancement of Li Feng and his brother's abilities stemmed not only from their diligent training but also from the boundless resources provided by Li Feng's endless world system. After Li Feng broke through to the 3-star warrior retainer level, he ventured into the mountains to slay first-tier early-stage beasts to earn endless points. Killing a first-tier early-stage beast would yield 2 endless points, while 1 cultivation pill from the system cost 1 endless point, and a Xian-level pill required 10 endless points. The cultivation pill, as its name suggests, helps solidify one's foundation, making future breakthroughs easier, and frequent use can enhance innate talent. The Xian-level pill assists in the breakthrough for both warrior retainers and trainee warriors, with the likelihood of success dependent on one's strength and talent. To bolster the strength of his brothers, Li Feng had exchanged many cultivation and Xian-level pills. If he fell behind others from the start, how could he aspire to grand ambitions? As for his father's strength, Li Feng felt somewhat powerless, while there were suitable black iron-level pills available. Their costs were exorbitant. The rewards for slaying beasts were substantial. A first-tier early-stage beast yielded 2 endless points, a mid-tier beast 5 points, and a late-stage beast 10 points. For second-tier beasts, the points obtained were 20, 50, and 100 respectively. According to the rules of the endless system, to gain more endless points, Li Feng had to be the primary combatant, and those who willingly offered a drop of their blood to him would also contribute to the endless points accrued by slaying beasts or enemies. Furthermore, Li Feng would only receive half of the endless points. Thus, if he personally killed a beast and earned 2 points, others would contribute only 1 to him. Only the first 108 warriors who provided their blood could offer endless points to Li Feng. And unless one of them perished, replacements were not permitted. The endless system was comprehensive, but what excited Li Feng the most was the ability to exchange for soldiers within the system. These soldiers, once summoned, would be indistinguishable from ordinary people and would possess absolute loyalty. What thrilled Li Feng further was that these soldiers could also accumulate endless points for him, albeit at a reduced rate. Unfortunately, the requirements for summoning soldiers were too stringent. In addition to endless point costs, a magical item known as Soul Crystal was required as a medium. The higher the rank of the summoned soldier, the more soul crystals were needed. Regrettably, soul crystals were exceedingly rare, typically held by enigmatic mages for crafting various magical scrolls, rendering them a divine artifact for a small village like Stone Village. Thus, the aspiration to exchange for soldiers to assist in accumulating endless points remained a distant dream. It is more practical to first consider the 108 warriors acknowledged by the system. Li Feng had contemplated the idea of elevating Li Jin and a few others to the status of warriors. However, he feared that the stringent requirements imposed by the system might create a rift between them. As Li Chong and the others grew increasingly powerful, the resources necessary for their cultivation also escalated, making it insufficient for Li Feng to rely solely on his own efforts to accumulate endless points. Without an adequate supply of elixirs, their cultivation speed would inevitably be hindered, having grown accustomed to their current pace of training. A sudden slowdown would not only be unwelcome to Li Feng, but would also be difficult for Li Chong and the others to accept. After much contemplation, Li Feng resolved to be forthright with them. Following dinner, the brothers gathered in Li Feng's room to exchange their cultivation experiences. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng broached the subject with Li Jin and the others. "Elder brother, our current prowess is entirely dependent on your nurturing. We would not only acknowledge you as our leader, but would gladly lay down our lives if necessary." Witnessing the unanimous sincerity on the faces of his brothers, Li Feng was moved to tears. "Brothers, my dear companions, as long as I have food to eat, you shall never suffer from hunger. Should I ever betray the bonds of brotherhood, may I suffer the consequences of my own heart's demons. Elder brother, we are brothers, and we shall always be your staunchest support. We are willing to fight alongside you on the battlefield, expanding our territory. Should we ever betray you, we shall not meet a good end." Chapter 4. Enlistment after exchanging heartfelt sentiments. Li Feng utilized the endless system to transform them into one of the 108 warriors. Strangely, after the transformation, black impurities appeared on the bodies of Li Jin and the others. The ever-fastidious third and fourth brothers could hardly wait to wash themselves after the ritual concluded. Upon becoming warriors of the system, you will undergo a cleansing of your marrow and bones, enhancing your innate qualities. These impurities are merely the detritus within your bodies, Li Feng explained, observing the disdainful expressions of Li Zhong and the others. "What? It can cleanse marrow and bones and enhance our qualities? Elder brother, this is a grave oversight on your part. With such fortuitous benefits, why did you not inform us sooner? Otherwise, my cultivation would have progressed far beyond what it is today." Li Dan exclaimed, appearing utterly devastated as if he had suffered a tremendous loss. "Ah, you are never satisfied. Spending additional time solidifying your foundation is crucial for your future advancement. Otherwise, even if you advance swiftly now, you will undoubtedly encounter numerous difficulties in your future cultivation," Li Feng chided with a smile. "Indeed, elder brother, you are absolutely correct," Li Jin interjected excitedly. Old 5 is about to break through. Before Li Dan could finish speaking, Li Jin exclaimed. Haha, old Five was already on the verge of a breakthrough. This opportunity for marrow cleansing will surely propel him to the next level. Seeing his brothers gain strength filled Li Feng with joy. Elder brother, I have heard that the Baron is openly recruiting soldiers in Shishan town, with 30 slots for soldiers from each village, as long as one reaches the level of a warrior or attendant. They can enlist. It is said that there is renewed conflict with the kingdom of the Burial Eagle, and Baron Nan intends to lead the charge himself. He has proclaimed that anyone who can achieve 100 combat merits will be recommended for nobility. Li Dan was evidently invested in this matter, showcasing a detailed understanding. I have heard about this as well, elder brother. Is it not our diligent training that prepares us for the battlefield to earn merits? I wish to respond to Baron Nan's call. You must agree, Li Jin said, equally excited. What about you two? Li Feng did not answer directly, but turned to inquire of the twin brothers, Li Zhong and Li Yi. Elder brother, we concur with second brother. Our strength is not lacking, and the military is the fastest way to accumulate combat merits. Haha, no surprise my brothers are all courageous. I have long wished to discuss this with you, since you have no objections. Let us enlist together and seek titles of nobility. Elder brother, with your prowess, obtaining titles is merely a matter of time. Flatterer, Li Feng teased. All right, since we are enlisting, I shall ask our father to prepare some iron armor for your protection. The military will provide standard weaponry, so we need not bring our own to avoid drawing attention. Seeing his brothers united in purpose brought immense joy to Li Feng. The soldiers from each village were to gather at the military camp in Shishan town 3 days later. As the village chief, old Li Ka was occupied with preparations, ultimately selecting a total of 30 men, including Li Feng and his brothers, apart from Li Feng and his companions, who were around 15 or 16 years old. The rest were robust men in their mid-20s, due to dietary reasons, apart from Li Dan and Li Chong, who stood between 1.6 and 1.7 meters. The other brothers were all above 1.75 meters tall. In a small mountain village like Shirtu village, it was remarkable for adult males to reach a height of 1.7 meters. Thus, although Li Feng and his brothers were still children, they appeared indistinguishable from adult men. You are the men of Shirtu village. When following the Baron into battle, you must not tarnish our village's reputation. Slay as many enemies as you can, so the Baron knows that our soldiers from Shirtu village are all exemplary. Old Li Ka encouraged the departing men. Rest assured, Father, with our strength, we will ensure they flee in disarray. You can wait at home for the good news. Li Feng reassured old Li Ka, who bore a reluctant expression. The contingent of 30 set forth towards Shishan town in high spirits. Among the group, Li Feng was the only 2-star apprentice warrior, accompanied by 3 1-star apprentice warriors named Li Yi, Li Gang, and Li Dali. Due to Li Feng's superior strength and status as the son of village chief old Li Ka, the group regarded him as their leader. After approximately 2 hours of travel, they arrived at Shishan town. Upon reaching the military camp, they found others already queuing for registration. Li Feng led the men from Shirtu village to take their place at the back of the line. Just as it was finally their turn, a group from the right attempted to cut in line. Li Feng's aura suddenly intensified. Get back in line. He did not wish to provoke trouble, but if someone dared to challenge him, he would not be easily intimidated. The intruding group halted at the sight of Li Feng's formidable presence, hesitating. At that moment, a rather unsteady young man stepped forward, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old. With a sullen expression, Boy, do you know who I am? I am on my way to attend a banquet hosted by my uncle, Baron Not. You better step aside quickly, or you will regret it. Li Feng, unimpressed by the young man's theatrics, scoffed derisively. If you intend to attend the Baron's banquet, why did you not set off earlier instead of trying to cut in line? You won't get through here. Li Feng regarded the self-proclaimed nephew of the Baron with disdain. Boy, you better think twice. You may come to regret this. Ross felt his pride wounded. Previously, simply mentioning his identity ensured deference from others. He had not anticipated such arrogance from Li Feng. However, within the military camp, he was reluctant to cause trouble and reluctantly returned to the back of the line with a huff. You just crossed paths with the Baron's nephew. Your days ahead won't be easy, the clerk in charge of registration remarked maliciously. There is no need for your concern. Please proceed with our registration, Li Feng replied indifferently. Seeing Li Feng's nonchalant demeanor, the clerk merely chuckled and registered the group from Shirtu village. You will now serve under Captain Shirqian, the clerk stated expressionlessly. Someone will come shortly to show you to your accommodations. Thank you, sir, Li Feng noted that the clerk did not seem ill-natured. He had heard of Captain Shi, a 5-star Black Iron Knight, recognized as a top-tier expert under the Baron. Moreover, Captain Shi had a good reputation and would not ally with the wastrel Ross against him. In truth, before reaching the pinnacle of 5-star Apprentice Warrior or 5-star Apprentice Knight, the essence of their combat aura was fundamentally identical. The distinction lay in the knight's additional study of knightly techniques, such as Li Feng's 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon, which belonged to knightly secrets. Upon reaching the peak of either an apprentice warrior or knight, one must choose to cultivate as either a warrior or a knight. Warrior cultivation focuses on enhancing one's physical body but requires fewer resources, making it the common choice for impoverished folk. Conversely, knightly cultivation relies heavily on financial investment. Without quality techniques and substantial resources, one cannot progress as a knight, rendering it a choice for the nobility. Unless one is willing to pledge allegiance to a noble, it is nearly impossible for an individual to bear the costs associated with knightly training. Chapter 5. Squad Leaders. The mortality rate for fresh recruits on the battlefield is invariably the highest. Therefore, following such a large-scale conscription, short-term intensive training is essential to enhance the survival rate of new soldiers. After all, war is a collective endeavor. No matter how powerful an individual may be, they cannot withstand the might of thousands. Human strength has its limits. Greetings, everyone. I am Shi, your new squad leader. I will be overseeing your training for this month. Captain Shi introduced himself. Unlike a typical warrior, his fair complexion gave the impression of nobility. Without further ado, Shi promptly divided the 150 new recruits into 5 squads, appointing 5 squad leaders. The leaders of your squads are seasoned veterans, having fought on the battlefield for many years. They will impart to you the knowledge of survival in the harsh realities of war. War is indeed brutal, and I hope that all of you will return victorious and in glory. Captain Shi concluded before departing. The captain of Li Feng's squad, Lu Kuan, was a burly man sporting a thick beard, and his slightly portly frame caused him to lean back as he walked. I am Lu Kuan, and I am honored by Lord Shi's confidence in me to lead your squad. Remember this: the more you sweat today, the less you will bleed tomorrow. Brother, just look at our platoon leader's imposing figure. He truly exudes strength, Li Chong whispered to Li Feng, who was idly listening. This time, Baron Nate had conscripted 450 men from his territory, organizing them into 3 squads, in addition to the 2 existing self-defense squads, totaling 5 squads, equivalent to a battalion. The military structure of the Kingdom of Chino is as follows. A detachment consists of a squad leader and 6 men. A small squad comprises 5 detachments totaling 30 men. A medium squad includes 150 men, a battalion. Along with logistics personnel, roughly amounts to 800. A brigade encompasses around 5,000 men. A division comprises 28,000 men, and a corps consists of 150,000 men, adhering to a 5-to-5 ratio. Although possessing a battalion's strength, combat effectiveness cannot merely be gauged by numbers. For instance, the 2 self-defense squads previously under Baron Nate included 2 knight squads and 8 warrior squads, with the weakest soldiers being merely 1-star apprentice warriors or knights. While these soldiers predominantly ranked as 1-star apprentices, they still fell short of Li Feng's 2-star apprentice warrior level. However, one must not overlook that this represented a full 2 squads of 300 men. A crucial factor solidifying Baron Nate's position as the Lord of Shishan Town. The newly conscripted soldiers, by contrast, had mostly yet to cross the threshold of becoming apprentice warriors or knights, marking a significant disparity in strength. Upon reorganization, a battalion could be formed, with Baron Nate himself taking command. The original 2 elite squads were restructured into the 1st and 2nd squads, while Li Feng's Shi squad was designated as the 4th squad, with the remaining 2 squads labeled as the 3rd and 5th squads. Lu Kuan served as the squad leader of the 5th squad within the 4th squad. Fortunately, brothers Li Feng and Li Chong found themselves together in Lu Kuan's squad, while their other companions were dispersed among different units. Now, I require 5 detachment leaders. Anyone wishing to step forward shall compete on the stage. The top 5 will be appointed as detachment leaders, with the first place gaining the privilege to select soldiers under their command. Brother, you will undoubtedly secure first place, Li Chong eagerly commented to Li Feng before Lu Kuan could finish speaking. 5th brother, do you wish to give it a try? Li Feng inquired, glancing back. Well, brother, I feel I could give it a shot, came the hesitant reply. Fifth brother, you've just advanced to a 3-star warrior attendant. And here, not only are there 4-star and 5-star warrior attendants, but several apprentice warriors as well, Li Feng calmly explained to Li Chong. Understood, brother. If you secure first place, you must choose me. Haha, as my brother. Who else would I choose? I shall return shortly. With that, Li Feng leapt onto the stage, where a robust figure was already present, clearly an apprentice warrior of 1-star strength. Li Feng clasped his hands in greeting. I am Li Feng. I hope to learn from you. Haha. So you are brother Li Feng. I have heard much about you, how you bested the Baron's nephew upon your arrival. This is spread among us new recruits, and I admire you for it. By the way, I am Sun Dezhuang. The man replied enthusiastically. Li Feng paused, taken aback. He had never actually fought the debauched Ross, merely refusing to give him face. Truly, a rumor can grow into a tiger when 3 speak of it. While Li Feng pondered, Sun Dezhuang grew impatient. Brother, let us spar. I have always respected men like you who do not curry favor. Haha, since brother Dezhuang extends such courtesy, let us indeed spar. To avoid causing injury. Both refrained from using weapons. Sun Dezhuang charged forward, and Li Feng responded with a lateral kick, forcing Sun Dezhuang to block. Dezhuang staggered back 3 or 4 steps before regaining his footing, while Li Feng felt a twinge of fatigue in his leg. This Sun Dezhuang possesses considerable strength, despite being 1 level below me. We seem evenly matched. Seeking a swift conclusion, Li Feng unleashed a straight punch, which Sun Dezhuang attempted to block with crossed arms. However, Li Feng's strength proved formidable, and he delivered a spinning kick that sent Sun Dezhuang tumbling off the stage. Li Feng wins, Lu Kuan promptly announced. Not bad, young man, Lu Kuan teased with a grin. Captain, you jest, Li Feng replied with a respectful clasp of his hands. Now, who else wishes to challenge Li Feng for the top spot? A few apprentice warriors contemplated stepping up, but upon recalling Sun Dezhuang's swift defeat, none dared to ascend the stage. Since no one volunteers, I declare Li Feng the leader of the 1st detachment in the 5th squad. Li Feng, you may now choose your soldiers. Next, we shall commence the selection for the remaining 4 detachment leader positions, Lu Kuan proclaimed. The results swiftly materialized, and unsurprisingly, Sun Dezhuang was appointed as the leader of the 2nd detachment, given his commendable strength. Li Feng selected 5 of the strongest soldiers from the 30 available, with Li Chong being a 3-star warrior attendant, while the others were 4-star and 5-star warrior attendants. Well, my rules are few, aside from the morning training that I will personally oversee. The rest is up to you detachment leaders to devise and implement. That I only require elite soldiers, not the minutiae of training. The new recruits will train for 1 month before stepping onto the battlefield. I hope you all take this seriously, he instructed. Yes, Captain, 30 voices united in a powerful chorus. Each detachment had its own tent, facilitating camaraderie among comrades and enhancing cooperation in battle. From now on, we are all brothers in arms. I hope that after the war, we can all return alive, clad in glory. Therefore, everyone must be prepared to endure hardship, Li Feng declared resolutely, gazing at his squad members. Captain, I will heed your words, Li Chong eagerly affirmed. Captain, we have all witnessed your strength. We will follow your lead, echoed the others. Among the 5, besides Li Chong, was a villager from Shiduching named Li Ergu, who was given that name as a child due to his family struggles. The other 3 included Zhao Quan, a local from Xishan town, and 2 from Zhangjiao village, Zhang Hai and Zhou Mo from Huxiao village. Chapter 6. Breakthrough. Early the next morning, Lu Kuan commenced training with the 5th squad. He began by outlining the battlefield discipline, emphasizing that obedience to orders is paramount. A military unit without obedient soldiers is akin to a house of cards. Lu Kuan further stressed the importance of enhancing personal strength within the upcoming month, while cohesion within a unit is crucial. If the overall strength varies too greatly, even the most united army will fall victim to slaughter. After imparting these fundamental principles to the recruits, Lu Kuan leisurely descended from the platform, entrusting everything to the detachment leaders. Our squad leader is quite laid back, allowing us to train on our own, Sun Dezhuang remarked to Li Feng, somewhat incredulous. Haha, I believe Captain Lu Kuan exhibits foresight. While we recruits might grow quickly under pressure, that would merely cultivate a group of well-versed yet inexperienced soldiers. Once on the battlefield, if they are overwhelmed by the killing intent, their combat effectiveness will certainly diminish. What use is a large army if it lacks true strength? But we are not at the border. Where can we engage in real combat? Another curious detachment leader inquired. Do you know what lies behind us? Li Feng asked with a faint smile. Are you referring to the beasts of the mountains? Sun Dazhuang questioned. Astonished. Precisely, if you cannot even slay a beast, how can you dare to kill enemies? Li Feng coldly reminded them. You make a valid point. Killing a few beasts could also yield crystal cores to sell. Not to mention that having beast meat daily would be quite satisfying, Sun Dazhuang mused. In reality, Sun Dazhuang was somewhat naive, as crystal cores are generally produced only by beasts of at least third rank, equivalent to iron tier warriors or knights or high-level mages. The odds of acquiring a crystal core from slaying a second-rank beast are exceedingly low. Due to the rarity of crystal cores, a second-rank core can fetch a high price of 100 gold coins. While a typical family of 3 consumes only a handful of gold coins annually, this illustrates the immense value of crystal cores. 1 purple gold coin is equivalent to 100 gold coins. 1 gold coin is worth 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins, with 5 copper coins sufficient to purchase a steamed bun. However, the mountains are teeming with beasts. What if we encounter a particularly powerful one? Zhou Mo, from Li Feng's squad, inquired with concern. Remember, beasts are fiercer than men, yet they lack cunning that if you cannot even defeat a beast, how can you hope to take down an enemy? Li Feng turned to Zhou Mo, fixing him with a serious gaze. Yes, Captain, I will heed your words. Very well. In that case, Brother Dazhuang, let us split into our respective detachments, Li Feng proposed. Then I shall take my leave, Brother Li Feng, Sun Dazhuang responded, clasping his hands in farewell before leading his group away. Remember, we are a collective. Therefore, during these days of hunting demon beasts, I hope we can fight together and cultivate a sense of camaraderie. As for the spoils from slaying the demon beasts, we shall share them equally. All will be done as per the captain's orders. It was evident that the members of the first team held a deep admiration for Li Feng, not only due to his formidable strength, but also because of his selfless charisma. Captain, come quickly to my aid. This time it's a big one. One could tell from that voice that it was Li Chong calling out. This was Li Feng's unique method of luring monsters, sending one person to provoke the demon beast while the others lay in ambush to deliver a fatal blow. Remarkably, this technique proved to be highly efficient. In just 3 days, they had dispatched over a dozen early-stage second-tier demon beasts, not to mention countless first-tier beasts. These demon beasts were primarily finished off by Li Feng with the final blow to amass endless points. He felt a sense of joy as he watched the points accumulate rapidly. The demon beast that Li Chong had lured this time was a purple-striped explosive tiger, a formidable foe at the late second-tier stage, making it the strongest beast encountered in recent days. Li Feng brandished his standard long spear and, with a fierce shout, charged forward. Do not approach. This purple-striped explosive tiger is far too powerful. Stay back, he commanded without looking back. Frankly speaking, this was the most formidable adversary Li Feng had faced to date. After all, by strength classification, the purple-striped explosive tiger possessed the prowess of a peak apprentice, while Li Feng himself was merely at the initial apprentice stage, not to mention that many of his team members had not yet reached that level. Discarding all distractions, Li Feng focused solely on the massive beast before him. The purple beast's skin adorned the tiger, amplifying its majestic aura. Upon noticing someone challenging it, the purple-striped explosive tiger let out a furious roar and lunged forward. Li Feng deftly dodged to the left, narrowly evading the tiger's attack, then thrust his spear from the side, leaving the beast wounded. However, this only provoked the tiger further, which retaliated with a swipe. Li Feng swiftly withdrew, but the tiger pursued relentlessly. Just as the purple-striped explosive tiger was closing in, Li Feng suddenly feigned a move, leaving the great beast momentarily stunned. 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon. Li Feng silently chanted within his mind in an instant. His spear moved with increasing velocity, piercing directly into the forehead of the purple-striped explosive tiger. The tiger's eyes widened in disbelief as it collapsed. Puffed, Li Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. His low strength made it difficult to forcefully invoke the 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon, resulting in his current weakness. Big brother, what happened to you? Li Chong and the others rushed over from a distance. Upon seeing Li Feng spitting blood, Li Chong disregarded any reservations and called out to him as Big Brother. He hurriedly helped Li Feng to his feet, anxious to inquire about his condition. I am fine, just a bit weak. Fifth brother, Help me down the mountain and take me to the tent. A few days of rest will suffice. Understood, big brother. I will carry you, Li Chong replied. By the way, second dog, you all take the large tiger down the mountain. Let the brothers have a hearty meal. Li Feng instructed Li Ergo. Got it, Captain. After returning to the tent, Li Feng felt on the verge of a breakthrough and, without further ado, exchanged for several Xian Yuan pills from the system, diving straight into his cultivation a by evening. When he opened his eyes, a slight smile graced his lips. I have broken through. I am now a 3-star apprentice warrior. Indeed, real combat is the quickest path to advancement. I have progressed a tier in just 3 days. After his breakthrough, Li Feng prepared to exit the tent. Just as he stepped outside, Li Chong rushed over, brimming with excitement. Big brother, the tiger you killed has yielded a crystal core. Li Feng was taken aback. Such fortune was beyond his expectations. The 1% chance of finding a crystal core had not crossed his mind. Yet his luck proved to be quite favorable. You and Zhou Mo will sell this crystal core tomorrow, and the proceeds will be shared equally among everyone, Li Feng instructed Li Chong. Big brother, you single-handedly killed this tiger. Why should we share it? Li Chong protested, somewhat unwillingly. Fifth brother, we are a collective. If I were to keep this crystal core, everyone would then believe that the demon beasts they slay belong solely to them. How could we call ourselves a collective then? Such a disjointed group would stand no chance in battle. Moreover, fifth brother, your perspective is too narrowed. If it can foster goodwill, I would gladly trade 100 crystal cores for it. Understood. Big brother. I will go sell it with Zhou Mo tomorrow. Chapter 7. The war begins. The previous slaying of the purple-striped explosive tiger had granted Li Feng 100 endless points, and combined with the points he had accrued over the past few days, he surpassed the 500-point threshold for the first time. With wealth in hand, Li Feng began to plan for the acquisition of additional resources from the system to assist Zhou Mo, Ergo, and a few brothers from other squads in enhancing their strength. First, he exchanged for 20 Xian Yuan pills and 100 Gu Yuan pills in one go. While the quantity seemed substantial, it was hardly sufficient when divided among so many, leaving him feeling somewhat strained. With 6 brothers and 4 members from the sub-team, totaling 10 individuals, Li Feng could only shake his head and smile wryly at the meager supply. The more one earns, the more one spends, Li Feng lamented helplessly. Naturally, he intended to treat Zhou Mo and the others differently. Li Feng planned to give each of them 1 Xian Yuan pill and 5 Gu Yuan pills, while the remainder would be distributed by Li Chong to the others. The exchange for cultivation pills cost him 300 endless points, and with the remaining 200 points, Li Feng acquired 2 level 3 magic scrolls. These scrolls contained spells that only high-level magicians could cast, including a great fireball spell and a freezing spell. Had he possessed a level 3 magic scroll during his earlier battle with the purple-striped explosive tiger, he would not have needed to forcefully invoke the 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon, which had caused him to suffer injury. Typically, level 3 magic scrolls could only be crafted by magicians and required a considerable investment of time and effort. Thus they were usually quite expensive. However, their convenience made them highly sought after, even by knights and warriors lacking magical talent. That said, activating a magic scroll demands mental energy from the user. The higher the scroll's level, the greater the mental energy required. Consequently, ordinary warriors and knights can only barely manage to use scrolls 1 tier above their own level. Some exceptionally strong-minded magicians may manage to activate scrolls 2 tiers above theirs, but doing so would significantly deplete their energy, rendering them incapable of further combat. Nevertheless, the immense power provided by magic scrolls attracts knights, warriors, and even enigmatic magicians alike. Li Feng's acquisition of 2 level 3 magic scrolls was a preparation for the impending war. A month can seem long or short, and this time passed quietly amidst Li Feng's daily monster hunting. Big brother, I heard the troops will be departing for the border tomorrow. This month has flown by. Li Chong eagerly approached Li Feng as he returned from his training. Big brother, you've broken through again, Li Chong exclaimed in astonishment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Big brother, you're being too unfair. You've reached 5-star apprentice warrior while I'm still stuck in this 4-star warrior cycle, Li Chong said with a mournful expression. Enough. When you're free, focus on your training. With your lazy attitude, it's no wonder your strength isn't progressing. You should learn from your second brother, who has already advanced to a 1-star apprentice warrior, Li Feng chastised, feeling exasperated. Big brother, I've been working hard. You can't compare me to second brother. He's several years older than me, Li Chong retorted, trying to appease his elder. All right. Baron Nate is about to lead the troops out. Prepare yourself well, Li Feng instructed. Inform them to assemble, he added. Yes, big brother, came the reply. Before long, Li Ergo, Zhou Mo, and others arrived. Just as Li Feng was about to address them, an order arrived from team leader Lu Kuan. Li Feng, the sub-team leader, the team leader requests your assembly. A messenger on horseback announced. Understood. We will head there immediately, Li Feng replied. Brothers, let's go assemble. When Li Feng and his companions reached Lu Kuan, 2 other sub-teams had already gathered. Li Feng, my brother, we're about to head to the battlefield. You must look out for me, Sun Dazhuang called out from a distance. Huh. Dazhuang, I will rely on you, Li Feng replied. Let's find the team leader. We don't want to keep him waiting, we can reminisce later, he said, taking hold of Li Feng's arm as they headed toward Lu Kuan. Soon, the entire group was assembled, and Lu Kuan surveyed the transformed new recruits with satisfaction. Tomorrow, Baron Nate will lead us to the battlefield to engage the enemy. Titles and honors are within our grasp. I expect everyone to fight valiantly. Early the next morning, Baron Nate set off with all the troops. He appeared to be in his 50s, somewhat pale, clad in dark armor that gave him a heavy presence. With a simple command of depart, he mounted his steed and led the way. Since Shishan town was near the border, the troops arrived there by nightfall. All right, everyone, set up camp and await battle orders, Baron Nate said curtly, disappearing into his tent without much delay. Big brother, Li Feng was just about to instruct the soldiers to pitch tents when he heard that voice. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon filled with joy. Little brother, is that really you? Haha, I heard you've broken through to apprentice warrior. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. Big brother, if it weren't for the pills you had 5th brother bring, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly, Li Jin humbly replied. By the way, what brings you here? Li Feng inquired. Brother, I have come to deliver news. After my breakthrough as a trainee warrior, the squad leader appointed me as his personal guard. Just now, while accompanying the squad leader to pay a visit to the Baron, I witnessed that rascal Ross advocating for your promotion to scout captain, claiming that your martial prowess is exceptional and your wit keen. Bob, brother, you must not agree to this. Historically, scouts have always faced the highest mortality rates. He is pushing you into the flames. Li Chong interjected indignantly. Li Feng, the Baron wishes to see you. Come with me at once. Lu Kuan soon called for Li Feng to AT this juncture. There was naught to do but leave it to fate. Ross, just wait, if you wish for my demise. You lack the capability, Li Feng silently vowed. Upon stepping into Baron Nate's tent, Li Feng was greeted by a fragrant breeze. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a disheveled young woman, who was currently frolicking with Baron Nate. Upon noticing the newcomer, she leaned against the Baron and scrutinized Li Feng with curiosity. So, you are Li Feng? The Baron's voice seemed somewhat hoarse. Indeed, it is I, he replied. I have heard from Ross that you possess considerable skill in reconnaissance. Hence I intend to promote you to the captain of my scout team. What do you think? I am honored by your esteemed consideration, my lord, that I accept the appointment. Observing Ross's sullen expression, Li Feng felt compelled to accept this position. He knew that resistance would be futile. It was wiser to play along and embrace the role of captain. The newly formed scout team shall answer directly to me. I will allocate elite soldiers to you. By the way, I hear you are currently the deputy leader under Shi Qian. Your team will merge into the scout squad. That will be all. You may leave now. Baron Nate issued his commands without affording Li Feng a chance to respond. Stepping out of the Baron's tent, Li Feng clenched his fists, remaining silent yet resolute. Chapter 8. A triumphant first battle. Gazing at the 30-odd soldiers selected to be scouts before him, Li Feng's expression soured. Aside from those few from his original squad who were slightly stronger, most were mere 5-star warrior attendants, while the rest were below 3-star warriors. With such meager strength, how could they possibly contend against the elite scouts of the Eagle's grave kingdom? Yet, it was too late for lamentations. Who could deny that scouts were mere cannon fodder? As long as they returned with intelligence, the Baron would hardly mourn the loss of such expendables that a smirk played at the corners of Li Feng's mouth. If you wish for my demise, I shall defy your expectations. Greetings, everyone. I am Li Feng. The Baron has tasked me with reorganizing the scout team, and from now on, I shall be your captain. Noticing the vacant stares from the soldiers, Li Feng understood their thoughts. Joining the scout team meant facing near certain death. It was no wonder they appeared so dispirited and devoid of morale. However, Li Feng was different. He possessed the infinite system. which bolstered his confidence. As long as he could slay foes, he could continuously harvest infinite points to enhance his power. Being wrongfully appointed as the captain of the scout team was not merely a misfortune, it was an opportunity. "Captain, there are flames ahead." Li Feng turned at the sound, spotting several flickering lights about 100 meters away. "Guzi, go investigate," he commanded. "Captain, those are scouts from the Eagle's grave, resting over there. We almost got spotted just now," Guzi replied, a hint of fear in his voice. "How many do you estimate?" Li Feng bypassed Guzi's trepidation and got straight to the point. "I estimate there are around 17 or 18. Captain, should we avoid them?" Guzi seemed apprehensive about engaging. "You suggest we, 30 strong, avoid a mere dozen of them?" Li Feng remarked with a sardonic smile. "Brother, I believe Guzi has a point. Given our strength, it might be wise." Li Chong approached Li Feng to whisper, "Do you understand why we were assigned as scouts? It is precisely because we are deemed weak, and thus no one respects us. We need to demonstrate through battle that we too can slay enemies and earn merit. Captain, we will follow your lead." All members of the scout team were inspired by Li Feng's words. Their fists clenched in determination. "Zhou Mo, take 10 men and launch a surprise attack from behind at Guzi. You lead 10 from the left flank, while I will lead the remaining men to strike from the front." "Brother, what if the enemy retreats to the right?" Li Chong asked with concern. "Encircle them. This way, they will not fight to the last, and we can eliminate them one by one. Only in this manner can we minimize our casualties," Li Feng explained. He understood that with the limited strength of his motley crew, defeating the fully armed scouts of the Eagle's Grave Kingdom head-on was virtually impossible. They could only rely on surprise attacks to catch them off guard. Typically, when scouts encounter enemies, their first instinct is to retreat and relay intelligence. This was one of the reasons Li Feng dared to accept command of this scout team. "Charge!" Li Feng let out a guttural, yet powerful roar, rushing forward to slay an enemy patrolling soldier with a single shot. Immediately, Zhou Mo and Guzi flanked from the rear and left side, respectively, throwing the Eagle's Grave scout team into disarray. As Li Feng had anticipated, the enemy scouts did not initially resist, but rather retreated to the right. "Press the attack. Do not let a single enemy escape," Li Feng bellowed. "To be frank, Li Feng had slain numerous beasts, yet this was his first experience with true human combat. Blood soaked his garments, and he lost count of how many he had killed. However, he was certain that the enemy was not merely the 17 or 18 that Guzi had claimed, but rather a full squad of 30, most of whom were 4-star warrior attendants or stronger. Had they not been caught off guard, victory would have certainly belonged to the enemy, but with the arrow knocked, it must be released. Li Feng could only continue to slay the unsuspecting foes to alleviate the burden on his comrades. "Stop! Counterattack! They are few in number," the enemy commander shouted loudly. Li Feng's heart sank. He realized the enemy was not foolish. Though they had been successfully ambushed, the enemy still had 15 scouts capable of fighting, and those who survived Li Feng's initial strike were all elite warriors. Kill them all. Li Feng had no choice. In such a situation, it was a fight to the death. Should they retreat, the enemy would counterattack, and their entire team would be doomed. Li Feng targeted the enemy commander first, thrusting his spear forward only to have it parried by a blade, causing his hand to go numb. "Black Iron Warrior," Li Feng gasped in astonishment. "Hey, not bad for a little brat. Today, you little pups have outsmarted me. How infuriating. Now die." With a flourish, the warrior charged at Li Feng with his longsword. "Unless I unleash the 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon, I cannot hope to defeat him with mere strength," Li Feng pondered grimly. The gap between a trainee warrior and a Black Iron Warrior was insurmountable unless he relied on a high-grade technique like the 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon. However, should he employ it, he would immediately lose combat effectiveness, and with over 10 powerful enemies remaining, should he fall, it would undoubtedly lead to a massacre. Ice Freeze, Li Feng invoked a level 3 magic scroll he had exchanged for in the Infinite System. The Black Iron Warrior was evidently unprepared for a mere trainee warrior to wield a magic scroll, and he was instantly ensnared. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng thrust his spear, and the previously arrogant warrior was instantly felled. With their commander slain, the enemy scout team fell into chaos, and Li Feng methodically picked them off one by one. "Captain, we have annihilated an entire enemy scout team." As the battle concluded, Guzi rushed to report to Li Feng, brimming with excitement. Weren't there only 17 or 18 of them? Li Feng glared at Guzi, reprimanding him. "Captain, this was my error. I did not anticipate there were more within the tent. Please punish me, Guzi admitted. Showing remarkable fortitude, glancing at Guzi, who was splattered with blood, Li Feng's heart softened. Very well, it cannot all be blamed on you to go and rest. Brother, we suffered heavy losses this time. Unlike Guzi's jubilance, Li Chong spoke with grave sorrow. How many brothers fell? Li Feng's expression turned serious. Half of our brothers perished, and the rest are all wounded. Li Chong replied, grief evident in his tone. Li Feng knew that this battle would claim many lives. But hearing the casualty rate still shocked him. War truly is a meat grinder, he said with a bitter smile. Chapter 9. Promotion. The annihilation of an entire enemy scout team granted Li Feng nearly 1,000 infinite points. He could not deny that only through endless warfare could he grow rapidly. The encounter with the Black Iron Warrior profoundly illustrated the vast chasm between trainee warriors and Black Iron Warriors, making the need for a breakthrough urgent. However, when it came time to choose whether to advance as a warrior or a knight, Li Feng hesitated. There was no definitive answer as to which path was superior. It was merely a matter of perspective. Warriors emphasized the fortification of the body, while knights prioritized the cultivation of techniques. Knightly training has traditionally been the domain of the nobility, due to the extensive resources required. Yet, resources that ordinary individuals could not amass were trivial in Li Feng's eyes. With the infinite system, as long as he had infinite points, he could access boundless resources. Li Feng chose to become a knight, not only because he was unconcerned about resource scarcity, but also because his 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon was classified as a knightly technique. To specialize as a warrior would be to squander a powerful Earth-grade skill. This cursed forbidden pill is truly expensive, and it's the lowest grade. Li Feng lamented helplessly in a bid to swiftly ascend to the rank of a Black Iron Warrior. Li Feng expended 500 endless points to exchange for a low-level forbidden breaking pill, specifically designed for novice warriors or knights striving to break through to the status of Black Iron Warriors and knights. Upon reaching this level, the efficacy of Xianyuan pills diminished significantly, compelling Li Feng to invest a substantial amount of endless points for the forbidden breaking pill. This forbidden breaking pill is indeed quite effective, he mused. After an hour, he felt a surge of potent fighting energy enveloping his entire being. However, as the breakthrough was forcibly induced by the pill, Li Feng struggled to control the tumultuous energy swirling within him, soon breaking into a sweat. Consolidate, Li Feng exclaimed, his voice low, yet his body faltered, collapsing to the ground as the previously suppressed energy surged wildly once more. In a state of panic, he realized that if he could not stabilize the chaotic energy immediately, even if he succeeded in his breakthrough, he risked sustaining hidden injuries. System, exchange for a pulse-guarding pill, Li Feng silently implored. Instantly, a dark green pill materialized in his hand, a cost of 1,000 endless points, a significant portion of his remaining wealth. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pulse-guarding pill and endeavored to consolidate his fighting energy. Suppress, he roared with all his strength. At last, he achieved his breakthrough. Li Feng glanced at his tattered garments, torn as a result of his transformation, and chuckled wryly. I was too hasty this time. I should have allowed myself more time to consolidate. Were it not for the pulse-guarding pill protecting my meridians, who knows what might have happened. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of relief. A breakthrough had been attained, and while his endless points were depleted, he could always earn more. After all, opportunities to gather endless points on the battlefield were bound to arise. Li Feng's spirits lifted as he changed into a fresh set of clothes and stepped out of the tent, unabashedly exuding the aura of a Black Iron Knight. Captain, you've broken through to the Black Iron level. Zhou Mo, who was patrolling near Li Feng's tent, exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing him. Li Feng merely nodded, the harrowing nature of his recent breakthrough weighing on his mind. Gather everyone, he instructed Zhou Mo. Yes, Captain, came the prompt reply. Soon, the remaining 16 members of the scout team assembled. Despite suffering nearly half their ranks in a fierce battle, the morale of the scout team remained high. Witnessing their captain's advancement to a Black Iron Knight filled them with excitement, and they felt an immense pride in belonging to this elite group. Li Feng observed their enthusiasm from a vantage point, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You have triumphed against a formidable foe, annihilating an elite scout team from the Burial Hawk Kingdom. As your captain, I am profoundly proud, Li Feng declared with fervor. Now, let us return to the camp and report to Baron. Yes, Captain, the chorus of voices echoed. causing Li Feng to feel a jolt of pride. This scout team, once cast aside, now possessed a soul, with him as its core. Upon returning to the camp, Li Feng promptly made his way to Baron Nate's tent. You claim you annihilated a fully staffed scout team from the Burial Hawk Kingdom. That is preposterous. You are fabricating military reports. Before Li Feng could fully relay the situation of the battle, Ross immediately rose to rebuke him. Li Feng ignored Ross's outburst, focusing instead on Baron Nate, who lounged with a woman resembling the one Li Feng had seen him flirt with previously, though he was certain they were not the same. Though Nate remained silent, his eyes betrayed his skepticism. My lord, please follow me. The evidence will speak for itself. Anticipating disbelief regarding the capabilities of a discarded squad to obliterate an elite scout team, Li Feng adhered to the customs of the Kino Kingdom, presenting severed heads as proof of his achievements. Baron Nate gazed at the mountain of severed heads before him, his hand trembling. Once a commander of great renown, the toll of noble life had long since eroded his ambitions, leaving him merely a man on the brink of twilight. The extent of the former Silver Knight's strength was now uncertain. Ross, the dilettante, was nearly incapacitated by the sight, his eyes reflecting deep-seated fear as he stared at Li Feng. You have done well. I, Nate, reward merit and punish transgressions. Since you have broken through to the rank of Black Iron Knight, I shall promote you to squad leader. Shi Qian, return and serve as my personal guard captain, and hand over the 4th squad to Li Feng. Baron Nate appeared to hold Li Feng in high regard. Youth, are you satisfied with my reward? Li Feng, still in shock at his promotion to squad leader, paused at Nate's inquiry. Thank you, my lord. I shall not forget your kindness and will fight valiantly. Li Feng replied, his expression inscrutable. Very well, you may all take your leave and rest. Baron Nate waved his hand dismissively. Uncle, this Li Feng lad has a rebellious streak. Why do you still favor him? Ross implored urgently within Nate's tent. Ross, you are too narrow-minded. Today, Li Feng's return with merit has brought our forces a decisive victory. If I do not offer rewards, how can I expect other soldiers to serve you? Moreover, if he excels in battle, let him lead the charge while we reap the rewards. Baron Nate replied with a smile. Uncle, your insight is commendable, but I fear Li Feng is merely dreaming of promotion and fortune. Ross retorted. Brother, the Baron is indeed generous, promoting you directly to squad leader. Li Chong exclaimed excitedly. The 5th, be more discerning, lest you be sold and count the money for others. He merely hopes I will be their vanguard, clearing the path for them. Once the war concludes, my demise may be imminent. Li Feng scoffed dismissively. What? Baron Nate is so treacherous? Then why do you still accept the position of squad leader, only to benefit them? Li Chong exclaimed vehemently. Who is calculating whom remains to be seen. You, focus on your training, with strength. All schemes are mere illusions, Li Feng remarked, observing Li Chong's still modest strength as a 4-star warrior. Understood, brother. I am on the verge of breaking through to a 5-star warrior. Li Chong replied, beaming with pride. Chapter 10. A new officer takes command. Li Feng took over Shi Qian's position as the captain of the 4th squad. Truth be told, many harbored discontent. After all, Li Feng had merely been a minor squad leader, fortuitously ascending to lead a squad of cannon fodder, and because of his luck in annihilating an enemy squad, he was now made captain of the 4th squad. The 4th squad was not comparable to the former cannon fodder team. While it may not rival the strength of the established 1st and 2nd squads, it was still a regular unit with a full complement of 150 men. Many aspired to this position. Why was it bestowed upon Li Feng? As the newly formed squad, aside from the former captain Shi Qian, a 5-star Black Iron Knight, the other squad leaders were seasoned veterans, with 2 being 1-star Black Iron Warriors, 1 a 2-star Black Iron Warrior, and 2 being 5-star Novice Warriors. These squad leaders, having navigated military life for over a decade, were not to be underestimated. The 2 5-star Novice Warriors recognized the vast chasm between their strength and that of Black Iron Warriors and did not consider challenging Li Feng for leadership. However, the 3 Black Iron squad leaders had never had the opportunity to resist under Shi Qian's command, and now, facing a newly promoted 1-star Black Iron Knight, they were reluctant to submit to his authority. Among them, Liang Yi, the leader of the 1st squad, was the most vocal. As the sole 2-star Black Iron Warrior, he had his reasons for confidence. Upon returning to the 4th squad's camp, apart from Lu Kuan from the 5th squad, who offered a slight nod of goodwill, the other squad leaders either wore impassive expressions or looked on with disdain. The soldiers beneath them, with the exception of the 5th squad, largely harbored skepticism. Li Feng noted their reactions without impatience, casually stepping onto the platform. I am your new captain, Li Feng. I expect everyone to be punctual for morning training tomorrow. That is all. You are dismissed. As soon as Li Feng's words fell, Liang Yi and the other squad leaders departed amidst a throng of their followers. Li Feng, no. Captain, I never imagined you would rise to this rank. I always knew you were destined for greatness. Li Dazhuang, the leader of the 2nd Division of the 5th Squad, exclaimed, clearly elated to see Li Feng. Haha, Dazhuang, let us keep it informal and stick to calling each other brothers, Li Feng replied, pleased to see his old comrade from the early days of military service. Then I shan't be shy. Li Feng, not only are you strong, but your character is commendable as well. That I may be simple-minded, but I can see those squad leaders are plotting to oust you. That if you need anything, just let me know. I am here for you. Li Dazhuang declared with enthusiasm. Li Feng understood this was Dazhuang pledging his loyalty, and given his current need for allies, he saw no reason to refuse this declaration of allegiance. Brother Dazhuang, from now on, you shall be my brother. Li Feng, take this bottle of Xin Yuan Dan back with you. I see you are on the verge of breaking through to a 4-star trainee warrior. Cultivate diligently, for the road ahead is long. Li Feng remarked with a cheerful smile directed at Sun Dazhuang. It cannot be. Brother Li Feng, this is a precious elixir, a luxury reserved only for the nobility. What use is it to a rough fellow like me? Sun Dazhuang replied, a hint of agitation rendering his words somewhat incoherent. My brother is no less worthy than those nobles. Why should they be allowed to use elixirs to hasten their advancement while my brother cannot? Li Feng said sincerely, looking at Sun Dazhuang. Brother Li Feng, if you treat me this way, should I ever wrong you? I vow I shall not die a good death, Sun Dazhuang swore earnestly. Very well, it is getting late. Brother Dazhuang, you should rest. We have early training tomorrow, so make sure to arrive on time, Li Feng instructed. I will definitely be on time for early training. Hiki. A night of silence passed. The next morning, Li Feng arrived early at the training ground with a dozen soldiers from the original scout team, eagerly awaiting the start of the morning training. However, when the training commenced, only a third of the soldiers were present on the field. Li Feng's expression darkened. He knew that taking on the role of squad leader would be fraught with challenges, but he did not expect such blatant disregard from the others. After about half an hour, the remaining 2/3 of the soldiers gradually arrived, yet he still did not see the figures of the 3 Black Iron squad leaders, including Liang Yi. Where's the squad leader of the 1st squad, Liang Yi? Li Feng called out for the first time that morning. Our squad leader is unwell and cannot come, replied a burly man dressed as a sub-squad leader, his face exuding a sense of defiance, igniting Li Feng's ire. Law enforcement team, seize this man, Li Feng bellowed. You cannot arrest me. I am a trusted confidant of Lord Liang Yi, the sub-squad leader threatened, provoking a laugh from Li Feng. Bring me the punishment of 80 blows and remove this sub-squad leader from his post, Li Feng commanded with an impassive expression. The rest of you, follow me to check on the condition of squad leader Liang Yi, he added with a hint of mockery. As Li Feng lifted the flap of Liang Yi's tent, he was met with the sight of a young, handsome soldier lying in Liang Yi's embrace, causing a wave of nausea to wash over him. Suppressing his discomfort, Li Feng asked coldly, It seems that squad leader Liang Yi is not ill at all. A soldier just informed me that he was too unwell to attend morning training. It appears that soldier has deceived this squad, a treachery that warrants death. Despite being a Black Iron warrior, Liang Yi believed himself to be a rank above Li Feng, having spent several years entrenched in the 2-star Black Iron warrior tier. Combined with years of combat experience, he never imagined he would find himself outmatched by Li Feng, with Master Ross promising that if Li Feng were to die, he would ensure Liang Yi ascended to the position of squad leader. Liang Yi's foremost desire became to eliminate Li Feng, seeking Ross's favor to usurp his position. Seeing Li Feng's aggressive demeanor, Liang Yi could not hold back any longer. You dare to strike one of Liang Yi's men. You are courting death, he shouted, charging at Li Feng. Li Feng had come to assert his authority, and upon seeing Liang Yi take the first strike, he felt a surge of delight as they clashed in combat. Liang Yi, a seasoned 2-star Black Iron warrior, struck with swift ferocity, aiming to bring Li Feng to his end. Yet, Li Feng managed to evade Liang Yi's lethal blows each time, inciting Liang Yi's frustration. You little brat. If you have guts, don't dodge, Liang Yi shouted, his temper flaring. Haha, old turtle, you dare to strike an officer. You are doomed. Liang Yi suddenly felt a wave of foreboding, but dismissing it due to Li Feng's youthful appearance. He thought too much of it. 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon, Li Feng shouted, thrusting his spear forward. Liang Yi, caught off guard, was pierced through the skull, and as he faced death, he remained fixated on his ambitions. Never anticipating such a swift end, though employing the 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon technique after advancing to a Black Iron Knight felt somewhat forced, it did not cause him significant harm. After slaying Liang Yi, Li Feng's complexion paled, but he feigned nonchalance as he walked away, seeking a secluded spot to expel a mouthful of reverse blood before continuing to the training ground. At that moment, the other 2 Black Iron Squad leaders arrived at the training ground and immediately recognized their tardiness. Pleading for Li Feng to impose punishment. A slight smile graced Li Feng's lips. He understood that within the 4th squad, he had solidified his standing. Indeed, only through formidable strength does one earn the right to speak, further igniting Li Feng's ambition to establish his own power. Chapter 11. Duke Feili. We are about to head to the main battlefield to rendezvous with the forces of Duke Feili. Baron not addressed the 5 squad leaders, including Li Feng. You are to return immediately to assemble your troops and follow me. Li Feng, you shall be responsible for reconnaissance along the way, as you are experienced in this regard. Report any developments to me at once, Baron Not said with a smile. Yes, my Lord Baron, I shall not fail your expectations, Li Feng responded with a hint of obsequiousness. Very well, get to your arrangements, Baron Not replied, satisfied with Li Feng's demeanor. Squad leader Li Feng, do perform well, who knows? You may gain the Duke's favor. An elevation to nobility could be just around the corner. Ross, the sycophant, remarked with a mocking tone. The Baron has shown me immense kindness. I shall remain ever loyal and unyielding, Li Feng declared with feigned sincerity. Evoking admiration from those present for his loyalty, Ross could only snort in disdain, left speechless. As Li Feng exited the Baron's tent, his expression darkened. Having taken on the scouting task himself, he felt the weight of his lowly position. With his strength being the weakest and leading the 4th squad, the lowest among the 5, Li Feng could only muster a bitter smile, acknowledging that his lack of power was the root of his troubles. Fortuitously, Li Feng encountered no substantial forces from the kingdom of the Burial Eagles along the way. At most, they faced a few enemy scouts who, upon seeing Li Feng's troop, typically retreated at a distance. Even those who dared challenge them were swiftly dealt with by Li Feng, earning him some endless points as compensation. The entire unit moved slowly, and after 3 days, they finally arrived at Blood Moon City, the stronghold of Duke Feili. It is said that due to years of war, countless bloodshed has stained the skies, resulting in a blood moon appearing every 15th night, a phenomenon that has persisted. Over time, this border city has come to be known as Blood Moon City, Li Chong whispered to Li Feng, recalling a rumor he had heard, standing at the base of Blood Moon City, which towered approximately 15 zhang high. Li Feng felt as though he stood before a colossal mountain, overwhelmed by its grandeur. Upon announcing Baron Not's name at the city gate, the guards promptly led Li Feng and his men to the encampment outside the city, instructing them to set up their quarters there. The following morning, Li Feng was summoned to Baron Not's tent. Having kept watch the previous night, he had only just fallen asleep when he was called. Inside the Baron's tent, Li Feng appeared lethargic, as usual. He glanced at Baron Not, who seemed in poor condition that day, his face ashen and devoid of color, looking more like a decrepit elder than a vigorous nobleman. Duke Feili decrees that all troops brought by viscounts and lower-ranking nobles shall be reorganized to prevent being picked off by the enemy, declared an expressionless officer clad in red armor beside the Baron. This is Lord Wu Yi, the Duke's personal guard, here to announce new orders on behalf of the Duke. Baron Not, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply with Duke Feili's commands. To my knowledge, my Lord Baron brought a total of 5 squads comprising a battalion. The Duke commands that all squads, except for the Baron's personal guard, shall be restructured. The 1st and 2nd squads will be merged into the 1st Division's 2nd Regiment, while the 3rd, 4th, and 5th squads will be combined into the 3rd Division's 5th Regiment. The positions of squad leaders and lower-ranking officers will remain unchanged. Any of you have objections? Wu Yi surveyed the gathered individuals, including Baron Not. Please inform the Duke that Not shall adhere to his orders. Baron Not conceded, setting aside his noble pride in light of the situation. Additionally, the Duke has specifically requested that you join the Order of Devotion. He has often praised your prowess as a Silver Knight, a true paragon for our kind, Wu Yi said with a hint of reverence, clearly attempting to flatter Baron Not. Did the Duke truly say such words? Back in the day, I was one of the Duke's officers. Under his leadership, we vanquished our foes with great satisfaction. How time flies. If the Duke still holds me, old Nod, in esteem, I would willingly lay down my life for him. Baron Not proclaimed passionately, his earlier despondency forgotten, though the truth of his words remained known only to him. Ha ha! I have often heard the Duke speak of your legendary valor, my Lord Baron. I am in awe, Wu Yi said, bowing respectfully. Baron Not relished Wu Yi's praise. Well then, my Lord Baron, I shall take my leave. Please ensure that all squad leaders gather their troops promptly, as we must head to the various regiments. The recent battles have been devastating, and reinforcements are needed urgently, Wu Yi said with palpable sorrow. Li Feng was equally taken aback by the grandiose schemes of Duke Fei. Indeed, reorganizing the armies brought by various nobles could swiftly restore the combat effectiveness of those severely depleted forces. However, this maneuver would undoubtedly offend the entire collective of nobility. The Duke's reckless annexation of lesser nobles to replenish his own losses starkly illustrated the brutality of war. It seemed he could scarcely afford to lose the people's support and was left with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Nevertheless, this turn of events might not be entirely disadvantageous for Li Feng. Previously, he had been under the constraints of Baron Note, who appointed him as a squad leader merely out of necessity and to extract the last vestiges of his value. Now, liberated from the Baroness' oversight, Li Feng had become a true squad leader, overseeing the lives and deaths of 150 soldiers. What a thrilling prospect! Upon exiting the Baroness' tent, Li Feng made his way directly to the encampments of the 3rd and 5th squads, intent on recruiting Li Jin and his companions to his command. Initially, the squad leaders of the 3rd and 5th squads were rather reluctant, lamenting their attachment to the talented Li Jin and his peers. However, upon receiving 2 black iron-grade magical scrolls from Li Feng, their demeanor shifted instantly, and they eagerly offered to release their soldiers. The reunion of the 6 brothers was filled with palpable excitement, with the youngest, Li Dan, rushing into Li Feng's embrace, tears streaming down his face. You all have made tremendous progress, especially the 3rd and 4th brothers, who have both broken through to apprentice warriors. Second brother has even reached 3-star apprentice warrior status, while the youngest is close to breaking through as well. 5th brother, you must strive harder, Li Feng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Chong, who had just achieved the rank of 5-star warrior. Brother, I have been working very hard, Li Chong feigned innocence. All right, let us not dwell on that. We have finally reunited. Let us go feast and drink. Honestly, just thinking about Father's barbecued meat makes my mouth water, Li Zhong, the foodie, eagerly urged. Haha, indeed. Brother, I wonder how Father and the others are faring, Li Jin chimed in. Enough of this idle chatter. Gather your belongings swiftly. We must report to Duke Fei's personal guard. Wu Yi, at the 3rd division without delay, Li Feng said, glancing at the gluttonous Li Zhong with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 12. The 5th Brigade. Typically, within a division, there exists a distinction between elite brigades and standard brigades, much like the disparity between Li Feng's 4th squad and the 1st and 2nd squads, which were incomparable. Furthermore, the squad leaders of these 2 brigades were all of bronze strength, with even the ordinary squad leaders boasting high-tier black iron strength. In stark contrast, the squad Li Feng was assigned to, the 5th Brigade of the 3rd Division, was the weakest in the entire division, aside from Brigade Leader Gung Sahan, who held the rank of 2-star Silver Knight. Only Zhang Yijuan, the captain of the 1st Battalion of the 5th Brigade, could claim the title of 1-star Silver Warrior. Beyond that, it was nearly impossible to find a 3rd individual of silver strength within the 5th Brigade. With such a lack of robust leadership, it was easy to imagine the caliber of the soldiers beneath them. However, from another perspective, it was precisely this weakness that permitted the inclusion of Li Feng's squad. The elite 1st and 2nd squads of Baron Note had been directly absorbed into the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Division. Those were truly elite forces. Ultimately, Li Feng found himself assigned as the captain of the 2nd squad within the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Brigade. In recent skirmishes against the Kingdom of the Fallen Eagle, the 3rd Battalion had sustained considerable losses, with the captain of the 2nd squad being eliminated, leaving only a squad leader and a handful of men to maintain the squad's identity. When Li Feng and his unit arrived at the encampment of the 2nd squad, he was momentarily taken aback. The glance around revealed a sight reminiscent of beggars. The soldiers were ragged, their bodies gaunt and weary, Could such soldiers truly engage in battle? As they approached, a disheveled officer came forward and spoke. "Sir, are you the new squad leader? I am Gully, the captain of the 4th Squad of the 2nd Brigade. Here to report." The young officer before him appeared pale but maintained a relatively spirited demeanor. "How did you all end up in such dire straits?" Li Chong muttered under his breath, though not quietly enough to escape the officer's hearing. Gully appeared embarrassed at Li Chong's remark and hastily explained. "Captain, you must understand, resources for our 5th Brigade have always been scarce. To compound matters, our brigade leader suffered a significant defeat, resulting in the deaths of 2 squad leaders. And our logistics officer, Chin, has been at odds with our brigade leader, leading to the majority of our supplies being withheld. Why doesn't the brigade leader lodge a complaint with the division leader?" Li Feng inquired, perplexed by the situation. How could their unit be reduced to such a state without any attempt to secure resources? "Sir, you may not be aware, but our brigade leader is exceedingly concerned with his reputation. Having just suffered a defeat, he is reluctant to approach the division leader for supplies, fearing it would cost him his position," Gully clarified, alleviating Li Feng's confusion. Li Feng felt as though 1,000 thoughts were swirling above him. How could one be so concerned with appearances in such dire circumstances? Regardless, these soldiers would soon be under his command. He distributed surplus uniforms among them and provided them with meat to feast upon. Watching them devour the food ravenously, he couldn't help but question if he had mistakenly wandered into the wrong place. Li Feng's direct superior was named Wang Biao, a bronze 3-star warrior who had ascended to the rank of brigade leader through serendipity. It was said that he had once saved the division leader from a fatal blow, and in gratitude, he was appointed brigade leader. Wang Biao was known for his vanity and frequently boasted of his past heroics whenever he encountered others. He often clashed with the division leader, advocating for various initiatives. The recent ambush was a result of his own folly. He insisted on leading a night raid, oblivious to the enemy's preparations. Consequently, he suffered injuries and lost 2 squad leaders, along with nearly 400 soldiers. Such a loss was a heavy blow to Wang Biao's pride. Upon returning to camp, he feigned illness and refused to take responsibility for the 3rd Battalion. Delegating all matters to his deputy, Li Feng could hardly believe his luck in encountering such a peculiar brigade leader. It seemed that the division leader must have spared him from dismissal out of respect for his previous service. Otherwise, considering the loss of half the battalion's forces, dismissal would have been a mild consequence. It was evident that Wang Biao was aware of the gravity of the situation and was attempting to evade responsibility. His negligence had dire consequences for the soldiers under his command. The logistics officer, who was originally the favored candidate for brigade leader, had been sidelined due to Wang Biao's interference, resulting in a bitter rivalry that had led to Li Jua's repeated failures to secure supplies. This had ultimately culminated in the sorry state of the soldiers Li Feng now encountered. Although protocol dictated that Li Feng should visit his superior, Wang Biao, he felt compelled to meet with Deputy Brigade Leader Li Jua instead. Given the circumstances, since Wang Biao had ceased to manage affairs, all responsibilities had fallen to Li Jua. Under normal circumstances, maintaining basic sustenance for the 3rd Battalion would have been a considerable achievement. But now the arrival of an additional squad posed an even greater challenge. Li Feng, unaware of his superior's internal struggles, requested permission for the 2nd Squad to operate independently in search of food and training. Upon hearing this, Li Jua nearly leaped for joy. He had assumed Li Feng would be a burden, but instead, he saw an opportunity to offload the 10 or so additional mouths to feed. In truth, Li Jua had contemplated sending soldiers into the nearby monster forest to hunt beasts for sustenance. However, following the previous battle, the entire unit was severely weakened and laden with injuries. Moreover, a large group entering the forest would attract unwanted attention from feral creatures. And with only a handful of surviving soldiers, the risk was too great. Remaining in the camp, despite the meager rations, was a far safer option, though Li Feng did not specify where he intended to seek food. The surrounding wilderness offered little in terms of resources, leaving Li Jua perplexed as to how Li Feng could procure sustenance, despite Li Feng's reservations about entering the monster forest for training. He would not oppose Li Feng's request, given his own overwhelming stress. The prospect of having one less mouth to feed was a welcome relief for Li Jua. "Captain Li Feng, I hope you can train an elite force for the brigade leader. Both the brigade leader and I have high expectations of you. Please do not disappoint him," Li Jua urged with earnestness. As Li Feng listened to Li Jua's earnest words, he felt as if a million thoughts were flying above his head. He had never even met brigade leader Wang Biao. What expectations could he possibly have? Despite his internal skepticism, Li Feng assured him that he would not let down the brigade leader's hopes, as he understood the necessity of maintaining a good rapport for his future endeavors. Chapter 13. Rapid progress on the following day. After receiving Li Zhuo's approval, Li Feng led the second squad into the monster forest to hunt beasts. With a squad of 150 soldiers, the speed at which they dispatched monsters was remarkable. Li Feng's endless points surged upward, enabling him to continuously exchange resources for his brother's cultivation with the Xianyuan pills and Guyuan pills. With war looming, bolstering their strength was undoubtedly advantageous. As for Li Feng, ever since he broke through to the Black Iron Knight level, the efficacy of Xianyuan Dan and Guyuan Dan had diminished significantly for him. Consequently, he could only exchange for the more expensive Pijin Dan to overcome his bottleneck and Qiyuan Dan to enhance his cultivation. The exchange for these two types of pills required 500 and 100 endless points, respectively, implying that only by slaying monsters of the third rank or above could Li Feng accrue a substantial amount of endless points. Elder brother, I have broken through to the 5-star apprentice warrior level, Li Jin announced. Having been the first to reach this milestone under the nearly limitless supply of Guyuan Dan and Xianyuan Dan provided by Li Feng, Li Feng was acutely aware that a shaky foundation could lead to severe bodily harm if one forced a breakthrough. So he decided to allow Li Jin to train for an additional month at the 5-star apprentice warrior level. This way, a single Pijin Dan combined with a Humai Dan would ensure an 80% success rate. The other brothers had also made significant progress, as they had all undergone the system's marrow cleansing and bone refining, proving their potential. Even Li Chong, who had always been disinclined to train, had managed to break through to the 2-star apprentice warrior level, indicating that he had recognized the harsh realities of war and had set aside his lazy demeanor to diligently cultivate AS for Li Feng himself. Amidst the perilous monster-infested forest, he thrived like a fish in water. Each day, the endless points he earned from slaying monsters were utilized to exchange for cultivation resources to enhance his prowess. Within merely a month and a half, he had ascended to the 4-star Black Iron warrior level. Coupled with the 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon secret art, he could catch even bronze-level warriors off guard, potentially inflicting serious injuries. The endless points harvested during these days, aside from those used for the necessary cultivation pills, also allowed him to acquire 5 tier, 3 magic scrolls and 1 tier, for magic scroll. The latter could unleash the full power of a magic knight in a single strike, serving as a trump card against bronze-level foes. The 5 tier, 3 magic scrolls had become redundant for Li Feng, so he gifted them to several brothers for self-defense. Li Feng understood that to survive and maintain autonomy in this brutal war, mere strength among the brothers would not suffice. Even a gold knight would seek to avoid confrontation with a 1,000-strong Black Iron battalion. After all, even ants can devour an elephant. Even a gold knight could face moments of exhaustion, at which point they would be at the mercy of others. Thus, Li Feng periodically distributed pills to the soldiers of the second squad based on their strength, claiming to be an alchemist who had personally crafted these pills for their cultivation. Upon learning that Li Feng was an alchemist, the members of the second squad regarded him with deep respect, for in the kingdom of Chino, an alchemist held far greater value than a mere warrior. Being the only noble profession that could rival a magician, with the assistance of these pills, the second squad swiftly advanced in ranks, although they did not progress as rapidly as Li Jin and the others. Their improvements were exhilarating for ordinary soldiers who might take years to advance a single level. Over time, Li Feng's stature in their eyes far surpassed that of the unseen captain. Ordinary soldiers are straightforward. They serve those who provide their rations. Since Li Feng offered them the resources for cultivation and distributed the earnings from selling monster cores among all the squad members, it was undeniable that his approach to winning hearts yielded remarkable results. Just as Li Feng intended to continue leading the second squad in their training within the monster forest, a summons abruptly pulled him back to the camp of the 3rd Brigade. This time, he successfully encountered the enigmatic brigade leader, Wang Biao. The expression on Wang Biao's face was grim, and he appeared somewhat stern. Upon seeing Li Feng, the newly appointed squad leader, he merely nodded, offering no further words. Sensing Wang Biao's demeanor, Li Feng refrained from speaking further and stood by, awaiting instructions. The commander has ordered that our 3rd Brigade assist the 1st Brigade in capturing the enemy's stronghold at Qinglong Ridge. Our primary responsibility is to intercept the enemy's reinforcements until the 1st Brigade secures this strategic location, announced Deputy Brigade Leader Li Zhuo. Captain, how many enemy reinforcements are we facing, and for how long must we hold them off? Li Feng inquired directly. The leader of the 1st Brigade, Zhang Yijuan, has promised to capture Qilong Ridge within 3 hours. The enemy's reinforcements comprise approximately 1.5 brigades from the nearby stronghold, Li Zhuo explained to Li Feng. What? 1.5 brigades? And we must hold them off for 3 hours. Are we not throwing the 3rd Brigade into the fire? Before Li Feng could respond, another squad leader expressed his agitation. Indeed, the 3rd Brigade had yet to recover its strength after the previous ambush, even with Li Feng's 2nd squad included. They numbered barely 600 men, merely 4 full squads, with each lacking morale. How could such a force contend against an enemy that nearly doubled their numbers for 3 hours? Perhaps even an hour would be a struggle. Enough. Our 3rd Brigade suffered a crushing defeat last time. This battle is our chance to restore our reputation that I expect everyone to give their all, or do not blame me for being unyielding, Wang Biao stated for the first time, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue yet resonating with undeniable authority. All right, everyone, go prepare, Li Zhuo interjected. Sensing the atmosphere had grown tense. At this juncture, Li Feng had no choice but to comply with orders. Relying on the strength of his squad, he was unperturbed by actual combat. The reconnaissance team, with Li Feng's assistance through pills, had all broken through to the apprentice warrior level, transforming into elite soldiers. Li Feng estimated that about half of his squad had surpassed the apprentice warrior hurdle, while the rest were diligently striving to do so. Such strength, even among the 1st Elite Brigade of the 3rd Division, was commendable, let alone in the 5th Brigade. These were the foundations Li Feng had painstakingly established. In just over half a year since enlisting, he had transformed from a novice into the leader of an elite squad. A remarkable metamorphosis. When he left Shirtu village, he was merely a 2-star apprentice warrior. Now, he stood as a 4-star Black Iron Knight. The speed of his ascension was impressive, and Li Feng brimmed with enthusiasm for the impending ambush battle. Let the enemy's blood pave the way for the renown of the 2nd Squad. Chapter 14. Blood Battle at Qilong Ridge. The following day, Wang Biao led the team to prepare near Qilong Ridge. Once the assault on Qilong Ridge commenced, the 3rd Brigade was to set ambushes around the area to intercept the enemy. The 3rd Brigade could muster only 4 full squads. Thus Li Feng's fully staffed 2nd Squad was dispatched to the west to confront the enemy, while Wang Biao himself led his team to set ambushes to the north of the 1st Brigade's main assault. This was to be a grueling battle, although Li Feng had confidence in his squad's strength. Facing an enemy nearly double their size warranted caution. Initially, Li Feng strategically deployed the 50 crossbows issued by the brigade, dividing his team into 3 groups. The first group would shoot 5 arrows before passing the crossbows to the second group, allowing the first group to rest. This ensured optimal use of the crossbows without exhausting the soldiers after firing. Additionally, Li Feng expended a considerable sum to exchange for 50 Fury pills from the system, which could instantly elevate the strength of Black Iron level soldiers by 3 stars. However, the effect lasted only half an hour, after which the user would collapse from the strain of wielding such heightened energy, requiring 3 days to recover. Despite its limitations, the prospect of a near 3-star boost made the pill highly sought after, even at a cost of 50 endless points per pill, which left Li Feng feeling pained. However, he believed that good steel should be used at the cutting edge. For the sake of victory in battle, the expense of endless points was negligible to Li Feng. Each soldier's life was invaluable, representing the foundation upon which he would establish his power and ensure his survival. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was time for the 1st Brigade to launch their assault on Qilong Ridge. Li Feng rushed to prepare at the western flank as the battle commenced. Although the other squads of the 3rd Brigade were reluctant to engage, they reluctantly moved to the battlefield under Wang Biao's pressure, seeking the best ambush points. Indeed, as soon as the battle began, the enemy at Qilong Ridge, witnessing the formidable strength of the 1st Brigade, immediately sent up smoke signals for reinforcements. Watching the smoke rise, all soldiers of the 3rd Brigade gripped their weapons tightly, aware that the enemy's reinforcements would arrive imminently, and they were about to engage in a life-and-death struggle for the next 3 hours. Everyone, wait for my signal to fire, Li Feng commanded, his voice steady and calm that he understood that the 2nd Squad had experienced too little combat, aside from the initial reconnaissance team led by him and the dozen or so veterans from the original team. The rest were merely rookies. Although they had benefited from the cultivation pills distributed by Li Feng and boasted solid strength, they remained significantly inferior to seasoned warriors. Squad leader, the enemy is approaching. There appear to be about 2 squads, Zhou Emo reported. As someone who had followed Li Feng from the beginning and had demonstrated considerable talent, he had now reached the status of a 3-star apprentice warrior, prompting Li Feng to appoint him as the scout team leader to gather intelligence. Prepare. Release the arrows. As the enemy entered the effective range, Li Feng promptly commanded the archers to shoot. Although these individuals lacked professional training and their accuracy left much to be desired, a volley of 50 arrows still managed to strike down 7 or 8 foes. After the first group had discharged 5 arrows, Li Feng swiftly sent in a second group to relieve them and continue the assault, after exchanging arrows back and forth, with a total of 15 arrows shot. The enemy now stood less than 30 meters from Li Feng's forces. By this point, 70 to 80 of the enemy had fallen, some merely wounded but subsequently trampled to death by their comrades, while less than half were killed outright by precise shots. Out of 300 soldiers in 2 squadrons, they had suffered losses of 70 to 80, yet still maintained a formidable presence of over 200. Li Feng understood that in such dire circumstances, it was the courageous who would prevail. He led the charge, slashing down enemies indiscriminately. His advance resulted in approximately 40 enemy casualties, though his own side also lost over 20 soldiers. Special Forces. Consume the rage elixir. Charge. Li Feng bellowed. These soldiers were invaluable treasures, and he could not afford to see them perish here. A swift resolution was imperative. He was acutely aware that the enemy had superior numbers. Even a victory achieved through attrition would likely lead to mutual devastation. The Special Forces, having consumed the rage elixir, surged forward with unparalleled might. Their already formidable power was now enhanced by 3 tiers, leaving the opposing soldiers with little capacity to retaliate. Li Feng specifically targeted the higher-tier Black Iron Knights and Warriors, for even his own enhanced Special Forces members were merely stronger targets in their presence, lacking the ability to defend themselves. The opposing forces had gathered around a dozen Black Iron Warriors, posing a significant threat to the elixir-empowered soldiers. Li Feng, disregarding the endless consumption of resources, unleashed level 3 freezing magic scrolls upon the enemy's Black Iron Warriors, then charged forward, claiming yet another life. The enemy's Black Iron Warriors and Knights found themselves utterly powerless. Had magic scrolls become so disposable that they were carelessly flung about? Observing Li Feng's relentless assault, the last remaining squadron leader, Wayne, could only express his frustration, particularly after witnessing Li Feng slay another 4-star Black Iron Warrior commander. At this juncture, Li Feng's second squadron had completely suppressed the enemy. The 50 Special Forces soldiers, empowered by the Rage Elixir, bulldozed through the enemy ranks like human tanks, colliding and slaughtering all in their path. The only adversaries capable of challenging them were the Black Iron Squadron leaders. Yet they were swiftly dealt with by Li Feng's focused efforts, rendering them utterly defenseless. How could they possibly continue fighting? Wayne felt a pang of despair. Was it truly fair to bully them so? They had initially hoped to exploit a tactical advantage with their archers, but instead, they encountered these fearless, monstrous warriors, and this young officer who seemed intent on eliminating their commanders while wielding an endless supply of magic scrolls. We surrender. Spare us. Just as Li Feng was about to strike down the enemy's highest-ranking 3-star Black Iron Warrior, the soldier unexpectedly capitulated. Following his lead, most of the remaining soldiers ceased their resistance, crouching down to cover their heads, while the few who continued to resist were swiftly dealt with by the second squadron. Brother, we have one. Li Jin and a few others, also Special Forces members who had consumed the Rage Elixir, appeared bedraggled after the effects wore off, prompting Li Feng to feel a twinge of sympathy. All right, go rest quickly. Captain, in this battle, we have slain 178 enemy soldiers and captured 122, including 5 officers of Black Iron rank and above, Zhou Mo reported to Li Feng as soon as the battle concluded. What about our casualties? Li Feng inquired. Captain, over 50 brothers have perished, and more than 70 have been injured, Zhou Mo replied, his tone tinged with somberness. Li Feng felt a jolt. He understood the cost of war, yet such a casualty rate was difficult to bear. Captain, we faced 2 enemy squadrons with just one of ours and emerged victorious. That is already commendable. Moreover, most of the casualties were new recruits who had never seen battle. I believe our squadron's strength will significantly improve from this experience. Zhou Mo attempted to console him. Haha. In war, death is an inevitability. I was merely being overly concerned. Quickly clear the battlefield. We must ensure the fallen soldiers receive a proper burial, and then escort the prisoners back to report, Li Feng commanded. Chapter 15. The astonished Captain Wang. After Li Feng decimated the 2 enemy squadrons that had come to reinforce, his endless points surged, replenishing the costs of the Rage Elixirs and Magic Scrolls. Leaving him with a substantial surplus, he exchanged most of these endless points for Xian Yuan pills and Gu Yuan pills, rewarding the 2nd Squadron for their efforts in battle. The remainder he used to acquire a low-tier Earth-grade martial art manual, Earthquake, and a high-tier yellow-grade manual, Raging Tide. Li Feng possessed the 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon, a low-tier Earth-grade spear manual, which, despite its imperfections, surpassed the power of typical high-tier Xian-grade manuals. However, due to his insufficient strength, he could not fully harness this manual without experiencing significant aftereffects. While it could indeed yield remarkable results in one-on-one combat, employing it on the battlefield would leave him severely drained, an unacceptable risk amidst chaos. Therefore, he sought a lower-tier manual to bolster his battlefield prowess. The Earthquake manual perfectly suited his needs, while he intended for the 2nd Squadron members to train in Raging Tide, as any soldier who broke through to the novice warrior level would be eligible to practice it. As for Earthquake, Li Feng set the minimum requirement at Black Iron Knight rank, since the manual was specifically designed for knights, and only those who specialized as Black Iron warriors could fully master it without incurring irreversible damage. The cost of acquiring these 2 manuals was not insignificant. The system priced the low-tier Xian-grade manual at 3,000 endless points, while the high-tier yellow-grade manual required 1,000 endless points. Thus, Li Feng's gains from this ambush were swiftly depleted. The money comes quickly, but leaves just as fast, Li Feng mused inwardly. Yet, he recognized that strengthening his squadron's capabilities would yield greater rewards in endless points and allow for continual enhancement of their strength, a virtuous cycle. It was this understanding that drove Li Feng to tirelessly exchange vast quantities of training resources to elevate his team's prowess. By the time Zhou Mo finished clearing the battlefield, 3 hours had elapsed. Li Feng, mindful of the time, led his team back to report to Captain Wang Biao. In truth, Li Feng could have gone to support the other fronts of the 3rd Squadron after annihilating the 2 enemy reinforcements. But if he wished to replace Wang Biao and seize the captaincy, he had to first diminish Wang Biao's influence within the 3rd Squadron. Only then could his own squadron assume a dominant position. Ensuring a smooth transition into the captain's role. As Li Feng had anticipated, after 3 hours of fierce combat against the nearly twice as powerful forces of the Eagle's Grave Empire, only the North Front, where Wang Biao personally held the line, remained barely intact. The other 2 fronts collapsed under enemy assault after 2 hours of resistance. Fortunately, the 1st Squadron's captain, Zhang Yijuan, successfully breached the Qinglong Ridge with his silver warriors, securing a strategic victory in the campaign. However, following this sniper battle, the 3rd Squadron was nearly decimated, aside from Li Feng's 2nd Squadron, which managed to retain the strength of 3.5 teams. The remaining squadrons were fortunate to have even 1 team survive. After this battle, the 3rd Squadron had effectively become the 3rd team, when Li Feng led the 2nd Squadron, escorting prisoners to Qinglong Ridge. Wang Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Li Feng had single-handedly taken on 2 enemy squadrons while managing to preserve so many of his soldiers. He looked at the rows of captives clad in the uniforms of the Eagle's Grave Kingdom. Wang Biao struggled to accept that these were indeed prisoners they had captured. Glancing at his own ragtag remnants, Wang Biao let out a dejected sigh, astonished that this young commander, whom he had always overlooked, had delivered such a significant surprise. "You've done well, young man. How would you feel about the position of deputy captain of the 1st Squadron?" Li Feng looked at the middle-aged man before him, who appeared to be in his 40s, with piercing eyes that seemed to radiate an inexhaustible charm. Without needing to guess, Li Feng knew this was Zhang Yijuan, the captain of the 1st Squadron and the only other silver-tier warrior in the 5th Legion aside from the Legion commander. Gung Sihan. To be honest, the disparity in strength between the 1st and 3rd Squadrons was already stark, and after this sniper battle, it remained uncertain whether the 3rd Squadron could even compare to a standard team of the 1st Squadron. Zhang Yijuan's attempt to poach Wang Biao's authority seemed assured in his eyes. Li Feng, under extremely adverse circumstances, managed to defeat the enemy forces and capture a substantial number of prisoners. In the eyes of Zhang Yijuan, he was a military genius. With his assistance, the strength of the 1st Brigade would be thoroughly showcased. Li Feng, do not acquiesce to him. Wang Biao, initially taken aback by Li Feng's prowess, finally regained his composure. Witnessing Zhang Yijuan, the commander of the 1st Brigade, attempt to recruit Li Feng right before him, he hesitated to counter, unsure of how to begin. The 3rd Brigade was now virtually defunct, if Li Feng sought a more prominent stage for self-expression. The formidable 1st Brigade was undeniably an excellent choice. Yet, if Li Feng aspired to advance further, Wang Biao could not impose his will. "Captain Zhang, I am grateful for your kind regard, but my ties to the 3rd Brigade run deep. My brothers are all within its ranks. and thus, I must respectfully decline your offer." In truth, Zhang Yijuan's words held significant allure for Li Feng. It was rumored that the commander of the 5th Legion was of advanced age and on the verge of retirement. With Zhang Yijuan likely to ascend as the next commander, if Li Feng were to align himself with Zhang Yijuan now, it would not be long before he could rise to the position of brigade commander within the 1st Brigade. An elite unit of the 5th Legion, such command would undoubtedly elevate Li Feng's status. However, he could not abandon the 2nd Squad, whose members had demonstrated unwavering loyalty through their trials and ambushes. Their strength was also formidable, capable of commanding respect throughout the army, while wielding command over a unit was feasible, becoming the soul and core of that unit. Maximizing its combat potential required time and synergy forged on the battlefield. Although Zhang Yijuan's offer was tempting, it paled in comparison to the bonds he shared with his true comrades. Seeing Li Feng's refusal, Zhang Yijuan remained unfazed, simply stating, "The doors of the 1st Brigade will always be open to those of merit. Captain Li Feng, your 2nd Squad has made significant contributions in this war. I shall advocate for your merits before the Legion commander." Wang Biao, adhering to his usual reticence, made his departure after merely uttering his intent to advocate for Li Feng. Chapter 16. The Magus. Due to the heavy losses sustained in the previous ambush at Qinlong Ridge, the commander of the Legion, Geng Sihan, ordered the 3rd Brigade to remain stationed there for recuperation. Awaiting the arrival of new recruits to bolster their ranks, Qinlong Ridge was a strategic location. The defense of the 3rd Brigade, now reduced to just 1 squad, was insufficient. Therefore, Zhang Yijuan, the commander of the 1st Brigade, left 2 of his squads to assist in the defense and specifically instructed that all decisions during wartime be made by Li Feng. As a result, Li Feng's authority at Qinlong Ridge firmly overshadowed that of Captain Wang Biao. An intolerable situation for the proud Wang, who, upon the conclusion of the war, withdrew due to illness. During this respite, Li Feng lavishly expended resources to enhance both his own abilities and those of the soldiers in the 2nd Squad. In a chaotic world, power was the only guarantee of authority. Only with formidable strength could one safeguard their interests. While the 2nd Squad was fervently training at Qinlong Ridge, Yu Xian, a Magus, arrived with orders from the division commander, bringing much-needed new recruits for the 3rd Brigade and a commendation for Li Feng. Yu Xian, the captain of the 5th Legion's directly subordinate magic squadron, was a powerful Magus. Although merely a captain, his rank was second only to Legion commander Geng Sihan, rivaling that of Zhang Yijuan, the Silver Warrior and leader of the 1st Brigade. His primary purpose for visiting Qinlong Ridge was to gather magical materials and to bestow a reward upon the rising star. Li Feng. By order of the division commander, Li Feng is hereby promoted to the position of brigade commander of the 3rd Brigade, with the former commander, Wang Biao, reassigned to the division headquarters. Commander Li Feng. The Legion commander specifically recommended you to the division commander. You must not disappoint their trust in you, Yu Xian said with a graceful adjustment of his ornate magical robe, smiling at Li Feng. I shall certainly remember the benevolence of the division commander and the Legion commander, and I will fight valiantly against our enemies, Li Feng responded, merely reciting the customary platitudes. By the way, I have heard that you came to Qinlong Ridge to collect magical materials. May I assist you in any way? This was the first Magus Li Feng had encountered in this world, and he was filled with curiosity. The number of magi was, in comparison to warriors and knights, exceedingly scarce. In the kingdom of Kino, a Magus of bronze-level strength was often regarded as a figure of equal stature to silver knights or warriors. Such rarity made the presence of the Magus before him an opportunity for Li Feng to forge a valuable connection. Feel free to speak. Qinlong Ridge produces a magical material known as soul crystal, which is crucial for crafting magical scrolls. Given the pressing nature of the conflict, we urgently require this soul crystal to create scrolls to support the battlefield, Yu Xian stated candidly without reservation. Upon hearing about the soul crystal, Li Feng's heart raced. He never anticipated that the coveted soul crystals he had longed for could be found at Qinlong Ridge. To be frank, it was impossible for Li Feng not to feel excitement. The soul crystal, which he had sought for so many years, was of utmost importance to him. With the soul crystal, he could exchange for system battle soldiers who would enable him to harvest endless points. With sufficient points, would his cultivation not soar? Moreover, system battle soldiers could level up through combat, and most importantly, they would be unwaveringly loyal to Li Feng, intensifying his desire to acquire his own battle soldiers. Thus, obtaining the soul crystal became imperative. How did you know that soul crystals could be found here? Lord Yuxian, are you not concerned that the people of the Burial Eagle Kingdom have already taken them? Li Feng inquired. Puzzled. Previously, Qinglong Ridge had been under the control of the Burial Eagle Kingdom, and given the high value of the soul crystal, it seemed illogical for them to leave it unclaimed for their adversaries. Captain Li Feng may not be aware that Qinglong Ridge was once the burial ground of a powerful azure dragon, periodically yielding soul crystals as a high-grade magical material. Recently, it is the time for the production of these crystals. Thus, the division commander ordered our 5th Legion to seize Qinglong Ridge at all costs. Solely for this batch of soul crystals, should we secure a sufficient quantity, there may even be a magical scroll for your 3rd Brigade, Yuxian explained in detail to the uninformed newcomer. Li Feng, this time, I also require you, Captain Li Feng, to assign 10 black iron-level soldiers to accompany me, ensuring the successful completion of the soul crystal mission, Yuxian stated directly to the newly appointed brigade commander. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to assist you in accomplishing this task, Li Feng replied, having just contemplated how to position himself alongside Yuxian to seize the opportunity for the soul crystal. Unexpectedly, Yuxian had directly invited him to participate in the collection, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he was determined to seize. However, it was somewhat embarrassing for Li Feng that the current 3rd Brigade could hardly muster 10 black iron-level soldiers. Ultimately, he had to recruit a few strong men from the 2 squads stationed by the 1st Brigade to barely meet the requirement that in all honesty, the present 3rd Brigade was a shambles, lacking both soldiers and capable leaders. But Yuxian, the Magus, had specially brought nearly 400 new recruits to reinforce the 3rd Brigade. Upon seeing the quality of these new recruits, Li Feng felt a deep sense of responsibility. Yet, it was not surprising. Exceptional new soldiers of high caliber would hardly be assigned to the 5th Legion, and even if they made it there, they would likely be filtered out by the 1st Brigade. Such was the cruel yet fair nature of strength. Powerful capabilities were the only guarantee of one's rights. If one wished to avoid being bullied, they must enhance their strength. Otherwise, they could only silently endure the oppression in the army. These new recruits were synonymous with cannon fodder. The brutal realities of war would sift out those who could quickly adapt to the battlefield, rendering it a slaughterhouse for novices, especially for those of subpar strength, for whom the battlefield represented a nightmarish hell. Nevertheless, Li Feng perceived new recruits as preferable to seasoned veterans, as fresh recruits were often filled with confusion about their new circumstances. This was the optimal moment to win their allegiance, a golden opportunity for Li Feng to establish his own influence. Wang Biao's reassignment to the division headquarters came as a surprise to Li Feng. It seemed the rumors of Wang Biao once shielding the division commander from a blade were not unfounded. The division commander was indeed a person of sentiment, allowing Wang Biao to accumulate military achievements at the grassroots level, thereby solidifying his credentials. Such a turn of events would undoubtedly aid Wang Biao's future promotions. It appeared that this former commander of the 3rd Brigade had encountered a benefactor. After Wang Biao's departure, Li Feng's transition into the role of brigade commander proceeded smoothly. After all, the 3rd Brigade, apart from the new recruits, was left with only 1 squad, more than half of which belonged to Li Feng's own deployment. Following the ambush, among the original 5 squad leaders, only 3 remained, and Li Jue had survived the latest conflict by sheer luck. Li Feng continued to appoint him as the vice commander of the 3rd Brigade. As he had been managing the brigade's affairs in Wang Biao's absence, for the issue of troop strength, Li Feng resolved to merge the 400 new recruits with 200 veterans into 4 squads. Dividing such a small force into 4 squads seemed somewhat inadequate. If 5 squads had to be formed according to military structure, the resulting dispersion of strength would only lead to disarray. Li Feng had also decided on the candidates for the squad leaders to Li Jin, as Li Feng's sworn brother had undergone a transformation into a system battle general, making his loyalty to Li Feng unquestionable. As for strength, it was long after the conclusion of the last battle at Qinglonggang that Li Feng had exchanged the forbidden-breaking pill and the vein-protecting pill for him, enabling a significant breakthrough to become a Black Iron Knight. He became the second among Li Feng's 6 brothers to ascend to the Black Iron level. Witnessing his brother's achievement brought Li Feng immense joy. As for Li Feng himself, following the end of the battle, he experienced a profound realization and successfully advanced to a 5-star Black Iron Knight, now just a step away from entering the realm of bronze. Regarding the candidates for the other squad leaders, Li Feng had already formulated a plan. Firstly, the 2 existing squad leaders of the 3rd Brigade, Shi Tai and Jiang Hu, were both above the strength of 3-star Black Iron warriors. due to their extensive experience from years of warfare. It would be a tremendous waste not to utilize their skills that AS for the final candidate. Li Feng intended to appoint Gu Li, who had been the highest-ranking officer when Li Feng first joined the 2nd Brigade. Although he had appeared like a beggar at that time, he was a spirited young officer. Gu Li's strength was commendable, initially a 1-star Black Iron warrior, but through the training aided by the pills bestowed by Li Feng, he had recently advanced to a 2-star Black Iron warrior, qualifying as a formidable force. Ultimately, Li Feng appointed Li Jin as the captain of the newly formed 1st Brigade, Shi Tai as the captain of the 2nd Brigade, Jiang Hu as the captain of the 3rd Brigade, and Gu Li as the captain of the 4th Brigade. Additionally, Li Feng selected 50 elite soldiers from the 3rd Brigade to form a special operations team, with Li Feng himself serving as the captain and Zhou Mo as the vice-captain. Most of the special operations team members were drawn from the original 2nd Brigade. The minimum requirement to join the special operations team was to be an apprentice warrior. This was a trump card in Li Feng's hand. Aside from charging into battle, the special operations team would also be responsible for reconnaissance tasks. Chapter 17, The Blood of the Dragon. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yuxian led 10 Black Iron-level warriors, including Li Feng, to collect soul crystals. To be frank, it was impossible not to feel excitement, yet Li Feng made a concerted effort to feign indifference, maintaining a calm demeanor to avoid raising Yuxian's suspicions. Their destination lay deep within Qinglonggang, and to reach it, they had to traverse a dense forest. The role of Li Feng and his companions was to slay any demonic beasts that might appear, ensuring Yuxian could reach the location safely to harvest the soul crystals. The strength of these demonic beasts was not formidable, and 3-star beasts were a rare occurrence. Li Feng hardly needed to intervene, as Li Jin and Gu Li swiftly dealt with them. The journey was remarkably tranquil, yet Li Feng sensed that Yuxian appeared troubled, his demeanor not one of joy over their smooth passage, but rather of concern. Yuxian, Magus, we have been quite fortunate along this route. Why do you still wear a frown? Li Feng inquired, puzzled. Sigh, this is not a great secret. I have heard that soul crystals possess a tremendous allure for demonic beasts, aiding them in awakening their intelligence. The scarcity of beasts along this path is concerning. Moreover, they are primarily low-tier beasts of the 1-star and 2-star variety. It is likely that the higher-tier beasts are lying in wait in the depths of Qinglonggang for the moment when the soul crystals are ready to take form, Yuxian replied, his expression grim. If that is the case, we may have a serious predicament, Li Feng murmured, a frown creasing his brow. Yuxian, Magus, these beasts have yet to awaken their intelligence as long as we plan carefully. Acquiring these soul crystals should not pose a problem. Furthermore, given your formidable strength, those beasts should hardly be a match for you, Li Feng offered, attempting to flatter Yuxian. Sigh, if I possess my full strength, I would not be so apprehensive. I was ambushed by the enemy's Silver Knight during the last battle and have yet to fully recover. Therefore, I can only muster 30% of my abilities, Yuxian confessed, revealing his circumstances to Li Feng, who had been overly confident in his assessment. Fortune smiles upon me. It seems Yuxian has sustained severe injuries, making the acquisition of the soul crystals all the more feasible, Li Feng mused inwardly, though he maintained a facade of sorrow, as though the injury were his own. We are nearing the heart of the area. Everyone, silence, Yuxian urged, his excitement palpable. This was the first time Li Feng had witnessed Yuxian lose his composure. Typically, Yuxian presented himself as a noble and elegant mage in the eyes of others. Seeing him so flustered was quite surprising, indicating that the soul crystals held significant importance for him. As Li Feng surveyed the surroundings, he discerned a cave dimly appearing in the distance, already surrounded by a horde of demonic beasts. Upon assessing the strength of these creatures, Li Feng was taken aback. They were all of at least 3-star strength, with at least 3 4-star beasts among them. Li Feng instantly felt overwhelmed and understood why Yuxian had momentarily cast aside the demeanor expected of a mage, faced with such a formidable assembly of beasts. Li Feng felt a headache coming on. With just the 11 of them, confronting hundreds of high-tier beasts seemed insurmountable. Although Li Feng was eager to obtain the soul crystals, he would rather forego them than place himself and his brothers in such peril. Yuxian, Magus, with so many beasts guarding the cave entrance, obtaining the soul crystals will be akin to climbing to the heavens, Li Feng stated, leaving his meaning implied, but Yuxian likely understood his intent. In this situation, Li Feng could conceive of no better course of action than to retreat. This is unusual. While soul crystals indeed hold immense value for demonic beasts, typically, only a few dozen would vie for them. Why have so many gathered this time? Could it be? Yuxian's voice trailed off, abruptly halting. What could it be? Yuxian, Magus, Is there still something you wish to conceal at this juncture? Li Feng asked. Curiosity piqued regarding what could provoke such a reaction from Yu Xian. I have only heard my mentor, Magus Meishi, speak of it. Upon death, a dragon's body may yield a drop of its life essence. Consuming this essence can significantly diminish the barriers faced when advancing to a dragon knight or dragon warrior, thereby enhancing the likelihood of success, Yu Xian explained, his hands trembling slightly as he continued. Moreover, the individual who consumes it will gain immunity to magic, rendering them almost entirely impervious to spells of the same tier. Unfortunately, this essence can only be consumed by warriors or knights, for mages. Doing so would sever their connection to magic, leading to self-destruction. Furthermore, this essence cannot be preserved. It must be used immediately. Captain Li Feng, it seems fortune is on your side this time, Yu Xian remarked. His jealousy evident as he addressed Li Feng. Haha, Yu Xian, Magus, if that is the case, this drop of essence is rightfully mine, Li Feng exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. Initially, he had only intended to seize a few soul crystals. Yet now he found himself on the verge of acquiring something far more valuable. Humph, it remains uncertain whether my predictions will hold true, Yu Xian retorted, abandoning his previous composure, feeling quite discontented with Li Feng's stroke of luck. Haha. If possible, I would gladly cede this drop of essence to you, Li Feng jested. Enough, do not provoke me further. I shall instruct you on how to collect and consume the essence. The rest will depend on your luck. By the way, should you survive, remember that you owe me a favor, Yu Xian declared, revealing himself to be a gentleman of sorts, willing to share the method for acquiring an opportunity he could not seize himself. After receiving the instructions on how to consume the essence, Li Feng looked at the hundreds of demonic beasts before him, feeling a sense of trepidation. While the opportunity was indeed fortuitous, if he were to lose his life in the process, what value would such an opportunity hold? Very well, since we must see this through to the end, I will attempt to draw these beasts away with my magic. As for the rest, may fate decide, Yu Xian concluded, reverting to his noble and elegant mage persona, as though the earlier excitement had never occurred. Yu Xian truly is a remarkable mage, Li Feng thought to himself, suppressing a smile. Whirlwind spell. Fireball spell. Yu Xian unleashed his array of spells, yet unfortunately, for the dim-witted beasts focused solely on acquiring the essence to enhance their strength, these spells proved ineffective, while Yu Xian found himself embarrassed, as the beast showed no respect for his efforts, leaving him with a visage that shifted from blue to purple, far from dignified. Have you ever studied illusions, Yu Xian Magus? Li Feng queried, recognizing that only an illusion could ensnare these ignorant beasts, allowing him the chance to enter the cave and procure the life essence and soul crystals. I have not. I only focus on attack-oriented magic. As for illusions, I have yet to delve into that realm. Yu Xian replied solemnly. In light of this, Li Feng wasted no further time, directly exchanging for 10 level 3 illusion magic scrolls and 1 level 4 illusion magic scroll from the system. Without waiting for Yu Xian's response, he charged into the throng of beasts, casting the scrolls without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity presented by the beasts being ensnared in the illusion, Li Feng leapt into the cave. Inside, the environment was dim, and he groped along the cave walls, acutely aware that time was of the essence. He needed to locate the life essence and soul crystals quickly, otherwise, should the beast breach the cave, his fate would be sealed. The further he ventured, the heavier the gravity became, and after approximately 10 minutes, Li Feng was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling with fatigue. I never imagined that a deceased Qin Long would still exude such formidable dragon power. However, if it seeks to obstruct my path to strength, it is scarcely sufficient, Li Feng bellowed, finally breaking through the threshold to a well-lit area. Here, he beheld the soul crystals he had long coveted and the invaluable dragon's blood. With great restraint, he collected several fist-sized soul crystals before turning his gaze to the drop of blood radiating an orange-red glow. Li Feng's blood surged with exhilaration as he unhesitatingly consumed the dragon's blood. It is so hot. Li Feng could no longer suppress his cries. After consuming the essence blood of the azure dragon, an overwhelming heat surged from his internal organs, radiating throughout his body. This searing sensation, emanating from within, was so intense that it made him wish for death. In a precautionary measure, driven by instinct, he exchanged for a pulse protection pill from the system. The thought of having his meridians damaged due to the consumption of the dragon's essence blood, potentially hindering his future breakthroughs, was something Li Feng dared not risk. He swallowed the pulse protection pill as a safeguard. The heat persisted, and Li Feng had lost count of how many times he had cried out. Only the primal instinct for survival governed the last vestiges of his consciousness. Finally, it is over, Li Feng sighed in relief. The perilous nature of this essence blood consumption had exceeded his expectations, and he could only blame his own lack of strength for being unable to endure the powerful influx of the dragon's essence blood. If he had been a bronze knight, perhaps it would have been much easier. How could that be? When did I ever advance to bronze? Li Feng, in disbelief, felt his own cultivation level and realized he had indeed attained the strength of a 2-star bronze knight. He was somewhat elated. Surely, after such a calamity, there must be a blessing to follow. Speaking of which, he wondered how Yu Xian and the others outside the cave were faring. Li Feng quickly tidied his attire and took with him the remaining half of the soul crystal. As for why he referred to it as a half, it was because he had long since absorbed most of the soul crystals into the system for storage, planning to exchange them for the coveted battle soldiers upon his return. Upon exiting the cave, he found that the demonic beasts had long since vanished, as had Yu Xian's figure. With no other option, Li Feng could only head directly back to the Azure Dragon camp. Brother, you have finally returned. As he stepped through the camp's gates, Li Jin, who had been leaning against a wall, sprang up and grasped Li Feng's hand with excitement. What happened? Is everything all right? Li Feng asked, astonished by Li Jin's fervor. Brother, you have no idea. Not long after you entered the cave, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the entire area. The demonic beasts could not withstand it and scattered in a frenzy. I wanted to go in and look for you, but Yu Xian, the magic scholar, said it was your own fortune and advised me not to disturb you. In the end, we could no longer endure that pressure and decided to return. After hearing Li Jin's explanation, Li Feng understood. In a wonder he hadn't encountered a single beast upon his exit. It seemed the dragon's might had radiated from within the cave after he consumed the essence blood. Chapter 18. The Marvelous Battle Soldiers. After meeting with Yu Xian, Li Feng handed over a portion of the soul crystals. How could there be so many soul crystals this time? One sliced. There should be at least 30 standard soul crystals, Yu Xian exclaimed, his satisfaction evident as he gazed at merely 3 fist-sized soul crystals. Li Feng felt a twinge of disdain. After all, he still had over a dozen more stashed away. If he revealed them all, it would surely delight Yu Xian to no end. By the way, Captain Li Feng, the yield of soul crystals this time is astonishing. Previously, gathering enough to yield 10 standard soul crystals was already quite impressive. I never expected this time to produce so many. The Corps Commander and the Division Commander will undoubtedly be very pleased. I will petition them on behalf of your 3rd Brigade. Hearing Yu Xian's words, Li Feng could only smile wryly. He had originally planned to use the excuse that most of the soul crystals had been snatched away by demonic beasts, but now, with Yu Xian's apparent satisfaction, he regretted not hiding a few more. He suspected that this might be the last batch of soul crystals produced by Azure Dragon Camp, as the depletion of the Azure Dragon's essence blood likely rendered the camp no longer suitable for generating soul crystals. Hence this sudden large yield. Regardless, Li Feng emerged as the biggest winner from this expedition into the depths of Azure Dragon Camp. In addition to the priceless dragon essence blood, 13 fist-sized soul crystals represented a significant gain. According to the standards, these 13 soul crystals could be divided into 130 standard soul crystals. According to the system's regulations, to exchange for a black iron level battle soldier requires 500 endless points and 10 standard soul crystals. To exchange for a bronze level battle soldier requires 5,000 endless points and 100 standard soul crystals. To exchange for a silver level battle soldier requires 50,000 endless points and 1,000 standard soul crystals. The subsequent exchanges for battle soldiers follow this pattern. The initially summoned battle soldiers are all of 1-star caliber, meaning that the black iron level battle soldiers summoned will all possess the strength of a black iron 1-star. However, battle soldiers can upgrade their strength by slaying enemies and extracting their souls. Yet, once reaching the pinnacle of black iron 5-star, further enhancements require the expenditure of endless points for breakthrough. The costs are as follows. Breaking through from the pinnacle of black iron 5-star to bronze 1-star requires 2,000 endless points. From the pinnacle of bronze 5-star to silver 1-star requires 20,000 endless points. From the pinnacle of silver 5-star to gold 1-star requires 200,000 endless points. And so forth. For Li Feng, a bronze-level battle soldier would provide a significant boost, while for the entire 3rd Brigade, the lack of entry-level combat power compelled him to consider exchanging for several black iron battle soldiers. Ultimately, Li Feng decided to summon 3 black iron battle soldiers and 1 bronze battle soldier, perfectly utilizing the 130 standard soul crystals. However, to his embarrassment, he found himself short on endless points. He had no choice but to suppress this thought for the time being and focus on accumulating more endless points. Given Li Feng's current strength, slaying early-stage 4th-ranked demonic beasts was a trivial matter, and each slain beast would yield 2,000 endless points. After spending 3 days in the demonic beast forest, he had amassed the necessary endless points. With great excitement, after consuming the 130 soul crystals and the 6,500 endless points he had earned over those 3 days. For robust soldiers clad in black heavy armor and wielding long spears materialized before him. My lord, I am the bronze battle soldier number 1. My lord, I am the black iron battle soldier number 1. The sudden appearance of these 4 living beings, who immediately began to speak in rapid succession, left Li Feng feeling quite peculiar. Although he had prepared for this, the reality of the situation was still somewhat disconcerting. You are the bronze battle soldier. Li Feng pointed to the first and most robust soldier. My lord, I am the bronze battle soldier number 1, at your service. From now on, your name shall be Feng Yi, Li Feng declared, pointing at the burly figure. Thank you, my lord, for the name bestowed. Feng Yi appeared elated upon receiving his name from Li Feng, prompting Li Feng to marvel at the system's wonders. You shall be Feng Air, you shall be Feng San, and you shall be Feng Si, he continued, bestowing names upon the 3 black iron battle soldiers for convenience. Glancing at the 4 imposing figures before him, Li Feng waved his hand. Let us return to the camp. The sudden appearance of 4 unfamiliar faces, each exuding immense power, naturally aroused the curiosity of all the soldiers in the 3rd Brigade. This was something Li Feng had anticipated. He explained that these 4 individuals had come to join him due to divine guidance. Although Li Feng himself found this reasoning somewhat flimsy, in a moment of desperation, he could think of no better excuse. Furthermore, as he would undoubtedly summon many more battle soldiers in the future, it was better to establish a single, grand narrative now rather than concoct various bizarre justifications each time. This would enhance the loyalty of his army, as the concept of divine intervention held significant sway in this world, evidenced by the numerous religions such as the Church of Light, the Church of Darkness, the War Goddess Church, and the Nature Goddess Church. However, in the Kingdom of Chino, successive monarchs had been staunchly opposed to the infiltration of religious institutions. It was said that Chino Kingdom had once been a theocratic state, basking in the glory of the Harvest Goddess. However, after the Harvest Goddess Church had participated in a coup against the throne, nearly 80% of the royal family was slaughtered, coupled with external assaults from other nations. This led to the transformation of the Chino Empire into the Kingdom of Chino. The remnants of the Chino royal family adhered to a strict decree to suppress all forms of religious authority and to prohibit any church from being established within the Kingdom of Chino, with death as the penalty for violators. Thus, initially, one could not find any churches in the Kingdom of Chino. Yet, as time passed, some individuals began to spread the teachings of divine righteousness among the populace. The local government and nobility grew apathetic to repression, allowing them to exist as long as they did not incite chaos. Therefore, the concept of divinity remained compelling to the ordinary residents of the Kingdom of Chino. The soldiers of the 3rd Brigade, especially the new recruits, gazed at Li Feng with admiration as he spoke of the divine. Li Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed that throughout the ages, the intangible notion of the divine always held a privileged position. Li Feng temporarily assigned Feng Yi and the others to the Special Operations Team. Upon witnessing these formidable battle soldiers join the team, Zhou Mo quickly offered to resign from his position as deputy captain. Li Feng hurriedly persuaded him, managing to quell Zhou Mo's desire. While Feng Yi and his companions were indeed powerful and loyal to Li Feng, they were not suited to be leaders, as they were entirely oblivious to the intricacies of human relationships in this world. They were like blank slates, and to become effective leaders, they would need time to acclimate. Chapter 19. Grand Military Drill. Following the summoning of 4 warriors, the strength of the 3rd Battalion experienced significant enhancement. Together with Li Feng himself, the battalion boasted 2 Bronze-tier warriors and, with 3 additional Black Iron-tier soldiers, a total of 10 Black Iron warriors. Although this was not comparable to some elite battalions, it positioned the 3rd Battalion as one of the more formidable forces within the 5th Legion. Since the last ambush at Qilong Ridge, the 3rd Battalion had enjoyed a period of peace. Seizing this opportunity, Li Feng led a group of warriors, including Feng Yi, along with several system-recognized combatants such as Li Jin, into the Beast Forest, relentlessly slaying monsters to reap endless points, subsequently exchanging them for a substantial quantity of medicinal pills for the soldiers' training. This was particularly crucial as the 3rd Battalion was inundated with numerous underqualified recruits. Without rigorous training, they would inevitably become cannon fodder on the battlefield. Thus, Li Feng devoted considerable attention to training these new recruits in addition to providing essential medicinal pills. The yellow-grade high-tier manual, Raging Tide, significantly lowered the training threshold, allowing anyone who reached the 5-star warrior level to access it. With the imminent threat of war, Li Feng could not afford to indulge in nurturing at a leisurely pace. Any boost in strength would translate into a greater chance of survival on the battlefield. Among the 4 companies within the 3rd Battalion, Li Jin's 1st company undoubtedly possessed the greatest strength, being filled with seasoned veterans from the former 2nd Company, thus representing the elite of the 3rd Battalion. Of course, although the Special Operations Team, bolstered by Feng Yi and his comrades, was slightly outnumbered, their combat prowess firmly placed them at the top of the entire battalion. This was truly Li Feng's ace in the hole. To enhance the training effectiveness of the troops, Li Feng instituted a combat competition every 10 days, organized by subunits. Each company would first select the best from their squads and teams, and then each company would nominate 3 elite squads to continue the competition against those chosen from other companies. The squad that ranked first would receive a reward of 10 gold coins, 30 Xianyuan pills, and 100 Guyuan pills. The 2nd and 3rd ranking squads would be rewarded with 8 gold coins, 20 Xianyuan pills, and 80 Guyuan pills, and 5 gold coins, 15 Xianyuan pills, and 50 Guyuan pills, respectively. The squads ranked 4th to 10th would uniformly receive 1 gold coin, 10 Xianyuan pills, and 30 Guyuan pills, while the squads ranked 11th to 30th would each receive 5 Xianyuan pills and 20 Guyuan pills. With the current structure of the 4 companies in the 3rd Battalion, there were a total of 100 squads that Li Feng selected 30 of these squads for rewards to foster ambition across all squads, thereby maximizing the training effectiveness and enhancing the overall strength of the 3rd Battalion. Coupled with the medicinal pill training, Li Feng harbored no fears regarding the emergence of a formidable fighting force. A storm was brewing. On the battlefield, the enemy would not extend any mercy. Without strength, one would only face the fate of slaughter, a supreme law that applied to individuals as well as to armies, from a mere squad leader to his current status as a bronze knight. Li Feng had traversed a tumultuous path, enduring countless trials and tribulations. Initially, he was betrayed by the debauched Rose and relegated to the role of a cannon fodder squad leader, subsequently facing the disdain of Baron Nate and the subsequent fate of being cannon fodder once more. His assignment to the 5th Legion and participation in the ambush at Qinlong Ridge were only possible due to the aid of the endless system. Without it, this might have become a battle for his very life. Thus, in times of chaos, if one's blade is not sharp, how can one secure their existence? If the military might is not formidable, how can one conquer the world? What Li Feng was striving for was ultimately to ensure that he and his brothers would no longer have to endure a life of turmoil. To seize control of one's fate, one must possess the strength to escape being controlled. A soldier, no matter how high their cultivation, remains a paper tiger if they have never tasted blood. They can be easily pierced. A famous saying on the battlefield holds true. Bloodshed is the most effective means to transition new soldiers into veterans. This does not imply that veterans possess superior strength, but rather that the proportion of veterans significantly influences an army's combat effectiveness. As new soldiers cannot fully unleash their potential in life and death situations, it is entirely normal for a 5-star novice soldier to be slain by a 1-star veteran. The reason the Kingdom of Kino cannot triumph against the Kingdom of the Burial Eagle lies in the fact that, despite its fertile lands, its populace primarily engages in agriculture. Indeed, the fertile land has bestowed wealth upon the Kingdom of Chino. At its inception, the kingdom vigorously developed its military, and its robust treasury enabled the creation of a miraculous army that even the newly established empire of Jutian dared not provoke lightly. Alas, time has passed. The once mighty nobility of the Kingdom of Kino has succumbed to a life of indulgence, their descendants having forgotten the valor and wisdom of their forebears. They have grown accustomed to extracting more from the humble populace to indulge their pleasures. Conversely, the Kingdom of the Burial Eagle, with its boundless grasslands, is destined to rely on herding for survival. To sustain themselves, they must engage in mortal combat with fierce beasts. If the weather turns foul, a single heavy snowfall could obliterate a year's worth of effort, leading to countless lambs freezing or starving to death. Deprived of sustenance, the people of the Kingdom of the Burial Eagle are compelled to wage one war after another, needing to plunder other nations to secure their survival, in dire need of food, with the Kingdom of Kino, blessed with fertile lands yet militarily decayed, being the prime target for their raids. The disparity in strength is not inherently wrong. It is merely an eternal sin. Years of uncertainty have provided the Kingdom of the Burial Eagle with a wealth of excellent soldiers, who, with a modicum of training, become elite forces brimming with field experience. How could the peasant soldiers of the kingdom of Kino, who have toiled the land for generations, possibly compete against such warriors? How can the pleasure-seeking noble commanders hope to prevail in battle? What Li Feng required was a regular army capable of clashing with the elite forces of the kingdom of the Burial Eagle without retreating, a trump card that could defeat an enemy force multiple times its size. Rather than merely possessing numbers that would deliver victory to the enemy, the only shortcut for the commoners in the kingdom of Kino to ascend is through military service. If they are strong enough and fortunate enough, they might be ennobled to the rank of baron or knight after the war. However, true great nobles are often entrenched families with centuries of heritage. Within their domains, these great nobles wield the power of kings. Even Duke Feli dared to reorganize the armies led by nobles below the rank of viscount. Yet even he would not presume to issue commands to earls and higher-ranking nobles. Even the king's orders are met with selective obedience from these great nobles. They hold the power of arms. And under the threat posed by the kingdom of the Burial Eagle, the kingdom of Kino lacks the strength to contend with these ambitious so-called nobles. Chapter 20. Breakout. Just as Li Feng's 3rd Battalion was fervently engaged in military training, a military order from Legion Commander Gung Sihan compelled Li Feng to halt the unfinished training regimen. The 1st Division under Duke Feli has suffered an ambush and subsequent rout at the front lines, with Duke Feli gravely injured and many of his vassal troops slaughtered. Thus, the division commander has ordered a full retreat, abandoning Blood Moon City and falling back to the northern stronghold of Houston to regroup, awaiting a chance to retake Blood Moon City. Upon receiving this directive from Legion Commander Gung Sihan, Li Feng found it hard to accept. The 1st Division was the elite force of the Miracle Legion, the very soul of the entire army. The soldiers of the 1st Division were all at least novice warriors, with squad leaders being uniformly of black iron rank, and company leaders comprised entirely of bronze-ranked warriors or knights. Such a force, even a single company, could withstand an entire ordinary division. If the 1st Division had fallen, how long could these hastily recruited new soldiers hold their ground? Li Feng understood that the kingdom of Kino possessed elite soldiers, but most were under the control of the great nobles. Just look at Baron Nate, who, as a newly minted noble, could muster 2 companies of elite troops. One can only imagine the wealth amassed over centuries by hereditary earls and marquises. Regrettably, while the nobles might comprehend the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, when it comes to deploying their elite troops against the army of the Burial Eagle Kingdom, none are willing to be the forerunners. This is the true face of the nobility. They eagerly pursue opportunities for profit, eager to engage in battles where victory is assured. Yet when confronted with formidable opposition, they shy away, leaving the brunt of the fight to others. Despite Li Feng's concerns regarding the future of this war, he was merely a small battalion commander. Such worries were better left to those in higher positions. To be frank, after the rout of the 1st Division, the army of the Burial Eagle Kingdom would undoubtedly storm into Blood Moon City, which could not be held. Li Feng found himself in agreement with Duke Feli's decision to abandon the city. A demoralized rabble of fleeing soldiers could not hope to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the Burial Eagle Kingdom's troops, who were at the peak of their morale. Retreating to Houston would stretch the enemy's supply lines and allow for a regrouping of forces to confront the enemy effectively, because the 5th Legion, to which Li Feng belonged, was positioned close to the front lines. The division commander ordered them to hold off the enemy for 1 day to ensure the safe withdrawal of their allies, meaning Li Feng would not be able to retreat for another day. Assemble and prepare for battle, he commanded. After more than a month of training, the 3rd Battalion had begun to take shape. Although the strength of the new recruits still required improvement, overall, the 3rd Battalion was indeed ready for combat. After the arrival of the new recruits under Li Feng, the 2 battalions of the 1st Division stationed at Qinglonggang returned to the 5th Legion alongside the Mage Yuxian, leaving only Li Feng's battalion to guard Qinglonggang. Observing the soldiers below, whose skin had darkened from exposure to the elements, Li Feng couldn't help but smile with genuine pride. These warriors were forged through his painstaking efforts and hands-on training, and now they had finally transformed into a formidable force. I trust that Deputy Commander Li Jua has informed you all of the 1st Division's defeat, necessitating a strategic withdrawal for our entire army. We, the 5th Legion, will hold the enemy at bay for a day before swiftly retreating to Houston. Prepare for battle, Li Feng commanded, prompting the entire 3rd Battalion to spring into action, awaiting the enemy's approach. Approximately half a day later, Li Feng's 3rd Battalion encountered the first wave of enemies. According to Zhou Mo's reconnaissance, it appeared to be the strength of 2 battalions, calculating the situation. Li Feng deduced that the fierce pursuit indicated these were the elite troops of the enemy. Although his 3rd Battalion enjoyed advantages in numbers and terrain, subduing them would not be easy. Careful strategizing was essential to minimize losses. Zhou Mo, take the Special Operations Team and maneuver to the enemy's rear. Have Feng Yi and the others follow your lead. Here are 20 explosive talismans. Use them sparingly. After we eliminate this enemy force, we must retreat swiftly. If too many of our soldiers are weakened, it will inevitably slow our march. Li Feng instructed Zhou Mo, who, as his trusted aide, had recently broken through to a 1-star Black Iron warrior, yet had not solidified his prowess before this major retreat. Understood. Captain, Zhou Mo replied succinctly, his demeanor unchanged. He was efficient in task execution, a quality Li Feng highly valued, which earned him the position of Deputy Commander of the Special Operations Team. Li Jin, Shirtai, Jianghu, Guli, you 4 lead your respective battalions in a frontal assault. Ensure the enemy is dispatched with utmost speed, then retreat, Li Feng ordered solemnly. Here are 8 level 3 ice magic scrolls. Each of you take 2. When you encounter the enemy's Black Iron level warriors, deploy them, and swiftly eliminate their higher tier forces. To mitigate the 3rd Battalion's casualties, Li Feng invested in 8 high-tier magic scrolls for the 4 battalion leaders. The enemy is approaching. Prepare to engage. Li Feng roared, raising his spear as he charged into battle. Zhou Mo, positioned behind the enemy, quickly led the Special Operations Team into the fray. Upon witnessing Li Feng's assault, as expected, the 2 battalions were indeed the elite of the Eagle Down Kingdom. When Li Feng confronted the enemy, 2 powerful bronze-level auras emanated from their ranks. Without hesitation, he launched himself at one of the bronze warriors, executing the low-grade secret technique, Earthquake, catching the warrior off guard. In a swift motion, he thrust his spear again. The commander of the Eagle Down Kingdom's Bronze 1 Battalion, who had hoped to capitalize on the enemy's rout, found himself facing death in an instant. After vanquishing 1 bronze warrior, Li Feng pressed on, targeting a slightly stronger 2-star Bronze Knight. Having undergone over a month of rigorous training, Li Feng had ascended to the rank of 3-star Bronze Knight. Equipped with numerous secret techniques, defeating the 2-star opponent was undoubtedly within his capabilities, yet he needed to resolve the battle quickly to assist Li Jin and the others to expedite the confrontation. Li Feng disregarded the consumption of endless points and redeemed a level 4 ice magic scroll. As the opposing Bronze Knight lowered his spear momentarily, Li Feng unleashed the scroll, freezing the enemy before delivering a decisive blow to his head. The elimination of 2 high-tier bronze warriors triggered a mass rout among the enemy troops, but they were ultimately cornered by Zhou Mo and Li Feng, leading to their complete annihilation. The skirmish lasted about an hour, resulting in the loss of 30 new recruits, yet overall casualties were manageable. After swiftly clearing the battlefield and burying the fallen soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, Li Feng led his troops in a hasty retreat towards Houston. Chapter 21. The Fukang family. Following the destruction of 2 elite battalions from the Eagle Down Kingdom, Li Feng swiftly directed the entirety of the 3rd Battalion towards Houston. Along the way, he witnessed the chaotic retreat of the armies. A sight that epitomized the phrase, "A defeated army is like a landslide." All forces scrambled to escape, fearing pursuit by the enemy, which explained how even 2 battalions from the Eagle Down Kingdom dared to press on against the panicked retreat of the Kino Kingdom's regular army. Li Feng's 3rd Battalion, traveling light and at a rapid pace, despite having delayed a day to confront the enemy, was not the last to arrive in Houston. Upon reporting his unit's designation, the gate guards escorted Li Feng to the 3rd Division's encampment. Houston was the domain of the Marquis Fukang Nao, whose family had held sway in the city for centuries. Even when compared to fortified border strongholds like Blood Moon City, Houston stood tall, which is why Duke Faley had designated it as the 2nd frontline against the Eagle Down Kingdom. Historically, the Fukang family had risen to prominence in the early days of the Kino Kingdom by supplying weapons and armor to equip its armies. At that time, nearly half of the military forces within the kingdom relied on weapons produced by the Fukang family. Once the kingdom stabilized, the king bestowed a hereditary marquis title upon the family in gratitude for their contributions, granting them jurisdiction over a territory extending 3,000 miles from Houston. To assuage royal suspicions, the Fukang family relinquished much of their military-industrial achievements to the Kino Kingdom. Now, centuries later, the Fukang family remained steadfast in their loyalty to the royal lineage, adhering to their ancestral tenet of avoiding the arms trade. However, as time passed, the family expanded significantly, with thousands of members, although the majority refrained from engaging in the arms business for fear of royal scrutiny. A small faction within the family succumbed to the allure of the lucrative arms trade and covertly assembled resources for such endeavors. Their clientele predominantly comprised the private armies of nobles. As the Fouquet family's reputation ensured their arms were highly sought after in the black market, nobles prided themselves on having armies equipped with weapons produced by the Fouquet family. And even high-ranking officials sometimes paid exorbitant prices to arm their elite troops with Fouquet's wares as for the military-industrial contributions made by the Fouquet family in the kingdom's infancy. They had long since been drained by successive royal families over the centuries, becoming mere history. However, the quality of weapons and equipment produced by the Fouquet family significantly surpassed that of the empire's standard issue, both in aesthetics and sharpness, which was the primary reason for the nobility's fervent desire for their products. The Fouquet family, having built their fortune on arms sales, possessed advantages unattainable by other noble families. Even the most ordinary light infantry were equipped with leather armor. Not to mention the renowned heavy infantry clad in iron armor, said to be exclusively outfitted by the Fouquet family. In the black market, one could procure ordinary standard armor from the Fouquet family. But acquiring finely crafted gear, such as the heavy infantry armor, was nearly impossible regardless of wealth. Gazing upon this formidable military stronghold, Li Feng marveled at the Fouquet family's might. Publicly, the Fouquet family maintained 4 standard legion forces, with the most elite known as the Iron Armor First Legion, comprising primarily of formidable heavy infantry, making it one of the finest elite legions in the Kino Kingdom. The remaining 3 legions included an archery battalion and 2 regular light infantry battalions. In contrast, Li Feng's 3rd Battalion could strictly be classified as a light infantry unit, with only he and a few battalion leaders possessing the kingdom's standard armor, while the majority of soldiers relied solely on their flesh in close combat. The disparity between the 2 forces' combat capabilities was stark. Fortunately, the Fouquet family had historically supported the Kino Kingdom's legitimacy and remained proactive in the war against the Eagledown Kingdom. Had the Fouquet family ever turned traitor, their impact on the Kino Kingdom would rival that of a second Eagledown Kingdom. To secure the allegiance of the Fouquet family, the Kino royal family had arranged numerous marriages with members of the Fouquet clan, including the current head, Fouquet Nao, whose wife is none other than Princess Hashu, the younger sister of the reigning king of the Kino Kingdom. At present, all the forces previously stationed in Blood Moon City had retreated to Houston, now bracing for the impending assault by the Eagledown Kingdom, which intended to lay siege to the city. As hosts, the Fouquet family generously provided 30,000 sets of standard armor, 10,000 specialized bows and crossbows, and 1,000,000 arrows to the Miracle Legion under Duke Feli's command. Such a grand gesture could only be afforded by a family with centuries of military accomplishments like the Fouquet. The Miracle Legion was originally organized into 5 divisions, comprising 150,000 troops, but due to the need to guard against the surrounding principalities of Xiakmen, Noralang, and Gelot, 2 divisions had been dispatched to the borders of those 3 principalities. Initially, Duke Feli commanded only 3 divisions, the 1st, 3rd, and 4th, with a total strength exceeding 80,000. However, during the recent ambush by the Kingdom of the Buried Eagle, the 1st Division suffered devastating losses, leaving it barely able to maintain 3 regiments. Coupled with the various depletions experienced throughout the war, the total strength of the 3 divisions, together with reinforcements, has dwindled to less than 70,000 now, unexpectedly receiving support from the Fouquet family in the form of 30,000 sets of armor and 10,000 bows and crossbows. Although the 5th Regiment, where Li Feng serves, is not regarded as an elite unit, it has still acquired 1,000 sets of armor and 400 bows and crossbows. The distribution within the 5th Regiment is now at hand. If we were to adhere to the previous strength of the 3rd Battalion, it would undoubtedly be suppressed by the other battalions of the 5th Regiment, resulting in a meager share of weapons and equipment. However, under Li Feng's leadership, the 3rd Battalion has experienced a steady enhancement in strength, culminating in a glorious victory during their retreat, where they annihilated 2 elite enemy squads at the cost of merely 30 new recruits. This achievement has not gone unnoticed by the regiment commander, Gung Sahan. Hence Li Feng is resolute in claiming his share of the weapons and equipment, despite the wonders of the endless system, which allows the exchange of powerful warriors, invaluable elixirs, and magical scrolls, as well as advanced martial arts manuals. Li Feng has yet to discover any formidable weapons or armor to exchange. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have long since equipped the 3rd Battalion with such armaments. Chapter 22. The contest for arms, the allocation of 1,000 sets of armor and 400 bows and crossbows received by the 5th Regiment poses a dilemma for Commander Gung Sahan. After all, both the palm and the back of the hand are made of flesh. They all belong to the 5th Regiment. If the distribution is perceived as inequitable, it could sow discord and disunity within the 5th Regiment, transforming what should enhance its combat capabilities into a source of mistrust and internal strife. Something Commander Gung Sahan wishes to avoid at all costs. In truth, which battalion commander does not desire more exquisite equipment to bolster the combat effectiveness of their troops? Even Commander Gung Sahan would have to navigate a landscape of open and covert competition to secure these supplies. However, strength often equates to influence, indicating the magnitude of benefits one can acquire. Within the 5th Regiment, the 1st Battalion boasts the greatest strength, and its commander is the only silver-tier warrior aside from the regiment commander. Consequently, no one would contest the 1st Battalion's larger share. It would be deemed entirely reasonable. Yet, should Li Feng's 3rd Battalion receive a more substantial allocation, it would undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction among the other battalions. Thus, even if Commander Gung Sahan wishes to allocate more to the 3rd Battalion, he must consider the sentiments of the other battalions that secure as much armor and bows as possible. Li Feng must devise an alternative approach. First, he sought out Yu Xian, the captain of the 5th Regiment's Mage Squadron, as his words would carry more weight before Commander Gung Sahan. Yu Xian the sorcerer. It has been a while, Li Feng greeted as he found Yu Xian engrossed in a magical experiment. Oh, I thought I recognized you. It is indeed Captain Li Feng, a rare guest. I've heard of your recent triumph at King Longgang. The regiment commander has been raving about your adept command, claiming he did not misjudge your potential. Ha, Yu Xian remarked, visibly surprised upon seeing Li Feng, his words spilling forth. Ha. That is merely the commander's flattery. Hardly worth mentioning. I have come to seek your assistance with a matter. Li Feng gradually shifted to the crux of his visit. Captain Li Feng, please speak freely. Given that you previously gathered so many soul crystals for me, allowing me to shine before the division commander, I am more than willing to assist you in any lawful endeavor, Yu Xian responded, knowing well that Li Feng's future was bound to be illustrious after consuming the dragon's blood. Although he currently held the position of an ordinary battalion commander, his future achievements would undoubtedly exceed expectations. Thus Yu Xian was eager to foster a beneficial rapport with him, since you were so generous. I shall not beat around the bush. I have heard that the 5th Regiment has received a batch of fine armor and bows and crossbows from the Fukank family. As you know, my 3rd Battalion is rife with new recruits, and if we could acquire this equipment, our strength would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced, thus better serving the regiment commander in battle, Li Feng expressed earnestly. The extent of his credibility perhaps known only to himself. Well, Captain Li Feng, I shall not conceal it from you. The commanders of the other 4 battalions have already approached the regiment commander regarding this batch of equipment, all expressing their desire for a larger share of the Fukank family's provisions. The regiment commander has been quite troubled over this matter and has yet to reach a decision, Yu Xian admitted, subtly refusing Li Feng's request. Yu Xian the sorcerer, I realize this places you in a difficult position. I only hope that when the regiment commander allocates this batch of equipment, you might mention our 3rd Battalion's circumstances, so that the commander remembers us. I am grateful in advance, Li Feng said, discreetly placing a specially crafted golden card from the Kingdom of Kino into Yu Xian's hand. What is this for? Yu Xian questioned, a hint of annoyance in his voice, yet he quickly grasped the card tightly. This is a small token of appreciation from a brother, a mere 10,000 gold coins. I sincerely hope you can assist us, and on behalf of the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, I thank you, Li Feng said, bowing respectfully to Yu Xian. Between us brothers, such formalities are unnecessary. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to persuade the regiment commander to consider your 3rd Battalion's situation, Yu Xian replied, adopting an air of responsibility. Then I shall rely on you, my friend. While money may not be everything, its absence is undeniably crippling. Securing Yu Xian's promise for 10,000 gold coins could be deemed a worthy investment. That if triumph can be achieved in this contest for equipment, any expenditure would be justified in Li Feng's eyes, as long as it ensures the survival of more soldiers from the 3rd Battalion. For Yu Xian, the gift of 10,000 gold coins was a boon. For a mage, particularly one of his lesser-known status, expenses can be substantial. The cultivation of magical prowess alone incurs significant costs, not to mention the need for various materials for magical experiments, which are often far from inexpensive. Recently, due to a new magical experiment, Yu Xian found himself somewhat financially constrained. Thus, the gold coins from Li Feng arrived like a lifeline. The day following Li Feng's meeting with Yu Xian, he was summoned to the tent of Commander Geng Sahan of the 5th Regiment. Upon his arrival, he noticed Zhang Yijuan, the commander of the 1st Battalion who had once taken a liking to him and considered him for the position of deputy commander, along with the commanders of the other 3 battalions. As Li Feng entered, he saw Yu Xian nod at him, seated beside Commander Geng Sahan, instantly putting his mind at ease. It seemed his investment of 1,000 gold coins had not gone to waste. I trust you are all aware of the purpose of this meeting. The Fukang family has provided our 5th Regiment with a batch of armor and bows and crossbows. Today, I have summoned you to distribute your rightful shares of this equipment. Commander Geng Sahan stated, appearing somewhat fatigued as he pressed his hand against his forehead. Commander Geng Sahan, with graying hair and a square face, exuded an air of seriousness. At first glance, one might mistake him for an ordinary elderly man. Yet, his status as a 2-star Silver Knight commanded respect from all. This time, the Fukang family has contributed a total of 1,000 sets of armor and 400 bows and crossbows, along with accompanying arrows. After careful consideration, I have decided to allocate 100 sets of armor and 50 bows and crossbows to my personal guard, while the remaining distribution is as follows. The 1st Battalion receives 300 sets of armor and 100 bows and crossbows. The 2nd Battalion 150 sets of armor and 50 bows and crossbows. The 3rd Battalion 250 sets of armor and 100 bows and crossbows. The 4th Battalion 100 sets of armor and 50 bows and crossbows. And the 5th Battalion 100 sets of armor and 50 bows and crossbows, Commander Geng Sahan announced, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he revealed the allocation of the armor and bows. Commander, this seems rather inequitable. The 2nd Battalion's commander, Chishan, interjected eagerly as soon as Geng Sahan finished speaking. What do you find unreasonable? Geng Sahan directed his gaze toward Chishan. I have no objections to the 1st Battalion receiving a larger share. But why does the 3rd Battalion receive more than we do? Chishan retorted, casting a disgruntled glance at Li Feng. The elite forces of the original 3rd Battalion suffered catastrophic losses during the battle at Qinglonggang. Even after being reinforced with numerous new recruits, they managed to annihilate 2 elite enemy squads at a minimal cost during their strategic retreat. Moreover, the many soul crystals that Captain Yu Xian brought back from Qinglonggang were acquired through the valiant efforts of Captain Li Feng. Shouldn't such contributions warrant a greater share? Geng Sahan, seemingly anticipating dissent regarding his decision, countered with sharp and reasoned rhetoric. Captain Li Feng, a youthful hero, single-handedly eliminated 2 enemy squads with a mere company during the battle at Qinglonggang. Securing this strategic location, I support the regiment commander's decision, asserted Zhang Yijuan, commander of the 1st Battalion. In favor of Li Feng, I too endorse the regiment commander's decision, Yu Xian chimed in. As the 2 sides found themselves in a heated dispute, with the support of the 3 most influential figures in the 5th Regiment behind Li Feng, the other battalion commanders, despite their discontent, found themselves compelled to acquiesce. Chapter 23. The Siege, Part 1. Li Feng's achievements in the equipment contest of the 5th Brigade far surpassed his expectations. He secured 250 sets of armor, 100 crossbows, and accompanying arrows. This allocation was merely 50 sets less than the 1st Brigade, which boasted silver-tier combat prowess, and was nearly double the weaponry of the other brigades. The primary distinction between the crossbows manufactured by the Fukang family and standard military crossbows lay in their ability to shoot farther with less effort. The current batch supplied by the Fukang family consisted entirely of the formidable iron-arm bow, which required at least an apprentice-level warrior to draw. Even an apprentice would find themselves exhausted after firing 5 or 6 rounds. These crossbows possessed a terrifying effective range of up to 1,000 meters. As long as the target was visible, there would be virtually no deviation within that distance. This exemplifies the military engineering prowess of the Fukang family, explaining why nobles of all ranks flocked to their products. Although the armor was merely standard iron, it was undoubtedly the finest battle gear for the soldiers of the 3rd Brigade, who had no protective equipment. Ultimately, Li Feng decided that, apart from prioritizing the Special Operations Team, the remaining 250 sets of armor would be evenly distributed among all the subunits AS for the 100 crossbows. Aside from equipping the Special Operations Team, they would be allocated to the elite apprentice warriors of each subunit, as the Special Operations Team was composed of at least apprentice-level warriors, meeting the minimum standard for wielding the iron-arm bow. Given that the Special Operations Team often charged into the fray, having a crossbow to suppress the enemy's morale would undoubtedly provide them with considerable advantage. Captain, the enemy is besieging the city. Just as Li Feng finalized the distribution of weapons and equipment, Zhou Mo arrived with urgent news that compelled Li Feng to put everything on hold and respond with full force. Calculating the days, it had been 3 since Li Feng retreated to Houston. And only now was the enemy launching their assault. It seemed they had spent the past few days digesting the immense benefits derived from the border stronghold of Blood Moon City. Captain, the brigade commander has ordered an immediate assembly at the West City Tower. Zhou Mo continued. Let us go. Gather the troops at the West City Tower. Li Feng replied succinctly, leading the 3rd Brigade to rendezvous with Brigade Commander Gung Sahan at the West City Tower. On the battlefield, Gung Sahan appeared markedly different from his usual despondent demeanor. His calm and composed presence greatly impressed Li Feng. That seemed that experience was indeed invaluable at a critical moment. The pillar of the 5th Brigade bore the hopes and morale of many soldiers. Li Feng, you've arrived just in time. You are to defend the section of the wall totaling 300 meters at the West City Tower. If the enemy breaches your sector, I will hold you accountable. Brigade Commander Gung Sahan commanded. Waving his somewhat withered hands and raising his voice, Li Feng responded with a simple, understood, and proceeded to his designated area as indicated on the map. Gazing down from the wall, he observed enemy cavalry moving like ants below. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng realized that this defensive battle would not be easily won, despite the robust support from the Fukang family. Stopping the enemy's advance at Houston would likely require a steep price. However, Li Feng was never one to dwell on the current situation. The enemy's numbers and strength mattered little to him. They were merely additional targets to reap endless points from. Saving him the trouble of traversing to the Beast Forest for the same purpose. 300 meters is neither a long nor a short distance. Leading the 3rd Brigade, which comprised approximately 600 soldiers, Li Feng could ensure a defense of 2 men per meter along the wall. However, calculations must account for the fact that soldiers are human, with limited stamina. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a rotation of combat-ready soldiers while allowing others to rest. Ultimately, Li Feng decided that during periods of calm, they would operate in 3 shifts, designating the 1st subunit as the primary defense group, merging the 2nd and 3rd subunits into the 2nd group, and combining the 4th subunit with the Special Operations Team as the 3rd group. Should the enemy attack, these 3 groups would rotate every 4 hours, providing ample rest for those not on duty. However, should the enemy launch an assault, 2 groups would be immediately deployed for defense, while the remaining group would serve as a reserve force ready to assist the core stronghold of the Fukang family. Houston City had been fortified and maintained over centuries by the relentless efforts of their ancestors. This fortress, regarded by Duke Philly as a secondary line of defense against the enemy, possessed a unique allure. Its towering Tinjong walls instilled fear in foes, while the dark stone structure added an element of terror. The gently flowing waters formed a moat, providing a natural barrier to this majestic ancient city. Standing atop the wall, Li Feng looked down at the seemingly tranquil army of the Morning Eagle Kingdom, which was preparing their meals beyond the moat. In stark contrast, the chaotic and clamorous soldiers of the Chino Kingdom vied for food atop the wall, prompting him to ponder deeply. The Chino Kingdom has enjoyed too long a period of peace. This once ferocious lion, now bereft of its fangs, faces only the fate of being torn apart by ravenous wolves and leopards. Li Feng sighed silently. The night passed in silence. On the following day, the Morning Eagle Kingdom launched a tentative assault on Houston using rudimentary ladders and battering rams, concentrating their main forces at the North Gate, the primary entrance defended by the Fukang family's private army. In contrast, only a small contingent of the Morning Eagle Kingdom's forces feigned an attack on the left side of the West City Tower, where Li Feng was stationed. Thanks to the power of the iron-armed bow, the enemy retreated before any close combat could ensue. Observing the orderly withdrawal of the enemy, who showed no signs of panic, Li Feng regarded the Morning Eagle Kingdom's army with renewed respect. In the afternoon, the enemy bombarded the city walls with catapults, inflicting significant casualties on the unprepared Chino Kingdom soldiers. The first stone was launched. Li Feng ordered all but a few essential sentries from the 3rd Brigade to withdraw from the tower. Consequently, despite the enemy's relentless bombardment throughout the afternoon, the only casualty sustained by the 3rd Brigade was a sentry who had inadvertently twisted his ankle. However, some inexperienced allies were clearly disoriented by the catapults. resulting in numerous injuries among their ranks, which dealt a considerable blow to the morale of the Chino Kingdom's forces. Duke Philly swiftly enacted countermeasures against the enemy's catapults, employing a strategy of reciprocity. He borrowed 100 finely crafted catapults from the Fouquet family, aligning them along the city walls. The enemy's makeshift catapults, constructed from local materials, were far inferior to the Fouquet family's exquisite designs. Positioned atop the city walls, their elevated vantage not only annihilated the enemy's catapults but also disoriented any foes near the walls. The Morning Eagle Kingdom, having failed to achieve their objectives, was forced to withdraw 5 miles and await another opportunity to attack. Chapter 24. The Siege, Part 2. Although the army of the Morning Eagle Kingdom retreated, the soldiers of the Chino Kingdom within Houston City remained vigilant, maintaining a taut readiness for the enemy's next assault. Yet to Li Feng, the Morning Eagle Kingdom's withdrawal of 5 miles seemed to convey a message. They would not launch another attack in the immediate future they leased for the next day. The Morning Eagle Kingdom would regroup rather than strike recklessly. Perhaps when the defenses of Houston City had relaxed after a day, that would be the opportune moment for the Morning Eagle Kingdom to launch a full-scale assault. The commander of the Morning Eagle Kingdom was shrewd. He understood that while the Chino Kingdom had waned, many families that inherited and expanded upon their ancestors' legacies still thrived, such as the Fouquet family. Despite their confidence in defeating the Chino Kingdom, they dared not underestimate them, for the battlefield is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to catastrophic consequences. Perhaps the next time they attack, it will not merely be a feint. A storm of blood and carnage lies ahead. Li Feng mused thoughtfully. He left the 2nd and 3rd subunits to guard the city, ordering all others to descend from the tower to rest and maintain their optimal condition for battle. Departing the tower, Li Feng entered his tent, foregoing sleep that he exchanged for an intermediate breaking ceiling pill and 3 intermediate red essence pills from the system, spending a total of 8,000 endless points. The intermediate breaking ceiling pill was priced at 5,000 endless points each, while the intermediate red essence pill cost 1,000 endless points each. The previous low-level breaking ceiling pills and low-level red essence pills had become nearly useless after Li Feng's advancement to a bronze knight. Swallowing a red essence pill, Li Feng felt his internal energy surge with vigor. Once he absorbed the effects, he distinctly sensed an elevation in the quality of his energy, not wishing to waste the early hours of the night. He consumed the remaining 2 intermediate red essence pills. When his energy reached a critical threshold, Li Feng swiftly retrieved the costly intermediate breaking ceiling pill, consuming it without delay. The energy, which had been on the verge of bursting, instantly calmed and compacted, ultimately shrinking to a size smaller than before, yet its quality underwent a profound transformation. Li Feng habitually smirked. I've broken through to a 4-star bronze knight. I am not far from the realm of a true master. The Silver Knight. Currently, the gap in strength between him and Li Jin, Li Chong, and the others continued to widen, leaving Li Feng somewhat resigned. The last time he consumed dragon's blood, he had directly ascended from a black iron knight to a 2-star bronze knight. A leap that was unfathomably vast. Not everyone possessed the fortune Li Feng had experienced. Such opportunities were truly rare and elusive. Among the brothers, aside from Li Feng, who has successfully ascended to the rank of bronze knight, only Li Jin has managed to break through and become a black iron knight. With the boundless supply of elixirs at his disposal, Li Feng has now attained the strength of a 2-star black iron knight. However, Li Zhong, Li Yi, and Li Dan remain stuck at the threshold of 5-star apprentice warriors, unable to advance to black iron knights. As for Li Chong, it goes without saying that he is still languishing at the 4-star apprentice warrior level. Frankly speaking, while this hurdle can be somewhat mitigated by elixirs, it is, after all, a crucial step in their progression if one attempts to force a breakthrough through elixirs without sufficient accumulation of time. The consequences could be dire, ranging from injuring one's meridians and hindering future advancement to the perilous risk of losing control and jeopardizing one's life. This is precisely why Li Feng has refrained from providing elixirs to his brothers, believing that spending more time at this juncture is not a bad thing. By the time Li Feng ascended the city walls again, it was already midday of the following day. At this moment, the 3rd group, composed of the 4th squad and the special operations team, was rotating in to replace the 2nd group. Observing the orderly and disciplined 3rd squad, devoid of chaos, Li Feng couldn't help but smile with genuine pride. As he had anticipated, the enemy forces did not launch an assault on the city that day. When night fell, Li Feng felt a profound sense of relief. At least there would be no siege today. For the cover of darkness serves as the best protection for Houston City. Under the cloak of night, any commander with a semblance of intelligence would refrain from launching a full frontal assault, unless there were insiders within the city aiding in breaching the gates. According to the rules of warfare, a siege is unlikely under the cover of night. After a restful night, Li Feng hurriedly finished his breakfast the next day and returned to the city walls. Sensing that the enemy, having been quiet for several days, might soon become restless, he relieved the first squad, which had stood guard throughout the night, and assembled the soldiers from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th squads, and the special operations team in preparation for a potential enemy assault. Time slipped away, and Li Feng watched the enemy's slow movements. With a command of "prepare for battle," he designated the 1st squad as a reserve force while deploying the entirety of the 3rd squad. The 300-meter wall was the territory that these hundreds of brothers of the 3rd squad were sworn to protect. Fire! With a commanding shout from Li Feng, over 200 arrows were unleashed. Comprising 100 formidable iron-arm bows alongside more than 100 standard kingdom bows and crossbows. 50 of these had been issued during the Qinglong Ridge skirmish by the 5th Legion, while the remainder were spoils captured from the forces of the Morning Eagle Kingdom. Though these bows and crossbows lacked the power of the iron-arm bows produced by the Fakeni family, even a small stone dropped from such heights could shatter the skulls of the enemy, let alone the lethal arrows. "Do not draw fully. Just a half draw will suffice to conserve our strength," Li Feng bellowed from the walls. Indeed, fully drawing the bows would exhaust the soldiers excessively, especially with the iron-arm bow, which required immense strength. An ordinary soldier would likely tire after just 5 or 6 shots. Li Feng understood that exhaustion on the battlefield often equated to death, which was not an outcome he desired. Moreover, the height of Houston City ensured that even a half-drawn shot would penetrate the unarmored soldiers of the Morning Eagle Kingdom, despite the relentless onslaught of deadly arrows from the 3rd squad, which achieved a high accuracy rate amidst the dense ranks of enemies. The sheer number of foes was overwhelming. For every group that fell, another surged forth, after around 30 to 40 rounds of arrows. The soldiers of the 3rd squad had become too fatigued to lift their weapons against the Morning Eagle forces attempting to scale the walls with ladders. 1st squad, advance to repel the enemy. The special operations team will remain. The rest of the troops, retreat from the walls. Li Feng issued his orders with unwavering resolve amidst the chaos of battle. The soldiers of the special operations team generally boasted superior quality compared to those of other squads. Having received special provisions since their establishment, each member of the special operations team had nearly double the training resources of an ordinary soldier. Hence, after 30 to 40 rounds of arrows, while the regular soldiers were exhausted, the special operations team still possessed the capacity to fight, especially with powerful warriors like Feng Yi among them. As the Morning Eagle Kingdom's forces continued their relentless assault on Houston, Li Feng's 3rd squad barely held the 300-meter wall on the left side of the western tower. Gazing at the blood-soaked battlements, he was suddenly overcome with a profound sense of sorrow for the transience of life. In any war, regardless of victory or defeat, it is always the lowest-ranking soldiers who bear the brunt of the deaths, and it is the impoverished and humble civilians who suffer the most. A general success is built on the bones of countless, Li Feng mused, observing the mountain of corpses below the walls. What he yearned for was to bring an end to this war as swiftly as possible, to spare the innocent citizens from the cruel toll of conflict, and to save the lives of the ignorant soldiers. Alas, he was merely a captain commanding a force of fewer than 1,000 men, leading an ordinary squad with barely 10 soldiers capable of advancement. There were over 100 individuals within Houston City who wielded greater power and authority than he. Ultimately, it was strength that dictated one's status. Regardless, the priority was to conclude this invasion initiated by the Morning Eagle Kingdom. Under a barrage of arrows, the enemy pressed forward towards the towering Houston, while Li Feng led the 3rd squad in a valiant defense of the ancient city, with blood cementing its resilience and fortitude. "Captain, the enemy has reinforced their ranks," Zhou Mo shouted in a panic. Li Feng's heart sank. The enemy attacking the left side of the western tower was already numerous enough. Why would they send in more troops? When had the Morning Eagle Kingdom amassed such forces to assault the Kingdom of Chino? Li Feng was perplexed. The Morning Eagle Kingdom had invaded the Kingdom of Chino before, but their largest force had never exceeded 150,000. If they were to launch such an aggressive attack on Houston, it would not be long before their forces would be completely consumed by the ancient city. Could it be that the enemy's attack on the main gate was merely a diversion, with the primary focus on breaching the western city gate, where defenses were weaker? in a bid to capture Houston. However, even if the defenses of the western tower were not as formidable as the main gate, they could still muster a quota of 2 soldiers per meter. Even if they could not withstand the ferocious onslaught of the Morning Eagle's elite troops, they could at least resist for a time and await reinforcements. Li Feng was bewildered. He could not fathom what scheme the Morning Eagle Kingdom's commander was plotting. This uncertainty was beginning to gnaw at him. Regardless, the enemy had breached the gates, and there was no point in hesitation. The only course of action was to fight back. What did it matter if they had increased their numbers? Li Feng's forces enjoyed the advantage of terrain and morale. No amount of enemy soldiers could do more than serve as fodder for the formidable bulk of Houston. Brother, do you think the commander of the Morning Eagle Kingdom has lost his mind? Why would they divert troops from the right flank to our left? Are they not afraid of us launching a counterattack? Li Chong chimed in, his usual nonchalant demeanor betraying a hint of concern as he shouted at Li Feng. However, Li Chong's words struck Li Feng like a bolt from the blue. Why was the Morning Eagle Kingdom so intent on targeting the defenses of the 3rd Squad? Willing to withdraw troops from the right flank that were already engaged in battle? Was there some special reason for this that Li Feng was unaware of? As Li Feng pondered, the enemy had already surged to the foot of the walls. Hastily erecting ladders, soldiers scrambled up the ladders, pressing towards the city tower of Houston, while siege engines were being pushed towards the western city gate by dozens of burly men. Just then, Li Feng spotted a battle flag emblazoned with the name Hepburn. He was taken aback. Hepburn was a royal surname of the Morning Eagle Kingdom, a name reserved for those of pure royal blood. In the Morning Eagle Kingdom, bearing the name Hepburn was a symbol of the highest nobility. Yet, why would such a highborn individual participate in a siege? It was well known that the direct royal bloodline was scarce. They would not be sent to the battlefield for mere training, let alone an assault. The repercussions of any mishap would be too great for even the enemy commander to bear. These questions would remain unanswered for Li Feng, as countless enemy soldiers had already arrived at the moat, rapidly constructing ladders in preparation for their assault on the left flank he was defending. Captain, they have at least doubled their forces. We are struggling to hold them off. Zhou Mo, covered in blood and nearly falling over, rushed to Li Feng's side. It was evident that Zhou Mo was nearing his limit. Li Feng's heart grew heavy. If even a black iron warrior like Zhou Mo was at his breaking point, one could only imagine the condition of the other soldiers. This was a deadlock. Reinforcements from the north gate would take at least half an hour to arrive. And could the weary 3rd Squad hold out for that long? Li Feng was filled with apprehension. Captain, let me take a fury pill. Zhou Mo implored Li Feng. Li Feng had contemplated the use of the fury pill long ago. The true principle behind the fury pill was to unlock untapped potential. Under normal circumstances, taking a fury pill could significantly enhance one's strength for a short period, with the cost of only 3 days of weakness and minimal side effects. However, the 3rd Squad was currently comprised of exhausted soldiers who had already pushed themselves to their limits. Taking the fury pill would indeed grant a temporary boost in strength, but the price would be steep. The soldiers might lose consciousness within half an hour. Or worse, risk their lives. This was the dilemma that had preoccupied Li Feng's thoughts for exchanging magical scrolls, if Li Feng were to produce a large number of scrolls for the ordinary soldiers to use. Even if they miraculously survived today, they would likely face capture and interrogation by the so-called noble mages the following day. This was a burden Li Feng could not afford to bear. The enemy's assault grew increasingly ferocious, yet the valiant 3rd Brigade stood firm in resistance, aware that the disparity in strength between the two sides had long foretold their grim fate. Li Feng witnessed a soldier from the 3rd Brigade skillfully thrust his spear into an enemy who had scaled the city wall, only to be mercilessly cut down by another enemy soldier wielding a curved knife, who had also ascended the wall. Before the 3rd Brigade soldier could react, the war raged on, the Grim Reaper's scythe never ceasing its harvest of souls. Li Feng could hardly bear to witness the soldiers he had painstakingly trained fall victim to the relentless enemy due to sheer exhaustion. Although the side effects of the Fury Elixir were particularly harsh on the soldiers of the 3rd Brigade at that moment, it at least afforded them the honor of dying in battle. Zhou Mo, distribute the Fury Elixir. Li Feng bellowed, his hands moving tirelessly as he pierced the soldiers of the Morning Eagle Kingdom attempting to scale the wall, systematically dismantling their ladders. Observing the terror etched on the faces of those still on the ladders, a sense of vindictive pleasure surged within him. Let the slaughter forge my legacy, Li Feng. He had lost count of how many times he had wielded his spear, nor could he recall the number of enemies he had slain. All he could perceive were the desperate roars of the fallen and the paralyzing fear that accompanied their demise. Chapter 26. Feng Qian, where am I? Ugh, my head hurts. Li Feng awoke to find himself bound in bandages, lying on a bed that exuded a faint, soothing fragrance. The soft silk fabric made it evident that he was not clad in military uniform. As he attempted to probe his surroundings, a sharp pain shot through his arm, causing him to grit his teeth in agony, though Li Feng was no stranger to wounds and was not a pampered noble. The pain he felt was almost unbearable, as if his entire arm were on the verge of being severed. This heart-wrenching sensation was one he wished never to experience again, perhaps alerted by the commotion he caused. A wooden door creaked open, and he heard footsteps approaching. Immobilized and unable to rise, he could only remain silent on the bed. Has the general awakened? The voice belonged to a young woman, seemingly around 16 or 17. Delicate and melodious like a lark's song. Since she had inquired, Li Feng felt it inappropriate to continue feigning sleep. Miss, where am I? I vaguely remember fighting on the battlefield. Confusion clouded his mind as he struggled to recall the events that had transpired. Please do not fret. General, when I first saw you, you were covered in blood. Your subordinates were desperately seeking a physician to save you. But alas, your injuries were too grave, and none of the clinics would accept you. I have studied some medical arts since childhood, so I brought you here. It is truly a blessing that you survived such grave wounds. The girl spoke with grace, exhibiting no signs of shyness in front of Li Feng. So it was you who saved me. I, Li Feng, am deeply grateful. May I ask for your name? He expressed his thanks, appreciating that she had saved his life. I am Feng Qian. There is no need for such formalities, General, she replied, her demeanor becoming slightly bashful as she mentioned her name. Realizing his inadvertent breach of etiquette by inquiring about her name, Li Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, acknowledging the clear boundaries between men and women in this world. By the way, General, although you have regained consciousness and escaped the clutches of death, you still require a period of rest. During this time, please refrain from wielding any weapons to avoid exacerbating your injuries, Feng Qian kindly reminded him. Thank you, Miss Feng Qian. However, please refrain from calling me General. I am merely a humble captain. Such a title is too grand for me. If it is not too much trouble, you may call me Li Feng, he explained, feeling a sense of warmth towards the gentle and kind-hearted woman before him. Then I shall call you Brother Li Feng. By the way, Brother Li Feng, your subordinates are waiting outside. They have been keeping vigil at the door during your unconsciousness, she informed him. Oh, please ask them to come in. I have matters to discuss with them, Li Feng requested, contemplating the war and the uncertainty of how many brothers might have perished. Brother Li Feng, please rest for now. I will go fetch them, Feng Qian said before gracefully exiting the room. Big brother, you scared us to death. As soon as the door opened, Li Chang's voice rang out, filled with distress. Stop wailing, Lao Wu. Quickly tell me what exactly happened and how I sustained such severe injuries, Li Feng urged, his voice tinged with urgency. Big brother, you don't remember? After the enemy reinforcements arrived, you fought valiantly, taking down one foe after another, completely oblivious to the wounds you sustained. Even I and Ergu were unable to pull you back, Li Chong lamented. And what of Lao Er and the others? How are the brothers of the 3rd Brigade? How did I end up here? Li Feng, confined to bed, could only convey his desperation through his eager gaze. Big brother, do not worry, Ergu and the others are fine. They merely suffered minor injuries. Fortunately, the reinforcements arrived just in time, allowing us to escape unscathed. You would not believe it, at that moment, the soldiers of the Morning Eagle Kingdom had firmly established themselves on the city walls. And we were on the brink of annihilation. Then, you suddenly unleashed your power, catching the enemy off guard, and shortly thereafter, you collapsed. That was when the reinforcements arrived, Li Chong explained, trembling slightly as he recounted the harrowing experience. Then how did I end up here? Was there no medic in the army? Li Feng questioned, perplexed. Big brother, the medics declared you beyond saving. I, along with Sangu and Sigu, refused to accept it and insisted on carrying you to the city to find a doctor. Unfortunately, those quacks were all of the same ilk, lacking the skill and declaring you hopeless. Thankfully, we encountered Sister Feng Qian along the way. It was she who saved you, truly a noble soul, Li Chong elaborated. And Li Feng finally grasped the chain of events. By the way, you mentioned that Lao San and Lao Si also entered the city. Where are they? He inquired. They went to fetch medicine for you. They should be back shortly, Li Chong replied. By the way, what is the background of your sister Fang Qian? Li Feng's curiosity was piqued regarding the lineage of such a skilled and poised woman. Hee. Big brother, I did some digging. I heard that sister Fang Qian is the daughter of Fang Zheng, the richest man in Houston. It is said that her ancestors were once the accountants of the Fokang family and later settled in Houston. Through the diligence of each generation, the Fang family gradually rose to become the wealthiest family in Houston, Li Chong recounted, and Li Feng could not help but admire Fang Qian, realizing that she was not merely a beautiful figure but also possessed remarkable medical skills. By the way, Lao San, who is currently leading the 3rd Brigade. This was Li Feng's primary concern. Rest assured. Big brother, the coalition commander appointed Erga to temporarily take command of the 3rd Brigade. But, what is it? You seem hesitant. Li Feng observed Li Chong's reluctance to speak. Big brother, the 3rd Brigade has suffered grievous losses. The Special Operations Team has almost been annihilated, and of the 4 battalions, fewer than 200 brothers remain, Li Chong said. His tone grave. Li Feng's expression paled, although he anticipated that the 3rd Brigade would sustain heavy losses in this battle. He never imagined that 2/3 of his brothers would perish. The casualty rate seemed alarmingly high. Big brother, we nearly wiped out half of the Morning Eagle Kingdom's brigade, roughly 2,000 troops, and it seems they even lost a young prince in the process, Li Chong continued, rambling on while Li Feng remained silent, absorbing the information. Finally, Li Feng understood why the enemy had diverted troops from the right side of the west gate to assault the left. It was likely that the young prince, in his folly, had been slain by Li Feng's forces during the siege, prompting the enemy commander to recklessly launch an all-out attack on his defenses, ostensibly seeking vengeance for the prince. Chapter 27. The Seizure of Achievements After Sustaining Injuries. Li Feng remained in Fang Qian's residence for over 10 days before he could finally rise from his bed, much to Fang Qian's astonishment. I thought it would take you at least a month to be able to get up. Brother Li Feng, she exclaimed, her eyes widening in amazement. Now that you have recovered, are you planning to return to the army? Fang Qian asked, her head bowed, nibbling on her lip, her hands entwined in a manner that made Li Feng's heart flutter. This was the first time he had spent such an extended period in the company of a girl since arriving in this world. Young and impetuous, Li Feng could no longer contain himself upon seeing Fang Qian's demure demeanor. He pulled her into his embrace, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. His heart ignited with fervor as he pressed his lips against hers, watching her beautiful figure tremble slightly in embarrassment. Unable to resist, he began to explore her curves. Stop, no, brother Feng, you're still injured. I cannot, Fang Qian gasped, attempting to deter his eager hands. Fear not, I shall not let you down, Li Feng promised, continuing his passionate advances. Though ultimately, due to his physical condition, he could not consummate their encounter in the days that followed. Li Feng reveled in a life of leisure and comfort, accompanied by the enchanting Fang Qian. The saying goes, a land of beauty is a grave for heroes, which serves as the most fitting description of Li Feng's current predicament. However, Li Feng understands that this is not the time for indulgence. He remains merely a humble captain, far from being a scion of a noble family. Ultimately, his foundation is still too shallow to withstand the trials ahead. A month later, as Li Feng's injuries fully healed, he returned to the 3rd Brigade. Despite Fang Qian's reluctant farewells, this time, the Kingdom of the Burial Eagles had temporarily withdrawn its troops due to a lack of supplies. It was said that after the Prince of the Burial Eagles perished, their forces launched a relentless 3-day assault on Houston. Fortunately, the elite weaponry and armored units of the Fukang family aided in the defense. Otherwise, the city might have fallen. Upon returning to the 3rd Brigade, Li Feng's heart ached at the sight of the injured soldiers. Hearing Zhou Emo mention that many had perished due to a shortage of medical supplies, Li Feng felt a surge of anger. He knew that while logistics might be strained, with the millennia-old city of Houston as a backdrop, there should be no shortage of herbs and physicians. It was merely that those in power had hoarded doctors and medical supplies for their own troops, leaving the ragtag army to fate, their survival a mere afterthought. The absence of strength was the greatest sin. Li Feng clenched his fists in silent determination. Go to the city and ask Miss Fang Qian for a supply of urgently needed medicinal herbs. Her family runs a herbal shop, and I believe they must have some in stock, Li Feng instructed Li Chong. Brother, is it really appropriate to ask them directly? They saved our lives, and we haven't even repaid that debt. Will they be willing to give us herbs now? Li Jin, the second brother, expressed his concerns upon overhearing. Second brother, you seem unaware that Miss Fang is quite fond of our elder brother. She calls him Brother Feng so sweetly that it makes me shiver, Li Chong joked, demonstrating with exaggerated gestures, causing Li Feng considerable embarrassment. Enough with the banter, saving lives is paramount. Fifth, make sure to bring back the herbs, Li Feng urged earnestly. Brother, just watch, this minor task is on me, and besides, it won't hurt to pay a visit to sister-in-law, Li Chong replied cheerfully, only to be swiftly kicked away by Li Feng. The thought of the gentle and kind-hearted Feng Qian warmed Li Feng's heart. The state of the 3rd Brigade was indeed dire, reduced to a mere 200 remaining soldiers, with many more unable to return to the battlefield due to severe injuries. Li Feng felt powerless, resigned to take things one step at a time. The day after returning to the 3rd Brigade, Li Feng visited his superior, the commander of the 5th Brigade, Gung Sihan, in no matter the circumstances. The 3rd Brigade was under the jurisdiction of the 5th Brigade, and although they had suffered significant losses, they had at least not lost the city walls. Thus, Li Feng sought to request some new recruits. Upon seeing Li Feng, Gung Sihan appeared pleasantly surprised and warmly invited him to sit. However, Li Feng sensed an inexplicable air of helplessness and guilt in Gung Sihan's eyes, leaving him puzzled. Guilt was understandable, as the 3rd Brigade had followed his orders to defend the walls, leading to the loss of many soldiers. But the feeling of helplessness was perplexing. Commander, our 3rd Brigade has suffered heavy casualties. I wonder if we could allocate some new recruits to reinforce us, Li Feng asked, filled with hope. After all, without soldiers, his position as captain would be rendered meaningless. Captain Li Feng, I fully comprehend the situation of your 3rd Brigade. But as soon as new recruits arrive, they are first selected by that bunch from the 1st Division. By the time they reach us in the 3rd Division, there will be hardly any left. To be frank, our 5th Brigade currently has not a single new recruit, Gung Sihan replied, his expression growing more burdened with guilt. By the way, Li Feng, there's something I must inform you, Gung Sihan said. His brow furrowed, the sense of helplessness intensifying. The Prince of the Burial Eagles was killed by a single arrow shot by Duke Fei's son, Saki, Gung Sihan stated cryptically. Li Feng's anger flared immediately. How dare he claim credit for an achievement that rightfully belonged to him? It was evident to any discerning eye that the so-called prince had met his end within the 3rd Brigade's defensive perimeter, prompting the enemy commander to recklessly assault Li Feng's jurisdiction. The audacity of Saki to usurp credit was intolerable. Rising in indignation, Li Feng shouted at Gung Sihan, "This is theft of merit. I refuse to accept it." Gung Sihan, though taken aback by Li Feng's outburst, did not take offense, for who could bear the loss of credit without feeling wronged? Captain Li Feng, I understand your frustration, but at times we find ourselves powerless. Saki is the 2nd son of Duke Fei, and we cannot know whether this matter has the Duke's approval. How can we stand against them? Gung Sihan replied, his face a mask of defeat and helplessness. Gung Sihan's words jolted Li Feng into realization. Indeed, Saki was a duke's son, elevated above others, able to dictate the merits of others, while he was merely a newly promoted captain. What comparison could be made? Yet, if he wished to seize the credit that belonged to Li Feng, he would need to pay a price that Li Feng unconsciously smirked. Chapter 28. The death of the Baron. After returning from the 5th Brigade, Li Feng immersed himself in training within his tent. The recent incident of stolen credit only fueled his desire for greater strength. Just as Li Feng broke through the last barrier of the bronze rank and ascended to the level of a 5-star bronze knight, Zhou Mo brought news that was both good and ill. Baron Not has perished in battle, Zhou Mo relayed, the words echoing ominously. The circumstances of his demise were beyond Zhou Mo's knowledge. Baron Not was not merely a noble, he possessed a territory, albeit a modest one consisting of a small town and several villages. Yet, no lord would ever disdain the addition of lands to their holdings. More importantly, Baron Not had no heirs, with only a nephew, Ross, the notorious wastrel who had caused Li Feng no small amount of trouble. The absence of direct heirs to inherit Baron Not's territory meant that it would be left unclaimed, enticing the lords surrounding it, each eager to annex this prize for themselves. Such a tempting morsel was not to be overlooked, and a bloody storm was brewing. In truth, Li Feng felt a twinge of greed. If he could secure such a territory as a springboard for his development, he was confident in establishing his own legacy. However, in terms of both qualifications and strength, he fell short. Typically, a captain of an ordinary brigade like himself could expect a knighthood after the war. Gaining possession of a small village as a fief, which would already be a commendable reward, to be granted the title of baron, one would at least need to reach the rank of brigade commander. Baron Not had been granted lordship over Shishan Town due to his years of service as a 3-star silver knight and brigade commander, ultimately succeeding through the patronage of Duke Faley, securing his position for many years. Yet, while Li Feng had slain numerous soldiers of the Burial Eagles and achieved victories far exceeding his own strength during the siege, the most significant merit had been snatched away by the Duke's son. Saki. This thought left Li Feng feeling frustrated. Unless I can break through to Silver Knight, I will have but a slim chance of contending for the title of Baron, Li Feng pondered. Strength below the silver rank would not garner the attention of the powerful. When the great noble lords compared their territories, they often measured their strength in terms of how many silver knights they commanded. Once one reached the silver rank, they were essentially half a step into the upper echelons of society. In the military, one could at least attain the rank of brigade commander, and in certain slightly weaker forces, even achieve the position of brigade commander was not out of the question. Thus, the urgency to break through to silver rank was palpable. Yet having just ascended to 5-star bronze knight, it seemed unlikely he could do so in the near future. Leaving Li Feng feeling somewhat restless as he grappled with his thoughts, Feng Qian arrived at Li Feng's camp. Initially surprised by the guard's report, Li Feng's astonishment grew upon seeing her. "What brings you to the military camp? It's all dirty here. You should return home," he exclaimed, excitement evident as he laid eyes on Feng Qian. The first woman to stir feelings within him in this world. "Brother Feng, you sent Li Chong to fetch herbs from me, right? I heard from him that your brigade is short on physicians." "So I came," Feng Qian explained, dressed in practical attire that highlighted her graceful figure, leaving Li Feng momentarily spellbound. "Let me see if you've been behaving well these past few days. It seems you've grown even more lovely," Li Feng remarked, succumbing to lightheartedness amidst the monotony of military training. "Brother Feng, if you keep saying things like that, I won't talk to you anymore." Feng Qian's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at him. Fuming. "My dear Qian, I was wrong. I won't tease you anymore. Ha ha ha. You are incorrigible." Seeing Feng Qian banished all of Li Feng's worries in an instant, taking advantage of her visit to tend to the wounded. He too took the opportunity to check on the injured soldiers. The 3rd Brigade had truly suffered grievous injuries. Even with ample manpower, it would take time to recover, let alone with not a single new recruit in sight. Thus, the current situation was awkward, with only 200 soldiers yet still required to maintain the full structure of a brigade, making it a rather difficult predicament. In the previous city defense battle, Feng Er and Feng San, 2 black iron warriors, lost their lives, leaving only Feng E and Feng Si, who were gravely injured. Li Feng expended 3,000 endless points to heal their wounds as for the fallen Feng Er and Feng San. Although Li Feng felt profound sorrow, he was powerless to change their fate. The captain of the 2nd Squadron, Shirtai, also succumbed to his injuries, and both Gu Li and Jiang who have yet to recover from the weakness induced by the berserker pills they consumed. Currently, the 3rd Squadron is supported solely by the 2 high-ranking officers, Zhou Mo and Li Jin. Witnessing the disintegration of the 3rd Squadron he had painstakingly assembled left Li Feng feeling as though his heart had been hollowed out. "Brother Feng, do not be disheartened that I understand your pain, but losses are an inherent part of warfare. Besides, we have emerged victorious this time, so please do not remain unhappy," spoke Feng Qian softly. Listening to her gentle voice brought an unexpected sense of comfort to Li Feng. Gazing at the enchanting lady who had once saved him, he kissed her fervently. Immersed in the sorrow of past events was not Li Feng's nature. The following day, he led the remaining soldiers of the 3rd Squadron in collective training. Although the last city defense battle was fraught with peril and inflicted indelible wounds upon the 3rd Squadron, the steadily rising endless points still brought joy to Li Feng, with the decrease in troop numbers. The resources available to each soldier have increased, allowing Li Feng to take full advantage of this hard-won period of peace by exchanging an unlimited supply of Xian Yuan pills and Gu Yuan pills for the training of the 3rd Squadron soldiers. The survivors of the last city defense battle represented the elite of the 3rd Squadron, with no soldiers below the rank of apprentice warrior. The brutal battlefield had eliminated those of lesser strength. Li Feng estimated that most of these individuals possessed the strength of 2 to 3-star apprentice warriors, with nearly 30 boasting 5-star apprentice warrior rankings, including Li Zhong, Li Yi, and Li Dan as for Li Chong. He remained at the 4-star apprentice warrior level, the weakest among the brothers. Even the youngest, Li Dan, was on the verge of breaking through to black iron status. which left Li Feng somewhat exasperated with Li Chong's lackadaisical attitude. Li Feng gathered these over 35-star apprentice warriors, preparing to facilitate their swift advancement to Black Iron warriors or knights. He urgently needed this cadre of high-caliber combatants to assist him on the battlefield. These more than 30 elite soldiers of the 3rd Squadron had varying durations of training at the 5-star apprentice warrior level, prompting Li Feng to categorize them into 2 groups based on their training time. Those who had trained for over 2 months at the 5-star apprentice level would immediately receive breakthrough pills and pulse protection pills for their advancements, while those with less than 2 months of training would first solidify their foundations in preparation for their breakthroughs. Chapter 29. Recapturing Blood Moon. As Li Feng fervently engaged in the mass production of Black Iron soldiers within the 3rd Squadron, news arrived that Duke Feili intended to reclaim Blood Moon City. To be honest, Li Feng was quite taken aback by this news. After all, Duke Feili was encamped at the city while having lost the strategically significant Blood Moon City. Now, the garrison on the city walls comprised the forces of the Morning Eagle Kingdom. And Duke Feili's choice to provoke the formidable army of the Morning Eagle Kingdom at this juncture seemed akin to an old man consuming arsenic, an invitation to death. "Captain, I've heard that Grot and the Shockman Duchy have recently increased their troops along the borders of the Morning Eagle Kingdom," Zhou Mo reported, instantly alleviating Li Feng's concerns. Due to geographical factors, the Morning Eagle Kingdom had to purchase a significant amount of grain from the 3 major duchies every year, with prices continuously suppressed by the kingdom. The kingdom's coercive trade practices had long since incited dissatisfaction among the duchies, which had refrained from retaliating out of fear of its formidable strength. Now, with the Morning Eagle Kingdom embroiled in conflict with the Chino Kingdom. Despite the latter suffering setbacks, the Morning Eagle Kingdom had also incurred notable losses. This was a moment of military depletion for the Morning Eagle Kingdom, and Grot and Shockman duchies aimed to capitalize on this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow in conjunction with the Chino Kingdom. The Chino Kingdom sought to decisively eliminate this powerful neighbor, while the duchies aspired to rid themselves of the Morning Eagle Kingdom's predatory behavior. At least for the 3 duchies, the Chino Kingdom was perceived as relatively amicable. With 2 duchies amassing troops at the borders of the Morning Eagle Kingdom, this situation was far from favorable for the latter. It was said that upon hearing this news, the Morning Eagle Kingdom's monarch, who had recently lost a young heir, executed several errant slaves in a fit of rage. The audacity of the Chino Kingdom to reclaim Blood Moon City, despite having just suffered a defeat and with morale low, was bolstered by the actions of the 2 duchies, instilling considerable confidence in Duke Feili. In this campaign to reclaim the city, Duke Feili ordered all armies, except for those stationed in Houston, to launch a coordinated assault on Blood Moon City. Li Feng's 5th Squadron was also included in the contingent attacking Blood Moon City, and he set off with the remnants of the 3rd Squadron, although the over 35-star apprentice warriors had not yet completed their transformation. The 13 seasoned apprentice warriors, including Li Zhong and Li Yi, had all successfully advanced to become Black Iron Knights or warriors prior to this mission. Having crossed the threshold of Black Iron status represented a significant step forward on the path of cultivation. With these 13 Black Iron combatants alongside Feng Yi, Li Jin, and others, Li Feng's forces amassed a total of 17 combatants of Black Iron status or above. This was considerably more than the standard high-ranking combatants of the 5th Squadron. So despite the 3rd Squadron's meager 200 troops, Li Feng felt optimistic about their chances in the battle to reclaim Blood Moon City. "You all know that our 3rd Squadron has suffered greatly from the recent intense city defense battle, resulting in many brothers leaving us. Currently, we stand with 200 battle-ready soldiers," Li Feng announced, providing a brief overview of the current situation of the 3rd Squadron. "I am pleased to share some good news. The 13 brothers, led by Li Zhong and Li Yi, have just broken through to become formidable Black Iron Knights and warriors. Our 3rd Squadron is now brimming with talent, and I believe we will shine on the battlefield once more. I trust you have all heard that Duke Feili has commanded the entire army to reclaim Blood Moon City, and our 3rd Squadron is to join the expedition. I wish to ask if you all have confidence in overcoming this formidable enemy once again. Victory, victory, victory!" The 200 soldiers roared with all their might. Witnessing the high spirits of the 3rd Squadron, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. "In order to consolidate our forces and maximize our strength, I have decided to reorganize the 3rd Squadron into 6 standard teams and 1 special operations team. Directly reporting to me, Zhou Mo will lead the special operations team, comprising 21 members. The team leaders will be as follows: Li Jin for the first team, Gu Li for the second, Jiang Hu for the third, Li Zhong for the fourth, Li Yi for the fifth, and Li Dan for the sixth. Among the 13 newly promoted Black Iron Warriors, aside from the 3 team leaders, the rest will join the Special Operations Team under the command of Team Leader Zhou Mo. Li Feng had long contemplated the restructuring of the 3rd Squadron. Since he had been unable to secure new recruits from Colonel Gung Sahan, he envisioned reorganizing the existing 3rd Squadron to unleash its maximum combat potential. After all, with a mere 200 troops, attempting to maintain the scale of a larger squadron would only result in disarray. The following day, Li Feng set out with the main force. The troops left behind were primarily 2 infantry regiments from the Fukang family, while the iron armor and crossbow regiments accompanied Duke Fei's forces to reclaim Blood Moon City. After all, recapturing Blood Moon City was of paramount importance to the Fukang family's interests, with it as a frontline base against the Morning Eagle Kingdom. They could quietly amass wealth and develop steadily. Now that Blood Moon City was lost, the Fukang family faced the direct threat of the Morning Eagle Kingdom's military. Although the Fukang family was powerful, constant scrutiny from a neighboring kingdom could eventually deplete even the most substantial resources. Thus, while defending Houston, the Fukang family spared no effort in supporting Duke Fei's forces, providing substantial weaponry and equipment that significantly hampered the Morning Eagle Kingdom's army. In this campaign to reclaim Blood Moon City, the Fukang family sent forth their most elite iron armor regiment and the most lethal crossbow regiment to assist. Additionally, a plethora of superior siege weapons, such as catapults, siege towers, and ladders, were provided free of charge. With the robust support of the prestigious Fukang family, Duke Fei faced no logistical concerns and could fully concentrate on countering the Morning Eagle Kingdom's forces. Meanwhile, due to the disturbances caused by Dukes Shockman and Grot, the Morning Eagle Kingdom was compelled to divide its forces to respond. Coupled with the ongoing external campaigns, their supply lines were stretched thin. Thus, although they occupied Blood Moon City and maintained a defensive posture, the Chino Kingdom's chances of victory remained significant. As Li Feng returned to this border fortress shrouded in mysterious legends, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia and change. His previous visit was to defend the city, while this time he came to besiege it. The contrasting circumstances evoked a bittersweet smile. Chapter 30. Recapturing Blood Moon 2. Gazing at the towering Blood Moon City, which loomed even higher than Houston, Li Feng understood that this siege would not be an easy endeavor. Although the deployment of troops from the Duchy of Shockman and the Duchy of Glot led to the mobilization of nearly half of the army of the Morning Eagle Kingdom to the borders of the 2 duchies, the Blood Moon City still boasts an elite force of almost 50,000 soldiers. If the commander of the Morning Eagle Kingdom steadfastly defends Blood Moon City, it will not be an easy feat for the forces of the Kingdom of Chino to capture it with such limited manpower. The attacking army, apart from the remnants of the 1st, 3rd, and 4th divisions under the command of Duke Fei, which numbers less than 60,000, consists of 2 brigades of 10,000 soldiers supported by the Fukang family and approximately 30,000 from various noble private armies. While this total of nearly 100,000 troops may seem formidable, almost double the strength of the Morning Eagle Kingdom, the defenders are fortified within the city walls, where the strength of Blood Moon City alone can compensate for the disparity of 50,000 troops. Moreover, among these 100,000 soldiers, over 40,000 are noble private armies, with fewer than 60,000 truly under Duke Fei's command. Out of these nobles, aside from the Fukang family, who sincerely wish to assist Duke Fei in reclaiming Blood Moon City, the rest are eager to seize the opportunity to gain military merit without much commitment. When it comes to sending their well-trained troops into the abyss of siege warfare, they are likely to feign humility and retreat. Given the current situation, the most prudent strategy would be to besiege Blood Moon City. The daily consumption of provisions by the Morning Eagle Kingdom's 50,000 troops is staggering, and without support, it is feared that within 3 months, the enemy within Blood Moon City will succumb to starvation without a fight. Yet, often, ideals are plentiful while reality is stark. It is said that the king of the Morning Eagle Kingdom is reorganizing the army, preparing to lead 1,000 elite guards from the royal palace into battle against Blood Moon City. One should not underestimate the mere 1,000 elite guards. They are a true elite force, the finest warriors of the Morning Eagle Kingdom, with countless formidable fighters among them. Such an elite army can easily compensate for the 5,000 deficit that I in fact upon learning that the Morning Eagle Kingdom intended to dispatch the elite guards to the front lines. Duke Philly advocated for the King of Chino to send reinforcements as well, but regrettably, the King of Chino, prioritizing the safety of the capital above all, declined. Thus, Duke Philly now finds himself in a dire predicament. Having lost the fervor and confidence he once possessed when he left Houston with aspirations of reclaiming Blood Moon City. Yet, with the enemy at the gates, he is compelled to fight. Fortunately, we have the support of the Foucault family, the Duke mused with a hint of relief. Observing the line of catapults and siege engines before him, his recently diminished confidence began to surge once more. Under Duke Philly's command, over 100 catapults bombarded the walls of Blood Moon City for an entire day, the thunderous sounds ringing in Li Feng's ears. He could not help but admire the quality and range of the catapults crafted by the Foucault family. The soldiers of the Morning Eagle Kingdom on the city walls must have grown to loathe the incessant clamor of these engines. Alas, their crudely made catapults, even when stationed atop the towering walls, could not reach the forces of the Kingdom of Chino, leaving Li Feng to empathize with the enemy's plight of passively enduring the bombardment. After a day of relentless assault, on the following day, Duke Philly seized the opportunity presented by the enemy's low morale and launched a merciless attack on this critical frontier stronghold. Leading the charge was the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division, followed closely by the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Division, both braving a torrent of arrows as they launched a deadly assault towards Blood Moon City with a combined force of 10,000 men. Meanwhile, mages gathered in the rear, wielding their wands in an attempt to inflict maximum damage upon the enemy. This was destined to be a brutal battle to the death. As one soldier fell, another took their place, and as one brigade crumbled, another surged forward. The towering Blood Moon City was gradually filled with the lifeless bodies of the fallen, as the attackers climbed atop the corpses of their comrades. Seemingly devoid of fear, with only the determination of the Chino people to conquer the city and survive driving them forward, time flowed inexorably, blood flowed freely, and the roars of battle never ceased. Life persisted, and the fight continued without end. Finally, it was the turn of the 5th Brigade of the 3rd Division, and fortunate for them, they followed closely behind the renowned ironclad brigade of the Foucault family. Li Feng felt a profound admiration for this heavily armored force. Previously, the arrows that had haunted the Kingdom of Chino's soldiers seemed powerless against these ironclad warriors. Only the massive stones raining down from above could inflict any fatal harm on them. Li Feng lamented inwardly that such elite troops were too precious to waste on siege warfare. If they were to engage on open plains, they would surely instill terror in their foes. The ironclad brigade successfully drew the attention of all the soldiers defending Blood Moon City, allowing the 5th Brigade to advance largely unnoticed. Ascending the siege ladders, both the soldiers of the ironclad brigade and those of the 5th Brigade pressed forward relentlessly towards their common goal. While the ironclad brigade boasted formidable defenses, they too suffered significant losses under the unyielding resistance of the Kingdom of Chino's forces. One by one, the heavily armored soldiers fell like ripe fruit from the towering ladders, their weight becoming a liability rather than a safeguard, turning them into mere puddles of flesh upon impact. Such is the nature of war. There is no mercy, for no one is willing to be cruel to themselves. Despite the heavy losses, the soldiers of the ironclad brigade finally breached the walls of Blood Moon City, and though they faced a barrage of blades upon entry, one after another, they secured a foothold. When Li Feng and his troops from the 3rd Squad stepped onto the walls of Blood Moon City, the ironclad brigade had already seized a significant portion of the battlements, fiercely resisting the numerous enemies with their sturdy armor. At this juncture in the battle, thoughts of self-preservation had vanished, leaving only one imperative: kill. Li Feng led his special forces team into the fray, with the remaining 6 squads following closely behind, relentlessly harvesting the enemy forces scattered by the ironclad brigade. The battle raged from the city walls to within the city itself, as Li Feng fought with reckless abandon, collecting trophies of war. Each head claimed was a step closer to his aspiration of attaining the title of Baron. As the city gates swung open, Duke Philly, who had long awaited this moment, led his entire army in a final, desperate charge. The nobles, seeing the enemy on the verge of collapse, recklessly urged their private forces to surge forward towards Blood Moon City. The city was thoroughly drenched in blood, and in a fleeting moment, Li Feng seemed to glimpse a crimson crescent moon suspended in the sky, silently observing the chaos below. Chapter 31. the Silver Knight, with Duke Philly leading his troops into the city. The siege that had lasted a day and a half was officially underway. Although the assault had cost the Chino Kingdom over 20,000 soldiers, the losses suffered by the Morning Eagle Kingdom were no less significant. Thus, after the city fell, the forces of the Chino Kingdom, bolstered by the formidable ironclad brigade of the Fuko family, were able to completely overwhelm the Morning Eagle Kingdom. The once impregnable ironclad brigade led the charge, followed closely by a multitude of regular troops and noble private armies from the Chino Kingdom. The demoralized soldiers of the Morning Eagle Kingdom, akin to stray dogs, were driven about in a frenzy, occasionally turning to bark at their pursuers before fleeing in terror. The tide of defeat was palpable. Previously, it had been Li Feng's own kingdom of Chino that had fled in disarray. And now it was the Morning Eagle Kingdom. From the vantage point of a victor, Li Feng relished this turn of events. The pursuit lasted for several hours, apart from a few fortunate souls who managed to find mounts to escape within the city. The majority were slaughtered or captured. The victory was anticipated long before the city fell, and Li Feng felt no surprise. What truly exhilarated him was that the bottleneck he had long yearned to breach in order to become a Silver Knight was finally loosening. Thus, even as the battle had not yet reached its conclusion, Li Feng sought a secluded spot to prepare for his breakthrough to Silver Knight status. This endeavor was now his foremost task, as it would determine the rank of the title he would receive and the lands he would be granted after the war. Li Feng was utterly covetous of the West Mountain town bequeathed to Baron Nate. Regardless of the circumstances, his priority was to break through to Silver Knight status. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Prior to his breakthrough, Li Feng habitually exchanged 3 advanced dispelling pills from the system to facilitate his ascension. To ensure a smooth breakthrough, he spared no expense and directly redeemed a silver-level comprehension of the laws, costing him a staggering 100,000 endless points. However, as long as it increased his chances of success, the expenditure was worth it. The reason silver-level combatants are regarded as high-end forces in this world is that breaking through to silver requires an understanding of the embryonic form of the laws of heaven and earth, a feat that cannot be compensated for by mere resources. It demands personal insight. Unless a knight or warrior of golden level or above willingly bestows their laws upon a successor at the time of their death, only then can the latter grasp a new embryonic form of the laws, akin to standing on the shoulders of giants, significantly enhancing the likelihood of success. Yet, how many possess such golden-level prowess? Thus, the comprehension of laws at the silver level is invaluable, as it often requires the dying gift of a golden-level warrior. In light of this, the 100,000 endless points Li Feng spent on the silver-level comprehension no longer seemed excessive. Although he had depleted a significant portion of his accumulated endless points, the prospect of breaking through to Silver Knight status rendered it all worthwhile. First, after consuming a high-grade forbidden breaking pill, a wave of warmth surged through Li Feng's body, culminating in an exquisite sensation of comfort. He hurriedly concentrated to harness this vital energy, aiming to shatter the obstacle of the silver tier. Unfortunately, the potency of a single pill proved insufficient, merely loosening the rigid barrier of the silver tier ever so slightly. Not daring to delay, Li Feng swiftly ingested the remaining 2 high-grade forbidden breaking pills. The potent medicinal energy transformed into torrents of scorching vital energy coursing through his body, filling him with an exhilarating sense of imminent breakthrough. With a deep exhale of turbid air, a faint smile graced Li Feng's lips. He knew that in terms of raw power, he had already ascended to the status of a Silver Knight. However, he had yet to grasp the laws of combat, preventing him from fully unleashing the might of the silver tier, rendering him merely a quasi-silver. Li Feng then picked up the silver tier law comprehension for which he had expended a considerable fortune in the system and began to meditate upon it. This comprehension appeared as a soft, fluffy mass, seemingly devoid of strength, and felt light in his hands, yet such an innocuous item could undoubtedly incite a bloody storm at the grandest auction house in the kingdom of Kino. Placing it atop his head, Li Feng commenced the absorption process through a specific incantation. Initially, he was inundated with memories that were not his own, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of loneliness that surged within him, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, a profoundly uncomfortable sensation. This peculiar feeling persisted for nearly half an hour, until suddenly, Li Feng grasped a thread. Climbing along this slender strand, he encountered countless corpses, most of which were mangled, as if ravaged by wild beasts. The path was a mire, an endless river of blood having submerged the once solid ground beneath him. Li Feng was taken aback and bewildered, pondering who had perpetrated such slaughters and to what end, while an ineffable loneliness enveloped him, as if the world were his adversary, rendering him utterly helpless. Yet, he felt that at the end of this thread, he would uncover the answers to why these individuals had been slain and why he found himself in this place. Continuing to crawl forward along this solitary lead, the blood-soaked ground stained his armor crimson. And with each step, the number of corpses grew, their conditions more grievous. Undistracted, Li Feng pressed on, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. However, as he advanced, the weight upon him intensified, where he had once managed to persist in his crawl. Now even breathing felt constricted. He longed to pause, to lie among the fallen and find solace in their company, believing that with so many corpses around, the path to hell would not feel so lonely. Yet, a defiant spirit stirred within him. His grand ambitions remained unfulfilled, his imperial aspirations yet to be realized. Old Li Ka awaited his return home, and his brothers in the barracks anticipated his leadership on the battlefield. As did Feng Qian, the gentle woman he cherished. Li Feng could not succumb here. He had many unaccomplished dreams. With a primal roar, he struck the blood river beside him, and with the river's buoyancy, his once immobile body floated upward. Summoning all his strength, he flipped and stood, orienting himself toward the thread. He let out a fierce cry, charging forward with all his might. I am close. I am close. In a daze, he glimpsed a figure at the end of his journey, the infinite river of blood flowing forth from this person, the source of the carnage. As he drew nearer, he discerned that this disheveled individual bore a striking resemblance to himself, brandishing a spear in one hand and a bloody head in the other. Overcome with horror, Li Feng could only stammer, "This is my path. My path is one of slaughter." With that declaration, the blood river, the corpses, and the figure that mirrored him vanished entirely, as if the entire episode had been but a fleeting dream. Upon awakening, Li Feng smirked wickedly. The law I have comprehended is that of slaughter. It seems my journey shall be accompanied by blood. I have finally become a true silver knight, he mused to himself. Indeed, he had transcended the silver tier, securing his place among the nobility of Kino Kingdom. Even without grand ambitions of conquest, he would receive preferential treatment under any lord. Those beneath the silver tier could never fathom the true might of the silver level. With the nascent form of his law comprehended, the enhancement to his combat prowess was nearly exponential. With the law of slaughter at his disposal, once unleashed, his foes would be inundated with a relentless tide of violence, turning them into mere puppets for his will. This breakthrough had consumed nearly 3 hours, and upon emerging, Li Feng found that the war had nearly concluded. Soldiers from various regiments of the Kino Kingdom were busy clearing the battlefield and capturing prisoners. Soon, he located Li Jin and the others, who were in the process of disarming a contingent of 30 to 40 soldiers from the kingdom of the Burial Eagles. Given the weary demeanor of Li Jin and his comrades, it was evident they had dealt with such disarmament before. Upon seeing Li Feng, all members of the third squad gathered around him, inquiring about his whereabouts, as he had only mentioned having urgent matters to attend to before departing. I felt the silver tier's barrier loosening and went to break through. I apologize for worrying everyone. Li Feng succinctly explained the situation. What, Captain, you broke through to silver? Zhou Mo exclaimed in disbelief. Big brother, you're incredible. You achieved another breakthrough in such a short time. Li Jin and the others, accustomed to Li Feng's rapid cultivation pace, expressed with mild amazement. Overwhelmed by the looks of admiration and reverence from the third squad, Li Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable, as he was still a modest and humble young man. Zhou Mo, how did the third squad fare in this battle? Li Feng casually inquired. Although his squad had followed the ironclad legion's lead in the assault, absorbing much of the enemy's firepower, the battlefield was treacherous, and casualties were inevitable. Captain, our third squad was quite fortunate. The ironclad legion shielded us from most of the attacks. Thus, we only incurred about 30 casualties, primarily among the less experienced soldiers. Only one soldier of black iron rank suffered a serious injury, while the rest emerged unscathed. Zhou Mo succinctly reported the losses. However, despite our smaller numbers, our tally of enemy kills rivals that of the elite squads, exceeding 400 confirmed kills, along with nearly 300 prisoners. He eagerly relayed the squad's achievements. Such accomplishments surely rival those of the first squad, led by Zhang Yi, do they not? Li Feng mused to himself. Chapter 32. The Grant of Nobility, Part 1. With the recapture of Blood Moon City, the war against the Kingdom of the Burial Eagles had effectively drawn to a close. Following this, the Kingdom of Kino would adhere to its customary practice of mass demobilization, as the treasury could not sustain such a large army. Hence, the kingdom's strategy had always been to conceal troops among the populace, ensuring that sufficient forces could be assembled during wartime. However, the kingdom traditionally offered favorable treatment to these retired soldiers. Otherwise, when the next war loomed, who would heed the call to arms to appease this segment of retired warriors? The common practice involved bestowing titles and granting land. For lower-tier soldiers, tax exemptions and free land allocations were typically employed, while higher-ranking officers were often awarded titles and fiefs. Those who had been hastily conscripted, having narrowly escaped the battlefield, primarily yearned to return home with the land granted by the military to marry and lead a peaceful life. For Li Feng, the land he most coveted was the fief of Shishan Town. This was where his roots lay, and securing a title here would be the optimal choice. Moreover, Shishan Town was surrounded by mountains, with only a single road leading to the outside world, making it relatively easy to defend against invaders. Furthermore, Shishan Town boasted a substantial population, with over 30,000 residents, including 7,000 to 8,000 able-bodied young men. Although most were 1- or 2-star warriors, the large population base provided Li Feng ample opportunity to establish and develop his foundation. Utilizing Shishan Town as a springboard for his ambitions was undoubtedly a wise decision. Yet, this coveted stronghold was not without its challenges. It was already eyed by many noble families. The most formidable among them was the lord of the nearby city of Sunsetting City, Paka Nuksasai. Paka was a hereditary earl, with ancestral ties to the palace's imperial guards, thus maintaining a significant foothold in the royal city and proving to be a formidable adversary. Recently, however, King Lixian of Kino Kingdom expressed dissatisfaction with Paka's extensive conscription efforts in Sunsetting City. Ultimately, several ministers intervened on Paka's behalf, persuading Lixian to forego further inquiry into the matter. Nevertheless, Paka remained tainted in Lixian's eyes, rendering him the most substantial force yet the least obstructive one. Moreover, there are the Viscount Carter and Baron Lianin, who are adjacent to Shishan Town. The Viscount Carter is the only individual within the confines of Sunset City who possesses the qualifications to challenge Earl Paka in a contest of strength. Although each attempt has ended in dismal defeat, this does not diminish his formidable prowess in the slightest. As for Baron Lianin, he is a seasoned nobleman whose soldiers are significantly stronger than the former self-defense forces of Baron Nate. He himself boasts the strength of a 4-star silver knight, and he governs the sizable town of Vila, which is among the few large towns in the region. It is worth noting that although Shishan Town is prosperous, it is, at best, merely a medium-sized town. Thus, Baron Lianin's strength should not be underestimated. Furthermore, the retired silver-tier combatants are not solely represented by Li Feng, making his acquisition of this territory a formidable challenge. If he were to do nothing and merely await distribution, given Li Feng's family background and connections, he would likely end up with a sparsely populated, desolate village, which would make development exceedingly difficult. However, Li Feng is not acquainted with any prominent figures. His only interaction with the Duke's son, Saki, resulted in his achievements being usurped. This seems of little consequence, as seeking Saki's assistance in securing a favorable position as a lord due to the theft of his accomplishments would be nothing short of a fantastical notion. It would not be surprising if Saki, in an effort to conceal this secret, resorted to assassination against Li Feng. Given his stature, suppressing the death of a captain would be relatively easy. Moreover, Li Feng's character is one of resilience. If Saki dares to seize his achievements, he must be prepared for retribution. However, his current strength is insufficient, but a gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed. And when he becomes powerful, Saki will merely be a piece of meat on the chopping block, ready for slaughter at his hands. Ultimately, Li Feng decided to seek out Yu Xian, a mage with whom he had previously formed a good rapport at Qinglongge. Mages, unlike warriors and knights, are a rare breed, and their scarcity fosters unbreakable bonds among them, making mages one of the most cohesive groups. While Yu Xian may not possess the influence to fulfill Li Feng's wishes, he is certainly acquainted with many individuals who could assist him. Li Feng vaguely recalls Yu Xian mentioning that his mentor is a mage of the highest caliber, akin to a gold knight. And due to the unique nature of mages, A mage master holds a status far superior to that of a gold knight. In the kingdom of Kino, gold-tier combatants are regarded as the pinnacle of strength. Thus, should Yu Xian's mentor intervene, the matter would undoubtedly be straightforward. However, to impress Li Feng's mentor, ordinary offerings would be utterly insufficient. Only items commensurate with gold-tier prowess would suffice. In fact, Li Feng has already conceived of a means to captivate this formidable mage master. A magical scroll containing a 7th-level spell. A feat only a grand mage could achieve. For a mage master, possessing a 7th-level magical scroll would undoubtedly evoke immense joy, as the strength required to craft such a scroll is beyond the reach of all but the most extraordinary talents. Therefore, if Li Feng could present a 7th-level magical scroll, he would surely achieve his desires. Yet, the price of such a scroll drives Li Feng to despair, 1 million endless points, which represents nearly all the endless points he has accumulated during recent conflicts. Should he expend them all for this 7th-level magical scroll, it would be a painful sacrifice. But one must make sacrifices to attain their ambitions. What is the cost of a few endless points compared to my grand aspirations? Li Feng reassured himself. Though the anguish etched on his face betrayed the ease of his words, with a plan in place, Li Feng hastened to Yu Xian's residence, eschewing any preamble and directly stating his intentions. Upon hearing that Li Feng possessed a 7th-level magical scroll, Yu Xian spat out the tea he had just sipped, his expression one of incredulity. It is little wonder that Yu Xian was so astonished. The rarity of magical scrolls is unquestionable. And a 7th-level scroll of such power is a treasure beyond measure. Even his mentor, the vice president of the Magic Guild in the Kingdom of Kino, and a powerful mage master, may not possess one. The mere idea of Li Feng presenting a 7th-level magical scroll is nothing short of shocking. Li Feng could only fabricate a story, claiming to have found it on the body of a richly adorned enemy general during a siege. Upon hearing this explanation, Yu Xian remarked on Li Feng's fortuitous luck, speculating that he must have encountered a royal scion from the kingdom of the Eagle-less tomb, who perished before the scroll could be activated. Allowing Li Feng to reap the benefits. Li Feng smiled, choosing not to clarify, as even he could not explain the existence of the endless system. Captain Li Feng, if my mentor intervenes, this matter is bound to succeed. But are you certain you wish to bestow this precious 7th-level magical scroll upon him? Such a scroll is a powerful artifact capable of enabling one to overcome foes of higher ranks, and serves as a means of self-preservation. Yu Xian lamented on Li Feng's behalf. Yu Xian, esteemed mage, my mind is made up. As long as Master Meishi can assist me in achieving my goals, I will gladly present this 7th-level magical scroll. Additionally, please accept this small token of appreciation. As he spoke, Li Feng pressed a golden card into Yu Xian's hand. This is 100,000 gold coins, a humble gesture of my respect. I hope you will accept it. Since he was already offering such an invaluable treasure as a 7th-level magical scroll. The gold coins were of little consequence to Li Feng. Most of his gold coins were acquired through the sale of monster cores. Over time, his relentless efforts had made him quite a wealthy individual. Yu Xian, who had initially appeared dejected, eagerly grasped the golden card upon hearing the sum, as though fearing it might be snatched away. Realizing his loss of composure, he awkwardly stated, "Why should we bother with such formalities? Brother, can I not assist you?" He attempted to return the card to Li Feng, yet his tight grip on it betrayed his true feelings. Even close brothers must keep accounts clear. Yu Xian, if you do not accept it, I will be uneasy. Li Feng feigned sincerity in his response. If that is the case, then I shall accept it, Yu Xian replied, seemingly fearing Li Feng might retract his offer, as he promptly stuffed the golden card into his pocket. Captain Li Feng, rest assured, I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. I will write to my mentor shortly, asking him to speak with the officials in charge of this matter. You may return and await your reward. With such a substantial advantage bestowed upon him, Yu Xian felt compelled to make a promise, his confidence radiating as he addressed Li Feng. Haha, then I shall rely on you, esteemed Yu Xian. With Yu Xian's promise secured, Li Feng felt a sense of calm wash over him. Provided that no significant mishaps occurred, with the prowess and connections of Master Meishi, the mage, determining the lord of a small town, would likely face little opposition from those unwilling to risk the ire of a mage. Contemplating the imminent acquisition of his own territory, Li Feng felt a swell of excitement. This would be his first domain in this world, a foundation upon which he would build his ambitions. ensuring that those who had once belittled him would receive their due retribution. Memories of old Li Ka, the bearded village chief of Shirtu village, who always wore a smile, flooded his mind, as did thoughts of half-cooked roe deer meat and the hopeful gaze of old Li Ka before his departure. Li Feng's heart warmed. These family ties were his driving force in the pursuit of his aspirations. Chapter 33. Nobility, Part 2. The waiting period is always the most excruciating, and even with the swiftest of travels. It would take 7 to 8 days for the royal decree to arrive in Blood Moon City, even with the assistance of Master Mei Shi. Hence, Li Feng's ennoblement document would not reach him for at least 10 days. During this peaceful interval, Li Feng diligently worked to solidify his silver-tier strength, striving to master the rudiments of his laws. The training of the 3rd Brigade has now entered a stable routine. Requiring little oversight from Li Feng, periodic distribution of potions ensures the brigade's steady advancement. Life has taken on a leisurely pace, prompting Li Feng to reminisce about Feng Qian in Houston. He had missed the opportunity to savor her alluring sweetness due to an injury, and now, with some leisure time, he sought her out while shopping in Houston. After a few days apart, Feng Qian appeared even more enticing and mature. And gazing upon her voluptuous form and sensual lips, Li Feng found himself unable to contain his excitement, blood rushing to his face. Feng Qian chuckled at his reaction, and seeing her radiant smile, Li Feng lost all restraint, his hands wandering restlessly to eye in the light of day. Within Feng Qian's chamber, the sound of their unharmonious activities echoed throughout the afternoon. Qianer, in a few days, I shall depart Blood Moon City to assume my role as Lord of Shishan Town, Li Feng said, cradling his beloved with reluctance. Are you leaving, my lord? I am yours now. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Feng Qian replied, her face aglow with affection, embodying a sense of surrender. Li Feng was deeply touched. If a woman could express such devotion, to refuse would seem overly pretentious. Will your father permit you to accompany me to Shishan Town? Li Feng inquired, feeling somewhat uneasy about the prospect of taking her away after their clandestine encounter. Oh, my father has many responsibilities and will hardly notice my absence. At worst, I shall leave him a letter. If he truly cares for me, he will not hinder my choice. Rest assured, my lord, I am steadfastly yours. Feng Qian cast a playful glance back at Li Feng, her mischievous expression nearly causing him to lose his composure. He sighed. What a tormenting little sprite. After spending a few blissful days in Houston with Feng Qian, Li Feng set off back to Blood Moon City. Upon his return, he was met with the royal decree from the king, as he had anticipated. The proclamation from the king of the Kino Kingdom read, in recognition of Li Feng's bravery in battle and remarkable achievements, he is hereby bestowed the title of Baron, with the fief of West Mountain Town in Sunset City. Furthermore, due to the contributions of Li Jin, Li Zhong, Li Yi, Li Chong, Li Dan, Zhou Mo, and Gu Li on the battlefield, they are also granted the honorary title of Viscount as a token of appreciation. In addition to Li Feng's elevation to Baron, Li Jin and the others were similarly awarded the title of Viscount, confirming that the 7th level magic scroll had not been in vain, for Master Messi was indeed a man of action. My Lord Baron, acquiring this fief required great effort from Master Messi. Countless eyes have been on this land, and he truly holds you in high regard, even without acknowledging the finance minister, chattered the attendant delivering the decree. It was clear that Master Messi had invested considerable energy on Li Feng's behalf, and the attendant seemed to regard Li Feng as a protege of the esteemed magician. Li Feng, disinterested in explanations, simply handed the attendant a gold note worth 1,000 coins. Upon seeing the money, the attendant beamed with delight, extolling Li Feng as a dragon among men, destined for greatness. It was somewhat amusing to Li Feng to hear others' flattery. After bidding farewell to the attendant, Li Feng began preparing to return to West Mountain Town to assume his role as lord. He gathered the 3rd Battalion to announce the news. Gentlemen, I, Li Feng, will soon be taking up the position of lord in West Mountain Town. Those wishing to accompany me for a grand endeavor are warmly welcomed. However, each has their own aspirations. If any brother desires a peaceful life at home, I promise to provide severance pay. Captain, I shall follow you for life. Let those who wish to leave do so. But I, Sun Dazhuang, will not go. Sun Dazhuang, a comrade since Li Feng first joined the military, was the first to stand in support. Captain, I won't leave either. Captain, I have an elderly mother at home. Eventually, a dozen or so soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, who had elderly family members to care for and sought a tranquil life, accepted the 100 gold coins severance pay and departed. This left 157 soldiers, among whom were 17 with strength above black iron, including Feng Yi and others. The remaining soldiers were mostly 4- and 5-star trainees, on the verge of breaking through to become true combatants. Gazing at the remaining 157 soldiers, Li Feng felt a surge of emotion. These were his most loyal soldiers, willing to entrust their lives to him, the foundation upon which he would build his future conquests. Though their current strength may not be formidable, with the endless system at his disposal, he believed they would soon become the nightmares of the so-called elite army of the Kino Kingdom. The aces of his command and his sharpest sword. Before heading to West Mountain Town, Li Feng had much to procure, as he aimed to expend his gold coins entirely. Returning to West Mountain Town would undoubtedly invite united opposition from the surrounding lords and nobles, particularly in terms of economic blockade. Thus, acquiring a substantial supply from the Fukang family in Houston became imperative. Li Feng's primary desire was the weaponry crafted by the Fukang family, even if he could not obtain the finest gear of the Ironclad Legion. Ordinary armor would suffice. The daughter of Houston's wealthiest man, Fang Qian, had the means to purchase some of the Fukang family's specialty weaponry, given that her father, Fang Zhong, was deeply involved in this trade. Without the substantial profits from weapon sales, it would be challenging to maintain the title of Houston's richest. To Li Feng's delight, Fang Qian managed to procure 5,000 daggers, 5,000 spears, 3,000 complete sets of armor, 1,500 bows, and most excitingly, 300 standard sets of weaponry for the Ironclad Legion. With the 200,000 gold coins he had given her in O Wonder, Li Feng was overjoyed, having witnessed the defensive prowess of the Ironclad. He had long wished to equip his troops with such armor, yet had lacked the means. He was astonished that Fang Qian could acquire such remarkable arms, albeit outdated. Nonetheless, he cherished them as treasures. Chapter 34. The Death of Ross. Once everything was prepared, Li Feng, accompanied by the 157 original soldiers of the 3rd Battalion and Fang Qian, set off on the journey back to Stone Village. Although the distance was not great, the abundance of supplies significantly slowed their pace, and it was not until the 3rd day at noon that Li Feng finally glimpsed West Mountain Town. Without pause, he headed straight for Stone Village. Despite only a few months passing, he couldn't help but reflect on how much had changed. Of the 30 men from Stone Village who had enlisted, returning with even 10 would be considered fortunate. The battlefield was indeed a slaughterhouse for the inexperienced. The villagers of Stone Village seemed unaware of Li Feng's return, with smoke rising from every household, likely preparing meals. Seeing the familiar scenery and figures, Li Feng felt tears welling up. "Husband, are you feeling nostalgic upon nearing home?" Fang Qian, noticing his trance, inquired with concern. "Ah, it's nothing. Let us go inside," Li Feng replied, taking Fang Qian and Li Jin into the village. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of a large group, the villagers appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Uncle Erju, Uncle Li Si, it's me, Li Feng. Don't you remember me?" Li Feng removed his helmet, revealing his true visage, and the villagers, upon recognizing him, erupted in joy, exclaiming that the child of the Li family had made something of himself. Surely, this display was not without reason. As Li Feng beheld these familiar and simple villagers, he vowed deep within to protect them. It was his duty. Suddenly, a middle-aged man limped into view. Upon recognizing him, the tears Li Feng had struggled to suppress burst forth. "Father, I have returned." This was old Li Ka, the person he cherished most in this world. Having lived together for many years, the sudden months apart had been a profound experience that only those who felt it could truly understand. "It's good to be back." "Ha, this is my son. Come, I'll prepare some venison for you." Perhaps overwhelmed with emotion, old Li Ka suddenly broke into a fit of violent coughing. Initially, Li Feng paid it little mind, merely patting his father's back. But when a mouthful of crimson blood spewed forth, Li Feng's instincts told him something was amiss. "Father, what's wrong? How can you be coughing up blood?" "It's those rascals from Zhua Creek Village. Relying on the backing of the Lord Baron, they've been cutting off our water supply." When the village chief went to confront them, unexpectedly. "Enough, Erju. Don't speak of such misfortunes. Look, Fenger has just returned. Let us not dwell on these unfortunate matters. Quickly, prepare a few dishes. We'll host a feast at your little restaurant to welcome my son back." Old Li Ka interjected, brushing away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Li Feng's heart ached. If he did not avenge this grievance, he would betray his own conscience. Uncle Heir Zhu, what exactly happened? Tell me about this Zhua Creek village and its connection to Baron Not. Sigh. Feng don't trouble your Uncle Heir Zhu with this. We cannot afford to provoke the people of Zhua Creek village. The village chief, Hu Keitu, is the Baroness' brother-in-law, and he has attained a strength of 2 stars in bronze, far beyond what our stone village can contend with. Let us simply go eat, old Li Kao advised earnestly. I care not who he is. If he dares to bully my father, I, Li Feng, will not rest until he is slain. Father, you stay home and wait. I shall return shortly. Upon learning that the village chief of Zhua Creek village was the Baron's brother-in-law, Li Feng surmised it must be Ross, the spoiled son who had previously targeted him. How audacious of Ross to instigate his father to bully Li Feng, not to mention that Baron Not was already deceased, even if he were alive. Li Feng would not hesitate to sever the heads of this father-son duo. Zhua Creek village bordered Stone Village, and it took Li Feng merely a brief 10-minute walk to arrive. This time, he had no intention of resorting to stealthy assassination. He boldly marched into Zhua Creek village, instructing his men not to disturb the villagers, as these would soon be his subjects. Witnessing Li Feng lead over 100 men into the village, the villagers of Zhua Creek were taken aback. They observed the soldiers clad in the Kino Kingdom's standard military attire, and while they did not appear to be bandits, the sudden intrusion raised questions about their intent. Bring forth your village chief, Li Feng commanded succinctly. The clever villagers hastily scurried to fetch Hu Keitu. No wonder Baron Not was willing to marry off his sister to such a man. Hu Keitu appeared robust, possessing a face that, while not handsome, exuded a masculine resilience. Li Feng was perplexed as to why such a man would resort to grievous harm against his own father to satisfy personal vendettas. Surely you must be the son of the village chief of Li Ka. Observing your commanding presence today, I, Hu Keitu, concede to you. However, I beseech you to spare the innocent villagers of Zhuxi village. They are blameless. Li Feng's curiosity deepened. How could one willing to sacrifice themselves for the villagers harm their own father without cause? Hu Keitu is a good man. Do not kill him. The injuries inflicted upon the village chief of Li Ka were all orchestrated by the deputy chief Luo Si. Had he not intervened, the chief of Li Ka might have already perished. A villager from Zhu, she cried out vehemently. Defending Hu Keitu at that moment, old Li Ka, accompanied by the villagers of Shitu, arrived, and his disbelief was palpable. He had witnessed the might of Hu Keitu, a 2-star bronze warrior, the foremost expert among the 7 nearby villages. He never expected to see such subservience before his own son. Feng Hu Keitu saved my life. Do not harm him. Hearing the elder Li Ka's personal testimony, Li Feng finally grasped the situation's intricacies. It appeared that after the death of Baron Not, Luo Si had returned to Zhuxi village, concealing the news of the Baron's demise, and continued to wield the Baron's name to terrorize the very hometown of Li Feng that had once brought him disgrace. Shitu village, Li Feng's anger flared. Indeed, Luo Si was a notorious wastrel for committing such acts that it seemed that today, sparing lives was not an option. Brother, I have captured Luo Si. This scoundrel truly knows how to hide. He was concealed within a coffin. Had I not been meticulous in my search, I would never have uncovered him, Li Dan proudly informed Li Feng. Luo Si, what a surprise to see you again. Let us see how far you can flee now that Baron Not is no longer backing you. Captain Li Feng, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please spare my life. I have broken through to Black Iron. I am willing to serve you. Just grant me my life. Luo Si pleaded, his cowardice evident in the face of death. Had you not harmed my kin, I might have considered sparing your life. However, you have wronged those who should not have been touched. A fountain of blood erupted, as Li Feng casually wiped the blood-stained hand with a handkerchief. His voice cold. Chapter 35. The barracks of Shishan town. After slaying Luo Si, a middle-aged woman, seemingly mad, rushed forth, chanting, "Return my son's life. When my brother returns, I shall have each of you killed. My son. Hu Keitu, you worthless fool. Our son was murdered before your eyes. You must avenge him." Observing the deranged woman, Li Feng surmised she was Luo Si's mother, the sister of Baron Not. After killing Luo Si, Li Feng had no desire to continue the bloodshed and instructed several men to escort her away. Hu Keitu, Baron Not has perished on the battlefield. I am the newly appointed lord of Shishan town. In light of your contributions to Zhuxi village over the years, let us consider today's events bygones. You may continue in your role as village chief of Zhuxi, but I implore you to not act against your own interests. Truth be told, Li Feng held a certain admiration for Hu Ketuo. Thus he refrained from executing him and allowed him to manage Zhuxi village on his behalf. Since you are now the lord of Xishan town, I, Hu Ketuo, shall comply. The death of Luo Si is a consequence of my indulgence. I humbly request to personally bury him. Brother, you've slain the man's son. How can he not harbor hatred towards you? How can you still allow him to be the village chief of Zhuxi? Is this not inviting future trouble? Li Jin anxiously interjected. Second brother, distrust those who are untrustworthy. Trust those who are trustworthy. Hu Ketuo is not a selfish man. You need not worry. Moreover, while it appears that Xishan town is currently tranquil, it is, in fact, surrounded by wolves. If we were to eliminate our own subordinates now, it would only bring pain to allies and joy to enemies. Li Feng paused, then continued. We are newly appointed and our foundation is weak. We lack troops and generals. Do you believe our neighbors will allow us to remain undisturbed? The crux of the matter lay in Li Feng's insufficient strength and lack of a formidable background. Nevertheless, this time, Li Feng was following the path of the mage Messi, and it seemed the nobles held some trepidation, at least not daring to openly attack the territory of Xishan. Yet, it was inevitable that one day the connection between Li Feng and the mage Messi would be exposed. Their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. And as for anything else, Li Feng could only wish, though he suspected Messi would be disinterested. Thus, during this rare period of relative peace, Li Feng intended to diligently enhance his own strength and that of his troops. Otherwise, when war erupted, he would face the wrath of powerful lords accumulated over decades or even centuries, which would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot given his current capabilities. Though old Li Ka and the villagers of Shirtu were astonished at Li Feng's elevation to the new lord of Xishan town and his conferment of a barony, this development brought only benefits to Shirtu village. With a baron as their protector, Shirtu village had truly stepped into the limelight. Most delighted of all was old Li Ka. Upon hearing of Li Feng's new title and rank, he nearly leaped for joy, feeling as though Li Feng had brought glory to the Li family and a smile so wide that his eyes nearly disappeared. Seeing his father's happiness brought Li Feng great comfort. After spending a night in Shirtu village, Li Feng made his way to Xishan town, first visiting the military barracks. Although Baron Not had taken a substantial troop from Xishan town, a detachment of regular militia remained stationed there, primarily to maintain order. Despite their low strength, mostly consisting of warriors who had yet to break through, for Li Feng, even one soldier was worth recruiting. The current state of Xishan town was far too fragile. Only by uniting and organizing all forces could a powerful Xishan territory be established, deterring lurking enemies from revealing their claws. This was Li Feng's second visit to the military barracks of Xishan town. The first time he came, he was a fledgling recruit. Unexpectedly, upon his return, he now stood as the master of these barracks. The familiar wooden gate still stood. The stone lions at the entrance retained their fierce demeanor. Everything looked as it had, albeit with an added sense of desolation and neglect. Crossing through the gates of the barracks, he noticed a young clerk in a green robe busily flipping through a ledger, utterly engrossed and seemingly oblivious to Li Feng's arrival, clearing his throat lightly. The clerk, startled, looked up, and upon seeing a young man clad in armor before him, hastily ceased his actions, standing to inquire, "Who might you be? What brings you to the military barracks of Xishan town?" The clerk spoke with neither subservience nor arrogance. His mustache twitching amusingly, Li Feng recognized him as the very clerk who had registered him when he joined the army. He never expected to reunite after several months, though the clerk had initially spoken curtly. He had been dutiful, not siding with that wastrel Luo Si against him, and had even helped him by placing him under the command of the well-regarded Captain Shiqian. "My lord does not recall me. It was you who recorded my enlistment here, enabling me to become a soldier," Li Feng teased with a smirk. "Oh, it's you? I did not notice at first. Among so many recruits, you left the deepest impression on me. Daring to oppose the Baron's nephew right after you enlisted," the clerk replied, filled with sentiment. "By the way, were you not with Baron Not on the battlefield? How come you are here? Has the war concluded?" And the Baron returned. The clerk inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, the war has ended, but Baron Not shall never return to I am the new Baron," Li Feng declared. "Ha ha, brother, do not jest. With your appearance, you must have merely secured the position of a small team leader. Do not speak such words carelessly. Should they fall into the ears of the wrong people, you will regret it, the clerk warned kindly. Seeing the clerk's disbelief, Li Feng did not argue, but instead released the aura of a silver knight. Producing the appointment letter issued by the Kingdom of Chino and placing it before the clerk. Silver knight. Is this truly real? Then what of Baron Knot? The clerk, still reeling from the shock, anxiously questioned. Baron Knot has sacrificed himself for the nation. I am now the new lord of Shishan Town. I have come to take command of a detachment of militia here. Why were there no soldiers on duty outside just now? Has the military discipline of Shishan Town deteriorated to such an extent? Li Feng confronted the clerk. My lord, it is not as such. There is a reason behind it, the clerk stammered. Oh, what reason? Speak freely. I am not unreasonable. If there is a genuine reason, I will not hold it against you. Li Feng smiled at the clerk, although to the clerk, that smile felt more like the grin of a devil. Striking fear. It is this. There have been frequent reports of beasts attacking people in the western part of Shishan Town during the night, and the militia went to hunt the beasts, the clerk hurriedly explained. Chapter 36. The Wounded King Beast. Upon hearing the clerk mention the rampaging beasts, Li Feng was taken aback. Generally, beasts would remain in their designated forests unless a beast tide occurred. They would not intrude upon human settlements. The recent incident involving the man-eating demon beast appears to be rather peculiar. Regardless, as a lord, one must investigate any disturbances in their territory. Li Feng exchanged pleasantries with the young official in green attire before making his way directly to the western part of the town. Although the military camp was situated in the east and the incident occurred in the west, the size of Shishan Town was modest enough that it took Li Feng approximately half an hour to reach his destination on foot. Upon arriving in the west, he found the atmosphere significantly quieter than in the east. He observed numerous militiamen clad in sky-blue uniforms patrolling the area, seemingly yet to discover the man-eating beast. Li Feng sought out the captain of this militia squad, revealing his identity. Initially, the captain wore an expression of skepticism similar to that of the young official, but when Li Feng emanated the formidable aura of a silver knight, the captain's doubts evaporated instantly, and he respectfully addressed him as "My Lord Baron." The captain, Grika, was taken aback by Li Feng's youth and status as a silver knight and baron, leading him to conclude that Li Feng must hail from a prestigious family in the royal capital, possessing an extraordinary background that allowed him to attain such nobility at a tender age and become the lord of Shishan Town. Regardless, upon witnessing Li Feng's silver-tier prowess, Captain Grika became utterly compliant. Yielding to his commands, "Gather the militia squad. I have something to discuss," Li Feng ordered Grika as the militia assembled. Li Feng found himself at a loss for words. While the presence of youthful individuals around 15 or 16 years old was acceptable, the sight of elderly men, their beards white and their steps unsteady, made him question their effectiveness in confronting a demon beast. With a malicious thought, Li Feng mused that this ragtag group could only serve as fodder for the beasts. Estimating the composition of the 150-strong militia, he deemed fewer than 100 to be fit for action. Approximately 80 able-bodied men were set aside by Li Feng, while the remainder was instructed to return to the military camp and await further orders. After a brief assessment of the situation, Li Feng ruled out the possibility of a prelude to a beast tide, as there should have been numerous lower-tier demon beasts roaming the town's surroundings before such an event. The militia had scoured the area for some time without detecting any traces of such creatures. Thus, he pondered whether the reports of the man-eating demon beast were mere fabrications or if someone was attempting to incite chaos, aiming to undermine his authority as lord. However, having seen the corpses of deceased townsfolk with unmistakable signs of demonic attacks, Li Feng dismissed the notion of human deception as implausible, curious about the true nature of the events. He learned that demon beasts typically emerged at night. Consequently, he chose to remain in the western part of the town until darkness fell, instructing the militia to conceal themselves within the homes of the townspeople and await his signal to avoid alarming the ferocious creature. The waiting proved to be a tedious affair, prompting Li Feng to channel his inner fighting spirit and engage in training. Since his ascension to the rank of Silver Knight, the family heirloom martial arts manual, the bison strength, had become obsolete. Failing to replace it would significantly hinder his progression. Originally meant as a transitional technique for refining one's foundation, it was time for Li Feng to seek a more advanced martial art now that his foundation was solidly established. However, Having exhausted his savings on a level 7 magical scroll, the prospect of acquiring a superior cultivation technique seemed futile due to the lack of endless points. Shaking his head, Li Feng resolved to suppress these thoughts and focus on waiting for the enigmatic demon beast to appear. As the clock struck midnight, a sudden bark shattered the stillness. Piquing Li Feng's curiosity, he recalled that due to a previous rabies outbreak in Shishan town, Baron Not had ordered the extermination of all dogs, prohibiting residents from keeping them under the threat of severe punishment. Since then, the town had been devoid of canine barks, making this unexpected sound all the more intriguing. Could it be a canine demon beast? This seemed the most plausible explanation as Li Feng remained quietly concealed in the shadows, awaiting the appearance of the mysterious creature. Suddenly, two beams of light flashed before him, startling Li Feng as a creature the size of a water buffalo lunged at him. With no time to evade, he drew his longsword to block the attack, but the weight of the creature bore down on him, nearly toppling him to the ground. As the sword was pinned, Li Feng abandoned it, opting instead to strike with his fists, only to find the creature's hide remarkably tough, causing him considerable pain. In that moment, he finally discerned the identity of the uninvited guest, a massive wolfhound. Its sleek black coat shimmered in the darkness, and its glowing eyes shone brightly in the night, adding to its imposing presence. This is a level 6 demon beast, Li Feng thought to himself. Meanwhile, the militiamen, having heard the sounds of combat, contemplated rushing to his aid. However, upon realizing that this formidable wolfhound possessed power rivaling that of a golden knight, Li Feng urgently instructed them to keep their distance. Their intervention would only lead to their demise. Yet, if this truly was a level 6 beast, Li Feng mused, its initial strike should have been capable of tearing him to shreds. He found it peculiar that while the creature exuded the aura of a level 6 demon beast, its strength seemed to align more with that of a late-stage level 5 creature. Was it merely the presence of a level 6 beast without the accompanying power? As Li Feng pondered this perplexity, he heard a dripping sound and turned to witness the beast's belly continuously oozing blood. It appears to be an injured royal beast, he realized. Upon reaching level 6, demon beasts develop a certain level of intelligence. Hence the term royal beast. Li Feng felt a wave of relief. Should it truly be a level 6 beast, there would be no need for confrontation. Flight would be the better option. However, this creature appeared gravely wounded. Its fighting capacity severely diminished, presenting the perfect opportunity for him to strike. If he let it recover, the entire Shishan town could face annihilation. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng retrieved his longsword and launched an assault on the royal beast. Utilizing his agile movements, he deftly evaded the beast's attacks, occasionally targeting its wounds to hasten the blood loss. A prolonged battle would be detrimental to the injured creature, and the continuous flow of blood would deplete its vitality. Enraged by its wounds, the royal beast unleashed a desperate howl, prompting Li Feng to leap aside. Seizing the opportunity, the beast turned and fled, leaving Li Feng momentarily stunned. Was this truly the proud royal beast? Now fleeing from a mere silver knight, the notion was difficult to fathom. Seeing the royal beast retreat, Li Feng felt a pang of frustration but knew he had to pursue it. The rewards presented by a level 6 beast were too significant to ignore. Beyond the substantial gain of endless points, the creature's very being was a treasure trove. The most valuable prize would undoubtedly be the level 6 crystal core, but the beast's fur and flesh were also of great worth, with the former usable for crafting protective armor and the latter serving to enhance one's physique. Having encountered an injured royal beast, Li Feng's character would not allow him to let it slip away. Though the royal beast was hindered by its injuries, it remained a royal beast nonetheless. Even severely wounded, Li Feng found it a challenge to maintain his distance from it as it sprinted away. The darkness enveloping the path made navigation difficult, but the beast's luminous eyes served as a guide. Li Feng remained undeterred, following closely behind. After all, it was the beast that was injured, and he was confident that he would outlast it. Suddenly, the royal beast halted in a shadowy part of the forest. After a brief pause, Li Feng thought he heard a faint barking sound, distinct from the booming barks of the wolfhound, delicate and soft, even somewhat endearing to it. That moment, the injured royal beast seemed to go mad. Dashing away at nearly double its previous speed, with a swift sound, the massive wolfhound disappeared from sight. Li Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After chasing for so long, he was left empty-handed. However, he couldn't help but wonder why the royal beast, clearly at its limits, would push itself to flee at such a pace if its intent was to escape him. It had ample opportunity along the way to find more favorable terrain. Just as he pondered this, he heard the delicate bark again, accompanied by the royal beast's roar. Following the sounds, he discovered the wolfhound engaged in a fierce battle with a violet-red leopard, while behind it, a still-blind puppy let out soft whimpers. Li Feng stood frozen in shock at the scene before him. What was happening? The wolfhound's desperate flight was not due to fear of him. It seemed determined to return and protect this small creature. As for the royal beast's prior injuries, it was likely that it had been attacked by enemies shortly after giving birth to the puppy, suffering grievously in its efforts to defend its newborn. This explained why the royal beast had fled from Li Feng. Despite its injuries, it was unwilling to abandon its pup, driven to return and safeguard it at all costs. As Li Feng was sorting through his thoughts, the injured king beast and the crimson flower leopard were engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with fervor, creating quite a commotion. Judging by the leopard's demeanor, it appeared to be a late-stage 5th-grade demon beast, still far from being a true king beast. Unfortunately, the big dog head had just given birth and was severely wounded, which allowed this flower leopard to take advantage of the situation, despite its injuries. The king beast was gradually losing ground to the flower leopard. Li Feng assessed that if this continued for another half hour, the king beast's heavy injuries would become unbearable, and it would ultimately fall victim to the leopard's sharp claws. This would lead to a tragic end, yet Li Feng found himself powerless to intervene. With his current strength as a 1-star silver knight, he could not halt this confrontation. He couldn't help but wonder about the fate of the young pup after the death of its mother. Gazing at the still-closed eyes of the little pup, which emitted adorable whimpering sounds, Li Feng felt an inexplicable sadness. Just as Li Feng was lost in his thoughts, the battlefield underwent a sudden transformation. The severely wounded king beast unexpectedly revealed a flaw to the flower leopard, which took the opportunity to bite off a large chunk of flesh. However, Li Feng perceived a hint of cunning in the king beast's eyes, as it suddenly exerted its strength, pinning the flower leopard beneath it. An overwhelming aura descended, causing Li Feng to struggle for breath. In an instant, a ghostly flame appeared at the heart of the battle, and within 3 or 4 breaths, both powerful demon beasts were reduced to ashes. The flower leopard's dying roar sent chills down Li Feng's spine. This, Li Feng was taken aback by the scene before him. He had long heard that every high-level demon beast harbored a ball of beast fire within its core, with its potency varying according to the beast's strength. Typically, only those above level 7 had the right and ability to unleash their beast fire against adversaries. To his astonishment, this big dog head, merely a 6th-grade demon beast, could release beast fire. Although it could only unleash this forbidden power at the cost of its life, the fact that a 6th-grade demon beast could wield such power was already enough to earn Li Feng's admiration. Looking at the smoldering battlefield, Li Feng felt a sense of frustration. After tirelessly pursuing for an entire night, he had gained nothing in the end. Suddenly, the little pup, still with its eyes closed, caught Li Feng's attention. With its mother gone, surviving in the perilous demon beast forest seemed nearly impossible for the pup. It appeared that the best course of action would be to bring it back to Shishan Town and raise it himself. However, as a descendant of a king beast, the pup's potential was undoubtedly significant. He could treat it as a high-grade beast companion. Picking up the still whimpering pup, Li Feng stroked its soft fur, feeling an inexplicable fondness toward it. The pup, sensing it was being lifted, burrowed into Li Feng's embrace, its adorably naive sounds and expressions posing an irresistible allure to any female creature in this remote wilderness. Li Feng dared not linger, swiftly returning to the Lord's Manor in Shishan Town with the little pup. Inside the manor, Feng Qian and Li Jin had been anxiously awaiting Li Feng's return. "What brings you all here? It's still early. Why aren't you back to sleep?" Upon seeing Li Feng return safely, Feng Qian breathed a sigh of relief. She had heard from Grika, the militia captain, that Li Feng had pursued a demon beast the size of a water buffalo into the forest, causing her great worry throughout the night. To her astonishment, this troublesome fellow seemed completely unconcerned. In a fit of anger, Feng Qian pinched the soft flesh at Li Feng's waist, making him wince in pain. Ironically, it was the adorable little pup that saved Li Feng's life at this critical moment. Feng Qian's actions stirred the sleeping pup in Li Feng's arms, causing it to emit soft whimpering sounds, which melted Feng Qian's heart, making her forget about punishing Li Feng as she whisked the pup away. "This little creature is quite remarkable. It's a real charm for attracting women." An evil chuckle resonated through the Lord's Manor of Shishan Town. Chapter 38. Beating the profligate leisurely moments are always fleeting. The following day, Li Feng immersed himself in the bustling development of his territory, for a territory to thrive and attract more residents. It must first provide a sense of security if the lives of the residents cannot be guaranteed. No matter how affluent the territory may be, people will not settle there. Currently, the primary military force of Xishan territory consisted of 157 soldiers from the former 3rd Squad and about 80 capable militiamen. Relying solely on this roughly 200-man force to defend against the encroaching wolves surrounding Xishan territory was nothing short of a joke. Li Feng's goal was to recruit a large number of soldiers in Xishan territory, arming them with weapons purchased from Houston, rapidly enhancing the overall strength of Xishan territory, and ensuring its survival amidst the powerful factions while seeking expansion. Thus, the grand recruitment campaign in Xishan territory commenced. This time, Li Feng aimed to recruit 600 new soldiers, expanding Xishan territory's total military force to the standard of a battalion. It wasn't that Li Feng wished to recruit more. Rather, the total population of Xishan territory significantly limited the size of the army. With only 7,000 to 8,000 able-bodied laborers, nearly 500 had already been conscripted by Baron Nate, leaving few who could return to Xishan town. Furthermore, the original 2 elite squads from Xishan territory had been absorbed into the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Division, a process that stripped Xishan of its strongest soldiers. Because of this retention, the quality of the recruits now available in Xishan town was dismal, far inferior to the strength of Li Feng's former squad in Shiqian. Faced with such circumstances, Li Feng felt helpless. He could only rely on the accumulation of time and the enhancement provided by medicinal pills, hoping to cultivate a batch of elite soldiers eventually. While the recruitment efforts were fervently underway, Li Feng had retreated to the sidelines to focus on his training. Although victory in battle depended on the overall strength of the army, one could not deny the importance of individual combat prowess. The monotonous training was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected event. "Miss Feng, Qian has been intercepted." This was Zhou Mo's exact words, and upon hearing this, Li Feng could no longer sit idle. He recalled the small woman who had willingly abandoned a life of luxury in Houston to follow him to Xishan town. The thought of her being bullied stirred a deep sense of indignation within him. Without hesitation, Li Feng immediately assembled his 157 elite soldiers and rushed toward the scene of the incident. As for the militia, it was more prudent to have them maintain order in Xishan town. If they were to engage in battle, they might falter before even confronting the enemy, and such a force would only be a burden to Li Feng. In critical moments, he relied on these elite soldiers he had personally trained, who at least dared to charge into battle when the time came. With a single command from Li Feng, they would act without hesitation. On the way, Li Feng learned the full context of the situation. It turned out that the only beloved son of Baron Lianin, Lucet, had grown bored while staying in Vera town and, upon visiting Xishan town, had unwittingly laid eyes on Feng Qian, whom he regarded as a celestial being. Without hesitation, he began to pursue her. Among Lucet's entourage of over 10 guards, 2 were bronze warriors. Making it impossible for Zhou Mo to hold his ground, he hurried back to seek Li Feng's assistance. "Anyone who dares to bully a woman of mine shall pay dearly," Li Feng silently vowed. For Li Feng, aside from old Li Ka, the person he cared for most was Feng Qian, along with his sworn brothers, Li Jin and others. The thought of his woman being harassed by a profligate left him seething with anger. Fortunately, Xishan town was not large. It took him less than 10 minutes to arrive at the scene from the Lord's manor. From a distance, he saw Feng Qian's furious expression, yet a profligate blocked her path, preventing her from leaving. This sense of helplessness was driving Feng Qian to the brink of madness. Thankfully, Lucet, despite his arrogance, still adhered to some semblance of noble decorum and refrained from directly laying hands on her. Otherwise, Li Feng would have been left utterly distraught. With a burst of speed, Li Feng appeared beside Feng Qian, shielding her behind him. Lucet, who had intended to claim the beauty for himself, could not contain his rage at the sudden appearance of an uninvited guest. He shouted at Li Feng, "Who are you to ruin my fun? Watch your life, dog." His brazen demeanor only fueled Li Feng's fury. "If you kneel and beg for mercy, and obediently hand over the beauty, perhaps I might spare you," Lucet threatened, his voice dripping with arrogance. Li Feng found himself amused by the fool's bravado. "I am Li Feng, the lord of Xishan territory. How dare you openly attempt to seize my woman in my domain? You must be tired of living." Li Feng's voice was cold and commanding. Upon hearing Li Feng declare himself as the lord of Xishan town, the profligate's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. feigning indifference. "Oh, so you are Lord Li Feng. My apologies. My father, Baron Lianin, has mentioned inviting you to visit Vera Town in a few days." He spoke without a hint of embarrassment, as if he had not just harassed Feng Qian. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out to be the son of Baron Lianin. I have always respected Baron Lianin, but it seems you were just trying to forcibly take my woman. How do you intend to settle this?" Li Feng's voice dripped with icy mockery. Upon hearing Li Feng's remarks, Licit's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, he plastered a forced smile on his face and said, "Brother, I truly had no idea that this young lady is your esteemed wife." Lord Li Feng. Licit, must apologize for my impudence. Let us take our leave. No sooner had he spoken than Licit gestured to several of his attendants, preparing to depart. "You think you can bully my woman and simply walk away? Surround him," Li Feng commanded coldly, his usual steadfast demeanor returning. "What do you mean by this, Baron Li Feng? Are you not afraid that my father, Baron Lianin, will lead troops to obliterate your western mountain territory? Do not assume I am unaware. You are merely fortunate to have been assigned this fief, and I suggest you release me promptly if you wish to avoid trouble. My father. Surely I can plead for mercy on your behalf. Otherwise, humph," Licit retorted, his previous joviality replaced by a veiled threat upon realizing that Li Feng had encircled him with soldiers. "Beat him and bind him. Send one back to deliver the message that Baron Lian and must come personally to negotiate for his son," Li Feng commanded softly, while stroking Feng Qian's silky hair. "Li Feng, what are you planning? Baron Lianin is my father. Do you not fear that he will destroy your western mountain territory?" Licit protested, still defiant despite his battered state. "Continue to strike him, then confine him in a cell," Li Feng ordered, simultaneously comforting Feng Qian. "Qianer, this is all my fault for allowing you to be wronged. Husband, I am fine, but do you truly not fear the repercussions from Baron Lianin for treating him this way? Though I am not well versed in politics, I have heard that Baron Lianin is a seasoned noble, and his soldiers are far stronger than those of the Western Mountain Territory." Feng Qian expressed her concern for Li Feng's predicament. "Huh, I will manage this matter, Qianer, so do not fret," Li Feng reassured her. Chapter 39. The wealthy Baron Lian and Li Feng's decision to detain Licit was not a mere impulse, but a well-considered resolution. The Western Mountain Territory faced dire challenges, and should Li Feng choose to develop it quietly, relying solely on the infinite resources of his system, there was indeed a possibility that one day Western Mountain Town could become formidable, with surrounding territories submitting to his authority. However, this remained merely a possibility. Those cunning old foxes would not allow the Western Mountain Territory to flourish unimpeded. Licit's sudden arrival to cause trouble bore the hallmarks of Baron Lianin's machinations. Should Li Feng show even a hint of weakness, he risked facing total suppression from Baron Lianin. Or worse, a coalition of several lords. It was a cruel reality that the Western Mountain Territory was the weakest, with only Li Feng as Silver Knight standing guard, and not a single bronze warrior in sight. It was no wonder that these wolves had their sights set on the Western Mountain Territory. Weakness was indeed a sin, Li Feng lamented. Thus, his forceful detention of Licit might cause Baron Lian to hesitate. For if Li Feng lacked a formidable backing, he would not dare act so brazenly. Given that Li Feng's acquisition of this territory was a result of the words of the esteemed Mage Meishi, Baron Lian would undoubtedly tread carefully, as offending the mage could have irrevocable consequences for him. Such devious schemes might deceive in the short term, but they would ultimately be unveiled. Hence, the most reliable assets remained one's own strength and influence. Were he a golden knight, Baron Lian would think twice before acting so aggressively, lest he find himself on his knees begging for mercy. Alternatively, if the Western Mountain Territory boasted a powerful army composed of seasoned soldiers, Baron Lian would likely suppress his greedy ambitions and focus on managing his own Vila town. Ultimately, however, Li Feng had taken control of the Western Mountain Territory too recently. Its foundations were weak, and these predatory entities, unable to resist temptation, sought to seize a share of the spoils, eager to act first. Yet, it remained unclear whether Li Feng had Mage Meishi's backing, so these avaricious wolves temporarily sheathed their claws, waiting for clarity, while the Western Mountain Territory awaited division and subjugation by powerful rivals. This was the first stronghold Li Feng had established in this world, and he was unwilling to see it crumble. Surrender was not in his nature, and failure was certainly not his identity. As Li Feng had expected, upon learning of his son's detention, Baron Lien and did not erupt in fury and assault the Western Mountain Territory. Rather, he prepared lavish gifts to offer an apology to Li Feng. Lord Li Feng, my son has acted with great folly. I implore you to show mercy and forgive him. Baron Lienen, graying and somewhat unsteady on his feet, pleaded, though his keen eyes indicated that anyone who underestimated this old man would face dire consequences. Haha, Baron Lienen, your son has overstepped his bounds. He dared to lay a hand on my wife. The only reason he lives is due to your influence, Li Feng replied with a grin, feigning innocence. Indeed, Baron Li Feng, it is my failure to discipline him that has led to this. This is 50,000 gold coins. Please accept it, Baron Lienen offered, his face contorted in a sycophantic smile, eliciting a chuckle from Li Feng. Baron Lienen, do you realize that I am not one to be trifled with? If my uncle Meishi were to learn of this incident, the consequences would be dire. Yes, Baron Li Feng, you are magnanimous. I beg you to spare my son that I shall ensure he is thoroughly reprimanded and never causes trouble again. Consider this a token of my sincerity, Baron Lienen stammered, his face twitching at the mention of the mage Meishi. He glared at Li Feng, who bore a commanding presence, wishing he could immediately march troops to flatten the Western Mountain Territory and rend Li Feng into pieces. Yet, he dared not act, for Li Feng had invoked the mage Meishi's name, and Baron Lienen could not ascertain the truth of Li Feng's claims. He would not risk his family's century-old legacy on a gamble. I am indifferent to the gold, however. My wife has suffered greatly from shock, and several of my soldiers are severely injured and currently receiving treatment. Would you not agree? Li Feng made his intentions clear. Baron Lienen, understanding the implications, trembled as he withdrew another gold card from his voluminous sleeve. This is 100,000 gold coins. Please accept it, Baron Li Feng. He respectfully handed over 2 gold cards totaling 150,000 gold coins. Li Feng found humor in Baron Lien's demeanor. He wondered how the old man would react if he discovered that Li Feng had no connection to Mage Meishi whatsoever. Oh, the plight of a father. Since Baron Lienen is so concerned for Lucet and willing to compensate for my wife's emotional distress and the medical expenses of my injured soldiers, I, Li Feng, am not one to be unreasonable. Since I have accepted the gold, I shall release him. Zhou Mo, please escort the young Lord Lucet out. Ah, let me go. My father will not let you off easily. You shall wait for your doom. Lucet screamed as he was led into the main hall. Father, is that really you? You must avenge me. This Li Feng has wronged me. In the hall, a 7-foot-tall young man wept profusely, his tears streaming down his face, a sight that would humble even the proudest noble, who valued their reputation above life itself. To shed such tears in public, Li Feng could hardly bear to watch, and shot a reproachful glance at Zhou Mo, wondering why he had been more thorough in his beating. If only Lucet had been rendered incapable of crying, it would have been a sight to behold. Upon seeing his son's battered visage, Baron Lien's face turned a sickly green. He could no longer maintain a facade of joviality. Muttering his apologies before swiftly departing with the weeping Lucet and Li Feng, observing Baron Lien's exit, instinctively smirked. Husband, you were too cruel. Just look at what you have done to him, Feng Qian reproached gently, her heart aching at Lucet's pitiful state. He dared to bully you. It is fortunate for him that he still has his life, Li Feng replied affectionately, pinching Feng Qian's delicate cheek. Oh, you are incorrigible. That hurts. Hee, this is merely a taste of pain. Greater discomfort awaits, Li Feng teased, lifting Feng Qian into his arms, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around them, and carried her straight to the bedroom in the back courtyard, where the sounds of discord began to resonate for the next 2 hours. Chapter 40. Military ranks and pay having dealt Baron Lien a significant blow, Li Feng believed that for the foreseeable future, his neighbors would refrain from causing him trouble, finally granting him a period of stability for growth. The recruitment of soldiers continued, and though enlisting 600 new troops was not a monumental feat, it represented a significant undertaking for Western Mountain Town that it took almost until the afternoon of the 3rd day to complete the enlistment. Contemplating the 600 unfamiliar faces, Li Feng felt a wave of nostalgia. Just months prior, he had been among them, even serving as a minor squad leader among the new recruits. Who would have thought that he would rise to become the lord responsible for recruitment? The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. Li Feng intended to adopt Baron Nate's method for training recruits, dispatching a cadre of seasoned veterans to serve as squad leaders and instructors for the new soldiers in Li Feng's view. This would not only provide the recruits with vital battlefield experience and combat capabilities in a short time, but also prevent the veteran elite forces from suffering a decline in combat effectiveness due to an influx of inexperienced soldiers. Regarding the selection of the new squad leader, Li Feng intends to choose from the Special Operations Team. After all, the soldiers who qualify to enter the Special Operations Team are undoubtedly among the most elite under Li Feng's command, and appointing them to such crucial positions as squad leaders will at least earn the respect and acceptance of the veteran soldiers. Furthermore, the Special Operations Team was specifically organized by Li Feng to serve as his personal guard, and its members are also officers Li Feng has long regarded as candidates for leadership. After undergoing rigorous training in the Special Operations Team, they are expected to be capable of leading a faction in the future. Consequently, the desire of ordinary soldiers to join the Special Operations Team becomes even more fervent, yet to do so, one must possess abilities beyond those of the average soldier. This drives all soldiers to diligently cultivate their skills, leading to a virtuous cycle that will inevitably forge a formidable army. Then, a well-ordered and powerful military will serve as Li Feng's sword, conquering the battlefield with unmatched prowess. However, it is still premature to discuss such matters. The priority is to first establish the framework of the army. Li Feng refocused his mind and realized it was time to engage in serious affairs, rather than merely indulging in dreams. To facilitate management, Li Feng divided the newly recruited 600 soldiers into 4 new recruit battalions. While the previously existing veterans and militia, numbering around 80, were gathered to form the 1st Corps Battalion alongside the Special Operations Team. Moreover, to boost the soldiers' morale and simplify management, Li Feng implemented a rank system within the army. Newly enlisted soldiers start as privates, and if they do not receive a promotion after 1 year, they automatically become corporals. Squad leaders are awarded the rank of sergeant or staff sergeant based on their seniority, while squad leaders may be promoted to sergeant first class or warrant officer. Deputy battalion leaders are assigned the ranks of second lieutenant or first lieutenant based on the strength of their battalion, and battalion leaders are awarded the ranks of first lieutenant or captain according to their battalion's capabilities. Deputy brigade leaders receive the rank of captain based on their strength, while brigade leaders may be promoted to major. Deputy regiment leaders and the logistics director of the regiment are granted the rank of lieutenant colonel, and the regiment commander is awarded the rank of colonel. The deputy division commander receives the rank of senior colonel, while the division commander is promoted to brigadier general. Beyond this, ranks extend to the corps level, which is still a distant prospect for the current Xishan territory, as it presently only boasts the strength of a standard brigade along with a special operations team, thus limiting the highest rank to a major, held by Li Feng himself. Nevertheless, despite the small size of the force, Li Feng cannot afford to delay the implementation of the rank system, as such a beneficial structure for military development becomes increasingly advantageous the sooner it is enacted, yielding greater returns. In the newly reorganized 5 battalions, the battalion leaders were assigned based on their strength. Li Jin, Jiang Hu, Gu Li, Li Zhong, and Li Yi.as for Li Dan and Li Chong. Li Feng reassigned them back to the Special Operations Team, preparing to deploy them externally when the army expands again. For the inaugural implementation of the rank system, Li Feng decided to grant all 5 battalion leaders the rank of captain, with their respective deputy leaders also receiving the rank of first lieutenant. Li Feng further mandated that the captain of the Special Operations Team, Zhou Mo, enjoy the same benefits as a battalion leader, bestowing upon him the rank of captain, while the minimum rank for Special Operations Team members was set at sergeant, sufficient for them to serve as squad leaders in an ordinary battalion. Reflecting their true capabilities, during the Army's restructuring, the entry standard for the Special Operations Team was set at the level of a 3-star trainee soldier. It is no wonder that Li Feng raised the standards. Many soldiers who had followed him from the border to the Xishan territory had, with ample supply of medicinal elixirs, mostly broken through to become 4- or 5-star trainee soldiers, all aspiring to join the Special Operations Team and become Li Feng's core subordinates. However, since the Special Operations Team only has 50 slots available, Li Feng had no choice but to elevate the threshold for applications. Despite the heightened requirements, requests to join the Special Operations Team continued to pour in, with some even willing to forego the prestigious position of squad leader, preferring instead to serve as a private in the Special Operations Team. This predicament caused Li Feng considerable distress. especially given that he had allocated abundant training resources to the Special Operations Team, nearly double that of ordinary battalion soldiers. It is little wonder that soldiers are so eager to join the Special Operations Team. Aside from seeking Li Feng's approval, they are likely also motivated by the allure of these training resources. Ultimately, Li Feng had no choice but to promise to enhance the treatment of ordinary battalion soldiers, which finally quelled the ensuing chaos that in addition to the free provision of elixirs, Li Feng began distributing military salaries to the soldiers. Recognizing that not every soldier can afford to feed their family on a single income, as many enlist primarily for the meager pay. To be frank, the rapid recruitment of 600 soldiers within 3 days can be attributed significantly to the promised high salaries. Li Feng kept his word, offering ordinary privates a monthly salary of 3 gold coins, while corporals received 4 gold coins, with higher ranks fetching increasingly greater compensation. For instance, a battalion leader like Li Jin could earn as much as 50 gold coins a month. In this world, a dozen gold coins is already sufficient for a family of 3 to enjoy a year of comfortable living, highlighting just how generous Li Feng's military compensation is. Even among regular kingdom armies, such as the elite 1st Division, it is a momentous occasion for ordinary soldiers to earn 2 gold coins a month. This is still considered a luxury within elite military units. In Li Feng's previous unit, the 5th Regiment, it was commendable to receive a single gold coin monthly, and even then, salaries were frequently delayed. Thus, the military pay Li Feng offers is undoubtedly unparalleled in the Kingdom of Chino. Should other lords hear of the salaries he provides, they would likely curse him as a fool, for in the eyes of those nobles, it is a privilege for ordinary soldiers to risk their lives for them. And a mere token of appreciation suffices to ignite their fervor to serve. Why, then, would one offer such lavish salaries? Such extravagance can only be deemed foolishness. Chapter 41, A Magic Crystal Mine. After reorganizing the military structure, Li Feng now primarily focused on issues concerning the well-being of the populace. The territory cannot thrive solely on military strength. Economic stability is equally crucial, without sufficient wealth to sustain these troops. No matter how many soldiers are recruited, they will ultimately amount to nothing but a disorganized mob. The Kingdom of Chino's decision to drastically reduce its military post-war is largely due to the exorbitant costs of maintaining a large army, which the kingdom's treasury simply cannot support. The daily consumption of provisions alone amounts to astronomical figures, not to mention the monthly disbursement of military salaries. These expenses weigh heavily on the Kingdom of Chino. While the kingdom is indeed wealthy, true affluence lies with the nobles who control vast territories, treating their lands like kingdoms of their own, wielding life and death over the common folk. Most of the taxes collected from the peasantry are funneled into their opulent lifestyles and the recruitment of soldiers, with only a paltry sum actually contributing to the kingdom's treasury. By convention, these nobles are required to remit 50% of their territorial income to the treasury for management by the Minister of Finance. However, the long-standing peace has rendered the Kingdom of Chino a mere shell of its former glory. Once a powerful nation feared by neighboring realms, now it has been devoured by parasitic nobles, leaving only a faade of strength bereft of its past grandeur and glory. Currently, the majority of the kingdom's treasury revenue stems from the taxes levied in the bustling capital, a domain the kingdom has consistently maintained without allowing external interference. It has always been managed by royal personnel. Meanwhile, the taxes submitted by the noble lords barely suffice to feed the citizens of the capital for a few meals. Tensions between the great nobles and the Chino royal family are on the brink of eruption, waiting for a spark to ignite an economic war fueled by greed. Nevertheless, the Chino royal family remains the most formidable force in the kingdom, and even the great nobles must acknowledge the hidden strengths amassed over nearly a millennium. No one can be certain of the extent of their power. The struggles among these prominent figures bear little relevance to Li Feng, who currently possesses nothing more than a small town as his territory and commands merely 1,000 soldiers as a minor lord. In the Kingdom of Chino, lords of his ilk are as numerous as fish crossing a river. My lord, it appears we have discovered a magic crystal mine within our territory. You must come and see. Just as Li Feng was lost in contemplation regarding the future of his domain, Gu Li's arrival interrupted his thoughts. A magic crystal mine. Li Feng was taken aback. How could a magic crystal mine exist in the Xishan territory? If such a mine were present, how could Baron note, having served as the Lord of Xishan for so many years, have failed to discover it? With questions lingering, Li Feng followed Gu Li to the location of the purported magic crystal mine. Brother, This could be our big break. I was just patrolling the area with Captain Gu Li when a man suddenly rushed up to me, claiming he had found a magic crystal mine. At first, I was skeptical, but it turns out it is true. Li Jin reported to Li Feng, brimming with excitement. Oh, so this magic crystal mine was not discovered by you, but by someone else, Li Feng responded. His curiosity piqued. Who could be the discoverer of this valuable mine, and why would they willingly share such a treasure? Where is the person who discovered the magic crystal mine? I wish to meet him. Li Feng expressed his eagerness to meet the one who first uncovered this potential boon. You are the one who discovered the magic crystal mine, are you not? Li Feng inquired of the young man before him, whose disheveled appearance and foul odor suggested he had seen better days. Li Feng was increasingly intrigued. How could such a wretched figure, more destitute than a beggar, possess the invaluable magic crystal mine? Indeed, my lord, I am Jizia, the son of Puka, the sole vein seeker of Shishan town, and I have heard that the new lord of Shishan has recently assumed his position and has graciously offered the magic crystal mine as a gift. Does anyone here know Puka? Without acknowledging Jizia, Li Feng directly inquired of Zhou Mo behind him. My lord, Puka is the only vein seeker in Shishan town. The small iron mine in our village was discovered by him. However, I have heard that Master Puka passed away about a year ago, and his family has since vanished. Oh, I see. Then Jizia, might you elucidate this matter for me? Respected Baron, my father had discovered the precious magic crystal mine for that old scoundrel, and presented it to him. Yet, in his fear that my father might divulge this secret, he had my father murdered, and my mother met the same tragic fate that I narrowly escaped by hiding in the cellar, now that that bastard Nod is dead. And his only nephew has also been slain by you. I, Jizia, have avenged my father and present the magic crystal mine as a token of gratitude. Jizia spoke with tears streaming down his face. Leaving Li Feng in a state of melancholy, that it turned out there was such a convoluted backstory. Had he not inadvertently slain Ross and avenged Jizia as father, the magic crystal mine might never have been his. Li Feng cast a glance at the magic crystal mine and observed that it was a small-scale operation, difficult to uncover due to its remote location in the deep mountains, whose territory lies ahead. This magic crystal mine was situated on the periphery of Shishan town. Taking a few steps forward would lead one beyond its borders. If extensive mining were to commence, it would surely attract the attention of the lord of the neighboring territory. Li Feng was not one to share with others. If anyone dared to contest him for this mine, he would teach them the meaning of cruelty. My lord, that is the territory of Count Paka, but it is generally managed by his brother-in-law, Sir Kanki. This was Jizia's response, indicating he possessed considerable knowledge about the magic crystal mine. That old bastard not feared that my father would inform Sir Kanki about the magic crystal mine, which is why he had my father killed. When speaking of his father, Jizia appeared quite agitated, revealing a deep bond between them. Then why did you not inform Sir Kanki about the mine after your father's death? At least it would have embarrassed not. My father was a man of integrity. From a young age, he taught me never to act against the interests of Shishan town. My father would never betray a trust. And as his son, I cannot bring shame upon him. Jizia's expression was resolute, and Li Feng couldn't help but admire the profound value shared between father and son. Jizia, would you like to serve as my personal guard? Previously, the special operations team had been Li Feng's personal escort, but they were often engaged in military duties and could not always protect Li Feng and his family. Li Feng was indifferent. If his own strength as a silver knight could not fend off enemies, then even the special operations team would be of little use. However, old Li Ka and Feng Qian required protection. Thus Li Feng had the notion of re-establishing a personal guard. My lord, you would take me in. I am merely a trainee warrior. What I value is your father's loyalty, which you have evidently inherited. Li Feng smiled at the bewildered Jizia. Chapter 42. The Furious Kanki. Since the discovery of the magic crystal mine, Li Feng's spirits had soared. It was simply inescapable. The value of the magic crystal mine was extraordinary. Generally, magic crystal mines served as energy sources for magic cannons, and it was said that the legendary airships invented by the gnomes also relied on magic crystals for propulsion. In summary, the price of magic crystals was exorbitant, so even a small-scale mine would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many lords and nobles. Therefore, the extraction of the magic crystal mine must be approached with caution, lest it draw unwanted attention. However, Li Feng was troubled by the fact that mining a vein could not possibly be a silent endeavor. Without addressing this issue, the treasure would remain untapped. If only the Shishan territory possessed sufficient strength to safeguard this treasure. Alas, possessing such wealth could be a liability. Should the nobles tear apart their facades over the magic crystal mine, it would surely result in disastrous consequences. A solution must be devised. It was not in his nature to possess a treasure, yet remain unable to access it. If I were to dispatch troops to cordon off the area, would that not attract too much attention? Li Feng pondered privately. But what if we conducted extensive military training near the magic crystal mine? Would that not draw the attention of lurking adversaries? Li Feng couldn't help but admire his own ingenuity. What a brilliant idea. It seemed that Li Feng's cleverness was unmatched. He theatrically tugged at his robe, striding out of the Lord's manor amidst the curious gazes of the assembled generals. What is wrong with the boss? He looks dazed, thought Li Chong to himself. The captain must have had a stroke. Why else would he suddenly be smiling and pulling his clothes open? Doesn't he realize that doing so reveals his bare skin underneath? What if the captain has some sort of intentions towards me? Gu Li appeared particularly anxious, trembling as Li Feng passed by him, oblivious to the changing expressions of the generals, unaware of their thoughts. Otherwise, the site for the military training, arranged by Li Feng near the magic crystal mine, would have puzzled the soldiers. After all, only a handful of soldiers were aware of the mine's existence, and they had been strictly ordered by Li Feng to maintain secrecy, with severe penalties for any breaches. Therefore, most soldiers found Li Feng's orders perplexing. Why abandon the comfort of the barracks for a desolate wilderness to conduct such rigorous training? Yet, Li Feng justified it as a necessity for enhancing their field combat skills and survival techniques, requiring them to forsake the comfort of their barracks for intensive training in the wild. Although his reasoning was strained, as the Lord, the soldiers had no choice but to comply. Li Feng entrusted the management of the magic crystal mine to old Li Ka, which was a fitting choice. Even if some noise were to arise, it could be claimed that he was merely forging weapons, thereby avoiding suspicion. The identity of old Li Ka as a blacksmith served as an excellent cover. Concerned that old Li Ka might not be well versed in the matters of the magic crystal mine, Li Feng specifically assigned his only personal guard, Jizia, to assist him in the excavation efforts. This small-scale magic crystal mine would require at least 100 able-bodied men working for a year to be fully excavated, a monumental undertaking for Shishan Town. However, the immense profits generated were enough to send Li Feng into raptures. It's worth at least 100,000 purple gold coins, Jizia stated. 100,000 purple gold coins equated to 10 million gold coins, a staggering sum. Li Feng had never encountered such wealth, and now he possessed merely the 150,000 gold coins bestowed upon him by Baron Lianen. The sudden prospect of becoming a millionaire was simply exhilarating. In fact, among high-level sorcerers, the so-called magic crystal coins were typically used as a medium of exchange, with one magic crystal coin being worth 10 purple gold coins. Jizia was predicting the true value of this small-scale magic crystal mine based on its output. 1 magic crystal coin equals 10 purple gold coins. 1 purple gold coin equals 100 gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. 5 copper coins could buy a steamed bun. The extraordinary value of the magic crystal mine demanded Li Feng's utmost attention. For the future infrastructure and military development of Shishan territory would require substantial funding. Li Feng was currently in dire need of money. The high military salary system could not solely rely on the meager taxes collected by Shishan territory. Thus, Li Feng needed to explore ways to increase revenue while cutting expenses, for he could not allow financial constraints to impede the development of Shishan territory. Consequently, on the second day after discovering the magic crystal mine, Li Feng led the army of Shishan territory to encamp less than 100 meters from the mine, positioning themselves a mere 50 meters from Sir Kanki's domain. To be frank, Li Feng's actions were quite perilous. Should Sir Kanki disregard Li Feng's supposed backing, the mage Mei Shi, and define him as an instigator of war, he would find himself in dire straits. Perhaps Sir Kanki was not to be feared, but one must remember that this territory ultimately belonged to Count Paka, the Lord of the Sunset City. Renowned for his prowess as a one-star golden knight, the undisputed strongest among the surrounding nobles, even Count Kader, also a one-star golden knight, had to yield to him. Li Feng was certainly not in a position to confront Count Paka directly, if even Count Kader struggled against him. The outcome of provoking Count Paka would be all too clear. He would learn firsthand the meaning of cruelty. While Li Feng busied himself setting up camp, little did he know that Count Paka's brother-in-law, Sir Kanki, was seething with rage. Li Feng's audacity is truly astonishing. Relying on the backing of the illustrious mage Messi, he recently dealt a blow to the son of that old cur, Lianin. And now he dares to bully me, Kanki. This is intolerable. When has Kanki, under the protection of Count Paka, ever been so humiliated, despite being merely a knight? Even the average baron must address him as Sir Kanki with due respect. Over the years, sheltered by Count Paka, Kanki has grown accustomed to the reverence and flattery of others. Yet, this newly minted baron lord is so arrogant as to openly threaten the borders of my territory. If I do not respond, how can I maintain my standing among the nobility? Must I endure whispers of cowardice, of being a weakling, as they speak of how I allowed them to invade my doorstep without retaliation? However, Kanki himself is reluctant to confront them. He has always preferred ease over labor, and with his mediocre talents, he has only managed to attain the rank of a black iron knight amidst a wealth of precious resources. While there are still a few bronze-tier warriors to bolster his territory, it is said that this rustic noble named Li Feng is a silver knight. To be cautious, he must seek his brother-in-law for some troops to deal with this situation. Chapter 43. Goddess. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, the bright moon curiously peeked down at the West Mountain territory, where chaos still reigned with incessant shouts. To avoid long, drawn-out troubles, Li Feng resolved to work tirelessly, aiming to exhaust the small magic crystal mine as soon as possible. Treasures are only truly valuable when they are in his possession. Thus, the new recruits, freshly conscripted, found themselves under Li Feng's relentless training day and night. The eerie howls of hundreds of men echoed through the desolate wilderness at night, though these new soldiers suffered greatly. The seasoned veterans under Li Feng's command did not expect an easy time. Naturally, for the sake of secrecy, the arduous task of mining the magic crystal was entrusted to the vigorous old soldiers, for they were ultimately Li Feng's most trustworthy allies, having shared the trials of battle together. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the soldiers of the West Mountain Territory, the grand operation of extracting the magic crystals commenced. Initially, Li Feng was concerned that Sir Kanki might cause trouble. But as half a month passed without incident, he gradually relaxed his vigilance, assuming that Kanki was too intimidated to provoke his powerful ally. The mage Messi to Li Feng could not help but admire the effectiveness of this association, without Messi's backing. The West Mountain Territory would have likely been divided among numerous powerful factions. One day, while Li Feng idly played with a small dog, or rather, as Feng Qian had strictly instructed, he should refer to it as Hanyo, he was struck by the peculiarity of the name. Only Feng Qian could come up with such a bizarre moniker. Uncertain of the dog's gender, Li Feng mused that if it were male, the name Hanyo would indeed be amusing. Li Feng often found himself envious of the little black dog, for it could freely go wherever it pleased, while he could only achieve his desires when someone was in a good mood. Life had been pleasantly uneventful, with a steady influx of magic crystals and the company of a beautiful pet. Even if it often stirred his jealousy, life was quite comfortable. However, the arrival of an unexpected guest marked the end of his carefree days. "So, you are the one who bullied my uncle. You don't seem very impressive," stood before Li Feng a golden-haired youth with striking blue eyes. His youthful voice combined with his handsome features presented a captivating allure to unwary maidens. "Who are you, and what business do you have with me?" Upon encountering someone even more handsome than himself, Li Feng's immediate reaction was one of displeasure. Though he did not rely on his looks, he was still renowned as the handsome man within 100 miles, and being overshadowed today left him perturbed. Li Feng narcissistically touched his own handsome face and asked the unexpected visitor, "I ask you, what are you doing at the borders of my uncle Sir Kanki's territory? Do not think you can act with impunity just because you have backing. I, Goddess, am here to uphold justice. Sir Kanki is your uncle. What is your relationship with Count Paka?" "He is my father." Upon hearing Li Feng mention his father, Count Paka, Goddess beamed with pride. It was evident that this boy held his father in high esteem. Li Feng had already guessed Goddess's identity when he referred to Kanki as his uncle, but he was still taken aback when Goddess confirmed it himself. According to Li Feng's usual thoughts, a noble of Goddess's stature should be accompanied by a retinue of followers, seeking to cause him trouble, only for Li Feng to unleash his full might and leave them in disarray, after which they would disappear entirely. However, seeing Goddess's earnest desire to rid the world of evil and embody the role of a righteous paladin made Li Feng feel quite awkward and uncomfortable. Because of this virtuous little knight, Li Feng found himself unable to retaliate, and without the ability to retaliate, how could he maintain his grand image in front of others? How could he elicit a subtle glance from Feng Qian? In any case, Li Feng found himself at a loss regarding how to deal with such a righteous little knight, and could only strive to mediate. Ah, so you are the son of Count Paka. No wonder, upon first sight, I sensed you were extraordinary. Your noble demeanor has left me in awe. Flattery, after all, is not a crime. Li Feng shamelessly complimented Goddess without flinching. Am I really that remarkable? True to his nature as a typical righteous knight, Goddess blushed slightly at Li Feng's praise, questioningly. Oh, dear Goddess, you must understand that I, Li Feng, never speak falsely that I in my life. I have admired few, and you, Goddess, are undoubtedly one of a kind. Your strength and grace leave me utterly awed. So, I truly am that exceptional. My uncle has praised me similarly. I thought they were merely flattering me. To hear it from you, Li Feng, whom I have never met, makes me feel quite flattered. By the way, I do not see you as the type to bully others. Why would you station troops at my uncle's borders? It has caused him to seek assistance from my father. Fortunately, my father is away on business. Otherwise, my uncle would have brought me along to support him, and misunderstandings would have escalated. The righteous little knight Goddess sighed in relief on Li Feng's behalf. Li Feng could not help but feel that Goddess was utterly adorable. He felt a pang of guilt for deceiving him, a feeling that only deepened as Goddess continued to display his innocent behavior. Young Master Goddess, you do not understand. I would never dare to station troops at Sir Kanki's borders. It is merely that recently, some demonic beasts have been appearing and causing harm nearby, that I am primarily concerned about these creatures encroaching upon Sir Kanki's territory if they were to cause damage. I, Li Feng, could never repay such a debt, even with 10 lives. Li Feng spoke with such conviction that even he nearly believed it himself. However, such a flimsy excuse, unless one was eager to believe it, would hardly convince anyone with a modicum of intelligence. Yet, contrary to Li Feng's expectations, Goddess nodded in agreement, excitedly resting a hand on Li Feng's shoulder, and earnestly exclaimed, Lord Li Feng, there are few good people like you and me in the world. Yet there are those who would doubt our intentions, alas. Li Feng felt as if 1,000 steeds were galloping above his head. Chapter 44, Crisis. The desolate wilderness held its own charm. With fresh, unpolluted air and unique scenery. Occasionally, they could catch some wild game to share with the beautiful company, though most ended up in the mouth of the little black dog. Heinyo. The extraction of magic crystals continued in an orderly fashion. After Goddess had been touched by Li Feng's sincerity, he returned home and vigorously promoted the relationship between the West Mountain Territory and the Kanki Territory. Just a few days ago, he sent a batch of crispy pears for Li Feng's enjoyment. Reportedly a new variety imported from the Western continent. Truth be told, Li Feng felt regret. How could he bear to deceive such a pure and adorable young knight? The next time Goddess visited, he must confess and seek leniency, for Goddess was so kind-hearted, he surely would not hold it against him. Brother Goddess, our territory is in dire need of a batch of water buffalo for plowing. What do you think? Do not worry, for your concerns are my concerns, dear brother Li Feng. Tomorrow, I shall order them to send a batch to you. The righteous knight Goddess remained steadfast in his principles, leaving Li Feng utterly moved. Brothers Goddess, recently my territory has been lacking a batch of weaving machines. What do you think? Rest assured, it is in my hands. My territory is also somewhat lacking. Since Sir Goddess wishes to promote justice, Li Feng cannot hinder him and can only arrange more tasks of righteousness for him. Well, I, Li Feng, am also a great person to in any case. With the presence of Sir Goddess, the development of Li Feng's territory has accelerated considerably. And Sir Kanuki has yet to cause any trouble for Li Feng. Everything is progressing in accordance with the established course. During idle moments, I practice diligently, although it has been less than 2 months since my last breakthrough. I find myself facing a new bottleneck. For others, overcoming this obstacle is quite challenging, but for Li Feng, who possesses the endless system, it is a mere trifle. 3 high-grade breaking band pills were exchanged. And riding on the potent effects of the pills, I achieved a breakthrough in one fell swoop. From this moment on, I am a silver 2-star knight, and my understanding of the laws of slaughter seems to have deepened further. Previously, when I wielded the laws of slaughter, I would instantly lose my sanity, unable to distinguish friend from foe. However, now it appears I can maintain a semblance of control for about a quarter of an hour. If only Li Feng could develop in this manner, but alas, a distinguished guest has arrived in Sunset City, and even young Knight Goddess has been summoned back by his father, Count Paka, to welcome the guest. This individual, who has compelled Count Paka to set aside the dignity of the Golden Knight to greet him, is none other than Duke Philly's son, Sachi. This single identity is enough to instill fear in Count Paka. Angering King Lixian of the Chino Kingdom may not yet yield any effective retribution, but offending Duke Philly, well, one can only await their doom. Duke Philly, who wields military power, holds a status in the Chino Kingdom that is surpassed only by King Lixian. Yet his intimidation over the lesser noble families far exceeds that of King Lixian. I heard that recently during the Houston defensive battle, Knight Sachi charged ahead, disregarding the objections of the surrounding generals. Pursuing the enemy for over 80 miles, slaying the young prince of the Morning Eagle Kingdom, Knight Sachi is truly remarkable. Upon hearing young Knight Goddess express such admiration for Sachi, Li Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That so-called young prince was clearly killed by Goddess himself. Sachi audaciously claimed credit and boasted about it. This is intolerable. By the way, I heard that His Majesty King Lixian, in recognition of Knight Sachi's achievements, has arranged for the renowned Kingdom Flower, Princess Catherine, to marry him and has even bestowed upon him the title of Count. Knight Sachi can be considered the youngest count in the kingdom. The righteous young knight wore a face of adoration. Unaware that Li Feng was already fuming, such empty titles might not concern him, but the thought of the beautiful Kingdom Flower being squandered upon such a petty individual caused Li Feng considerable heartache, for he has always held a particular regard for beautiful women. Why has Knight Sachi suddenly come to Sunset City? Li Feng casually inquired. Oh, right, I almost forgot, Knight Sachi said. Brother Feng, you have no connection to the Mage Messi. Your rise to power was merely due to a transaction. The righteous young knight's words struck like thunder, and Li Feng, who had just been leisurely savoring osmanthus cakes personally made by Feng Qian while seated in a grand chair, nearly toppled from his seat upon hearing this. What is this nonsense? After all the effort to establish connections, someone is now attempting to undermine it. Li Feng trembled with rage, for Sachi was clearly bullying him. That it seemed he had done nothing to offend Sachi. Yet he had let him take significant credit without protest, and now this. If it weren't for the righteous young Knight Goddess informing him, he might still be in the dark, if those greedy noble lords were to prepare and launch a collective attack. Li Feng could scarcely imagine how the West Mountain territory could withstand such a devastating blow. Li Feng could guess Sachi's intentions. He feared that Li Feng would expose his act of seizing credit, which would tarnish his heroic image, ultimately leading to his disgrace in the Chino Kingdom, becoming a figure of scorn. Such a fate is intolerable for nobles who value honor above their very lives. Thus, Sachi has come, intending to silence Li Feng, to ensure his petty actions remain undisclosed. If you want to take your life, Li Feng, you must pay a price. Had Sachi not interfered, even if news of Li Feng's lack of backing were to emerge, as long as he aligned himself with some powerful noble, paying regular protection fees, he could lead a rather miserable life, yet still ensure the safety of West Mountain. But Sachi's blatant threats placed the West Mountain territory in peril. Just consider, the son of a duke has openly declared his intention to obliterate West Mountain. Which noble would dare risk offending Duke Philly to protect it? Thus, the West Mountain territory is in grave danger. To prepare for the worst, Li Feng spared no expense to exchange for a large-scale, non-directional teleportation scroll from the system. This was a level 5 scroll, but due to its uniqueness, the system sold it for a staggering price of 100,000 endless points. Enough to exchange for a level 6 magic scroll. While the teleportation scroll may not be of high level, even those renowned empires could scarcely produce many such scrolls. This scarcity stems from the loss of spatial magic following the fall of the god of space during the Divine War 1,000 years ago, leading to the gradual disappearance of such magic on the continent. As a result, even a level 5 non-directional teleportation scroll can fetch an exorbitant price at major auctions. Chapter 45. Conspiracy. The continuous rain brings an unpleasant atmosphere, and human emotions inevitably become irritable. These past few days, Sachi has felt quite gloomy that he thought that personally handling Li Feng, this insignificant figure, would be a piece of cake, yet the persistent rain has prevented Count Paka from leading his troops into battle. The waiting period is always excruciating. Had he not heeded his father's orders to deal with this potentially threatening little lord, he might have already been dining with the beautiful princess, enjoying a stroll, and perhaps even drawing closer in their relationship. As Sachi indulged in such daydreams, his resentment towards Li Feng deepened. Li Feng, having offended him, should have taken his own life to spare Sachi the trouble of wasting his time. And this incessant rain, what is its purpose? It is truly vexing. In contrast to Sachi's agitation, Li Feng has found himself somewhat grateful for the persistent rain. It has granted him ample time to respond to this sudden upheaval. Firstly, it seems West Mountain cannot be held any longer. Though he has only spent a few months in West Mountain, he has developed considerable affection for it. He cherishes the smiles of every villager, the sunshine and rain, and even the flora and fauna. These are not things one can simply abandon. However, sometimes the so-called steadfastness holds little value, for in the face of overwhelming power, Li Feng remains relatively weak, so weak that he could easily be crushed. To pit the nearly 1,000-strong army of West Mountain against Count Paka's nearly 10,000 troops would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, a foolish endeavor, taking advantage of the rainy days. Li Feng packed valuable assets into a small heap. Among them, the most precious are the magical crystals mined over the past few months, although the small magical crystal mine has yet to be fully exhausted. Li Feng has managed to secure the majority of its yield through diligent effort. In this preparatory evacuation, he cannot afford to abandon these magical crystals worth millions. They could serve as his foundation for a resurgence, enabling him to recruit soldiers once more. With sufficient funds and loyal companions, he need not worry about rising again. When his power grows, it will be time to avenge this blood feud. However, the situation has not yet escalated to such dire levels. Thus, while Li Feng has made thorough preparations, he has not immediately activated the non-directional magic scroll. Should he narrowly escape this crisis or find a benefactor, he could still retain control over the prosperous West Mountain territory. Of course, the odds are slim, but until the final moment, Li Feng will not concede. An indomitable spirit is etched into his very being. As the days of rain passed, the skies cleared once more, and the sunlight outside the Lord's manor shone brighter than ever. Perhaps it was due to the recent rainfall, although the sun blazed fiercely. It brought a refreshing chill, as if the sun itself could not dispel the lingering humidity. Li Feng's emotions were complex. As the Lord of West Mountain, he bore too much if he were to depart. Would the people of West Mountain and the newly recruited soldiers become targets for venting their frustrations? Even those townsfolk who had grown close to Li Feng, would their lives be in jeopardy? The large teleportation array has a limited capacity, with 200 being its maximum. Li Feng intends to bring along the loyal veterans who have followed him through thick and thin. They are the most steadfast soldiers, having endured life and death trials, and their strength is commendable. If Li Feng seeks to rise again, having such brothers by his side would undoubtedly yield greater results. As for the newly trained recruits, Li Feng can only express his apologies. He lacks the ability to save so many and must prioritize his loved ones and those veterans who have shared life and death with him. As the storm approaches, everything seems eerily quiet and still. Meet Sai, my father is leading an army alongside Baron Lienen and Viscount Carter towards your territory. He has declared his intent to raze the lands of West Mountain to the ground. Despite my fervent pleas on your behalf, he remains resolute, even confining me to a dark room that I escaped with great difficulty solely to deliver this warning to you. You must flee at once, otherwise you will be trapped when my father arrives. The young knight, Godus, remains as charming and righteous as ever, believing that any act he deems just as worth pursuing. It is impossible to halt the advance of an army or to dam the flood with mere words. Li Feng is not foolish, nor are the soldiers of West Mountain, who are acutely aware of the futility in confronting an overwhelming force. Perhaps, under Li Feng's unwavering command, a handful of die-hard loyalists might charge forth, offering the enemy a few fresh trophies of war. Beyond that, Li Feng could conceive of no other outcome. However, before retreating, there is one person he must eliminate. Ever since he grasped the rudiments of the principles of slaughter, Li Feng has sensed a primal bloodlust stirring within him, an indescribable exhilaration at the thought of taking a life. He understands that this time, he must kill. Forced to abandon the territory he has painstakingly cultivated for months. His fury cannot be easily quelled, especially as he detests the notion of someone flaunting the achievements earned through the sacrifice of his soldiers. This person, who once brought him immense glory, must be eliminated to ensure that his hypocritical faade remains forever unexposed. Thus, he must die. More than merely seeking personal vengeance, Li Feng aims to unmask the true face of this noble duke's son before the entire kingdom of Kino, allowing the people of Kino to pass judgment. Yet, slaying Saki is no trivial matter. Firstly, getting close to him is exceedingly difficult. As the esteemed son of a duke, he is surrounded by several silver guards, not to mention that Saki himself is a knight of silver rank, albeit one bolstered by potions. Nonetheless, he is a genuine silver knight, vastly superior to a bronze knight in skill and capability in a one-on-one confrontation. Li Feng harbors no doubts that he could dispatch Saki within 100 moves. As a 2-star Silver Knight, he has begun to proficiently wield the remnants of the Earth-level spear technique, Nine Heavens Cloud Dragon. Although it still poses some risk to his body, the adverse effects have significantly diminished, leaving him with merely a few hours of dizziness. The Earth-level secret techniques, even in their incomplete form, wield power far beyond that of lesser mystical secrets, enhancing both agility and might substantially. Furthermore, with the assistance of several 5th-level magical scrolls he has amassed, if the timing is right, he is confident he can claim Saki's head within 20 moves. Chapter 46. The storm approaches after the weather clears. A streak of sunny days follows. The air is no longer the chilly gloom that accompanied the recent sunshine, but has reverted to its true heat. A few unidentifiable birds chirp as they soar through the sky. Reclining in a bamboo chair, Li Feng savors the last remnants of tranquility and comfort. He has long abandoned the mining of the magic crystal mine, having recalled his father without allowing him to return to AS for jizya. He initially wished to argue with Li Feng about continuing the mining, believing it to be a means to honor his parents who sacrificed their lives for the crystals. Li Feng understands that jizya is a deeply sentimental person. It is not that he is unwilling to extract the magic crystals. Rather, he cannot risk the lives of his soldiers and his father. Should Count Paka suddenly attack, there would be no time for his father to escape, and Li Feng would find himself in a precarious position. Wealth can always be earned, but life is singular. On the 3rd day of Li Feng's preparations, Count Paka allied with Viscount Carter and Baron Lianin, mobilizing nearly 20,000 troops to march forth. These are not merely 2,000 but a well-trained elite force. The disparity of 20-fold renders Li Feng unable to resist. He has no choice but to flee. But how can I leave without offering a sacrifice? Li Feng muses, a sly smile creeping across his face as he contemplates the direction of Sunset City. Goddess, I wish to enter Sunset City. After the righteous young knight has finished relaying his intelligence, Li Feng does not dismiss him as usual, but instead expresses his desire to enter Sunset City. Brother Feng, you wish to enter Sunset City? Goddess inquires, puzzled. With his father poised to attack West Mountain, why would Li Feng choose this moment to enter the city? Li Feng perceives Goddess's concerns. He fears that Li Feng's entrance might jeopardize his father's plans. However, the true mastermind here is Saki, and Count Paka can only be considered an accomplice. Given that Paka is also Goddess's father, Li Feng has no intentions of acting against him. Of course, confronting Count Paka directly would be a fool's errand. A golden knight is no simple adversary. Rest assured, Goddess, given our relationship, I would not take any undue actions against Count Paka. I merely wish to plead with the Duke's son, Saki, to spare West Mountain. Li Feng reluctantly fabricates a lie if he were to divulge his intent to kill. The righteous Goddess would undoubtedly attempt to thwart his entry into the city. Oh, I see. I find Lord Saki to be quite the gentleman. If you plead with him, perhaps my father will refrain from mobilizing the troops, and I won't have to sneak around delivering intelligence anymore. Goddess, ever so naive, believes every word Li Feng utters. With Goddess's assistance, Li Feng disguises himself as his attendant and effortlessly enters the city. The gatekeepers barely glance at him, preoccupied with flattering Goddess. Upon entering the city, Li Feng quickly learns of Saki's whereabouts and bids farewell to Goddess, hastening to Qingfeng Residence, where Saki currently resides. Qingfeng Residence is the largest and most prosperous brothel in Sunset City, filled mostly with the daughters of disgraced nobles and a few girls purchased at great expense from slave traders, trained from a young age to serve the aristocracy. Access to Qingfeng Residence is not granted to just anyone. Only the city's most prominent nobles and wealthy merchants are permitted entry. Initially, Saki had resided in the Lord's Manor but soon found his footing and chose to indulge in the pleasures of Qingfeng Residence. Having agreed to eliminate the small lord, Count Paka's promise leaves Saki feeling secure. He believes he can afford to indulge himself while awaiting the opportunity to strike. He envisions a delightful evening with Princess Catherine, her radiant smile and exquisite features igniting his imagination. As Saki revels in his fantasies, Li Feng arrives at the entrance of Qingfeng Residence, spotting one of Saki's guards patrolling the area. Casting watchful glances at the patrons entering and exiting, aware that those who frequent the establishment are notable figures, the guard's scrutinizing gaze draws ire, prompting some to confront him. Yet, upon revealing his silver knight prowess, The would-be challengers quickly retreat, forced to smile and bow. One guard at the entrance suggests another is inside protecting Sachid. It will not be easy to bypass these two guards to reach him. Li Feng calculates silently. Even if he could evade the guard outside, once he engages Saki, the other guard would undoubtedly rush to assist. If he cannot dispatch Saki swiftly, he risks his own life when Count Paka arrives. I must devise a plan to approach Saki and catch him off guard for a swift strike. This may be the most prudent course of action. After the kill, I must ensure my escape. I cannot allow those two guards to entangle me, or the situation will become perilous. Li Feng muses to himself. It seems I must sacrifice my appearance. Gritting his teeth, he dons a female disguise. Surprisingly, he finds that he carries the look quite well. His fair complexion exudes a certain gallantry, reminiscent of a heroic woman. It appears my charm is quite remarkable. Even in women's attire, Li Feng narcissistically reflects. Chapter 47. Assassination of the Duke's son. Everything was in readiness. Li Feng awaited the opportune moment to stealthily infiltrate Qingfeng residence and deliver a fatal blow to Sachi. After careful observation, Li Feng discovered a bamboo pole at the right corner of Qingfeng residence that led directly to the second floor. To evade the guards at the entrance, this presented an excellent choice. Although Li Feng had attained the rank of a 2-star silver knight, he still lacked the ability to soar through the air. Only dragon knights, upon awakening their draconic bloodline, continuously hover in the air for a brief duration. But even they could not sustain such exertion for long. It was said that certain grand empires possessed flying techniques that allowed golden knights, whose prowess fell short of dragon knights, to momentarily take flight. However, given the limited energy reserves of a golden knight, sustaining such an effort for even a moment was remarkable. Li Feng had neither the cultivation of a dragon knight nor access to any arcane flying techniques. Thus he could only obediently climb the bamboo pole. This woman's attire is so cumbersome. Even climbing a bamboo pole is a struggle. At the left corner of Qingfeng residence, a strikingly dressed young lady was laboriously lifting her gown while ascending the bamboo pole. Her comical posture would undoubtedly incite laughter if seen by others. How embarrassing! If anyone sees me, my brother's lifelong reputation would be ruined. Please, let there be no one around. Grasping the swaying bamboo pole, Li Feng exerted himself to climb higher, muttering incessantly. Fortune favored the diligent. After enduring numerous hardships, Li Feng finally entered through the window of the second floor of Qingfeng residence. Ah, who are you? How did you enter my room? A sharp female voice jolted Li Feng back to reality. Before him stood an exquisitely formed figure, completely unclothed, with a basin of warm water beside her, evidently preparing for a bath when Li Feng intruded. Gazing at the stunning beauty before him, Li Feng felt his mind swirl. Ah, are you perhaps the new sister that mother has brought in? It seems I have entered the wrong room. As Li Feng floundered in confusion, the woman before him suddenly spoke. Indeed, I am in women's attire now. What is there to fear? Relieved that he would not be branded a lecher, Li Feng silently admired his own cleverness. Had he not endured humiliation by donning women's clothing, he would have exposed himself just moments ago. Yes, the sister has only just arrived and is not yet familiar with Qingfeng residence. I apologize for disturbing you. Li Feng replied in a manner befitting a lady. Sister, why does your voice sound so sharp? Despite Li Feng's earnest attempt to mimic a feminine tone, the woman immediately detected the discrepancy. Ah, it is due to the chilly weather from the rainy days a few days ago. And having been tormented by that wealthy and influential Count Sachi all night, how could my voice not change? Li Feng endeavored to explain in a coy tone. By the way, I heard mother say that Count Sachi has summoned me again. Could you kindly direct me? Li Feng was fully prepared to sacrifice everything to gather intelligence. And a mere few exchanges in a feminine voice were of little consequence. Suppressing his discomfort, Li Feng reassured himself. Upon mentioning Sachi, the woman's expression distinctly soured, accompanied by a hint of sorrow, which left Li Feng momentarily stunned. He is in the third room on the left on the third floor. You must hurry. I still need to bathe. The woman's demeanor shifted unexpectedly from sunny to gloomy, leaving Li Feng perplexed. However, I must warn you, this man is not to be trifled with. Do not be deceived by his appearance. Just as Li Feng opened the door, he caught this remark, indicating that the woman had likely suffered at the hands of Sachi. Explaining her intense reaction to his name, Li Feng casually acknowledged her and stepped through the doorway, true to its reputation as the most renowned establishment in Sunset City. A glance from the second floor revealed that the ground floor was bustling with patrons, filled to capacity, predominantly comprising individuals of notable standing in Sunset City. The day's earnings for Qingfeng residents had been substantial, and many coveted its immense profits. However, it was rumored that the establishment was backed by Count Paka, which had prevented any attempts at suppression or annexation over the years, allowing it to flourish instead. Identifying Saqi's location, Li Feng found a black-faced guard stationed at the door, scrutinizing those who approached the chamber. This guard appeared to harbor an aversion to women, particularly those adorned with heavy makeup. Yet his gaze softened when he glanced back at Saqi, causing Li Feng to feel a shiver of unease. I must see what sort of character this Saqi is, to have even men enamored with him. Li Feng adjusted his slipping gown and nonchalantly approached the door. I was summoned by the Count, he stated. The black-faced guard inquired sternly, though his demeanor was markedly better than that towards the other women, as he refrained from overt displays of disdain. Fearing his voice might raise suspicion, Li Feng remained silent and merely nodded modestly. The guard made no further inquiries, merely surveyed Li Feng before allowing him entry. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the first step had been successfully accomplished. As he crossed the threshold of the room, Li Feng was immediately enveloped by a heavy scent of cosmetics. However, as the ladies of Qingfeng residents typically hailed from affluent backgrounds, the quality of their makeup was high, rendering the scent strong yet not overpowering. His eyes fell upon approximately 7 or 8 disheveled women attending to a slightly inebriated man, the table in disarray, drinks spilled everywhere. Li Feng surmised that this man must be Saqi. Finally facing the target, Li Feng reminded himself to remain calm in this critical moment that he restrained his urge to kill and gradually approached Saqi. Suddenly, as if sensing his presence, Saqi lifted his head, startling Li Feng, who had been poised to strike. Little beauty, why didn't you greet me upon your arrival? With such a charming appearance, what is your name? Come here into my embrace, and I shall reward you handsomely, Saqi slurred, momentarily alleviating Li Feng's tension. Observing Saqi closely, Li Feng finally understood why even the burly black-faced guard looked at him with such longing. It was simply that Saqi possessed an otherworldly beauty, slightly arched brows, blue hair, emerald eyes, and delicately shaped lips left Li Feng momentarily dazed. If this were a woman, she would surely be a calamity for the nation, Li Feng mused inwardly, lamenting that such a beautiful face adorned a man. However, no matter how enchanting, it would be of no use to offend me, Li Feng. Maintaining an impassive expression, Li Feng offered a faint smile and, as he neared Saqi, delivered a powerful blow to the right side of his forehead. Blood erupted forth, and as Li Feng witnessed the shock and disbelief in Saqi's eyes in his final moments, he casually wiped the blood from his hands and swiftly exited through the window amidst the shrieks of the 7 or 8 women. As for the black-faced guard outside, his expression darkened further with disgust, for in his mind, such cries indicated that his beloved Count Saqi was about to indulge those shameless women once more. Chapter 48. The enraged Count Paka. After assassinating Saqi, Li Feng took advantage of the continued lack of discovery and retraced his steps out of the city gates, although he faced a brief obstruction at the gates. The guards had no choice but to let him pass upon presenting the token given to him by Goddess. Once outside Sunset City, Li Feng wasted no time and sprinted back to Shishan territory. For Count Paka had already marched his forces and might well be laying siege to the city. Li Feng dared not gamble with the lives of his father, Feng Qian, and his brothers. Upon returning to Shishan territory via a narrow path, Li Feng found that Count Paka was already at the city walls, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Li Feng summoned the new recruits and, with a grave tone, declared, Count Paka's army is at the gates. We cannot engage in battle. I hereby announce that each of you shall receive a severance payment of 10 gold coins and return home. My lord, I wish to share the fate of the territory. My lord, I do not wish to leave. Voices of dissent rang out incessantly. With a casual turn, Li Feng replied, This is an order. You must disband from the military and return home. Seeing so many loyal supporters, Li Feng sighed. Having too much charm can be a burden. Just then, Zhou Mo, who was standing beside Li Feng, nearly choked on his lunch upon hearing this. In truth, there were no soldiers left atop the walls of Shishan town. Only a few scarecrows stood guard. Should Count Paka choose to attack now, he could capture Shishan town's walls in mere moments. Li Feng maliciously speculated that he was likely waiting for that dead man, Saqi. Unbeknownst to him, within Count Paka's central tent, chaos reigned. I do not want the town. Just give me the 7 small villages belonging to Shishan town. The voice of Viscount Carter rang out defiantly. I do not want the town either. 5 small villages will suffice, Baron Lianin echoed. Equally unyielding. Everyone understood that after this battle, Shishan town would be a mere shell of its former self. The effort required to repair the devastated town would far outweigh any benefits, making it more prudent to seize those small mountain villages, which would also provide a significant population boost to their territories. These cunning old foxes are anything but easy to deal with. When faced with the allure of profit, who cares for the niceties of noble etiquette? The fact that no skirmish has yet broken out is already quite a concession. Very well, let us postpone discussions of distribution until we have secured Shishan town. Their city walls still stand tall. And here we are, contemplating the spoils of war. At this critical juncture, it was Count Paka's words that silenced the bickering of Baron Lianin and Viscount Kaki. I say, Count Paka, are you truly afraid of conquering a mere lordship with fewer than 1,000 soldiers? Were it not for waiting on Count Saki, I, Kaki, would have long since led my forces to seize this little town. Kaki exuded an air of indifference, as though Shishan town were already within his grasp. Haha, Kaki, I've heard that this Li Feng is quite the enigma. Merely months ago, he was but a lowly recruit, yet within less than a year, he has traversed a path that others might never hope to tread in a lifetime, transforming from a novice warrior to a silver knight. You must be aware of the trials he has faced, yet he has navigated them with remarkable ease, even persuading Archmage Meishi to intercede on his behalf, allowing him to assume lordship over Shishan. Each of these feats is nothing short of miraculous, Count Paka remarked, a mix of admiration and lamentation evident in his tone. Ha ha, and what of it? Do you think I am a naive little noble like Lianin? Who dares not retaliate even when his son is beaten to a pulp? Ha ha ha, Kaki exclaimed, unable to contain his amusement, laughing unabashedly within Count Paka's tent. Kaki, you insolent fool. Baron Lianin seethed with rage at Kaki's humiliating words. Yet feeling powerless to retaliate, he could only point a finger at him and huff disdainfully. Count Paka, I propose we immediately assault Shishan town and capture Li Feng alive. This would certainly surprise Count Saki upon his arrival, Baron Lianin suggested darkly. Having been reminded of his own humiliating history by Kaki, unable to best Kaki, he resolved to vent his frustrations on Li Feng instead. Very well, since you are all in agreement to attack at once. Then, Count Paka began, but before he could finish, a frantic messenger burst into the tent. How dare you interrupt our council? You, a mere soldier, have the audacity to barge in here. Seize him and execute him. Kaki shouted, adopting a spectator's attitude as he observed the commotion. Speak, what news do you bring? Count Paka interjected, ignoring Kaki's antics. My lord, Count Saki has been assassinated at Qingfeng residence. The messenger's shocking proclamation caused Count Paka, who had been seated comfortably, to leap to his feet in alarm, inadvertently releasing an imposing aura that left the newly minted messenger trembling in fear. Is what you say true? Do you know the identity of the assassin? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Count Paka, with a tragedy befalling the Duke's son within his territory. He feared that he could not escape the consequences if the culprit were not found. Duke Faley would surely hold him accountable, and Count Paka's heart raced with cold sweat at the thought of losing everything his family had built over generations. My lord, the true murderer has yet to be identified. According to a girl from Qifeng residence, a strikingly beautiful tall woman struck Count Saki dead with a single blow and then escaped through the window. Count Paka felt utterly exhausted. How could he explain such a catastrophic event to the Duke? Was the century-old legacy of the Nuxidin family to be obliterated? The image of Duke Faley's enraged, contorted face upon learning of his son's demise sent shivers down Count Paka's spine. My lord, the lord of Shishan town has sent a letter via arrow. Another messenger announced just as Count Paka felt the weight of the world crashing down upon him. Bring it to me. Kaki's voice cut through the tension, as Count Paka remained lost in thought. The impatient Kaki snatched the envelope and tore it open. What? Li Feng killed Count Saki. Look, is this not the jade pendant Count Saki always carried? Kaki exclaimed in astonishment, awakening Count Paka from his stupor. This fellow truly is ruthless. Daring to slay even the Duke's son, Baron Lianin commented, his tone a mix of admiration and relief that he had not directly confronted such a madman, lest his own precious son be in peril. Relay the command. The entire army shall advance. Count Saki bellowed at the messenger. He was determined to raise Shishan town and eliminate Li Feng, hoping to diminish the Duke's wrath against him. Chapter 49, The chaotic sea. Just as Count Paka roared in fury, Li Feng had already activated a large-scale, non-directional teleportation scroll, fleeing for his life. This course of action was fraught with peril, as a non-directional teleportation scroll implies the absence of a precise destination. With a stroke of luck, one might end up on an unknown isle, escaping with their life. But with ill fortune, one could plummet into the endless expanse of the ocean, where a horde of man-eating fish awaited. In this treacherous world, I am but a pawn. May the gods and spirits guide me to a favorable place. Perhaps even to encounter a few enchanting beauties like Feng Qian. Li Feng secretly prayed before activating the scroll. Perhaps the deities were displeased with their faithless follower, for he soon found himself caught in the most treacherous spatial storm. Stunned, Li Feng recalled having heard tales of a 1 in 1,000 chance of encountering such a storm when using a teleportation scroll, yet there were no further tales to tell. Li Feng had no choice but to focus his mind. For facing a spatial storm that even the gods could not decipher was not to be taken lightly. Although he had miraculously encountered this rare phenomenon, he was fortunate that the storm he faced was merely the aftermath of a dissipating spatial tempest. Yet, even that residual force proved overwhelming for a team of mere silver knights. The result was that as the magical energy of the teleportation scroll waned, Li Feng managed to shield a few nearby companions. While the fates of the others caught in the storm remained a mystery to him, perhaps due to the mental strain of resisting the storm, Li Feng fell unconscious the moment he touched down. He felt as though he traversed one world after another, breaking through countless barriers of space. Yet he had never before encountered a storm of such magnitude. He wished to remain a carefree fish, treating the boundless expanse of space as a series of small ponds, gliding through each with the aid of the rain, shattering barriers with chaotic energy, reveling in the fresh comforts of new realms. Year after year passed, and without realizing it, Li Feng suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, a dizzying sensation, and an intense thirst. In his haze, he seemed to hear the voices of his father and Feng Qian calling out to him. I have grasped a fragment of spatial laws, truly. Those who survive great calamities are destined for fortune. The ancients do not deceive me. Li Feng marveled, lying in Feng Qian's embrace, savoring the millet porridge she had prepared for him. As for the millet, it was procured by Zhou Mo from nearby villagers in exchange for magic crystals, along with various cooking utensils and a small courtyard. Initially, upon learning that they had traded magic crystals for such mundane items, Li Feng nearly erupted in anger, but after Zhou Mo's explanation, he felt a sense of relief. This place was known as Pabu Island, a populous isle in the chaotic sea with over 1 million inhabitants, and it was relatively large compared to the surrounding islands. Currently, Li Feng found himself in a humble farmhouse on the western side of the island, given that the area was comprised of numerous large and small islands. The resourceful inhabitants of the chaotic sea had attempted to exploit the ocean's riches, and it was evident that they had succeeded. While magic crystals might be precious in the kingdom of Kino, they appeared somewhat commonplace in the chaotic sea, backed by the vast ocean. Here, due to the abundance of cultivation resources, even ordinary adult men possessed the strength of black iron warriors, while elite troops were uniformly composed of bronze-level fighters. As for units composed of silver-level warriors, they were not entirely absent, but they were rare. At least, Pabu Island boasted no such forces. The understanding of laws cannot be amassed merely through resources, hence silver-level warriors remained highly sought after in the chaotic sea. Serving in the military could at least secure one the position of a squad leader. Li Feng felt somewhat disoriented. He had not anticipated that a simple teleportation would land him in such a high martial region. Once proud of his Silver Knight prowess, he now realized that here he could barely maintain a modest existence. Most of the group had been scattered due to the spatial storm. Only his father, Feng Qian, and a few others, Li Jin, Li Yi, Li Dan, Zhou Mo, and Gu Xia, who were in close proximity to Li Feng, had been teleported to Pabu Island. As for the other brothers, especially Li Zhong and Li Chong, they had been unable to teleport alongside Li Feng due to their positions on the outskirts maintaining order. Reflecting on this, Li Feng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. In this unfamiliar land, he could rely only on a handful of companions for support. From the heights of noble lordship to this state of desolation in a heartbeat, Li Feng's thoughts were tumultuous. Li Feng, fear no challenge. Having come this far, I shall make my peace with it. Even in this tumultuous region of high martial prowess, I will carve out my own name. Li Feng silently encouraged himself. However, To be honest, upon arriving in this unfamiliar territory, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy that dulled the sorrow of his scattered brothers. If he were to remain in the kingdom of Kino, attaining the rank of Dragon Knight would be the pinnacle of his aspirations, as the kingdom lacked the precious resources and ancestral knowledge necessary for such advancement. For the kingdom of Kino, Dragon Knights and Grand Sorcerers represented the utmost in combat prowess. Yet in the Chaotic Sea, while Dragon Knights were not ubiquitous, they were certainly not in short supply. Even the legendary paladins, holy warriors, and sorcerers from the kingdom of Kino were not absent. Let us not dwell on the matters of paladins and holy warriors, as they held little relevance to Li Feng's current situation. His foremost concern was merely to secure food and sustenance. Indeed, it is about solving the matter of food and shelter, was how Zhou Mo responded to Li Feng's astonished exclamation. Once a lord commanding thousands, Li Feng now found himself toiling for mere sustenance, which filled him with a subtle melancholy. With Li Feng included, there were 8 individuals consuming a significant amount of food daily. Given the scarcity of land, provisions on Pabu Island were exceedingly precious. During the spatial storm, most of the magical crystals had been swept away, leaving only Zhou Mo and the old man with a few pieces clutched in their hands. In this chaotic sea, where magical crystals were as common as dirt, these few pieces could barely sustain 8 people for a month. However, after Zhou Mo rented this small courtyard, the remaining crystals could only suffice for a week of survival for Li Feng and his companions. Isn't there still a week? Let me think of ways to make money, Li Feng remarked nonchalantly, for he considered himself a dashing and charismatic figure. If he truly could not earn any money, Li Feng found himself distracted by various thoughts as Feng Qian's soft hands caressed him. My lord, you have been in a coma for 6 days, Zhou Mo said innocently to the still daydreaming Li Feng. Chapter 50. Toiling for sustenance. Man is made of iron, and food is steel. For the sake of securing food, Li Feng had no choice but to hastily familiarize himself with the overall situation on Pabu Island before preparing to venture out to earn money. Although Pabu Island was a region of high martial prowess, it was still feasible for a Silver Knight to make a living. Primarily, there were dedicated mercenary groups here. Joining one or forming his own would allow him to accept tasks issued by the mercenary guild, with rewards varying according to the difficulty level. Mercenary groups were classified into 8 grades: SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The requirements for upgrading a mercenary group were exceedingly stringent. Only by completing a specified number of tasks and accumulating sufficient upgrade points could one ascend within the guild. Mercenaries, like their groups, were also divided into 8 levels. To advance to a higher rank, a mercenary needed not only formidable strength, but also to complete a considerable number of tasks. Only mercenaries and groups of higher rank could undertake corresponding tasks. If lower-ranked mercenaries wished to accept higher-level missions for greater rewards, they would first need to pay a deposit. Completing the task would ensure the return of the deposit, but failure would result in losing both the money and possibly their current mercenary rank. Of course, aside from becoming a mercenary, Li Feng could also join the military of Pabu Island. The reason the Chaotic Sea bore its name was that conflict was its very essence. All citizens revered strength, and the powerful oppressed the weak, a commonplace occurrence. Each year, a grand melee was held in the Chaotic Sea, with all islands eagerly participating, as it was an opportune time for seizing territory and expanding dominions. Generally, life was spent in recuperation, with only the month of chaos allowing for killing and territorial disputes, a veritable iron law of the Chaotic Sea. Anyone daring to infringe upon this would undoubtedly face collective retaliation. Li Feng genuinely wished to enlist, but the timing was not yet ripe, that if he were to take his brothers into the military, the old man and Feng Qian might struggle to cope. Moreover, most of his brothers were merely of black iron rank. Even if they joined the military, they would likely only serve as the lowest-ranking soldiers. Given their ambiguous origins, they might be treated as cannon fodder. This was indeed a troublesome matter. After contemplating for an entire night, Li Feng resolved to establish a mercenary group, initially accepting some simple tasks to earn some money and, concurrently, accumulate endless points to exchange for elixirs. As he could not afford to neglect his training, this marked Li Feng's first day in the Chaotic Sea. If one counted the time spent in a coma, it was the 7th day. Gazing at the dilapidated wooden door, Li Feng was suddenly reminded of the excitement and disbelief he felt upon first arriving in this otherworldly realm and encountering such antiquated items. Thankfully, with the presence of old Li Ka and the cheerful banter of Li Jin and Li Dan, Li Feng felt an immense sense of comfort. There was also Feng Qian, the little woman who occasionally exhibited a bit of temper, yet had consistently followed him without complaint, along with this group of brothers. He wondered where Li Chong and Li Yi had been transported to a night without dreams on the following day. Li Feng, accompanied by Li Jin, Li Zhong, Li Dan, Zhou Mo, and Gu Xia, quietly made their way to the nearest small mercenary guild. It was deemed a small guild because it could only confer ranks to B grade and below mercenary groups, and mercenaries to become an A-grade mercenary or to apply for an A-grade mercenary group. One would need to go to a higher level guild for evaluation. However, this small guild was sufficient for Li Feng, as his current qualifications permitted him to apply for only the lowest F-grade mercenary group. There was no way around it. This was a rigid rule of the mercenary guild. Even if one were a paladin, they must adhere to this regulation. Of course, if someone possessed the strength of a paladin, they would likely already be a leader of a significant power or a notable figure enjoying freedom, who would bother coming to a mercenary guild to earn a meager living. Thus, most individuals who became mercenaries were the downtrodden masses, striving to earn a modest living to support their families. However, there were also some offspring of prominent figures who came to the mercenary group for trainings. Not for money, but for the experience. To be honest, upon his arrival, Li Feng was astounded by the throngs at the mercenary guild. It was aptly described as a sea of people, with most possessing strength above black iron. Silver Knights like Li Feng were not uncommon. Li Feng could only feel speechless and resigned himself to waiting in line at the back. He had always considered himself a law-abiding citizen. Yet good people are inevitably bullied. Not long after, someone attempted to cut in line. Li Feng, who was accustomed to following the rules, could not help but intervene when he saw the line jumper, just as the person attempted to push ahead of Li Feng. They stumbled forward, accompanied by a pitiful cry that sent shivers down Li Feng's spine. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" was the cliché opening line. Li Feng could not be bothered with such individuals. Folding his arms and engaging in conversation with Zhou Mo as if the world around him was non-existent, Li Feng's indifference and disregard only fueled the anger of the line cutter, who threw a punch at Li Feng. Though Li Feng was conversing with Zhou Mo, he never let his attention waver from the aggressor at that moment. Sensing the punch coming, he swiftly countered, grabbing the assailant's wrist and lifting his right foot, resulting in another wretched cry. "You little brat, wait for me. I will return." The words sounded strangely familiar. This little farce brought an element of entertainment to the otherwise monotonous wait, and those around them chuckled amicably. To be honest, after 2 hours of waiting, Li Feng found himself regretting his adherence to the rules. The efficiency of this mercenary guild was appallingly low, having arrived in the morning without breakfast. He had been waiting for 2 hours, and his patience was worn thin. Gazing at the still sizable crowd ahead, Li Feng felt a tinge of melancholy. Life was difficult, and earning money was no easy feat. He silently lamented in his heart. Seizing the opportunity during this waiting period, Li Feng reevaluated his future. He could not remain a mercenary for life, with the endless system at his disposal. He sought to carve out a name for himself in this world, to explore higher realms, lest he squander the brilliance of his existence, to establish his own influence in the chaotic sea. He needed a loyal following to command, followed by conquering a small island for development. During the month of chaos, he could seize the opportunity to devour neighboring territories and continuously bolster his strength. However, he must not reveal his brilliance too early. Should he attract the attention of powerful factions, he might find himself transported again, and Li Feng could not guarantee that each journey would lead to a safe landing. "Stealthily enter the village. Do not fire your guns," Li Feng unconsciously muttered, feeling as if he had heard it somewhere before. Chapter 51. The Endless Mercenary Group. "Brother, we have arrived," Zhou Mo called out mercilessly, waking Li Feng from his daydream of ruling the world and living the life of a man's dreams, commanding dominion and reveling in the company of beautiful women. Upon arriving at Pab Island, Li Feng had already strictly ordered Zhou Mo and Gu Xia not to refer to him as Lord, so now they both addressed him as Brother Feng. A dream was abruptly disturbed, leaving Li Feng in a state of discontent. However, upon awakening, he realized it was finally his turn to enter the mercenary guild, and his momentary gloom dissipated instantly. He eagerly stepped into the bustling guild. Inside, a considerable number of individuals were present, with around 7 or 8 counters managing various affairs. Logically, the process should have been swift, yet the sheer volume of people resulted in an extensive wait for Li Feng. The mercenary guild maintained a pristine environment. Despite the constant influx of patrons, diligent cleaning staff promptly attended to any messes. Li Feng approached an unoccupied counter, where he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her gentle smile stirred something within him, and he was pleasantly surprised to encounter such a captivating presence at the front desk of a small guild. "Hello, I am Ling Fei. How may I assist you?" Her voice was melodious, as clear as a babbling brook. "That I wish to establish a mercenary group," Li Feng stated. Though the woman before him was indeed lovely, having encountered breathtaking beauty like Feng Qian before had significantly bolstered his resistance to such allure. Thus, he merely acknowledged her beauty before returning to the task at hand. Ling Fei was acutely aware of her charm, yet she was taken aback when the man before her glanced only once before regaining his composure. The clarity in his gaze exuded an unusual comfort, prompting Ling Fei to regard him with newfound respect. Establishing a mercenary group requires a deposit of 10 low-grade magic crystals. The magic crystals served as the currency in the chaotic seas. Categorized based on quality and impurities into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade crystals, the conversion rate was 100-fold. One mid-grade crystal was worth 100 low-grade ones. Typically, a mid-grade crystal could be exchanged for around 100 to 130 low-grade crystals. As higher-ranking individuals found training with mid-grade crystals far more efficient than with their lower counterparts. However, the scarcity of high-grade crystals rendered them exceedingly valuable. Upon hearing that a deposit of 10 low-grade crystals was required, Li Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that establishing a mercenary group would necessitate such a payment. Although he had 10 low-grade crystals at his disposal, they had unfortunately been expended. Miss Ling Fei, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind. Might it be possible to offer something else as collateral?" Li Feng expressed his predicament, feeling the weight of his situation. Ling Fei was astonished. She had not expected to encounter such a peculiar individual seeking to use items for collateral at the guild. Was he merely trying to amuse himself? A flicker of annoyance crossed her mind. "This is a vial of mid-grade breaking barrier pills, perfectly suited for your needs. Miss Ling Fei. I kindly request that you exchange it for 10 low-grade magic crystals." Li Feng spoke earnestly, though he felt a pang in his heart for depleting his limited resources. Just as Ling Fei was about to dismiss this seemingly frivolous individual, she was taken aback when he produced a vial of mid-grade breaking barrier pills. Such potions, capable of aiding bronze-level knights in their breakthroughs, were indeed rare commodities on Pabu Island. The fact that Li Feng would offer such a valuable item to cover a mere 10 low-grade magic crystals startled her. It seemed he was not devoid of funds. Rather, he sought an alternative means to capture her attention. Ling Fei had encountered similar situations before. "If you are not here to apply for the establishment of a mercenary group, I kindly ask you to leave. I have many matters to attend to." Noticing Ling Fei's shift in demeanor, Li Feng found it peculiar. Could it be that a vial of mid-grade breaking barrier pills was not worth 10 low-grade magic crystals? In the kingdom of Chino, where magic crystals were more precious than gold, a vial of mid-grade breaking barrier pills would certainly exchange for 10 low-grade crystals. Perhaps the alchemical standards here rendered such potions less valuable. "Miss Ling Fei, I assure you we genuinely forgot to bring money. Would you be so kind as to make an exception? If this vial of pills is insufficient, I can offer more." Observing the sincerity etched on Li Feng's face, Ling Fei hesitated. Could these individuals truly be ignorant of the value of breaking barrier pills? "Are you truly not jesting with me?" Ling Fei scrutinized Li Feng with newfound curiosity, as if she had stumbled upon an uncharted territory. "Miss Ling Fei, I am entirely sincere." Realizing that excessive words might betray him, Li Feng opted for brevity in his explanation. "Very well. Take this vial of breaking barrier pills back. I shall cover your deposit of magic crystals. And when you have the funds, you may return the favor. Such potions are indeed rare on Pabu Island, so be cautious not to let others know you possess a mid-grade breaking barrier pill. You may find numerous bronze-level knights risking everything to acquire just one. Though you are a silver knight, you cannot shield yourself from the masses," Ling Fei kindly warned, "since I have presented the breaking barrier pills. I am earnest in my intentions. If you are willing to cover the magic crystal deposit, these pills are yours." Li Feng feigned indifference, though internally he felt a twinge of regret for losing another precious resource. "Then allow me to supplement your magic crystals. I require breaking barrier pills for my recent training." With that, Ling Fei produced 10 low-grade magic crystals, emitting a purple-black glow. "These are 10 mid-grade magic crystals. It seems I am offering you a bargain for this vial of pills. But alas, this is all I possess." She blinked her enchanting eyes and handed the crystals to the bewildered Li Feng. "What shall your mercenary group be called?" After receiving the breaking barrier pills, Ling Fei resumed her professional demeanor, albeit with an added touch of sincerity. "Let us name it the Endless Mercenary Group," Li Feng declared, lacking creativity in naming and opting for simplicity in a short while. A palm-sized emblem inscribed with the words Endless was handed to Li Feng. Only A-ranked and above mercenary groups were entitled to special insignias, while the Endless Mercenary Group, being F-ranked, could only bear the most common guild emblem. Regardless of the initial hurdles, Li Feng was elated to have established his own mercenary group, a S and F-ranked group. They had the capacity to recruit 100 mercenaries that, of course, if one possessed sufficient strength. Even an F-ranked group could have several hundred unofficial members without consequence. After bidding farewell to Ling Fei, Li Feng led his team to the task area, eager to accept assignments and earn some living expenses. Chapter 52, Fire Cloud Leopard. Upon entering the task area, Li Feng was once again astounded by the throngs of people. This small mercenary guild was divided into 5 sections based on rank. The B-ranked task area had the fewest individuals, while the F-ranked area was the most crowded. Unfortunately, Li Feng found himself amidst the F-ranked crowd. Although the F-ranked area was bustling, it also offered numerous tasks, mostly involving item retrieval or escorting merchant caravans. While these assignments took considerable time, the rewards were quite generous. However, Li Feng sought a task that would help him accumulate endless points, ideally one that involved slaying some beasts. After careful consideration, Li Feng selected a task to collect 50 Fire Cloud Leopard fangs. The Fire Cloud Leopard was a level 3 pack creature, often found in groups of hundreds, due to their nature. Such tasks were often avoided in the F-ranked area, as most F-ranked mercenaries possessed only black iron level strength. Even a few bronze level fighters would hesitate to provoke a horde of Fire Cloud Leopards. Nonetheless, for Li Feng, this task was perfect. As a Silver Knight, he could easily withstand an encounter with several hundred level 3 Fire Cloud Leopards, all while reaping endless points, a win-win situation. Having learned about the high demand for potions on Pabu Island, Li Feng briefly entertained the idea of selling a batch of potions. However, he quickly dismissed it. Human greed was treacherous, and without sufficient strength, exposing high-grade potions would only invite the attention of desperate individuals. Leading his newly formed Endless Mercenary Group of 5, Li Feng confidently accepted the task, which offered a reward of 200 low-grade magic crystals. For Li Feng, without the 10 mid-grade crystals provided by Ling Fei, this sum would suffice for a year's living expenses for him and his father. It was no wonder so many chose the mercenary life. It was indeed a lucrative occupation for common folk. Yet, the inherent dangers often paralleled the rewards. Each year, the number of veteran mercenaries lost balanced with the influx of new recruits, a brutal reality that was difficult to fathom without personal experience. Li Feng resided in a place called Pingfeng Town, named for its screen-like topography. The town was not particularly large, roughly comparable in size to Xishan Town, yet it boasted a population over 3 times greater, exceeding 100,000 residents. Pabu Island contained several such towns, collectively safeguarding the only county, Chuli County. The hierarchical structure of the cities in the Sea of Chaos bears a resemblance to the ancient Chinese system of commanderies and counties. Ranging from the smallest villages and towns to larger counties, prefectures, states, and nations, the weaker factions must pay taxes to their stronger patrons in a timely manner, while enjoying the freedom to conscript soldiers and collect taxes within their territories. In essence, it resembles a feudal system. Generally speaking, unless a higher-level power extends its fangs toward a lower-level one, the latter can coexist peacefully. Even in defeat, the patron will seldom intervene. After all, the Sea of Chaos is infamous for its bloodshed. Would it still be called the Sea of Chaos if order were to prevail? Upon exiting the Pingfeng town, Li Feng led the Endless Mercenary Group directly to the nearest dwelling of the Fire Cloud Leopards, preparing to complete this mercenary task to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. Li Feng had previously equipped Li Jin and the others with a complete set of leather armor. Although its protective capabilities were limited, it was certainly better than nothing. Li Feng could not help but grumble about the exorbitant prices on Pabu Island, where 5 sets of ordinary leather armor were sold for an astonishing 300 low-grade magic crystals. Despite the steep cost, he made the painful decision to purchase 5 sets for the safety of his comrades. As Li Feng stepped into the beastly forest, he encountered numerous mercenaries, some solitary and others in small groups, along with larger bands of dozens, gradually making their way toward the depths of the forest. Thus, the 6 members of Li Feng's party raised no suspicion, though the sight of Li Jin and his companions clad in brand-new leather armor elicited envy from many mercenaries in a life where one dances on the edge of danger. Possessing a set of protective gear significantly enhances one's chances of survival. Li Feng paid little heed to the envious and jealous glances, resolutely heading toward the area where fire cloud leopards were likely to appear. Along the way, he effortlessly dispatched several low-level magical beasts, collecting their cores and feeling a sense of satisfaction as his endless points steadily increased as they ventured deeper into the beastly forest. The number of mercenaries dwindled, and the magical beasts encountered were predominantly of the 4th tier. Li Feng understood that they were nearing the gathering point of the fire cloud leopards, according to the information he had purchased for 2 low-grade magic crystals. The fire cloud leopards, known for their ferocity and tendency to congregate, were not considered a weak species even within a 4th-tier magical beast gathering area. This was also a significant reason why this F-grade task had remained unaddressed for so long. This 4th-tier magical beast gathering zone served as an excellent shield for the fire cloud leopards. However, their comfortable existence was abruptly interrupted by Li Feng's arrival. Crouching low, Li Feng approached the gathering of fire cloud leopards, revealing a sight of over 100 fiery red leopards, their emerald eyes radiating an uncanny intelligence, and their muscular legs showcasing extraordinary speed. Encountering such a multitude of fire cloud leopards was undeniably nerve-wracking for Li Feng. While he held little concern for his own safety, he was apprehensive for his companions. As Zhou Mo and the others had yet to reach the pinnacle of the Black Iron rank, and even the strongest among them, Li Jin, was merely a 3-star Black Iron Knight. "You must stick closely behind me and refrain from acting recklessly," Li Feng warned. Unwilling to gamble with the lives of his brothers, with a fierce shout, he charged forward, and Li Jin and the others, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely as instructed, armed with an ordinary spear purchased from the market. Li Feng's formidable silver energy augmented its effectiveness, allowing him to dispatch the fire cloud leopards with relative ease. Any that managed to withstand his initial strike were swiftly dealt with by Li Jin and the others. The composition of Li Feng's team was exemplary. He led the charge, while Zhou Mo, Li Jin, and Li Yi flanked him to collect any stragglers, and the less experienced Gu Xia and Li Dan worked diligently to extract the teeth of the fallen fire cloud leopards and mine their magic crystals. In a short span, they had surpassed their task of collecting 50 leopard teeth. By this time, the majority of the fire cloud leopard herd had been decimated, with the few survivors scattering in flight. Given their speed, it was unrealistic for Li Feng and his group to pursue the swift fire cloud leopards, and to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Li Feng decided to halt their pursuit. Chapter 53. An unexpected interruption as the blood-red sun dipped low. The battlefield, roughly the size of a soccer field, was strewn with the corpses of fire cloud leopards. Blood stained the verdant grass beneath, and the occasional patches of yellow sand bore the scent of blood. To expedite their efforts, Li Feng joined in the extraction of magic crystals and the removal of leopard teeth, initially proceeding according to his plan. Once they had dealt with the fire cloud leopards, they would return to the mercenary guild to report the completion of their task. Unfortunately, smooth sailing is a rarity in this world. Wow, Vice Captain, we've struck it rich this time. Just selling the pelts of so many fire cloud leopards will yield a substantial income. Just as the endless mercenary group was engrossed in handling the carcasses, an unwelcome group was drawn by the sounds of the battle between Li Feng and the leopards. Hearing the voice, Li Feng turned to see that the speaker was the lean man who had attempted to cut in line at the mercenary guild, only to be taught a lesson by Li Feng. It was a true case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. Li Feng regarded the overly excited lean man with a sense of bemusement. However, when the lean man caught sight of Li Feng's face, his smile vanished abruptly, replaced by a twisted expression of fury. He pointed a trembling finger at Li Feng and shouted, "It's you." Grinov could never forget the humiliation inflicted upon him by this seemingly harmless man, who had caused him to fall twice in front of so many people, resulting in the loss of face and the failure to accomplish the task assigned by the vice captain, followed by a thorough reprimand. All the humiliation stemmed from the man before him. Unable to contain his anger, Grinov lunged at Li Feng, only to abruptly halt mid-charge upon realizing he could not best him. With a loud thud, the unfortunate Grenov once again found himself in intimate contact with the ground. "Captain," he asked, "the one who thwarted my efforts and humiliated me in public, you must seek justice for me." The vice-captain of the C-grade Bloodwolf mercenary group, Baru, frowned at the sight of his subordinate's disgrace and grew increasingly displeased upon hearing Grenov's complaints about his failures being attributed to Li Feng. Baru, having finally found some leisure time to invite the long-desired Miss Ling Fei to dinner, was incensed to learn that Grenov, in his incompetence, had been rudely turned away like a dog. By the time he personally arrived at the mercenary guild, Miss Ling Fei had vanished, and he had lost a golden opportunity. Baru wished he could strangle Grenov and had come to the beastly forest to vent his frustrations. As a vice-captain of a C-grade mercenary group, Baru, a 4-star silver warrior, had never feared anyone in the Bloodwolf mercenary group, and even those of equal standing would treat him with deference. "You're the one who ruined my plans." Baru, with a rugged appearance and a face adorned with a scruffy beard, had long golden hair that had formed into clumps from neglect. His voice boomed, reaching Li Feng from a distance, carrying an undeniable force. "You, brat, I'm in a foul mood today. Leave these fire-cloud leopard corpses behind and scram, and I, Baru, will spare your wretched life." Baru's arrogance suggested that such an act was a grand act of mercy on his part. What a plethora of fools in this world. One after another, Li Feng remarked with disdain as he regarded the conceited Baru. "You're courting death. When heaven offers a path, you refuse to walk it, and when hell has no door, you insist on barging in. Don't blame me, Baru, for being ungracious." Baru, the vice-captain of the Bloodwolf mercenary group, exuded the aura of a 4-star silver warrior as he brandished his dual steel axes and charged at Li Feng. Calculating his options, Li Feng noted that the Bloodwolf mercenary group comprised 7 individuals, with Baru being the most formidable. The 2 bronze-tier fighters, Grenov and another slightly older man, were followed by a great mage and 3 black iron warriors. While the numbers were roughly equal, the disparity in strength was staggering. Although Li Feng was confident he could hold his ground against Baru, the 2 bronze-tier fighters posed a significant threat that Li Jin and the others could not handle. It was imperative to neutralize these 2 bronze-tier fighters first. Otherwise, the tide of battle could not be turned. Silently, Li Feng exchanged for a 5th-level magic scroll from the system, Ice Domain. Seizing a moment when Baru's guard was down, Li Feng unleashed it. A wave of chilling cold enveloped the area, causing the weaker black iron warriors and knights to succumb to the frost, while even the 2 bronze-tier fighters shivered uncontrollably. Only Baru managed to retain a modicum of his strength, as a spell only a grand mage could cast. Ice Domain possessed remarkable properties. Though its effective duration was merely 15 seconds, it was more than sufficient for Li Feng to accomplish a great deal. With a long spear in hand, Li Feng dashed towards Grenov, delivering a swift and lethal blow to his head. Grenov, caught off guard, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how they, who were clearly in an advantageous position, could still meet such a grim fate. Li Feng did not linger. He swiftly targeted another trembling bronze warrior, brandishing the spearhead stained with warm blood, unleashing a surge of 2-star silver fighting spirit as he plunged the spear into the heart of his foe. In the astonished gaze of Balu, Li Feng had dispatched 2 bronze warriors in a mere 15 seconds. The bronze warriors, being elite members of the C-rank Bloodwolf mercenary corps, were not expected to fall so easily in this desolate wilderness. Especially before Balu's very eyes. The thought of this reaching the ears of their leader sent a shiver down Balu's spine. Having witnessed the ruthless methods of their commander, Nookies, even the typically arrogant Balu felt a tinge of fear. "Eliminate the enemy before me to redeem myself. This is my last chance for atonement," Balu thought. Charging towards the slightly panting Li Feng without a moment's hesitation. Li Feng was equally surprised by Balu's swift recovery from the icy terrain. As dual axes descended upon him, he had no time to evade and could only brace himself with his spear. He coughed a mouthful of blood. Astonished by Balu's immense strength, clearly, such a formidable physique was not without merit. Regaining his breath, Li Feng continued to evade Balu's attacks. Fortunately, while Balu had strength in abundance, he lacked agility, allowing Li Feng to narrowly escape each swing. Mountain Splitter, Balu Ward. Startling Li Feng, who recognized that Balu was about to unleash his trump card. The intensity of Balu's stance indicated that this technique was undoubtedly a profound secret art of at least the mysterious level. Li Feng dared not take this lightly. Certain secret arts, when combined with specific weapons, could yield extraordinary results, and it was evident that the mountain splitter was perfectly aligned with Baloo's dual axes. A thunderous explosion reverberated across the battlefield as Baloo's mountain splitter clashed with Li Feng's Nine Heavens Cloud Dragon, resulting in both combatants being propelled back several dozen meters. Li Feng spat another mouthful of blood, but did not dare to rest. He charged towards Baloo, who lay on the ground, bloodied and writhing in agony. Baloo's injuries were evidently more severe than Li Feng's, as he rolled on the ground, clutching his head in pain. Ignoring Baloo's cries, Li Feng thrust his spear into his back, causing a more agonizing wail to escape Baloo's lips. Yet, Li Feng had never been one to show mercy to his enemies. Another thrust followed, this time aimed at Baloo's heart. The resilient Baloo thus lost his youthful life. After slaying Baloo, Li Jin and the others swiftly dealt with the remaining 3 black iron warriors, a black iron knight, and a great mage. The death of Baloo placed Li Feng directly in opposition to the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. If the members of the Blood Wolf Corps discovered that it was Li Feng who had slain Baloo, an unrelenting pursuit would surely ensue. Nookies, the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, possessed the strength of a 1-star Golden Knight, placing him among the elite in Pingfeng Town. Currently, Li Feng stood no chance of confronting Nookies directly. The overwhelming disparity in rank was suffocating. Li Feng led the members of the Endless Mercenary Corps to clear the battlefield with utmost efficiency, relocating the bodies of Baloo and his companions to a more concealed spot. Otherwise, the mingling of the corpses of the Fire Cloud Leopards and Baloo would easily lead others to associate this incident with Li Feng, especially since he had accepted the mission. Thankfully, the slaying of Baloo and his cohorts also resulted in a substantial influx of endless points, allowing Li Feng to exchange for medicinal pills and restore his lost cultivation. After the battle with Baloo, Li Feng sensed a loosening of the bottleneck at his 3-star silver level. With a high-grade breaking limit pill, he could smoothly break through. However, it was clearly not the right time for such an endeavor. The priority was to erase all traces of the scene, ensuring that the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps took longer to discover the bodies, thus increasing Li Feng's safety. As night fell, Li Feng had no choice but to camp with the Endless Mercenary Corps in the Beast Forest. To prevent wild beasts from disturbing them, he carefully built a circle of campfires around them, allowing the mercenaries to sleep soundly through the night. While keeping watch, Li Feng also focused on breaking through his 3-star silver bottleneck. His efforts bore fruit, and just as the crimson sun peaked over the horizon, Li Feng's cultivation broke through under the potent effects of the high-grade breaking limit pill. Now, Li Feng was an authentic 3-star silver knight, with a deeper understanding of the laws of slaughter, though his comprehension of spatial laws had stagnated since his previous encounter with the spatial storm. It seems that the fall of the god of space, Kronos, has greatly hindered those seeking to grasp the laws of space. Li Feng sighed. Since Kronos was ambushed and killed by the Thunder God during the War of the Gods a millennium ago, the path of space in this world had remained sealed. Even the most brilliant talents of successive generations had achieved little in their pursuit of the spatial laws. Regardless, the comprehension of spatial laws was a chance occurrence. The lack of progress is not of great concern. As long as there is advancement in the laws of slaughter, that is sufficient, Li Feng reassured himself. Once Li Jin and the others awoke, the sun hung high in the sky, casting its light upon the earth. Li Feng instructed Zhou Mo to tidy up their belongings before preparing to return to Pingfeng Town to submit the mission at the small mercenary guild and settle the rewards. Initially, Li Feng had prepared to wait several hours at the guild entrance. However, upon arrival, a young attendant in the guild's uniform guided him through a side door directly into the mercenary guild. Captain Li Feng, this is all at the behest of our young lady. I am merely carrying out orders, the attendant explained. Li Feng was taken aback. He had only been on Pabu Island for less than 10 days and had not yet become acquainted with any young lady. The only interactions he had were with Ling Fei the day before and Baloo's group, who, by now, were likely devoured by the wolves of the Beast Forest. The attendant quickly provided the answer Li Feng sought. The young lady who greeted you at the front desk yesterday is Miss Ling Fei, the daughter of the president of the Pabu Island Mercenary Association, Tajika. Miss Ling Fei enjoys engaging in the grassroots work at our guild, personally interacting with lower-tier mercenaries to broaden her experience. The young attendant spoke with admiration. Introducing Li Feng with composure, Li Feng could not help but hold Miss Ling Fei, who wore a warm smile, in high regard as a person of high status. Her willingness to experience the work of those at the grassroots level required a commendable resolve and dedication. At the command of Miss Ling Fei, henceforth, Whenever Captain Li Feng arrives, he shall be treated as a distinguished guest. Naturally, it is inappropriate for a distinguished guest to wait several hours before entering the mercenary guild. Thus, our guild in Pingfeng Town has specially opened this side door, which typically caters only to certain special guests. Oh, so it seems I have indeed benefited from Miss Ling Fei's kindness, Li Feng chuckled. By the way, I wonder if Captain Li Feng has any particular matters to attend to this time. The distinction of being a guest made a significant difference. The attendant's tone was exceedingly respectful, and he even inquired about Li Feng's needs. Actually, it is nothing major. I recently accepted an F-rank task and came to submit it. In addition, I would like to select another task. Oh, I see. That is simple. Captain Li Feng, please hand over the task items to me, and I will take care of it immediately. The young attendant replied with a pleasing smile. Although Li Feng was merely the captain of a small F-rank mercenary group, his connection to Miss Ling Fei promised a bright future. Being a distinguished guest is truly excellent, Li Feng mused as he observed the slightly obsequious young attendant. After the attendant returned with the task reward of 300 low-grade magic crystals, Li Feng inquired about the required deposits for accepting E-rank and D-rank tasks. The attendant's response prompted another round of admiration from Li Feng. Distinguished guests are indeed exceptionally treated. Distinguished guests possess the right to autonomously select tasks below B rank without the need for a deposit. Li Feng silently praised Miss Ling Fei's beauty once more and then directly requested to see several B rank and C rank tasks. A few minutes later, with a dazed expression, Li Feng watched as the young attendant returned with a list of D rank tasks. As the B rank and C rank tasks were simply outrageous, C rank tasks were manageable, typically involving the slaying of high-tier level 5 beasts, though they were often in groups. Level 5 beasts were approximately silver tier, which Li Feng could reluctantly accept. However, the B-rank tasks were utterly absurd, such as capturing a raging king lion and obtaining its fresh gallbladder. It was important to note that the raging king lion was a golden tier beast for the endless mercenary corps. Merely avoiding capture would be an achievement. Ultimately, Li Feng had to confront the reality that being a distinguished guest had its drawbacks and required caution. After much deliberation, he settled on a D-rank mercenary task to escort treasure seekers in the Xiaosheng mountain range, ensuring their safety during the expedition. Chapter 55. The mysterious employer. Having completed the task handover, Li Feng returned briefly, feeling relieved upon seeing that Lao Li Ka and Feng Qian were both safe and sound. The D-level escort mission he accepted was a solo endeavor. Hence he chose not to bring along Li Jin and the others, preparing to act independently. Naturally, a night of passion with Feng Qian was not to be missed before his departure. At the appointed time, Li Feng arrived at the mission site, where approximately 17 or 18 individuals had already gathered. However, they seemed to be strangers to one another, resulting in an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Unperturbed, Li Feng found a secluded corner to ponder the increasingly refined laws of killing while awaiting the appearance of the employer who had issued the task. During this interlude, Li Feng surveyed his surroundings, noting that he was situated in a hollow within a canyon, surrounded by towering boulders. If anyone were to launch an attack from atop these stones, the group below would be in dire straits. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Although Li Feng did not consider himself particularly virtuous, he was nonetheless averse to placing himself in perilous situations without cause. Thus, while he appeared engrossed in his training, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, he remained ever vigilant. The soul exit continued to draw in more individuals, and as the crowd grew, despite their efforts to maintain silence, a cacophony of sounds began to emerge. Small clusters formed, engaging in snippets of conversation that Li Feng observed with a discerning eye, recognizing that these mercenaries, who danced on the edge of death daily, held no notions of righteousness or camaraderie as long as the price was right. They would not hesitate to slaughter even their own commanding officers. This was a tumultuous sea where murder and betrayal were the very essence of existence, the illustrious lord of the chaotic seas. Shevsky once proclaimed, "There are no eternal friendships or loyalties, only eternal interests. At least, such is the case in the tumultuous seas." As the only divine knight in this realm, Shevsky's words served as scripture among the mercenaries. Li Feng desired no entanglements with these individuals, aware that any disputes could serve as potential grounds for betrayal, just as impatience began to ripple through the ranks of mercenaries within the canyon. The employer finally made their entrance. Clad in a black sable robe, their leisurely strides exuded an air of nonchalance. as if everything unfolded so naturally and silently. Yet, as Li Feng sought to catch a glimpse of the long-awaited visage, it was obscured by a black veil, shrouding the anticipated face in mystery. Draped entirely in black, this enigmatic figure only served to amplify the aura of intrigue surrounding them. Li Feng then realized that nearly 50 mercenaries had gathered within the narrow canyon, predominantly consisting of bronze knights, bronze warriors, and magic scholars. However, there were also a dozen or so silver warriors, silver knights, and grand magic scholars of the same caliber as Li Feng, with 2 formidable golden combatants among them, a powerful magic scholar and a golden warrior whose face was marred by numerous scars. Though the exact star rankings of these individuals remained unknown, the mere titles of the magic scholar and golden warrior were enough to instill fear in all present, including Li Feng himself. This treasure-seeking mission is no simple task, Li Feng mused inwardly. The presence of golden-tier combatants indicated the significant price the employer had paid, and it was evident that this mysterious figure was not to be trifled with, as they seemed unperturbed by the potential for ambush from such formidable allies. For the first time, Li Feng felt a profound sense of wariness towards the veiled individual. If they were able to recruit golden-tier mercenaries, why then were there so many bronze and silver-tier mercenaries? If even the golden-tier mercenaries could not accomplish the task, what use would additional low-tier mercenaries serve? Li Feng's mind swirled with questions, regrettably destined to remain unanswered. Could they be mere cannon fodder? He speculated. Believing his hypothesis to be well-founded, it seemed plausible that silver knights like himself were merely advanced fodder in this scenario. Fortunately, he had not brought Li Jin and the others along, and he felt a surge of relief. This mission was undoubtedly complex. Despite the generous rewards, Li Feng suppressed his avarice and refrained from having the members of the endless mercenary group join him. In hindsight, this decision proved not only prudent but astutely correct. Li Jin and the others, being merely low-tier black iron warriors, would find themselves at the very bottom of the hierarchy here, while Li Feng, a silver 3-star knight, would likely be unable to provide for them. I am Qing Wan, the employer for this mission. I assure you that the promised remuneration will be delivered in full upon the successful completion of the task. I only request that you comply with the arrangements and assist me in fulfilling this mission. Otherwise, the voice of the mysterious figure was hoarse, rendering it impossible to distinguish their gender, yet it was melodious, imbued with a hint of coldness that did not evoke disdain. After the enigmatic proclamation, an uproar erupted within the canyon. Initially expecting a simple escort mission, the mercenaries soon realized, from the tone of the cloaked figure, that matters were far from straightforward. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, only dangers worthy of the rewards they promise. Fortunately, the individuals gathered in the canyon were seasoned mercenaries who had been flirting with death for many years, although some expressed indignation at the employer's lack of transparency, grumbling a few complaints. The allure of the substantial post-mission rewards proved too enticing to abandon the task. The mysterious figure seemed pleased with their reactions, nodding slightly before addressing the 2 golden warriors and the magic scholar at the forefront, saying with a tone of deference, "I appreciate your assistance." While the tone was courteous, Li Feng detected no hint of genuine respect. It felt more akin to a conversation between equals. Surprisingly, the 2 golden-tier mercenaries had no further reactions, simply assuring that everything would be taken care of and falling silent thereafter. The mysterious individual, the enigmatic task, and the quest for treasure ignited a newfound curiosity within Li Feng, initially intending to follow along with the group. Contributing little, yet hoping to complete the task and return home swiftly, he now found himself confronted with an unexpected turn of events. Li Feng touched his newly sprouted soft hair, as if having discovered a new world. Filled with excitement, the mysterious black-robed figure spoke little, and the mercenaries, who traversed the thin line between life and death, were equally taciturn. The journey was marked by a somber silence, interrupted only when foolish beasts, unafraid of their formidable cadre, collided with this powerful group, resulting in sporadic sounds of battle. In those moments, Li Feng could sense the presence of life. Otherwise, the eerie forest was filled solely with the cawing of oblivious crows, which only served to agitate the mercenaries. Positioned amidst the crowd, Li Feng was at least able to hear the sounds of breathing and coughing, making the experience somewhat bearable. Chapter 56. The terrifying sculpture following the black-robed figure. Li Feng and the band of mercenaries embarked on their treasure-seeking journey. Though the path was shrouded in an eerie ambience, they managed to avoid casualties and arrived safely at their destination. Suddenly, the cloaked figure produced a rusted key and inserted it into the crystalline mountain face, prompting a tremor that revealed a small opening large enough for two to pass through. Li Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary mountain concealed such wonders. Abruptly, it struck him that the mountain appeared akin to a massive stone sarcophagus. He had not noticed earlier, but upon the opening of the cave, he realized its entrance was situated at the very center of this stone coffin. The mysterious figure entered the cave first, followed by the Golden Warrior and the Magic Scholar, with Li Feng being among the third group to enter. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and the description of unable to see one's hand in front of one's face was apt until the powerful Magic Scholar raised a hand, casting a first-level illumination spell that illuminated the cave as if it were daylight. What first caught Li Feng's eye were the bizarre stone sculptures, some depicting beasts, others resembling humans. To his astonishment, he spotted a winged demon among the figures. Each stone representation was remarkably lifelike, as though they had just engaged in fierce combat before being petrified, their expressions a testament to the incredible craftsmanship of the cave's creator. The ground was surprisingly soft, allowing one to traverse it with ease, as if floating above it, requiring minimal effort to move swiftly. This was indeed a wondrous cave, and Li Feng felt certain that these sculptures had existed for over a millennium. Observing the crumbling walls and the flawless statues, he sensed that the materials used were extraordinary, capable of withstanding the test of time, a substance only the most transcendent beings could wield. After traversing for about half an hour, the black-robed figures suddenly halted, extending their dry hands to caress the hair of a female warrior statue in that moment. Though Li Feng could not see the figure's face, he was convinced that it expressed a sense of indulgence. A wave of revulsion washed over Li Feng, sending chills down his spine. He had never encountered anyone so captivated by a statue. Before the statue of the female warrior, the mysterious figure in black stood still for a full quarter of an hour. Just as the patience of the onlookers was waning, the enigmatic figure finally retracted its emaciated hands and continued to advance. The deeper they ventured, the more unnerving and horrifying the atmosphere became for Li Feng. The statues, with their wide-open eyes, instilled a profound sense of discomfort, and the echoes of screams reverberating through the cave only heightened the sense of dread. Suddenly, the sharp sound of crack, crack, startled the crowd to their astonishment. One of the statues began to fissure grotesquely, revealing a ghastly blend of crimson and pallid skin. The sight of the gaunt figure sent shivers down Li Feng's spine. What manner of monster is this? Ah, it hurts. Let go. He witnessed as a creature of such horror viciously severed the neck of a bronze-ranked warrior, who perished amidst agonizing cries that it was bizarre, utterly bizarre. Do not move. Do not make a sound if you wish to survive, the mysterious figure in black rasped. Struggling to quell the chaos among the frightened crowd, Li Feng then bore witness to the most terrifying spectacle of his life. The emaciated monster methodically devoured the lifeless body of a mercenary. Piece by piece, bound by the command of the figure in black, Li Feng and his companions were forced to remain motionless, helplessly watching their comrade meet a gruesome fate. Li Feng could not ascertain how many lives had been extinguished. Yet the sight provoked a visceral wave of nausea, akin to swallowing a fly. After finishing its repast, the creature audibly belched, wobbling its slightly plump form as it swaggered away. Midway, it suddenly turned back, grinning broadly at the mercenary troop. Indeed, it was a smile. Despite its thin skin, Li Feng could see the movement of its bones in an even more eerie twist. Li Feng felt the creature's gaze linger on him for a moment. His acute senses confirmed that those blood-red eyes had looked at him with a peculiar significance. This time, it was not just the tingling at the nape of his neck. He felt an uncontrollable urge to explode with emotion. After the monster departed, Li Feng sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that the mysterious figure in black had also regarded him with a curious glance, though it seemed to yield no substantial insight, and thus he did not pursue it further. I want to go back. I refuse to undertake this mission any longer. At this juncture, anyone who remained oblivious to the danger would indeed be a fool. Trembling, a silver-ranked warrior beside Li Feng shouted in panic. Even mercenaries accustomed to flirting with death experienced fear. It was undeniably bloody and terrifying. No sooner had the silver warrior uttered those words than a scarred golden warrior leapt beside him with a swiftness that startled the surrounding mercenaries. In a single motion, a silver-ranked mercenary was abruptly silenced. The Golden Warrior's sudden attack took the mercenaries by surprise. They had not anticipated that this hideous figure would kill without provocation, a display of sheer tyranny. Do not think of returning. The exit has been sealed. The only way forward is through to the end. Otherwise, even I cannot guarantee your escape. The mysterious figure in black intoned ominously. His words incited outrage among the mercenaries, astonished by the malevolence of this black-clad individual, who threatened them into compliance. How far to the end? Li Feng inquired, realizing that the figure in black, along with the Golden Warrior and the sorcerer, were likely in league with one another. They had summoned these bronze and silver-ranked mercenaries under the guise of a bounty, presumably to serve as cannon fodder for their own nefarious purposes. Faced with this grim reality, Li Feng refrained from outright rebellion, instead seeking to extract more information. Upon hearing Li Feng's question, the Golden Warrior, Gu Bo, exhibited a rare flicker of surprise, while the figure in black focused its attention on Li Feng. I cannot say precisely how far, but rest assured that once I locate the treasure at the end, I shall not treat you unjustly. I, Qingwan, am a man of my word, it rasped, despite knowing that reaching the end would undoubtedly result in death. Li Feng felt an inexplicable sense of agreement. He realized that this mysterious figure possessed a strange power, evoking trust and a willingness to serve in those around him. Chapter 57. The blood pool having come this far, retreat seemed increasingly improbable. Even if the exit remained unsealed, the intimidation posed by the Golden Warrior and the sorcerer effectively quashed any thoughts of escape among the mercenaries. Li Feng observed the unfolding events with a cold detachment, sensing that nothing was as simple as it appeared. The enigmatic figure in black, the terrifying statues, and the formidable Golden Warrior and sorcerer. Why did they heed the commands of the figure in black? Why had it lingered so long before the statue of the female warrior? Li Feng was filled with curiosity. How many secrets lay hidden within this eerie and horrifying cave? All of it remained an unsolved mystery. Once the murmurs of dissent among the mercenaries had been quelled, the figure in black led the group onward. The path remained lined with vivid statues, knights charging with drawn swords, sorcerers wielding staffs. To Li Feng's astonishment, an increasing number of winged, fearsome creatures emerged alongside the path. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the occasional sound of footsteps and labored breathing, reminding Li Feng of the fragility of life. Suddenly, a piercing scream startled him. He feared the ravenous creature had returned or that a new horror had emerged. When he turned to ascertain the cause, he found a silver-ranked mercenary sprawled on the ground, terror-stricken, pointing frantically to his right. Following the direction of the mercenary's trembling finger, Li Feng beheld a colossal statue of a creature with 4 legs, wings sprouting from its back, and horns adorning its head. Its limestone eyes seemed to possess a life of their own, fixating on the passing mercenaries. Is that a dragon? Li Feng involuntarily gasped, though the others remained entranced by the sheer size and vitality of the statue. Failing to respond to his exclamation, what piqued Li Feng's curiosity was the slight nod of acknowledgement from the figure in black, followed by a shake of the head, as if conveying an unspoken message. Enough of the theatrics. It is merely a lowly earth dragon, the figure in black rasped again, its voice lacking any emotional resonance, yet it was evident that he held this dragon in contempt. After all, it was a dragon. Even the weakest of its kind would rank among dragon knights. Given the dragon's imposing size and keen gaze, it was undoubtedly an adult of noble lineage, likely of the paladin caliber. Yet, the figure in black appeared utterly unfazed by such a powerful creature. Could it be that he had once been a formidable being himself? Perhaps even a god? Li Feng could not shake off the suspicion, as the statues within this enigmatic cave only heightened his wariness towards the figure in black. Following this unsettling encounter, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Even coughs and breaths were suppressed to a bare minimum. Eventually, after approximately an hour, the figure in black halted before a door that appeared before them. With a gentle gesture, the seemingly sturdy stone door swung open, releasing a musty odor that wafted into Li Feng's nostrils. Among the stale air, he detected a faint scent of decay. Could this be the tomb of some mighty warrior? Yet, given the layout and decor, it must have been at least a millennium old. How could there be the stench of death lingering here? Even an immortal holy knight would struggle to resist the ravages of time over a millennium. Li Feng was filled with questions. Upon entering the room, Li Feng was taken aback by the sight before him. The very monster that had brutally feasted upon a mercenary's corpse now lay in this small room, reeking of decay. The source of the stench was emanating from the creature itself. How could this powerful beast be dead? Previously, even the mysterious figure in black dared not confront it, merely watching as it killed a bronze-ranked mercenary before departing. Though he had discerned the origin of the foul odor, Li Feng remained perplexed about how such a formidable creature had met its demise. The room was small. Apart from the creature's carcass in the corner, a large pool filled with bubbling crimson liquid occupied the center. Exuding a sinister aura, suddenly, the figure in black displayed a profound fear. Its trembling legs betraying its trepidation. Li Feng was intensely curious about what could instill such dread in an otherwise formidable and enigmatic individual. Abruptly, the figure began to mutter incantations, fingers deftly weaving intricate gestures. Though Li Feng was intrigued, he dared not make any errant moves in the presence of the two golden warriors. O Lord of the Abyss, omnipotent and eternal, I willingly offer the flesh and blood before me as a sacrifice. Please bestow upon me the power of seduction. The moment Li Feng heard these words, an unsettling sensation washed over him. But it was too late. He watched in horror as the figure clad in black robes tore away the veil from his face, revealing a skull devoid of flesh. The bones of the jaw moved rhythmically, producing celestial sounds that Li Feng could not comprehend. Indeed, they were celestial sounds. Li Feng swore he had never encountered such exquisite notes before. This enchanting melody ensnared his senses. Then, he beheld groups of bronze-tier mercenaries strolling toward the blood pool at the center, their expressions mirroring his own rapture. Awaken! A voice, aged and urgent, echoed in Li Feng's mind. Initially, he felt a surge of indignation. Who dared to disrupt his reverie of divine harmony? Yet, the incessant calls extinguished his good mood in an instant. Just as he prepared to survey his surroundings, he was petrified by the scene unfolding before him. Burly mercenaries continued to march toward the blood pool, and as each one entered, they instantly transformed into desiccated corpses, vanishing entirely within the depths of the pool. Astonishingly, their expressions at the moment of their demise were ones of satisfaction and joy. Cold sweat trickled down Li Feng's brow. If he were to step into that pool, would he also meet a fate akin to theirs? He shuddered at the thought. Had it not been for that shout, would he, too, have succumbed to the pool's allure, leaving this world with a contented smile? Li Feng discreetly scanned the vicinity, noting the black-robed figure swaying its skull, its jawbone clacking as if uttering a cryptic language. The scarred golden warrior, whom Li Feng presumed was allied with the black-robed figure, bore an expression of longing and pleasure, though every few breaths, a frown would mar his features, suggesting some discomfort. You deceive us. The usually taciturn mage's voice broke through, stuttering with disbelief, while the golden warrior remained enraptured in bliss. Chapter 58. The spirit of the realm. The mage's tone was a blend of despair and resignation, yet he quickly reverted to a state of indulgence. The black-robed figure merely cast a cursory glance at the protesting mage before resuming its incantation in a tongue both convoluted and archaic. Though Li Feng had regained some lucidity, he felt powerless as he watched these individuals plunge into the blood pool. Confronting the formidable presence of the black-robed figure for the first time filled him with despair. Foolish child, what are you pondering? Once the blood pool takes form, eliminate him. A mysterious voice whispered in Li Feng's ear. Startled, he nearly cried out, but the dire circumstances compelled him to stifle his reaction. He scanned the area again. But aside from the mercenaries marching to their doom and the black-robed figure, there seemed to be no one else present. Child, cease your futile search. I am the spirit of the endless world. Or as you might refer to it, the endless system. The ancient voice resounded again, leaving Li Feng dumbfounded. You can converse with me merely by focusing your thoughts. Where are you, and what is this endless world? How did I traverse here? Following the spirit's instructions, Li Feng attempted to communicate. His mind struggled to process the overwhelming events of the day. The terrifying statue, the malevolent figure in black, and the mysterious spirit that had emerged from nowhere. Child, I can only tell you that the endless world was formed when an ancient being perished, causing a collapse of the small world within its essence. After thousands of years of evolution, it has reached its current state. Unfortunately, that fool Kronos deliberately extinguished my intelligence, unaware of how to harness the endless world. That he merely grasped fragmented laws and now claims to be the god of space in your realm. What a farce. The spirit's revelations were astounding. Kronos was indeed a powerful god of space, a genuine deity, yet he appeared pitiable in the spirit's eyes. Why then do you inhabit my being? Li Feng pressed urgently. When the endless world was discovered by the ultimate laws of this realm, It was nearly obliterated. I had to control the endless world to break through the barriers of space and escape. I inadvertently landed upon your head, taking refuge within your body, and expended my last energy to return to this realm. What, then, are these endless points that can be exchanged for such numerous elixirs and resources? To be honest, my restoration requires nourishment from soul energy. What you call endless points are, in my view, delectable souls. As for those elixirs, they are merely remnants of the endless world. After thousands of years, only a few preserved in jade bottles remain. Fortunately, you have not redeemed much. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. And what of those warriors? Like Foam, E and the others. They are the valiant remnants of tribes from the endless world. As long as there are sufficient soul crystals, I can protect them from harm when the barriers of the small world are breached. Will I still be able to exchange for elixirs and magical scrolls in the future? Li Feng felt a wave of frustration. He had hoped to ascend to the pinnacle of this world with the aid of the endless system, to explore a new realm, but it seemed that possibility was slipping away. Child, do you know what is truly precious in the endless world? The items you mentioned, elixirs, magical scrolls, or any other trinkets, are merely low-tier remnants left by predecessors. If you wish to become a genuine powerhouse, you cannot rely on these items. Therefore, the moment I awakened, I purged these meager low-tier items. The spirit spoke slowly and clearly. Yet Li Feng felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration. Why not simply keep them for him instead of discarding them? Then where does the true value of the endless world lie? He stifled his rising anger and feigned indifference. While Kronos may be lacking, he at least comprehended a complete law of space from the endless world, attaining godhood. However, beyond that, the endless world harbors a colossal secret that Kronos shall never fathom. What is it? Li Feng inquired eagerly. Utilize the endless world as your divine realm when you ascend to godhood. Within the endless world, you shall be the supreme deity, commanding the reverence and faith of all beings. As long as there are sufficient souls, your cultivation will surpass that of the foolish Kronos in no time. The spirit's words ignited a fervor within Li Feng. The prospect of possessing a complete world as his divine realm was thrilling. Yet, he quickly tempered his excitement, for he remained ensnared in peril. What should I do now? That black-robed figure appears formidable. Alas, had you been a golden knight, you could have slain him effortlessly. Regrettably, your cultivation speed is far too slow. Having squandered so many low-tier elixirs, you are still merely a silver knight. The spirit's mockery left Li Feng momentarily speechless. He had always considered himself a genius, whether in the kingdom of Chino or amidst the chaos of the high martial region. Yet here he was deemed inept in the spirit's eyes. What now? Li Feng feigned ignorance of the spirit's jibe and pressed on. This place is likely a small battlefield from the divine war a millennium ago. Judging by the black-robed figure's demeanor, he is a follower of the deity Donatus, and this blood pool is essential for their necromantic rituals to cultivate divine essences. I fear a divine essence lurks within that blood pool. Although Li Feng felt overwhelmed, he grasped one crucial fact. Divine essences were valuable commodities. Otherwise, this enigmatic black-robed figure would not go to such lengths to hire mercenaries for a blood sacrifice. His entire focus was now on the blood pool, once it took form. It would be the moment when the figure's power was at its weakest, allowing him a chance to strike decisively. The spirit's voice carried a note of caution. This was not a trivial endeavor. Li Feng raised his gaze slightly toward the blood pool at the center of the stone chamber. After absorbing the blood of numerous mercenaries, it began to bubble, steam rising ominously as ghastly white bones occasionally surfaced, causing Li Feng's complexion to pale. Despite the spirit's guidance, the grim spectacle unnerved him. Child, why do you cower? It is merely a skull, yet it has you trembling thus. During my days of following my master across myriad realms, I encountered far more gruesome and terrifying sights. You must train harder. The spirit's admonitions were both earnest and mocking. Chapter 59. Divine Essence struggling to maintain composure. Li Feng held his breath and observed as the last group of mercenaries entered the blood pool. When that powerful mage stepped in, he heard piercing wails, a stark contrast to the serene enjoyment displayed by the scarred golden warrior upon entering. This mage possesses considerable mental fortitude. It is no small feat to remain conscious during the final moments of the blood sacrifice. Unfortunately, awakening now will only bring him suffering. The spirit lamented suddenly. Li Feng, indifferent to his surroundings, found himself at a pivotal moment in his life, that if he could not transcend this barrier, he would face nothing but annihilation. The chilling voice of the dark mage grew increasingly faint, until it became almost inaudible. At this very moment, it was the first time Li Feng had heard the spirit of the realm express such fervor. Previously, it had seemed so imperious and nonchalant in his eyes. Clearly, this task was not as easily accomplished as he had imagined. Harnessing his internal energy, Li Feng surged forward as soon as the spirit's words fell, unleashing a torrent of pent-up energy upon the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. Taken by surprise, the dark-robed figure stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Before he could regain his composure, Li Feng swiftly drew his dagger, thrusting it decisively into the figure. With a resounding clang, the dagger nearly slipped from his grasp, as if piercing through soft petals. Instead, he encountered the chilling reality of exposed bones, devoid of flesh or blood. The dagger became ensnared between two ribs, rendering it immobile. "You seek death." The dark figure, despite the sudden ambush, displayed a formidable will to fight that he clasped his hands together, disregarding the dagger embedded in his chest, and lunged towards Li Feng. With no other recourse, Li Feng relinquished his dagger to evade the imminent strike. Channeling his strength into his right leg, he executed a sweeping kick at the advancing figure. As the dark figure attempted to evade, Li Feng seized the moment to rotate his dagger, resulting in a sickening crack as ribs splintered. The dagger was pulled free, and the dark figure cried out in pain, his eyes ablaze with a haunting blue flame that made Li Feng uneasy. "O mighty death god Dainates, your faithful follower beseeches your strength. I am willing to offer my broken body as sacrifice," the dark figure uttered in a grotesque croak. To Li Feng, this made little sense. He was oblivious to the significance of the words, yet the eerie blue flame in the figure's eyes seemed to dim significantly. "Quickly, kill him. He is offering a sacrifice to the death god. Slay him before the ritual is complete." The spirit's voice grew increasingly frantic, and Li Feng recognized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he launched a series of strikes at the incanting figure, yet the dark figure remained eerily unresponsive, as if made of wood, indifferent to the shattering of his bones. "Strike his skull, you fool!" The spirit, now exasperated, resorted to insults. That moment, Li Feng felt an ominous aura rising within the small cave, a palpable weariness of life coupled with a yearning for death that almost ensnared him. "Die!" Li Feng thrust his dagger towards the dark figure's dim blue eye, extinguishing the already faint flame completely. As the dark figure perished, Li Feng sensed the terrifying aura dissipate abruptly. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, he thought he heard a faint sigh of surprise. But when he turned to investigate, it vanished without a trace. "Thank goodness we killed him. Otherwise, if the avatar of death god Dainates were to descend, it would have been the end." The spirit expressed relief. However, Li Feng had no time to ponder the spirit's words, for he was captivated by the bizarre scene unfolding in the blood pool. The crimson liquid suddenly dried up, revealing a blood-red crystal that radiated a dazzling brilliance. To describe this gem as enchanting would be an understatement. Even Li Feng found himself irresistibly drawn to its allure. "This must be the divine essence of the enchantress. I never expected even she had perished. The war among the gods must have been truly devastating," the spirit lamented. "By the way, young one, merge with this divine essence. It will be immensely beneficial for you." Taking the spirit's earnest advice, Li Feng wasted no time. He began the process of refining the alluring blood-red essence as instructed. The moment he entered the essence, an overwhelming wave of malevolence engulfed him, nearly causing his mind to shatter under its weight. As if countless vengeful spirits were voicing their grievances, cold sweat poured down his brow as he silently recited a calming incantation. Managing to regain his composure, Li Feng attempted to seize the captivating blood-red essence. Yet it seemed to possess a will of its own, evading his grasp. Shocked, he realized that this small object had developed sentience. Not daring to underestimate it, he feigned a misstep and then, as the essence attempted to flee, he tightly grasped it, channeling his energy to imprint it upon his heart. The entire process held him in a stalemate for 3 full hours, and upon successfully refining the essence, Li Feng collapsed. Utterly exhausted, uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, he found himself in perpetual darkness, oblivious to whether it was day or night. After tidying the battlefield and collecting the dark figure's belongings, he gazed at the heap of bones wrapped in the black robe. To his surprise, a sky-blue ring adorned the ring finger of the skeleton. leading him to ponder the vanity of the deceased. However, noticing the ring's quality, he was about to remove it when the spirit suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, a spatial ring. Young one, you are in luck. This ring is of considerable value." "What is a spatial ring?" Li Feng inquired. "It is a vessel for storage. Hurry and refine it to see what lies within. However, with your current capabilities, you may struggle to break the restrictions set by this skull." How did you open it?" Li Feng asked innocently. "I simply used my mental strength to break it open," the spirit replied. Sighing, Li Feng lamented, "How did I forget that a mere skeleton lacks flesh and blood to cast any restrictions? You are indeed fortunate. Just drop a drop of your blood upon it, and anyone with lesser mental strength than yours will find it difficult to access the contents." Upon hearing this, Li Feng was elated. The prospect of possessing a storage artifact was thrilling. Without delay, he infused his blood into the ring. Once his blood mingled with it, he felt an inexplicable connection. The spatial ring had a capacity roughly equivalent to that of a room, containing only a little more than 1,000 low-grade magic crystals and a handful of mid-grade ones, along with a few miscellaneous items. Chapter 60. The Devouring Heaven Technique. Having acquired a ring of immeasurable worth, Li Feng could hardly contain his joy, especially with the cache of magic crystals ensuring he would not have to worry about finances for the time being. After refining the essence of the enchantress, although he had yet to ascend to divinity and could not wield most of its powers, he realized he could at least momentarily disrupt the mental state of his adversaries during battles, providing him with an opportunity to vanquish formidable foes. The benefits bestowed upon Li Feng by the enchanting essence extended far beyond mere combat advantages. After daringly refining the divine essence, he distinctly felt his mind sharpen, allowing him to swiftly grasp concepts and thoughts, as if his intelligence had been augmented significantly. Surviving great peril often leads to great fortune, he mused as he welcomed his fourth ascent within the silver tier. Breaking through to silver 4-star, accustomed to relying on medicinal aids for his cultivation, the sudden necessity to harness the spiritual energy from the air and rely solely on his efforts felt rather alien to him. Yet, with no alternative, he begrudgingly accepted the fact that the insufferable spirit had already disposed of all the low-tier medicinal pills. The mere thought of it was infuriating. It meant he would have to forge his own path to wealth and cultivation resources from now on. "Your foundational technique is pathetically low-grade. It is no wonder your advancement has been so sluggish. You squandered so many low-tier resources and remain nothing more than a silver wastrel," the spirit commented as Li Feng prepared to break through, nearly causing him to spit blood in indignation. The audacity of this old spirit was quite unsettling. "I never had the opportunity to exchange for a higher-grade technique. I had to make do with what I had," Li Feng retorted, dismissing the spirit's incessant clamor as he focused on harnessing the bull's strength technique to initiate his breakthrough. "Enough, young one. To aid you in slaying foes and reclaiming the essence of the endless world, expanding its territory, this technique is now yours," the spirit declared, suddenly dropping a golden-hued tome into Li Feng's hands. The Devouring Sky Technique stirred within Li Feng a tremor, such a formidable name, to boldly claim the title of Devouring the Sky. One could only imagine the audacity and strength of the individual who crafted this technique. The golden cover and the large golden characters resonated deeply with Li Feng's spirit, and he fought to suppress his exhilaration as he turned to the first page. "Heaven and earth are indifferent. Treating all beings as mere fodder, my path of cultivation is to defy the heavens, to slay gods when encountered, and to vanquish Buddhas when they appear. Should heaven obstruct me, I shall devour the heavens." Though brief, consisting of only a few dozen words, it ignited a fervor within Li Feng, compelling him to yearn for the creator of this profound art, a true hero of unparalleled might. "This was discovered by my first master in an ancient cultivator's cave. Had my master not already possessed his own foundational technique, he would have surely transitioned to this path immediately. The allure of this technique is immense. My first master devoted 7 sleepless months to comprehend it, ultimately grasping only the surface." The familiar characters brought a tremor to Li Feng's hands. Since his transmigration, this was the first time he had encountered the language of his homeland, an ancient and warm sensation that felt utterly delightful. The Devouring Sky Technique comprises 13 levels. To break through the first level, one can devour energy bodies below the 5th rank, enhancing oneself. Upon reaching the 2nd level, one can effortlessly consume energy at the Dragon Knight level. Now, Li Feng's task was to break through the 1st level, Otherwise, possessing such a powerful technique would be of no use. Following the guidance of the devouring sky technique, he began to cultivate with unwavering focus. Understanding the technique relied solely on his own efforts, requiring introspection and experimentation. After refining a divine essence, Li Feng discovered that all analyses became exceptionally clear and swift. Thus, although the devouring sky technique was intricate and challenging, it was not insurmountable for Li Feng. Now endowed with divine essence, as Li Feng diligently practiced, the spirit of the boundless world was taken aback. After all, this was a technique that even his formidable master could not comprehend. He had merely intended to showcase it to the young man, hoping to deter him and prompt him to seek a more suitable cultivation method. To his surprise, the young man genuinely began his practice. Surely, he is merely toying around. Soon enough, he will recognize the futility of his efforts. Let us see how he relinquishes this endeavor. The spirit muttered with malicious intent. However, 10 minutes passed, then an hour, and eventually a day. How could this young man still be cultivating? Had he fallen into madness, or was he rendered foolish by the obscurity of the technique? The spirit grew increasingly anxious. He had only wished to tease Li Feng, never intending for him to be harmed, as the boundless world still depended on him for expansion. Yet, he dared not interrupt Li Feng, fearing that his intrusion might indeed lead to the young man's demise, a fate lamentable beyond measure. Thus, the spirit anxiously waited for over 10 days. The devouring sky technique is indeed powerful. Having merely completed the first level, my fighting spirit has been significantly refined. 4-star silver. It seems I have also surpassed my previous limits. With the devouring sky technique in hand, my strength has doubled. On the 13th day, Li Feng opened his eyes, expressing surprise at his progress. Truly, the technique capable of devouring the heavens was extraordinary. You finally awakened. You frightened me. I thought you had fallen into madness. If you had perished, I would have been left without the means to find a new host. My old bones would have had to accompany you in death, the spirit exclaimed, seemingly harboring a wealth of pent-up frustration, venting it all upon Li Feng. Young man, surely you have given up after so many days. Such a challenging technique is beyond your comprehension, even though you have refined divine essence, granting you a stronger mental capacity than most. This is something even my master could not fathom. Just surrender the devouring sky technique to me. I will provide you with a more suitable celestial grade technique instead. Does that not sound fair? Li Feng listened, perplexed by the spirit's tirade, uncertain of the old man's sanity. Was he truly deranged, spouting such nonsense? I have already mastered the first level of the devouring sky technique. I no longer require any other technique. You are quite the perceptive one. This is a middle-tier celestial grade technique. How could you possibly have mastered it? The spirit emitted a howl that transcended his limits, unable to believe that Li Feng could successfully cultivate the devouring sky technique, a skill even ancient deities could not comprehend. Once Li Feng demonstrated the unique devouring ability of the technique, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, the spirit was left utterly dumbfounded. This cannot be, my master. A peerless genius could achieve nothing against it. This young man possesses no remarkable talent. How could he succeed? Listening to the spirit's mutterings, Li Feng felt a swell of pride, not understanding the language of his homeland. Those who wished to learn profound techniques were merely dreaming. Chapter 61. The return journey. After nearly 10 days of wandering, Li Feng, concerned that old Li and the others might be worried, packed up hastily and departed the cave. How refreshing. Li Feng was fortunate. After spending 7 or 8 days in the cave, he emerged to a brilliant sun, a cerulean sky, and not a cloud in sight. Taking a deep breath of the pristine mountain air, he could not help but exclaim in delight. Guided by memory, Li Feng retraced his steps back to Pingfeng town. Naturally, he could not report the D-level task he had previously accepted at the mercenary guild, as the employer was deceased, rendering the task a failure. Thus, Li Feng did not linger at the guild and headed straight home. He purchased some marinated meat and wine from a roadside stall, his heart racing with excitement to see his father, Feng Qian, and all his brothers. Without regard for appearances, he sprinted home, the usual composure and elegance completely forgotten. Stop! Li Feng roared in anger, upon arriving at his doorstep. He witnessed a group of individuals clashing with Li Jin and the others. Judging by the scene, it appeared that Li Jin and his company were on the verge of being utterly overwhelmed. Li Feng swiftly maneuvered through the fray, Targeting the sole silver warrior among them, he discerned that it was precisely this silver warrior's presence that had put Zhou Mo and the others in such a passive position. With divine essence coursing through him, Li Feng could nearly sweep aside any adversary of the silver rank, especially since this was merely a 2-star silver warrior. Before the latter could react, Li Feng delivered a fatal blow. "Who are you? Daring to meddle in my affairs? Do you even know who I am?" A lavishly dressed young man, his steps unsteady and his face shrouded in shadows, shouted defiantly. "Oh, causing a ruckus at my doorstep. Yet you fail to recognize your own elder." Li Feng replied icily to the scoundrel who had insulted his family. "Fool, my father is the first deputy warden of Pingfeng Town. Ask no doubt if you know what is good for you. Call out the women inside and follow me to enjoy a life of luxury, rather than languish in this impoverished rural existence. My father will not spare you." The young man stammered, his speech interrupted as Li Feng had already drawn his short sword, swiftly dispatching the debauchee with a single, ghostly strike. "Kill!" Li Feng roared, and upon receiving the command, Li Jin and the others joined him in the onslaught against the remaining guards. Fortunately, the small courtyard Li Feng had rented was relatively secluded, and the commotion of the battle did not attract the attention of the villagers. Once the bodies were buried and the blood cleaned, Li Feng inquired about the events leading up to the confrontation. They were utterly shameless. "We had been waiting outside with sister-in-law for you to return, but when this scoundrel saw sister-in-law's beauty, he approached her. She was so furious that she returned home immediately. Little did we know this despicable creature would come to our doorstep and provoke us. My brothers couldn't stand it and engaged him," Li Jin explained, his face flushed. "It is our lack of strength that led to this. If you had not returned in time, who knows what might have happened," Zhou Mo added. "This is not your fault. That scoundrel deserved his fate." The scoundrel claimed to be the son of the deputy warden. What brings such a character to this remote village? Li Feng wondered aloud, perplexed by the presence of such a debauchee who would typically indulge in revelry within the town. "It seems he came to hunt. These young masters often indulge in such activities," Zhou Mo replied. "I sense that this matter is far from simple. Prepare to evacuate at a moment's notice, even though we have eliminated this group. Should word leak out, we must be ready to flee." After outlining the situation, Li Feng stepped into his home. The first sight that greeted him was Fang Qian, who appeared noticeably more haggard than before. Li Feng felt a pang of sympathy as he tightly embraced her, whispering softly, "You've lost weight. It's all your fault. You've been away for so many days without a word that you've made me worry sick," Fang Qian exclaimed, her tears flowing as she clung to Li Feng. Old Li, upon seeing that Li Feng was unharmed, immediately transformed from a sorrowful expression to one of radiant joy, unable to contain his smile. The night was moonless and silent, with only a few distant barks of dogs echoing through the desolate mountain village. That must be the sound of Hunyo, for Fang Qian had cared for him well. And now the little dog had grown to a height of 30 to 40 centimeters, its plump form not diminishing its charm, but rather endearing it to Fang Qian even more. "Little dog, come here, let me see how much you've grown," Li Feng called out, as the plump little creature ambled towards him, leaping onto his lap and promptly falling asleep. "Damn it, are you a pig or a dog? Why are you so heavy?" Li Feng exclaimed, tugging at the glossy, jet-black fur of the little dog, gently shaking its languid head while affectionately calling out. The little dog showed no response to Li Feng's movements, continuing to nestle in his embrace, soundly asleep. "This is definitely a pig breed," Li Feng remarked sarcastically. "Oh dear, tiger girl, why are you here? I've been searching for you everywhere. Come, your braised pork is ready. Hurry over to eat." Just as Li Feng was about to kick the little dog aside, Fang Qian's voice rang out, causing Li Feng to immediately change his demeanor, tenderly grooming the dog's fur with a look of deep affection. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. Upon hearing Fang Qian's call, the previously lethargic little dog suddenly sprang up, dashing towards Fang Qian with the speed of a 100-meter sprinter, its chubby body jiggling with each bound. Li Feng was curious how such a plump dog could run so fast. Watching the little dog frolicking joyfully in Fang Qian's arms, rubbing against her, and then casting a contemptuous glance at Li Feng, he was momentarily stunned. This mischievous creature had become quite the clever one. This descendant of the royal beast now spent its days indulging in eating and sleeping. To call it a pig would be an understatement, as at least pigs grow up to be consumed as meat. "Husband, it's cool at night. Why aren't you staying indoors?" After preparing the little dog's meal, Feng Qian finally remembered Li Feng, asking with concern. I am contemplating the meaning of life, Li Feng replied, his words not matching his heart. What life? Feng Qian inquired curiously. The theory of equality between humans and dogs. Husband, are you jealous of little tiger girl? Ha, you're killing me with laughter. Feng Qian chuckled uncontrollably. Heh, it seems I haven't trained you for too long. You're starting to misbehave again. Tonight, husband will have to train you properly, Li Feng declared, lunging toward Feng Qian with the demeanor of a hungry wolf. A playful glint in his eyes. Ah, you're bullying me again. Tiger girl, bite him. Feng Qian shouted. Unfortunately, the little dog was too preoccupied with its meal to pay attention to Li Feng's antics. Thus began a night of dissonant harmony. Chapter 62. The mysterious old crone. Li Feng enjoyed a few leisurely days at home with Feng Qian, seemingly unbothered by the affairs of the young scion. Life continued in its mundane rhythm. Each day, he guided his brothers in their training, played with the little dog, and fretted over its increasingly corpulent figure, worried about its future. What if it couldn't find a mate? It was indulging now, but it would surely regret it later. Previously, Li Feng had not noticed that Feng Qian possessed innate magical talent, particularly an affinity for water elemental magic. However, her passion for medicine had delayed her cultivation, and she was now just an apprentice magician. In the past, an apprentice magician might have had some standing in the West Mountain territory, as they were rare, but in the chaotic seas of the high martial realm, even a child could be an apprentice magician, rendering Feng Qian's status rather awkward. For the past few days, apart from occasionally keeping Li Feng company, she generally locked herself in her room, diligently meditating and cultivating. Old Li Ka, though in his twilight years, remained restless, tirelessly experimenting with metallurgy, seeking ways to produce more resilient wrought iron. Observing his father's industriousness, Li Feng explained the impact of carbon content on iron quality and casually mentioned modern steelmaking techniques. Although Li Feng was not an expert in this field, he had absorbed enough knowledge by osmosis to share some insights. Unsurprisingly, his father became even more fervent, relentlessly toiling over the pile of iron materials. With sounds of clanging and exclamations emanating from the small workshop, everything proceeded in this orderly and tranquil manner until Zhou Mo arrived, bringing news that compelled Li Feng to temporarily abandon his leisurely pursuits. The month of chaos has arrived. Pingfeng Town is mobilizing all young warriors above the 3rd tier, specifically those of black iron rank. Zhou Mo's face flushed with excitement. So, we must all go to battle. Indeed, Brother Feng, we can return to the battlefield and fight together once more. Very well, we shall enlist tomorrow. Li Feng appeared neither joyful nor troubled, his expression calm as he returned to his bedroom. Alone, he lay on the not-so-soft bed, contemplating. Alas, we are off to war. What will happen to my father and Feng Qian? This was the dilemma that weighed most heavily on Li Feng's mind. Were it not for the need to protect these two vital lives, he would have long sought his fortune outside, rather than languishing at home in idleness. Kid, I hear you're going to war. I can finally feast on some souls. Li Feng had not heard from the boundary spirit for many days and had thought it had fallen into a deep slumber, only to discover it had been present all along. What are you pondering? Noticing Li Feng's silence, the boundary spirit pressed on, clearly perturbed. I was thinking about enlisting. What about my father and Feng Qian? What if something happens to them? This is the month of chaos, where killing is not a crime. I truly fear for their safety. Li Feng's face was etched with worry. Why fret? You could bring them along. Bringing them means I am going to kill. This isn't a pleasure trip. You foolish boy, who said you should take them directly? I am the boundary spirit of the endless world, and it has developed a small space where a few people can reside without issue, the spirit boasted proudly. Really, old boundary spirit, you've finally done something worthwhile. Of course, why do I feel like you're insulting me? Huh, not at all. With the assurance of his father and Feng Qian's safety, Li Feng's worries dissipated. By the way, I recall you mentioning that Feng Yi and the others are natives of the endless world. I wonder if they could assist me. Li Feng was in dire need of reinforcements. Every ounce of strength was crucial. Your current strength is insufficient. You cannot yet allow the natives of the endless world to traverse the spatial barriers freely unless you possess a soul crystal. With the power of a soul crystal, you could temporarily stabilize the spatial energy, enabling those natives to fight for you. So, I need a soul crystal to teleport my father and Feng Qian inside. Naturally, and transporting them in requires tenfold the consumption. The boundary spirit's words left Li Feng gasping. He currently lacked even a single soul crystal. Where could he procure such items? It seems I must visit the marketplace. However, the soul crystals considered rare in the kingdom of Chino should not be so scarce in the chaotic seas of the high martial realm. To save time, Li Feng opted not to linger at home any longer. Swiftly setting out in his newly acquired carriage toward Pingfeng town. The town was small, and with the carriage, he arrived at the town center in less than half an hour, just as Li Feng was preparing to disembark and visit a magical item shop. He unexpectedly encountered Ling Fei, the very receptionist who had assisted him in establishing his mercenary group at the Mercenary Guild. He remembered exchanging a broken band potion for 10 medium-grade magic crystals. Moreover, Ling Fei was the daughter of the president of the Pabu Island Mercenary Association, a position of considerable prestige. What brings her here? Li Feng wondered, curious if she had come to experience the life of the lower class. Yet, her attire suggested otherwise. She was dressed regally, her leather boots gleaming in the sunlight, and the pendant around her neck was clearly of exquisite quality, accompanied by several guards trailing closely behind her. It was evident she was not here to experience a life of hardship, but rather to indulge in the comforts of a princess. They were acquaintances, and she had previously aided him. Li Feng approached politely to greet her. Upon seeing him, Ling Fei appeared surprised, but she seemed preoccupied with something important, offering a brief response before swiftly moving on. Li Feng chose not to press the matter. Bidding her farewell before heading toward the magical shop, the establishment appeared to be quite old. Some wooden parts had begun to crack, yet it was overall very clean, indicating that the proprietor took great care in maintaining the premises. As he approached, he noticed an elderly woman laboriously cleaning the windows. Upon seeing him, she set down her cloth and approached. "How may I assist you, young man?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse, making it difficult to hear clearly. "I am looking for some soul crystals. Do you happen to sell them here?" "Soul crystals? Young man, are you looking to create magical scrolls or animated constructs?" The old woman clearly had expertise, immediately discerning his needs. "I require a few magical scrolls for self-defense." Li Feng felt a peculiar sense about this old woman and refrained from divulging too much, feigning agreement instead. "Oh, how many soul crystals do you require?" "They are not inexpensive. A mid-grade soul crystal costs 3 pieces. Moreover, with the Chaos Moon approaching, the price of soul crystals is rising steeply. I sense a certain affinity with you, so I shall sell them to you at cost." The old woman, surprisingly spry for her age, briskly made her way to the end of the room and retrieved a small box. Upon opening it, it revealed a collection of soul crystals, each the size of a fist. According to Li Feng's recollection, a single one could be cut into 10 standard soul crystals. "I want 50. "Oh, quite a considerable amount. Fortunately, I have plenty in stock that I will charge you 15 mid-grade magic crystals for them. The excess 5 are a gift. Young man, I have high hopes for you." She then selected 50 fist-sized soul crystals and handed them to Li Feng. He promptly produced 15 mid-grade magic crystals from his spatial ring and, after acquiring the soul crystals, hastily departed. Li Feng, evidently oblivious, did not notice the glimmer of curiosity that flashed in the old woman's eyes when he retrieved the magic crystals. With the soul crystals in hand, Li Feng did not linger in the Screenwind town and drove directly to his rented courtyard. Along the way, he caught sight of Ling Fei and her companions. But observing their hurried pace, he refrained from interrupting them. The 50 fist-sized soul crystals he obtained could be divided into 500 standard ones, enabling 50 black iron 1-star warriors in the endless world to transcend the barriers of space and become Li Feng's secret weapons. However, he still needed to transport his father and Feng Qian into the endless world. His father was a black iron warrior, and Feng Qian was an apprentice mage, considering the consumption rate of tenfold for transportation. A total of 11 fist-sized soul crystals would be required. For precaution, Li Feng decided to reserve 30 fist-sized soul crystals to expand his own forces, leaving 9 for emergencies. After careful consideration, Li Feng resolved to summon 20 black iron warriors and 1 bronze warrior from the endless world with the 30 soul crystals. With such a force joining his ranks, Li Feng was confident that his strength during the Chaos Moon would not be feeble. The night was moonless, eerily similar to any other night, save for the sporadic barks of dogs. And not a whisper of sound. Li Feng prepared the soul crystals, and, with the guidance of the realm spirit, transformed the 30 soul crystals into nothingness. The surge of pure soul energy descended. continually reinforcing the slightly torn spatial barrier point one after another. Robust men shouldered stone weapons and surged eagerly towards the spatial gate, which fluctuated in size, compressing and rubbing against these towering warriors. Some soldiers, due to their immense size, suffered injuries as their powerful muscles were crushed and torn, yet these steadfast warriors remained undeterred, pressing on toward the world beyond the spatial gate, for there lay their king, their god, their faith. Witnessing these 21 battle-hardened warriors, scarred yet resolute, Li Feng was profoundly moved. They were true warriors, unafraid to face adversity. They were genuine Iron Men, whose blood dripped yet bore smiles of unwavering determination as they directed their fervent worship toward their envisioned deity. "What is your name?" Li Feng inquired of the most robust among them, the sole bronze warrior. "Esteemed king, my name is Kuei." His voice resonated with strength and authority. "I bestow upon you the name Quinklang. From henceforth, these shall be your kin, and you are to be their new chieftain." Li Feng gestured towards the warriors who radiated admiration for him. "Thank you, my king, for this name. I, Quinklang, vow to guard the honor of the king until my last breath." "To the death, to the death," the warriors roared in unison, their voices thunderous and invigorating, observing the imposing, loyal indigenous warriors of the endless world before him. Li Feng felt his grand ambitions inch closer to fruition. After resolutely sending the tearful Feng Qian and the reluctant old Li into the endless world, Li Feng led Gesha, Zhou Mo, Li Jin, Li Zhong, Li Dan, and 21 warriors of the Qin tribe toward the heart of Screenwind Town. As Li Feng understood, to enhance combat effectiveness and cohesion, the garrison of Screenwind Town had decreed that any group of 30 or more could form a unit, with restrictions on killing during wartime while allowing free movement during peacetime. Li Feng's team comprised 27 members, closely meeting this requirement. Ultimately, the militia commander of Screenwind Town, Regasis, allocated 3 new recruits to Li Feng's team, appointing him as the squad leader. The new recruits were merely ordinary black iron warriors, considered the lowest tier in the high martial realm of the Chaotic Sea. However, adding new members naturally bolstered their strength. And despite their limited prowess, Li Feng was content. His squad was directly governed by the 4th Battalion of Screenwind Town during wartime, while enjoying freedom during peacetime, yet they were required to regroup when called. Though the total population of Screenwind Town exceeded 100,000, excluding the elderly, infirm, and disabled, only about 9,000 were fit for military service, ultimately forming 11 battalions. Among these, only the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions constituted the regular army, while the others were hastily conscripted before the arrival of the Chaos Moon. Li Feng now served as the squad leader of the newly established 4th Battalion, commanded by Pasno, a formidable 3-star golden warrior, previously a personal guard stationed at Skalarang. This marked his first experience in leading troops. During the new recruits inspection, Li Feng first encountered Commander Pasno, a brawny man with a rugged countenance and well-defined muscles that hinted at explosive power. The imposing warriors of Li Feng's squad, primarily hailing from the endless world, particularly Quinklang, were equally impressive compared to this formidable commander. The brawny warriors of Li Feng's squad caught the attention of the equally robust Pasno, who even engaged Qin in a demonstration of raw strength, allowing Li Feng to converse directly with the commander. Initially, Pasno sought to recruit Qin as his personal guard, but the loyal Qin declined without hesitation. In his eyes, Li Feng was the sole king worthy of his allegiance, to whom he pledged unwavering loyalty. The calm before the storm is often the most deceptive. Seizing this quiet moment, Li Feng sought to understand the rules governing the Chaos Moon. Each iteration of the Chaos Moon serves as a meat grinder, with countless powerful warriors, knights, and even mages meeting their demise, paving the way for waves of soldiers who disregard their lives. In the relentless pursuit of territory and resources, humanity is cast aside, leaving only slaughter in its wake. Risk and opportunity are inextricably linked, and the allure of post-battle rewards is irresistible. All newly acquired territories and plundered resources belong to the participating soldiers, requiring merely the timely remittance of half the taxes to your superior lord. This signifies that with sufficient strength, conquering a village grants you the title of village chief. Seizing a town earns you the role of its protector. Capturing a county makes you its esteemed ruler. Such bountiful rewards hold an irresistible appeal for ardent young men eager to forge their paths. Li Feng was no exception. He had long grown weary of living under others' roofs, If given the chance to obtain a territory, he would certainly seize it. This is the allure of the Chaos Moon, where dreams and vengeance can be realized, provided one possesses the might. Even becoming a lord of an island is not beyond the realm of possibility. In a bid to enhance his army's combat prowess, Li Feng expended all his magic crystals, fully equipping his squad. For a behemoth like Quen, donning heavy armor weighing over 100 pounds posed little challenge. Thus, Li Feng tailored over 100 pounds of heavy armor and formidable weapons, such as hammers and spiked clubs, specifically for the 21 warriors of the Quen tribe. Only with such equipment could these robust men feel at ease. Having shed their primitive stone tools, the Quen tribe underwent a remarkable transformation, brimming with vitality and renewed spirit, infused with fighting spirit, as for Li Jin and the others, prioritizing mobility. Li Feng only procured leather armor and appropriate weaponry for them. Unlike Quen and his kin, they were not endowed with immense strength. Imposing heavy iron armor upon them would not only fail to enhance their combat effectiveness, but could also reduce their survival chances on the battlefield due to a loss of mobility. Glancing at the now empty storage ring, drained by the purchase of weapons and armor, Li Feng felt a pang of frustration. He was still short on funds. Equipping just one squad had exhausted his resources. What if he were to arm 1,000 or even 10,000? He would be left to fend for himself. It is no wonder that the garrison at Skalarang ordered self-sourcing of weapons and equipment. The mere consumption of the 3 regular battalions' armaments would be sufficient to quench Skalarang's thirst. Leaving little room for the newly enlisted rabble, the armors and weapons procured by Li Feng are all enchanted once, far surpassing ordinary weaponry in quality. In terms of sheer power, 2 identical swords, where one has been enchanted, can sever the other with a single strike, leaving the enchanted sword unscathed. This is the allure of enchanted weapons. The formidable magic circles inscribed by mysterious sorcerers upon these armaments are truly extraordinary. It is rumored that the formidable beings of the Chaos Sea possess holy artifacts or divine weapons that have been enchanted 8 or 9 times. Such weapons are indeed priceless treasures. Nevertheless, enchanted weapons are scarce, especially when amassed in significant quantities like those of Li Feng, making them exceedingly valuable. Ultimately, Li Feng managed to find several valuable items within the storage ring of a skull, which he sold to barely scrape together enough magic crystals. Time passes imperceptibly, and the atmosphere in Pingfeng town grows increasingly sinister. Most mercenaries have ceased their wanderings and gathered within the town, awaiting the arrival of the Chaos Moon. It is said that on the eve of the Chaos Moon, a horde of demons will descend upon the Chaos Sea, indiscriminately slaying any who cross their path, and advancing their own power by devouring corpses. If not eradicated early, they will pose a grave threat once they have grown stronger. No lord would tolerate a band of unwelcome guests rampaging across their domain without taking action. Thus, each year, the arrival of the Chaos Moon marks the beginning of a demon slaughter. One must not underestimate these demons. Although low-tier demons possess limited intelligence and behave like beasts, attacking on sight without any semblance of strategy. Even the weakest of them boast the combat prowess of the Black Iron tier due to their innate ferocity and bloodlust. Each year, careless bronze warriors fall victim to the cunning of these Black Iron demons. However, for Li Feng, the greater the influx of demons, the more exhilarated he becomes. Having cultivated the devouring sky technique, he views them as nourishment for his advancement and a bountiful source of experience. The battlefield is one of the swiftest venues for leveling up, as life and death struggles often evoke latent potential, allowing individuals to break through their limitations. After several days of consolidation, Li Feng stands on the precipice of breaking through to 5-star silver tier. With just a moment of opportunity, he will successfully ascend. Meanwhile, his companions, including Li Jin and Zhou Mo, have also made notable progress. For instance, Gexia, a young man who once presented Li Feng with magic crystal and was appointed as his personal guard, has now transcended to true Black Iron Knight status. Clad in form-fitting armor with a sharp sword and complemented by his blue-gray hair and prominent nose, even Li Feng finds himself envious of his appearance. In addition to Gexia's breakthrough, Li Jin and Zhou Mo, seasoned Black Iron warriors, have also advanced to 4-star and 5-star Black Iron tiers, inching closer to grasping the rudiments of laws and becoming silver tier knights or warriors. While most of Li Feng's team still hovers around the Black Iron tier, their combat capabilities are formidable. Apart from Li Jin and a few others who are well-versed in battle and equipped with advanced techniques, Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary black iron soldiers. Combined with 20 warriors from the Qin tribe, each endowed with innate strength, Li Feng is confident that even bronze-tier warriors would struggle to match them in sheer physical power. As the critical moment of the approaching Chaos Moon draws near, everyone's tension mounts. The Chaos Moon, while a splendid opportunity for advancement, also serves as the largest slaughterhouse, where countless lives are lost each year. Irrespective of status, just as Li Feng prepares for battle, an unexpected visitor arrives at his tent. "I am Nus, the personal guard of Deputy Commander Yasuno, and I wish to inquire about certain matters." The newcomer, clad in black attire, bears a chiseled visage radiating a unique vigor, his eagle-like eyes fixed upon Li Feng, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Li Feng readily deduces that Nus has come to investigate the recent death of a certain scion, likely spurred by Yasuno's volatile disposition. However, with the imminent arrival of the Chaos Moon, it is unlikely that Yasuno would dare to instigate trouble at this juncture for the sake of avenging his son. Thus, resorting to discreet inquiries instead, Li Feng's past residence in the small mountain village is not a well-guarded secret, making it easy to trace, particularly since the scion met his demise there. Establishing a convenient connection to Li Feng. "Oh, so it is Lord Nus. How may I be of service to you?" Li Feng feigned nonchalance, deliberately accommodating. "Actually, it's nothing too serious that I heard that Captain Li Feng previously resided in Shuexiang village. I wonder if you have heard about a recent murder case. Who would dare commit murder within the jurisdiction of Lord Scholarang?" Li Feng pretended to be astonished, his feigned surprise causing Nus to question his own judgment. "Oh, Captain Li Feng was unaware. Were you not residing in Shuexiang village not long ago? By the way, I heard you have a wife. Why have I not seen her?" Nus's probing was sharp and unrelenting. "Oh, you mean Feng Qian? With the Chaos Moon approaching, I feared unforeseen events might occur, so I entrusted Miss Lingfei of the Mercenary Guild to escort them to Pabu Island's mercenary headquarters for safety." Li Feng fabricated a story, using Lingfei as a shield. "Miss Lingfei, is she not the daughter of the president of the Pabu Island Mercenary Guild?" Nus seemed taken aback, bewildered by how a relatively obscure captain could be acquainted with someone of such high status. "Indeed, that is her. Miss Lingfei is an old friend of mine," Li Feng replied with an air of indifference, smiling as he mentioned Lingfei, showing no signs of discord. "Since you are acquainted with Miss Lingfei, why not accompany her to seek out the demon's landing site? It is said that the demons descending upon Pabu Island will gather in Pingfeng Town." Nus observed Li Feng with a half-smile, scrutinizing him closely. "What demons will gather in Pingfeng Town? Miss Lingfei did not mention that to me. Shouldn't they typically assemble in Pabu County, the only county on Pabu Island?" Li Feng feigned astonishment. Appearing entirely uninformed in truth, he found the poor attempt at deception amusing. Such a flimsy ruse could never fool him. Li Feng was certain that Lingfei's arrival in Pingfeng Town was not for the purpose of locating any demon landing sites. As a woman, she could hardly shoulder such a burden, and with only a handful of lesser demons causing a ruckus, there was no way that formidable demons would squander their forces attacking Pingfeng Town. Even if they were to raise the town, it would scarcely matter to the greater Pabu Island. In summary, Nus was undoubtedly lying, attempting to extract information regarding the relationship between Li Feng and Lingfei. Unfortunately for him, he had miscalculated. Li Feng was not so easily deceived. Observing Li Feng's reaction, Nus hesitated. He could not discern the true nature of the relationship between Li Feng and Lingfei. Should they indeed share a deep bond, pursuing the matter further could prove problematic. After all, even his master, Deputy Commander Yasuno, would not dare to offend Lingfei, the daughter of the president of the Pabu Island Mercenary Guild. With a strained smile, Nus realized he had reached an impasse. Lacking concrete evidence, he dared not provoke Li Feng, who had Lingfei as his ally. Thus, he apologetically excused himself and left the tent. Once Nus departed, Li Feng exhaled deeply. In truth, he was not as composed as he appeared. Should this matter be substantiated, it would invite Yasuno's wrathful retaliation, an unimaginable prospect for Li Feng at present. After all, his current strength fell short when facing golden-tier combatants. And even with the assistance of the charm godhead, traversing such a chasm would be exceedingly difficult. Resolving the situation in this manner was fortuitous, although using Lingfei as a shield lacked a sense of righteousness. It was a necessary measure, likely understandable under the circumstances that a blood moon hung in the sky, round and beautiful, casting a resplendent crimson hue, devoid of any blemish. The air was thick with a metallic scent, pungent yet oddly enticing once accustomed to it, an irresistible allure that lingered. The demons are about to descend, Li Feng intoned in a low voice, devoid of emotion. My lord, the warriors of the Qin tribe stand ready for your command. Qin clan, a native of this endless world, proclaimed with a resonant voice, brandishing his wolf-toothed club and bowing before Li Feng, pledging his unwavering loyalty. Let us proceed to rendezvous with Captain Pasno, Li Feng called out casually to his soldiers as they marched toward the designated meeting point. Although the majority of demons arriving are typically drawn to Paba County, many lesser demons tend to linger around smaller towns like Pingfeng, necessitating the organization of forces to eliminate these scattered threats before they grow too formidable. Upon meeting Captain Pasno, Li Feng received orders to secure the village of Xiaolin, which he knew to be neighboring Shuixiang village, where he once resided, and home to several thousand residents, making it one of the larger villages in the area. Apart from Li Feng's squad, another team has been assigned to safeguard Xiaolin village, led by a captain whom Li Feng has encountered before, known as Kelson. Although he possesses a handsome visage, it is marred by a scar that runs from his forehead to his lower lip, rendering it somewhat regrettable. Li Feng's interest in him stems from Kelson's former position as the vice-captain of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, and his current enlistment appears motivated by the desire to reap some benefits. The members of his squad are all veterans from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Li Feng cannot forget that he once eliminated a vice-captain from the same mercenary group. Should this information leak, it is conceivable that these mercenaries, who live on the edge of danger, might resort to drastic measures. Kelson himself is a 4-star silver knight, and within his squad is a formidable archmage, cloaked in a black magical robe, exuding an aura of mystery. The remaining members of Kelson's squad are equally formidable, most being seasoned mercenaries who have survived countless battles, with many having surpassed the bronze tier in strength. Should a conflict arise, Li Feng cannot guarantee that his squad would emerge unscathed. Captain Li Feng, I hope for your guidance, Kelson remarked, contrasting with the brutish Baru. His intelligence was evident from the outset. Li Feng sensed that this mission to Xiaolin village would be anything but simple. That I have heard that Captain Kelson was previously the vice-captain of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. It is an honor to finally meet you. I trust one can count on your support moving forward, Li Feng replied, feigning enthusiasm, portraying a sense of camaraderie. Haha, I see that Captain Li Feng is also familiar with our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. I wonder if Captain Li Feng has considered joining us. Our leader is always on the lookout for talent, and your presence would surely elevate your status, Kelson boasted, taking pride in his affiliation with the Corps. Clearly eager to recruit Li Feng. Haha, my friend, I cherish my freedom too much. Allow me to remain a free spirit, Li Feng countered lightly. Oh, in that case, I shall not press the matter. Our two squads will work together to defend Xiaolin village. I wonder how we shall arrange our duties, Kelson inquired, absent-mindedly touching the large scar on his face. The arrangement will naturally be that whoever slays the demons will claim the credit. Does Captain Kelson intend to allocate some of the achievements to our squad? Li Feng asked, surprised as he stroked an inconspicuous ring on his finger. Best case scenario. Let us set off at once, Kelson exclaimed with visible excitement, his enthusiasm slightly undermined by the scar on his face. Captain Li Feng, how is it that you have so many giants in your ranks? Kelson queried, astonished upon seeing the members of the Qin tribe, who were indeed formidable in stature. They are merely wild men from the mountains whom I have managed to tame. Perhaps they carry some giant blood. Who can say? Li Feng deflected, employing a quick wit. Captain Li Feng is indeed fortunate, Kelson remarked, harboring a hint of envy. Though he chose not to elaborate further, the journey from Pingfeng town to Xiaolin village was brief. And amidst their casual banter, they arrived. Upon reaching Xiaolin village, Li Feng distinctly sensed an atmosphere of tension permeating the AI. In addition to the villagers organizing their own militia, even the two reinforcement squads felt a palpable unease. Naturally, the members of the Qin tribe, known for their ferocity, remained oblivious to the tension, yet the anxious demeanor of others was evident, particularly among the 3 new recruits in Li Feng's squad, whose expressions were markedly uncomfortable. In contrast, Zhou Mo and his companions, having fought alongside Li Feng in numerous fierce battles, exhibited little apprehension. However, Li Feng found it perplexing that many members of Kelson's squad also appeared anxious. One would expect seasoned mercenaries, accustomed to the brink of death, to be unflappable. Li Feng smiled subtly, Sensing that the situation was far from ordinary, he quietly advanced at the front of the formation, attempting to soothe the anxiety of the 3 new recruits, and completed the handover with the village chief, thereby assuming full responsibility for the village's defense. With only 2 entrances to Xiaolin village, Li Feng and Kelson agreed to defend one each, with provisions for mutual support when necessary, and the glory of vanquishing demons would belong to the slayer. The entrances were located to the east and north. The eastern terrain was steep, providing a strategic advantage for defenders, while the northern entrance was low-lying, making it considerably more challenging to guard. After listening to the village chief's briefing on the conditions at both entrances, Li Feng noticed Kelson suddenly become taciturn. Even silent, in Li Feng's memory, Kelson was not one to shy away from conversation, so this abrupt quietude piqued his curiosity about Kelson's thoughts. Our squad shall defend the northern entrance, Li Feng declared, recognizing that the stalemate must eventually be broken. If Kelson was unwilling to take on the northern post, then Li Feng would have to shoulder that responsibility. Otherwise, if demons were to descend while they were caught up in infighting, it would surely spell disaster. Accompanied by 29 of his team and over 50 militia members from Xiaolin village, Li Feng made his way to the northern entrance. Truth be told, relying on the self-organized militia for protection was a gamble, while they could rally numbers and shout encouragement. When it came to actual combat, their lack of experience was concerning. Though most were of black iron tier strength, Li Feng knew their combat effectiveness was dismal, with few possessing decent armor or weapons. Moreover, they appeared listless, their eyes filled not with resolve but fear. Fortunately, Li Feng had never counted on the militia for much more than assisting in the construction of military fortifications, given the low-lying terrain, and his intention to avoid direct confrontation with the demons. He naturally planned to set traps that on the downward slope. Li Feng instructed his soldiers to dig numerous pits and placed sharp iron scraps, leftover materials from the blacksmiths, in inconspicuous spots. These shards were quite sharp, and, should anyone step on them unawares, they would undoubtedly suffer injuries that in battle, injuries sustained to one's feet could be far more perilous than death at the hands of an enemy, as a slow-moving individual could easily be trampled by comrades. With everything prepared, all that remained was the arrival of their adversaries. Gazing at the increasingly crimson moon and the anxious militia, Li Feng casually reclined on the ground, feigning a nap. His nonchalance and ease gradually calmed the jittery militia, their trembling hearts settling somewhat. "Captain, they are coming." A shout interrupted Li Feng's reverie as he lay on the soft grass. With a swift motion, he sprang up, eyes gleaming at the sight of several monstrous figures descending the slope. These creatures, resembling humanoids in stature, stood upright, sprouting wings from their backs, their bodies cloaked in darkness, with greenish eyes scanning Li Feng and his men with malice. "So, this is the demon, the prelude to the Chaos Moon," he mused, prepared to launch arrows at a moment's notice. In that critical moment, Li Feng regained his composure and wisdom as a commander, issuing commands with a calm demeanor. Besides the well-equipped archers from his squad, the militia possessed a few hunting bows. While he did not expect them to kill, they would suffice to hinder. The number of demons appearing before them was considerable, at least 4 or 5 dozen. Though most appeared to be of similar size to humans, a few towering over 2 meters indicated the presence of greater demons, equivalent to bronze-tier warriors. Fortunately, no larger demons had yet emerged. Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the dark figures fall into the deep pits, emitting piercing screams, while others limped away with iron scraps embedded in their feet. The demons, enraged by the traps, grew even more frantic, their roars echoing as they brandished sharp claws, launching an assault towards Li Feng's position. But I didn't expect bronze-tier demons to possess a degree of cunning. They know to hide behind their black iron counterparts to trigger the traps, Li Feng murmured to himself. Although he had yet to encounter larger and more powerful demons, he remained vigilant. After all, this was his first engagement with an otherworldly species, and humans were most vulnerable in unfamiliar territory. As the demons approached within range, Li Feng decisively commanded, "Release the arrows." The finely crafted arrows soared toward the horde. However, given that Zhou Mo and his companions were not professional archers, their accuracy was lacking. In the first volley, only 5 or 6 demons were struck down. Nonetheless, the bows assigned to the Qin tribe were the finest available in Pingfeng town, capable of remarkable range, while they had yet to fully harness the strength of the Qin warriors. The arrows still delivered significant impact, with some demons being pierced through and into the bodies of others. effectively halting the deadly projectiles. As the volleys continued, the accuracy improved with proximity, and by the time they engaged in close combat, over 30 small demons lay defeated, their journey halted. Approximately 50 to 60 demons remained, including about a dozen of the larger bronze-tier demons, while Li Feng had yet to see any of a greater size. In truth, among the dozen or so demons, 5 or 6 had recently undergone a breakthrough, having ascended from the black iron rank to the bronze rank by devouring the corpses of fallen lesser demons. This sudden transformation was astonishing, and if they were allowed to rampage unchecked, Li Feng was certain that within a month, they would become a band of calamities. Chapter 67. Kind-hearted Li Feng. The demons surged forward, relentlessly charging toward Li Feng's team. The militia, unable to hold their ground, began to retreat in disarray. These simple farmers, the demons, represented a grave threat. Each year, on the eve of the month of chaos, countless lives were lost to them, with the remains often consumed, leaving no trace behind. Serving as the very energy for the demon's ascension, with a lance in hand, Li Feng swiftly dispatched a black iron demon. Channeling the power of the heavenly devourer technique, that a pure essence of combat energy surged through his arm to his dantian, instilling him with an indescribable sense of comfort that alleviated the fatigue of his night-long journey. The heavenly devourer technique truly lives up to its reputation as a divine skill inscribed in the texts of Huaxia. Its effects are remarkably potent. Suppressing his excitement, Li Feng advanced toward a bronze-ranked demon, executing a block followed by a piercing thrust. The formidable strength of his 4-star silver rank sent the demon crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he struck again, ending its life before it could react. Casting a glance at the battle, he noted the favorable tide. The hulking figures wielding massive iron hammers and spiked clubs were nightmares for these grotesque demons. Often, before they could close the distance, several would be knocked unconscious or pierced through by the onslaught. Although the members of the Qin tribe were still black iron warriors, they often held their ground against bronze-ranked demons in groups of 3 or 5, showing no signs of faltering. Together with Li Jin and Zhou Mo, these valiant team members made quick work of dozens of demons. Witnessing Qin deliver a brutal blow to a bronze-ranked demon with his fist, Li Feng fell to shiver. The scene was overwhelmingly bloody, the air thick with the scent of gore, contrasting starkly with the crimson moonlight, rendering it particularly eerie and desolate. Li Feng, though he had only managed to slay a handful of bronze-ranked demons, felt disheartened as the battle concluded. Despite the substantial combat energy he had garnered, it was still insufficient to fill the deep chasm of his aspirations to advance to 5-star silver. "Let us proceed eastward for reinforcements," he declared, recalling that the Kelson team was still engaged in combat there, eager to earn more accolades. After severing the left ear of a demon as proof of his achievements, Li Feng led his team toward the eastern front. The heads of demons could be exchanged for rewards in any town on Pabu Island or within Pabu County, with material support accompanying promotions in rank. Generally, the left ear of a black iron demon could be exchanged for about 10 low-grade magic crystals, while for bronze-ranked demons, it was 1 mid-grade magic crystal, and for silver-ranked, 10 mid-grade magic crystals, and so forth. At this moment, Li Feng was in dire need of funds. With sufficient magic crystals, he could trade for a bounty of soul crystals, thereby greatly expanding the Qin tribe's scale and enhancing his own strength. Moreover, slaying demons would allow him to absorb their essence, yielding dual benefits, making it impossible for Li Feng to contain his excitement. The conflict that had erupted north of Xiaolin village had been well prepared for, resulting in only a few injuries and 1 casualty among the recently joined recruits. Overall, their combat strength remained largely intact and ready for deployment. Upon arriving at the northern front, Li Feng found that the battle was still ongoing. Here, he spotted 2 formidable demons, even larger than the bronze-ranked ones he had encountered earlier, standing 3 meters tall. Their bodies were riddled with explosive scars. Despite the darkness of the night and their blackened forms, Li Feng could not help but notice the severity and multitude of their wounds. These must be the demon barons, capable of rivaling silver ranks, he pondered. Kelson was already engaged in a fierce struggle against these 2 barons, demonstrating his remarkable prowess as he held his ground against 2 silver-ranked foes, inflicting wounds upon them intermittently. Li Feng believed it would not be long before Kelson would claim victory over the demon barons. Aside from the 2 silver-ranked barons, the demons attacking the eastern front were significantly stronger than those Li Feng was defending against to the north. Here, black iron demons were scarcely seen. Most had already broken through to become bronze-ranked. Fortunately, their overall numbers were not overwhelming, totaling only about 30 demons, including the 2 barons. Kelson's team, not to be underestimated, comprised nearly half bronze-ranked warriors, skillfully holding their ground against the fierce onslaught. Brother, it seems that good deeds truly reap rewards. We accepted the unfavorable defensive task in the north, and little did we expect the demon's strength to differ so greatly from those in the east. Thank goodness we chose the north, or we would surely have faced heavy casualties, Li Jin remarked, a tone of relief in his voice. Enough chatter. Be ready to engage at any moment, Kelson commanded, though the Bloodwolf mercenary corps harbored a deep-seated grudge against him. They were allies for now, and Li Feng could not bear to watch them fall victim to the demons. Li Feng was indeed drawn to the pure energy source of the silver-ranked demon barons and the accolades that came with their heads. His noble sentiments about not abandoning comrades were merely a fade. Attack, he ordered, leading his troops in a surprise assault from the demons' rear. Caught off guard, a significant number of demons fell before them. Seizing the moment, Li Feng targeted the more formidable demons, and under the combined pressure of his team and Kelson's, the demons found themselves unable to retaliate, while Kelson remained locked in battle with the 2 demon barons. Li Feng took the opportunity to harvest the heads of the bronze-ranked demons. Quinn, wielding a spiked club, wreaked havoc among the bronze demons, each strike sending multiple foes crashing to the ground. Although the bronze demons had developed a degree of intelligence, they remained far from comparable to normal humans, driven only by a thirst for flesh, worship of power, and unconditional subservience to stronger demons. Thus, until the 2 silver-ranked barons issued a retreat order, these single-minded demons would not withdraw. Ultimately falling one by one to Li Feng's relentless assault, Kelson continued his fierce engagement with the 2 silver-ranked barons. Li Feng had nearly completed his task of harvesting demon heads. Only a few remained, groaning on the ground from blows dealt by iron hammers or spiked clubs. With Li Feng, a 4-star silver knight, present, his team claimed the majority of the 30 demon heads. Glancing back at Kelson, who was still engrossed in battle, Li Feng, driven by a sense of camaraderie, unhesitatingly joined the fray. Chapter 68. The pitiful demon baron. Upon entering the fray, Li Feng immediately sensed the distinction of the silver-ranked demon baron. Not only was its strength formidable, but its intelligence set it apart from the less cunning lesser demons. Kelson had already taken note of Li Feng's arrival, feeling a mix of gratitude and frustration at his support. Without Li Feng's intervention, even if Kelson's team managed to annihilate the demon horde, their own numbers would have been severely depleted. However, with Li Feng's arrival, most of the accolades would inevitably be attributed to his team. Yet, Kelson recognized that Li Feng was offering genuine assistance. He could not rebuff him. The frustration simmered within him, and he channeled it into a fierce assault on the 2 demon barons. Li Feng, witnessing this, felt a sense of urgency. A silver-ranked demon baron was equivalent to 10 bronze-ranked demons, and if Kelson claimed them all, his efforts would be in vain. Without hesitation, he lunged at the most severely wounded demon baron with his lance. As he turned the weapon deftly, the unsuspecting baron found itself with a gaping wound in its back. A deafening roar erupted, startling both Li Feng's team and Kelson's as they turned towards the source of the sound. Captain Li Feng, thank you for your assistance, Kelson acknowledged, begrudgingly swallowing his pride. After all, Li Feng was aiding his side, and had even relinquished the more advantageous eastern position to allow Kelson's team to defend. Now, as a reinforcement, Li Feng's presence was indispensable. Kelson's frustration intensified. He needed to accumulate achievements quickly to secure a higher rank and establish a foothold for the Bloodwolf mercenary corps. Aiming to carve out a territory for them post-war, he was acutely aware of how much the captain valued this endeavor, yet he could not afford to take the stage himself, as too many eyes were upon him. He had to heed the call to defend Cannibal and join the Golden Unit organized in Pingfeng Town, where he might have to face off against those Golden-tier demon viscounts to protect the town. Thus, the responsibility fell squarely on Kelson's shoulders, and he could only imagine the repercussions if word of his failure reached the captain. In the brief moment that Kelson was momentarily distracted, Li Feng seized the opportunity, thrusting his spear with precision to pierce through the head of the howling demon baron. An unprecedented wave of exhilaration surged through Li Feng's body, almost prompting him to cry out in pleasure. The ecstasy that penetrated his very soul was akin to the intoxicating allure of a drug. However, this sensation stood in stark contrast to substance abuse, which ultimately degrades one into a mere shadow of their former self, leading to inevitable ruin. This blissful feeling instead propelled Li Feng to continue slaying demons and his enemies. Ensuring his own cultivation persisted. As the demon baron fell lifeless, Kelson abruptly emerged from his stupor, his bloodthirsty gaze sweeping over Li Feng before fixing upon another surviving demon baron, akin to a beast poised to devour. Witnessing the demise of his companion, Li Feng noted a rare flicker of hatred emanating from the remaining demon baron. From what Li Feng understood, the denizens of the abyss were devoid of any sentimentality. Their existence was a brutal amalgamation of self-interest and bloodshed. Even familial bonds could swiftly devolve into enmity, for in the abyss, the only guiding principle was strength. It appeared that this pair of demon barons shared a bond, as the hint of hatred suggested that this demon retained a semblance of humanity. Li Feng decided to allow Kelson the honor of confronting this demon baron, reasoning that while he indulged in the spoils of victory, he should also permit others a taste of the rewards. As Li Feng leisurely positioned himself to assist Kelson, primarily to thwart the demon baron's escape, he observed Kelson relentlessly driving the demon back, prompting renewed vigilance towards the Bloodwolf mercenary corps. The prowess exhibited by a mere vice-captain hinted at the formidable strength of their captain, Nusis, who was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. As Li Feng engaged in aimless speculation, the battle reached its climax. The unfortunate demon baron was mercilessly battered by an enraged Kelson, blood spewing forth as its tattered purple-black wings were nearly torn asunder. The demon's anguished cries echoed throughout the engagement, and as Kelson demonstrated his overwhelming might, it became evident that the single, battered baron would not withstand the fury of his adversary. Ultimately, Kelson delivered a decisive blow, extinguishing the brief life of this demon in a grand display of cruelty. With the demons of Xia Lin village eradicated, both Li Feng's team and Kelson's soldiers were filled with exhilaration. Yet, Kelson, usually one to wear a smile, surprisingly uttered only a brief, "Thank you," before expressionlessly leading his men away. Seemingly wishing to distance himself from Li Feng's group, Li Feng understood this sentiment. Having one's achievements overshadowed, and then being expected to maintain a congenial demeanor was intolerable for Kelson. A vice-captain accustomed to the freedoms of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps, Li Feng, indifferent to the matter, swiftly tidied up the battlefield, collecting valuable materials from the demons, and prepared to depart. These materials, coveted by magicians who cherished research, were of increasing worth as one ascended the ranks of demons. However, demons had a peculiar habit of consuming the corpses of their kin, resulting in a scarcity of materials despite the numerous demons that descended during the Chaos Month. It was rumored that a complete pair of wings from a demon count had fetched a staggering price of 100 high-grade magic crystals at the auction in Pabu Island, a sum equivalent to 10 million low-grade magic crystals. A fortune for Li Feng. While he did not possess the complete wings of a demon count, the wings of a demon baron could still yield a respectable sum of dozens of mid-grade magic crystals. A commendable profit for Li Feng at this juncture. Yet, observing the demon baron in Kelson's grasp, he feared that the wings were irrevocably damaged, having been torn into several mangled pieces, rendering them devoid of any research value to magicians. After spending a night camped outside Xiaolin village, Li Feng resolved to return to Pingfeng town to report the completion of the mission, with the demons of Xiaolin village vanquished. It was time to advance to the larger battlefield of Pingfeng town to continue slaying demons and amassing military merit and magic crystals. Chapter 69. The Old Woman's Doubt on the Return Journey. Kelson chose not to accompany Li Feng, allowing him a rare moment of leisure as he gleefully made his way back to Pingfeng town, laden with the spoils of war from Xiaolin village. Upon promptly reporting the situation to Captain Pasnu, Li Feng was unexpectedly granted a day of leave. This demon incursion is rather unusual. We may be facing a demon count in Pingfeng town. I am giving you a day to prepare. Report back in a day, as I have a task for you, were Captain Pasnu's exact words. From this, Li Feng discerned the gravity of the situation. This year's Chaos Month was indeed extraordinary. Contemplating this, Li Feng refrained from further inquiries and returned to his rented quarters in Pingfeng town. He first indulged in a hearty feast with Qin and Li Jin, and after satisfying their appetites, he reclined in the hall, using the sky as his blanket and the ground as his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. When Li Feng awoke, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the blood moon loomed ominously above, seemingly heralding some portentous event. Surveying the disarray of the hall and the snores of the warriors from the Qin tribe, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he felt such relaxation. The past few months had been fraught with danger, each risk escalating in severity, from spatial storms to conflicts with the Bloodwolf mercenary corps, from exploring mysterious caves to embroiling himself in enmity with Vice Commander Yasnu. Each incident posed a potential threat to Li Feng's not-so-mighty team. Old Spirit, how are my wife and father faring? With nothing pressing to occupy his mind, Li Feng thought of Feng Qian and old Li Ka, who had been taken into the endless world, and silently called upon the Old Spirit. I say, lad, do you not have the decency to show some respect to the elders? You ought to address me as Grandfather Spirit. Your manners leave much to be desired. Oh, understood, Old Spirit. I ask my father and my wife doing well. You rascal, I'm too lazy to engage with you. Rest assured, they have food and drink here. Those indigenous folks know who they are and treat them almost like deities. By the way, your father has accomplished quite a bit in the endless world. He first mined iron ore and then forged iron tools for those natives, liberating them from the Stone Age. Your father has earned considerable merit. The Old Spirit's excitement was palpable at the thought of the endless world transitioning into the Iron Age, as this advancement significantly benefited him as well. And Feng Qian, how is she? You mean that lovely young lady? I simply cannot comprehend how such a beautiful and innocent flower fell for you. A pig. She has been diligently meditating to break through, and at this rate, she should achieve a breakthrough to black iron in a few days. The Old Spirit spoke of Feng Qian with an air of admiration. Upon hearing the Old Spirit's words, Li Feng felt a wave of frustration. He considered himself quite debonair, yet being likened to a pig was utterly intolerable. With the knowledge that his father and Feng Qian were safe, Li Feng felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Honestly, his greatest concern had always been for these two beloved relatives, fearing even the slightest misfortune would befall them. After slaying so many demons during the day, he had absorbed a considerable amount of pure fighting aura through the Devouring Sky technique, yet he felt a lingering distance from becoming a 5-star Silver Knight. It seemed that cultivation only grew more arduous as one progressed. The night passed quietly in Li Feng's musings, and the following morning, Qin was the first to awaken. Having endured the bloody battle of the previous day, Qin appeared even more robust and resolute. This man, summoned from the endless world and bestowed with a name by Li Feng, had aided in forming the Qin tribe and assumed the role of chief. Initially, Qin had exhibited a simple, somewhat naive demeanor. However, after enduring so many trials, he seemed to have developed his own distinct thoughts. Nevertheless, his loyalty to Li Feng remained unwavering. With the need to rejoin the team in the afternoon, Li Feng took advantage of the leisurely morning hours to enlist Qin's help in selling the spoils acquired from Xiaolin village. It would be unwise to let these items lose their value due to time. The rare materials harvested from the demons were undoubtedly magical materials, coveted by magicians, ensuring a robust market. However, given that these materials were indeed magical in nature, selling them at a magic shop was the most prudent course of action. Despite the bustling population of Pingfeng Town, Li Feng found only one magic shop after a thorough search, the same establishment where he had previously exchanged for soul crystals to be frank. Li Feng was reluctant to conduct business there. He always felt as though an enigmatic force scrutinized him the moment he stepped through the weathered door of that shop, rendering all his secrets laid bare. Yet, given that this was the sole magic shop in town, he steeled himself, bringing Qin along as he stepped back into the shop. Inside, the shop retained its cleanliness. Even if its age was evident, the faded charm of the establishment was not lost on the residents of Pingfeng Town. Upon entering, he was met with familiar flooring and windows, yet this time, the old woman was not cleaning. She appeared lost in thought, staring out the window with a melancholic expression that made Li Feng feel somewhat uneasy. Cough, cough. After waiting for approximately 5 to 6 minutes without acknowledgement from the old woman, Li Feng, unable to contain his impatience, feigned a cough. Ah, so we have a visitor. Oh, it is you, young man. Are you not the one who exchanged for the soul crystal last time? The elderly woman chuckled, her smile causing the wrinkles at the corners of her mouth to bunch together. Yes, it is I. May I inquire if you purchase materials from demons here? Li Feng spoke cautiously, for he felt the unsettling sensation of being watched once more. He wished to hasten the transaction and escape from this peculiar magic shop. Materials from demons, you say? These are indeed rare items. I shall need to assess their quality. The old woman spoke cheerfully. Yet in Li Feng's eyes, it was rather disconcerting. Quinn, bring forth the goods. As soon as the elderly woman finished her sentence, Li Feng instructed Quinn to lay down the demon materials he had on his back. To his surprise, there was quite a collection. Having been impoverished, Li Feng had even ordered the dissection of the corpses of those lesser demons, thus amassing a substantial haul. One large bag, indeed. TSK. The bloodline of a titan, though it has dwindled significantly. Upon seeing Quinn, the old woman's lips twitched slightly. Though her voice was barely audible, it still reached Li Feng's ears from a short distance. Titan, Li Feng muttered to himself. Puzzled by this term, as he was unfamiliar with the species that it seemed he would need to seek an opportunity to remedy this gap in his knowledge. Though there is a fair amount, most of it consists of materials from lesser demons, which are of little value. This should be the wings of a demon baron, preserved quite well. I shall offer you 30 middle-grade magic crystals for this. And for this piece, it is somewhat damaged. Despite her advanced age, the elderly woman efficiently sorted through the mound of demon materials with remarkable speed, her murmurs accompanying her swift actions, and soon a large pile of demon limbs was neatly processed. Young man, for the wings of the lesser demons, I can only offer you 5 lower-grade magic crystals each, and many are incomplete. Thus, it sums up to 52 pairs. As for the greater demons, 21 pairs at 100 lower-grade magic crystals per pair. Oh, and there is a complete pair of wings from a demon baron, for 30 middle-grade magic crystals. The remaining materials are mostly of low value, but the quantity is considerable, so let us value them at 10 middle-grade magic crystals in total. Let me calculate. It should total 60 middle-grade magic crystals, plus 60 lower-grade magic crystals. Rounded off, I will accept 61 middle-grade magic crystals. The elderly woman swiftly categorized and processed the extensive collection of materials before presenting this price. This figure was roughly in line with the prices Li Feng had encountered for demon materials, and in fact, it seemed slightly higher than the acquisition prices he was familiar with. Li Feng nodded, indicating his acceptance of the elderly woman's offer. By the way, I also require a batch of soul crystals. May I ask how many you have in stock? With his newfound wealth, Li Feng's first thought was to procure some soul crystals for future use. Young man, why do you require so many soul crystals? If my memory serves me right, last time you took 50 from me. Are you perhaps crafting a powerful magical puppet? The elderly woman inquired curiously. For generally speaking, 50 fist-sized soul crystals suffice to create hundreds of magical scrolls suitable for the silver tier. It was puzzling that he would use so many in such a short time. The only explanation could be the creation of a magical puppet, as it necessitated instilling sentience into the puppet to grant it combat capabilities. Soul crystals significantly reduced the resistance faced by the controller over the puppet, allowing for the effortless command of formidable puppet entities in battle. Chapter 70. Yasuno's Revenge. Ah, you think too much. I merely wish to craft a few more magical scrolls for self-defense, and it is not just for my use. I have some brothers as well, Li Feng chuckled, deliberately evading the elderly woman's probing questions. Oh, is that truly the case? Then I suppose I have worried unnecessarily. How many soul crystals do you require this time? To be frank, my stock of soul crystals is running low. To maintain normal operations, I can only sell you 100 for 33 middle-grade magic crystals. After some contemplation, the elderly woman replied to Li Feng. 100 should suffice, then I shall trouble you. Accepting the 100 soul crystals along with an extra 28 middle-grade magic crystals handed to him by the elderly woman, Li Feng passed them to Quinn and bid farewell to the elderly woman, who wore a charitable smile, before exiting the magic shop with Quinn. The moment they stepped outside, the deep-seated unease dissipated abruptly. Gazing back at the antiquated magic shop and recalling the elderly woman's seemingly charitable demeanor, Li Feng found himself unexpectedly drenched in cold sweat. Quinn, did you feel any particular discomfort while we were inside? Once they were a safe distance from the magic shop, Li Feng inquired of the usually taciturn Quinn, who had been following closely. No discomfort at all. I merely sensed that the shopkeeper was quite benevolent. Look, she has been smiling the whole time. Quinn buzzed, seemingly satisfied with the elderly woman's demeanor. Could it be that I am overthinking it? Yet, there remains an unsettling feeling. Shaking his head, troubled by this bizarre sensation, Li Feng returned to his residence in Pingfeng Town with Quinn at his side. Along the way, discreetly, Li Feng stuffed the magic crystals and soul crystals into his spatial ring. Considering it a safer option as for Quinn, Li Feng had never contemplated that he would betray him. Upon returning to his abode, most of the group who had been heavily intoxicated the previous night had already regained their vigor. Engaging in mutual sparring once more. Quinn, distribute the elixirs. On his way back, Li Feng had deliberately splurged at the alchemy shop in the town center, acquiring a batch of potions to enhance cultivation and heal injuries. With the Shirtan Ju in hand, he need not worry about his own cultivation progress, but not everyone was as fortunate as he. Thus, procuring potions to aid in cultivation was indeed necessary. After lunch, Li Feng led his team towards the encampment of Captain Pao. In recent days, the atmosphere in Pingfeng Town had grown tense, with many shops ceasing operations to prepare for the impending siege by the demon army. Upon reaching Pasuno's tent, Li Feng was taken aback to find the typically boisterous captain lost in thought, to the extent that he paid no heed to the calls of the guards. Standing at the entrance of the tent, Li Feng felt a sense of astonishment. In his memory, Pauno had always been a spirited character, his formidable golden tier strength combined with a history of serving as a bodyguard, allowing him to command respect in Pingfeng Town. What could be troubling him so deeply? It is Captain Li Feng. Please, make yourself comfortable. Pauno was finally roused from his reverie, acknowledging Li Feng with a neutral expression, maintaining the usual blend of politeness and authority. May I inquire if there are any tasks you wish for me to undertake? Li Feng cut straight to the chase. I assume you have noticed the unusual circumstances surrounding this demonic incursion. I reviewed your report from Xiaolin village. It is simply unbelievable that a mere village would dispatch 2 demon barons. Pono appeared incredulous. Indeed, demon barons were considered nobility among demons, their intellect having matured. And such elite demons typically do not engage in battles at the village level, but rather act as vanguards in the conquest of towns. The presence of demon barons in a village-level conflict could only imply one thing. Demon barons had become so commonplace that they could be dispatched without concern to participate in village skirmishes. It seems the rumors of a demon count appearing in Pingfeng Town are not baseless, Pauno said. Weariness etched on his face, as though he feared for the future of Pingfeng Town. Cannot the Dragon Knights and Grand Magisters from Pabu County provide us with any support? Li Feng voiced his concerns, realizing that if a demon count was indeed a possibility, then they should summon experts capable of contending with him. Those bigwigs only care about defending Pabu County as long as their own assets remain intact. They couldn't care less about anything else. Besides, we have no concrete evidence. It is all mere speculation, Pono replied. Then, Captain, is there anything I can do? Li Feng asked, tugging at his unkempt beard, which had grown long over the past few days. Filled with worry. Alas, I am well aware of the strength of your squad. I fear they are on par with the regular forces of Pingfeng Town. Pauno offered a small compliment regarding Li Feng's squad's strength before continuing. Vice Commander Yasuno has ordered us to assemble an elite squad from each unit to form a joint strike team, aiming to uncover the true nature of the demons plaguing Pingfeng Town, and you have been personally selected by the Vice Commander. He has strongly recommended you to the commander. Before Pauno could finish his sentence, Li Feng comprehended entirely. This was Yasuno's form of revenge against him, as he had not forgotten the untimely death of his son, although there was no evidence to substantiate that Li Feng was responsible. Yasuno had seized this opportunity, adhering to the philosophy that it was better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. This was a blatant scheme. Yasuno had indeed earned his reputation as the first vice commander over the years, and his cunning was enough to induce a headache. Rest assured, Captain, I shall undertake this mission. Since it is a blatant scheme, evasion serves no purpose. It is far better to accept it openly and seek an opportunity to unravel it. This task undoubtedly promises peril, akin to a dance with death, as one delves into the lair of these merciless fiends. It is not a venture that allows for complacency. A moment's inattention could lead to discovery, followed by an overwhelming slaughter. Thus, this mission must be approached with utmost caution. There can be no room for error, for Li Feng is unwilling to gamble with the lives of his subordinates. Yet, who can say that this is not a chance for opportunity? Should they uncover the demon's stronghold and ascertain the situation, it would undeniably be a monumental achievement for Pingfeng Town, and the rewards would surely surpass expectations. Chapter 71. The Demon Count Dedesir, along with Li Feng's squad, comprised a total of 11 units, each fanning out in various directions to seek the demon's gathering place. Leading his soldiers eastward from Pingfeng Town, Li Feng proceeded cautiously, fully aware that a single misstep could lead to total annihilation. Beyond the borders of Pingfeng Town, danger lurked at every corner. It would not be surprising if a few demonic nobles suddenly emerged to launch a surprise attack. No one would emerge unscathed. The once bustling streets of Pingfeng Town were now eerily silent, devoid of the usual commotion, and even the sight of a single bird was a rarity. It was no wonder that the deputy defenders felt a sense of unease. The atmosphere was decidedly strange. Conventionally, this would be the prime opportunity for the demon horde to assault the town, yet they now seemed to be lurking in hiding, with not even a shadow in sight. Even the nearby village of Xiaolin was besieged by nearly 100 demons. Let alone a significant settlement like Pingfeng Town. What had become of the demons was a matter of great curiosity for the prominent figures of Pingfeng Town, and Li Feng shared their intrigue. He understood that this aimless search could very well yield no results. After all, if these demons were adept at concealing themselves, biding their time for a moment of strength to resurface, it was likely that Li Feng and his team would be discovered and eradicated. However, such matters were beyond Li Feng's control. In this world, true autonomy often resided with only a select few. Thus, he could only obediently follow orders, hoping to avoid an encounter with the demons, or perhaps to encounter them without being detected. With this peculiar and complex mindset, Li Feng advanced toward a location slightly to the east. Throughout their journey, Li Feng diligently avoided trouble. Even when faced with the occasional brazen beast, he would turn a blind eye. Yet, with such a large group, it was impossible to remain entirely inconspicuous. Li Feng had contemplated splitting the squad to scout more effectively. But given their already limited numbers, such a decision would only provide the demons with opportunities to pick them off one by one. After much deliberation, he resolved to keep the group united. Albeit with a need for stealth and agility. At that moment, Li Feng found himself somewhat exasperated with the members of the Qin tribe, each towering over 2 meters, while undeniably strong and skilled in combat. They were ill-suited for reconnaissance. He had coated his team members with a layer of dirt and adorned their heads with grass, hoping to reduce their chances of detection. However, as Li Feng was well aware, the demons were formidable foes, and this was merely a gesture of precaution to soothe his own mind. Outside Pingfeng Town, there were no signs of life, no bustling crowds or lively scenes. The silence enveloped Li Feng, leaving him feeling disoriented. Thus, he and the Qin tribe aimlessly ventured further, the surroundings growing increasingly still. "Captain, where are we? There's not a sound to be heard. I suspect there are no demons left. Perhaps they have already relocated. Shall we return?" This was Zhou Mo's suggestion, likely echoing the sentiments of the entire squad. Indeed, they had been away from Pingfeng Town for 3 or 4 hours, and throughout their journey, not a single demon had been spotted. Had it not been for the occasional foolish deer that stumbled upon them, Li Feng might have believed himself exiled to another realm. Nevertheless, Zhou Mo had a point. Continuing onward seemed futile, offering only exhaustion without significant progress. As Li Feng pondered whether to retrace their steps, a faint chirp caught his attention. The sound was not loud, yet in the desolate wilderness, it was somewhat jarring. "Everyone, lie down," Li Feng urgently commanded. Pressing down on Quin's shoulder, prepared for any unforeseen events, the chirp sounded again. Initially, Li Feng had dismissed it as a mere coincidence, but this time, he recognized its existence. "Chirp, weak human, emerge and greet the mighty demon Lord Dadasir." As he crouched down, ready to assess the surroundings, Li Feng's heart sank upon hearing that phrase in flawless continental language. He knew trouble had found them. Historical records indicated that only demons of the Count rank or higher typically possessed fluency in the continental tongue, though some gifted demon barons might acquire it early as well. Generally, demon barons possessed an intellect comparable to that of a normal human, or were even more cunning and ruthlessly brutal. Li Feng was uncertain of the rank of this demon. Could it be the predicted demon Count? The thought was too daunting to entertain. That if that were the case, it would spell disaster for Li Feng's squad. Yet, in the face of danger, retreat was not an option. Li Feng steeled his expression and glanced at the source of the voice. Discovering a creature far larger than any demon baron he had previously encountered, such a massive being could not possibly remain undetected, and according to its size, it should be a demon Count. But why was there not even a single attendant in sight? Perhaps they simply do not regard us as a threat. Casting another glance at the imposing figure before him, Li Feng felt a wave of suffocation from its overwhelming presence. In a moment, you shall scatter and flee while I cover your retreat. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Feng issued the command with a heavy heart. That is unacceptable. Captain, I will stand by you until the end. Indeed. Brother, if we are to perish, let it be together. My king, the Qin tribe pledges eternal loyalty. Although Li Feng had anticipated such responses, hearing them still stirred a different sentiment within him. He felt gratified, undoubtedly. He had earned the loyalty of his subordinates. This is an order. His voice bore a tinge of sorrow, yet left no room for refusal. Before they could respond, Li Feng grasped his spear and activated the Nine Heavens Cloud Dragon technique. Charging toward the colossal entity that resembled a demon count. In truth, Li Feng had reserved a contingency plan. Should the need arise, he could retreat into the endless world to evade disaster. However, the cost of such an action weighed heavily on him. 100 mid-grade magic crystals were no small price to pay. It was only after redeeming his military achievements in Pingfeng Town that he had managed to gather this amount. Yet, to buy time for his subordinates to escape, Li Feng had no choice but to press on. The power of the Nine Heavens Cloud Dragon was indeed formidable, now at the 4-star silver rank. Li Feng could unleash about 70 to 80% of its potential. The rapidly spinning spearhead lunged toward the massive creature ahead. Initially, he had anticipated it would be easily deflected, yet the reality defied his expectations. To his astonishment, the demon count displayed a human-like expression of fear and began to retreat. Chapter 72. Illusionary demon Li Feng was taken aback. He acknowledged that his strike had considerable force. Even slightly weaker Golden Tier warriors would sustain minor injuries from it. Yet before him stood a demon count, akin to a dragon knight or dragon warrior among humans. How could a being of such stature regard the attack of a mere silver knight with any seriousness? It seemed utterly absurd. Li Feng felt utterly perplexed, unable to discern where the situation had gone awry. Could it be that he possessed some innate protagonist aura, captivating these high-ranking beings with his mere presence? While lost in such thoughts, the spear reached its target, not meeting the expected casual deflection, but instead eliciting a heart-wrenching, earth-shattering scream. The agonized wail sent a shiver down Li Feng's spine, leaving him to wonder what had transpired. Foolish human. You dare to harm the great demon Count Dataseer? Do you not wish to pay for your transgressions with your life? Arg, it hurts. Even a fool could sense something was amiss. How could this demon count be so feeble? Reduced to tears by a silver knight's assault. What hidden truths lay behind this peculiar weakness? Li Feng leaned towards the latter explanation. A dignified demon count reduced to such fragility truly brings shame upon your kind. Ignoring the wailing demon count, he scoffed. You know not what you speak. I am a demon count. Even your dragon knights and dragon warriors must treat me with respect. You, a mere silver knight, dare to humiliate me. Wah. The demon count disregarded its dignity, weeping uncontrollably. Li Feng, bewildered, felt a sense of incredulity at this bizarre spectacle. I have no time for your lamentations. Perish. With that, he brandished his spear, casting a cunning smile at the enormous demon count before him. No, I was wrong. I am not a demon count at all. I am merely an ordinary illusion demon. Please do not kill me. As he spoke, the imposing figure of the demon count before him shrank dramatically, transforming into a gnome of approximately 1.5 to 6 meters tall. Illusion demon? What on earth is that? The long spear pointed again at the pitch-black gnome before him. I am an illusion demon from the abyssal realm that I was peacefully slumbering at home when suddenly a spatial storm brought me here. The demon count, or rather, the illusion demon Dataseer, wore an expression of innocence. I have never heard of any other abyssal species visiting the island of chaos before. How would I know? Regardless, I ended up here, and I too wish to return. There is no one here, and having finally encountered you few, I intended to scare you, only to be exposed instead. Dataseer replied, a look of dejection on his face. Are there any other demons nearby? Li Feng did not forget the purpose of his visit, which was to scout the demons' hiding places. What demons? Since I arrived in this world, I've been wandering in this area. First, there were a few hurried demons, but I don't know where they went. Now, there is nothing at all. I am so bored that I feel like I'm growing mold, Dataseer lamented. Do you know where they went? This was the question Li Feng most wanted to know. How could I possibly know? However, they should have headed northwest. It is said that a demon count has appeared there, and they are all rushing to join him. How do you know it is a demon count? That is simple. You may not be aware, but among the demon race, only those of noble blood above the rank of demon count possess the secret art to summon lower-tier demons, since they are gathering in one direction. It must mean a demon count has emerged, Dadesser explained, nodding his head earnestly. Can you change your form at will? Li Feng suddenly had an idea while observing Dadesser. Of course, I am among the rare high-tier illusion demons with royal blood in the abyss, Dadesser boasted with an air of arrogance. If you transform into a human form, will you be recognized? Li Feng inquired curiously, scrutinizing Dadesser. According to your power grading system, humans below the 7th-tier profession will not detect my true form, which is to say, those you refer to as Dragon Knights or Grand Magisters, Dadesser casually replied, clearly confident in his illusionary abilities. Reveal your true name. Li Feng addressed the gnome-like illusion demon Dadesser, his expression calm and unperturbed. My true name. Why do you want me to reveal it? Dadesser suddenly became agitated and roared at Li Feng. Indeed, your true name. From this moment forth, you shall be my servant demon and pledge your loyalty. Li Feng's demeanor remained as placid as still water, devoid of any emotion. You now have two choices: submit to me, or be slain and become a part of my achievements. Li Feng fixed his gaze on the gnome-like illusion demon lying in the sand, pressing with an undeniable tone. My true name is Dashi. Gurgle. After hearing Li Feng's words, Dadesser pondered for a moment, then quietly uttered his true name in abyssal tongue. For Li Feng, who held dominion over the demon's true name, if this demon were to betray him one day, he could simply curse him using that true name, and the power of the abyss would directly traverse dimensions to slay the master of that true name, until one ascends to godhood. Revealing one's true name is tantamount to pledging one's loyalty. Very well, Dadesser. Henceforth, I shall be your master. My name is Li Feng. You shall immediately transform into human form, and without my command, you are forbidden to reveal your true self in front of others. By the way, what is your current level of power? Li Feng's decision to reclaim Dadesser was not a fleeting whim, but stemmed from a deeper intention. He had a premonition that this little illusion demon would certainly bring him considerable surprises. Master, your servant Dadesser is currently a 5th-tier professional, just like you. However, I am not skilled in combat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been easily defeated by you. Dadesser's attitude underwent a drastic shift after revealing his true name, becoming fawning and slightly awkward in tone. Dadesser, can you lead us to find the demon's camp? Li Feng never lost sight of the purpose of his journey, which was to ascertain the overall strength of the demons. Although it was now confirmed that there was indeed a demon count, the number and rank of other demon nobles remained to be verified. Master, it is not that Dadesser fears for his life. It is just that the strength of the demon count is too formidable. Moreover, for the demon race, my illusionary skills are greatly diminished. I can hardly deceive even a typical demon viscount. Dadesser responded with a hint of gloom. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Just ensure you lead us to the location. As for the rest, I will handle it. Li Feng replied, sheathing his spear and wiping off the bloodstains with a nonchalant tone. As you command, my great and brave master, your humble servant demon Dadesser shall heed your call. Dadesser responded with an air of humility, showering praises. Master, they are likely headed in this direction, but I am not certain where exactly, so we can only search as we proceed. Let us go and take a look. Leading a small team of over 20 individuals, Li Feng, under Dadesser's guidance, embarked on the quest to locate the demon's lair. The journey remained eerily silent, devoid of any trace of humans or demons, and even the foolish road deer that would typically appear after a while had vanished without a trace. Enduring the solitude and silence, they continued their search for the demons. The path was lined with lush thickets, some even towering above human height, making one feel ensnared within their embrace, leaving no sign of passage. As they ventured deeper, the occasional cawing of crows added a touch of reality and liveliness to the tranquil journey. Dadesser, ever the carefree spirit, bounced about without a care, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of their expedition. Further in, they had entered the territory of 5th-tier magical beasts. Under normal circumstances, this area would have been swarming with waves of 5th-tier magical beasts, whether battling alone or in packs, with slaughter being the eternal theme. In the eyes of these beasts, just one step away from becoming royal beasts, achieving that ascension was their utmost priority. They longed to spill the blood of other magical beasts to fulfill their royal dreams. Life was an endless cycle of combat. Yet now, The stillness was unnerving, with only sparse bloodstains at the roadside indicating that a battle had once taken place not long ago. Li Feng's heart began to chill. The current demon invasion was too bizarre. They did not directly assault cities or slay humans, but instead targeted the remote and desolate forests to exterminate the low-tier magical beasts. What were they planning? How many high-tier demons had been empowered by these bloodthirsty magical beasts? Li Feng had no way of knowing, and the situation in Pingfeng Town had become increasingly enigmatic. After pausing for a moment beneath a grove of bamboo, Li Feng contemplated whether to forge ahead or terminate the journey and return the way they came. The facts were clear. These demons had undoubtedly gained significant strength by devouring the magical beasts in this region, and the rumored emergence of a demon count was likely true. Dada sir, what do you think? Should we retreat or advance? Li Feng asked, grasping the ever-bouncy illusion demon who had been joyfully hopping about. My most esteemed master, in my opinion, it would be wiser to retreat for now. You cannot fathom the terror of a demon count. Someone like me could be effortlessly crushed by him with a single palm. Killing dozens of my astute and wise masters, your loyal servant Demon Desir advises you to withdraw, Desir urged, though his fear of death was apparent. Yet, as a fellow being from the abyss, Li Feng believed that he should understand the demon race best. However, if one cannot know oneself and the enemy, how can one achieve victory in every battle? You all find a place to wait for me here. I will scout ahead. If I have not returned by the end of the day. You should retreat first, Dada sir. You come with me. After some deliberation, Li Feng made this decision. My master, why take me along? A burden. I am of little combat prowess. Bringing me along could endanger you, my great and handsome master. Leave me behind, and I can masquerade as a great demon to protect them. Your Majesty, Quinn fights to the death. Enough. My mind is made up. I will significantly reduce the likelihood of being discovered if I go alone. And besides, I have means of self-preservation. You need not worry. Dada sir, we are leaving. Grasping the gnome-like Desir, Li Feng pressed onward. The sounds of cawing crows accompanied by Dadasir's futile complaints. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the underbrush became. The trees denser, yet there was still no sign of demons. Only the increasingly sparse bloodstains. Li Feng knew he was likely nearing the end of his journey. At this moment, he could not afford to be negligent. For even a moment's carelessness could cost him a life, specifically, one life plus one demon's life. In an effort to guard against unforeseen circumstances, Li Feng instructed Dadasser to transform into a demon baron, while he himself was firmly grasped by this very demon baron. Even if he were to encounter a true demon, he could manage to deceive them for a while. Shortly after Dadasser's transformation, they stumbled upon a group of around a dozen demons, led by what appeared to be a demon baron. Upon seeing Dadasser, the leader greeted him with fervor, and Dadasser, seizing the opportunity, engaged in lively conversation with the demon baron. While Li Feng, who was captured by Dadasser, was completely overlooked. I didn't expect you to even speak the language of demons, Li Feng murmured softly after the rather foolish demon baron had departed. No exaggeration. The illusionary demon clan is arguably the most intelligent among the abyssal races. Those madmen of the demon clan, who only know how to slaughter each other, are precisely the targets we aim to deceive. Thus, mastering the demon tongue is essential. Did you notice that this demon squad is almost devoid of black iron rank demons? Ignoring Dadasir's self-aggrandizement, Li Feng voiced his concerns. Indeed, it seems this area is teeming with high-ranking demons that we should withdraw for now. I can handle a demon baron, but should a demon viscount appear, my true identity could be exposed. And being captured by them would spell disaster. Dadasser looked at Li Feng with hopeful eyes, urging him to agree to his suggestion. Enough chatter, let us proceed. I wish to see just how much power this demon count has amassed. Reluctantly urging Dadasser onward, Li Feng continued deeper into the territory. Perhaps due to the outskirts of the demon gathering place, or perhaps Li Feng's own caution, they encountered numerous demons along the way, but most were merely bronze-tier great demons or silver-tier demon barons. After all, reaching the rank of demon baron is no small feat, and the energy required for further advancement to higher-ranking demons is considerable. Thus, despite lingering in this domain and slaying magical beasts to enhance themselves, most demons remained at the demon baron level. Chapter 74. The Moonlit Wolf King. Li Feng remained highly alert, acutely aware that a high-ranking demon could appear at any moment, potentially uncovering Dadasser's true form, leading to a known disastrous outcome. He could distinctly feel Dadasser's legs trembling incessantly, And although Li Feng considered retreating, he was unwilling to leave without understanding the high-end combat strength in this area. Suddenly, amidst his swirling thoughts, a series of urgent calls drew his attention, reminiscent of wolf howls, yet with a slight difference. What is happening? With a belly full of questions, Li Feng instructed Dacer to lead him toward the source of the sound. Upon approaching, they beheld a creature of pure black, gleaming with an otherworldly sheen, its eyes encircled by sparks, an imposing wolf-like entity towering over 10 meters, exuding immense strength. This was the fire-eyed moonlit wolf. A pack creature typically classified as a 5th-tier magical beast, though there existed a mutated variant known as the Wolf King, a formidable 7th-tier magical beast. It was evident that what commanded the respect of the demon clan was no ordinary moonlit wolf. Judging by its presence and stature, Li Feng deduced it must be a rare moonlit wolf king, a powerful 7th-tier beast. The identity and strength of the being capable of clashing head-on with such a formidable creature were unmistakable, prompting trepidation among the prominent figures of Pingfeng Town regarding the demon count. The demon count was significantly larger than any demon baron Li Feng had previously encountered, towering even above the demon baron Dacer had transformed into. Exuding a grandeur that a mere impostor like Dacer could never replicate, the combat between the demon count and the moonlit wolf began, and it appeared the wolf held the upper hand. Engaging in a life-for-life combat style, often trading wounds without regard for its own safety, solely intent on inflicting damage upon the demon count. What profound enmity could exist between this moonlit wolf and the demon race? After all, the demons had only recently arrived in this realm. Perhaps it was an act of vengeance. The demon clan might have slaughtered and consumed the moonlit wolf while its king was away. And now that the king had returned, retribution was inevitable. Li Feng's mind raced with these speculations. As he pondered, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more, revealing the demon count in retreat, forced into a defensive position by the relentless assault of the moonlit wolf king, while other demons merely stood by, spectators to the unfolding drama. "It's over," Li Feng murmured under his breath. "Indeed, I never anticipated this demon count to be so easily overwhelmed. I had even feigned respect for him once," Dacer lamented, looking utterly dejected, as if he had suffered a tremendous humiliation. "I said the moonlit wolf king has triumphed." "What? Are you blind? Can't you see the moonlit wolf king is gaining the upper hand while the demon count is reduced to mere defense?" "Dacer, whom do you call blind?" Esteemed master, you must have misheard. Who would dare insult you? Your loyal servant would be the first to object. By the way, esteemed master, while you are indeed great and wise, I must insist on my viewpoint. The demon count is on the brink of defeat. According to my years of experience, before Dacer could finish, a resounding thud echoed as the moonlit wolf king's fangs clamped onto the demon count's wings. Dark blood oozing forth, the demon count cried out in agony, retaliating with a claw that pierced the moonlit wolf king's chest, sending it tumbling to the ground. This dramatic turn of events thrilled Li Feng, revealing the demon count's treachery and cunning. It seemed the town of Pingfeng was in imminent peril. Fortunately, the demon count had sustained severe injuries to its wings, likely preventing it from waging war in the immediate future. Seizing the opportunity while the other demons were preoccupied with the dying wolf king, Li Feng stealthily slipped away under Dacer's cover, escaping this perilous place. The journey back was uneventful, and along the way, they reunited with Qin and the others, returning together to Pingfeng Town. Li Feng's team was not the first to return. Of the 11 teams sent out, 6 had already returned, leaving 4 still missing. However, the 6 returning teams reported little success, with consistent accounts of magical beasts having vanished, leaving only scattered bloodstains behind. As for Li Feng, he refrained from sharing everything, particularly regarding Dacer, for he could not clearly explain the presence of an abyssal illusionist. If he were to mention having one, he would likely find himself bound to a pyre before dawn, destined to be burned alive. Li Feng was not foolish enough to risk such a fate. Thus, he omitted the details of Dacer and the moonlit wolf king, reporting only the remaining events, mentioning a towering 8-meter-tall demon, which he believed was the demon count. However, verbosity does not always garner favor. And before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Are you certain about this 8-meter-tall demon? How did you survive an encounter with such a creature? Have you struck some unholy bargain with the demons?" The speaker was Gray, the captain of the 2nd squad, known to be a sycophant of the town's guardian, Yasuno, and his tone was accusatory. "Captain Gray, are you being overly suspicious? They risked their lives to gather intelligence for our Pingfeng town. How can you adopt such an attitude?" If even these heroes are to be doubted, I, Pasnu, will be the first to object, interjected Li Feng's squad leader. Pasnu, his expression one of indignation, nearly provoking a physical confrontation. Humph, this is not solely your decision to make. If something goes awry, who will take responsibility? Gray persisted, his demeanor unpleasant. Enough, Gray. Your second squad failed to bring back useful intelligence, so do not be excessively critical of the other scouting teams. I believe Captain Li Feng deserves recognition for his contributions, said Tankif, the captain of the first squad, smiling as he defended Li Feng. Gray, there's no need for jealousy. Our intelligence is shared, after all. Ha! Pasnu retorted, emboldened by Tankif's support. Yuhumph. With Tankif's intervention, Gray dared not speak further, nearly huffing disdainfully at the triumphant Pasnu. Very well, Li Feng, you have performed admirably. I shall inform the town guardian and recommend you for commendation. You may leave for now. Tankif maintained his friendly demeanor, appearing quite amiable. Chapter 75. A double breakthrough. Yasuno, it seems you are intent on not letting me off so easily, Li Feng thought, feeling quite helpless. He had not anticipated Yasuno's deep-rooted influence in Pingfeng Town, where everything seemed to fall upon his shoulders. One misstep could lead to catastrophe. Henceforth, he realized he must tread carefully. It was indeed stifling. He needed to find an opportunity to address this matter thoroughly, ideally eliminating Yasuno altogether. Were it not for him, Li Feng would not have had to risk so much in search of the demons, nearly embroiled in chaos. However, Asno had lingered in Pingfeng Town for far too long. It was said that the previous lord had no heirs, and by the rules of succession, it should have been Asno who took over the command of this territory. Unfortunately, lacking support from above, he was usurped by the current lord, who was parachuted in, leaving Asno to continue as the deputy lord. Nevertheless, after spending over a decade in Pingfeng Town, his prestige had soared. Many high-ranking officers were his confidants, allowing him to hold significant sway in the town. Yet, Asno was acutely aware of the dangers that accompany great stature and had always maintained a low profile. On the surface, he appeared to obey Lord Carnobel in all matters and actively cooperated with his initiatives. But behind the scenes, he was busy winning over loyalists and assembling a clandestine force. Gray was a prime example, having been pushed into position by Asno himself. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts, Li Feng made his way to the small courtyard in Pingfeng Town. His mission was complete, and he could finally take a break, which felt like a small reward. Li Feng pondered whether to summon more natives from the endless world for assistance, as relying solely on his team felt inadequate. He had a lingering sense of constraint. Yet, he feared that the sudden appearance of unfamiliar faces might raise suspicions, especially given the precariousness of the situation. Shaking his head, he entered the courtyard and noticed that Quinn and Li Jin were engrossed in their training. Not wishing to disturb them, he quietly slipped past and returned to the inner room. Since increasing manpower was not feasible, he resolved to enhance his own strength. His 5-star silver rank was on the verge of breaking through, and he thought it wise to seize this opportunity. As he initiated the devouring sky technique, a wave of warmth emanated from the crown of his head. The life essence he had previously consumed was not yet fully digested, making this the perfect moment to channel it. The breakthrough was smooth and uneventful, and after about an hour, Li Feng emerged as a bona fide 5-star silver knight, now only a wall away from becoming a formidable golden knight. Though the thickness of that wall remained unknown, he continued with his customary practice, also taking time to contemplate the laws of slaughter and space. As before, grasping the law of space proved exceedingly challenging, with little progress to show. However, Li Feng remained undeterred, knowing that once he could harness some of the endless world's rules, understanding would come more easily. This was a crucial period, and it was imperative to endure the solitude and persist. Most of his brothers had also reached the threshold of breaking through to the bronze rank, and he estimated that within a few days, several members of his team would certainly achieve that level of combat prowess. The next day, just as dawn broke and Li Feng was adjusting his attire to head out, he was intercepted at the door by the exuberant Zhou Mo, who exclaimed about his breakthrough, leaving Li Feng looking bewildered. Upon reflection, it made sense. Zhou Mo's innate talent was not particularly high, and coming from a humble background, without encountering Li Feng, he would have been fortunate to achieve the rank of a black iron warrior. Now, to have broken through to bronze was indeed a momentous occasion. As Li Feng celebrated Zhou Mo and Li Jin's success, tranquility was fleeting, for a war was looming on the horizon. The demons were launching a massive siege. To be honest, when Li Feng heard this news, disbelief washed over him. But as far as he knew, the Demon Count was still severely injured. Could it be that he intended to attack Pingfeng Town despite his wounds? Regardless of the reason, the Demon Count had assembled his forces, and Pingfeng Town had to respond. The order for a state of emergency was issued, with all soldiers, regulars, reserves, and militia summoned to converge upon Pingfeng Town. Reports confirmed the presence of the Demon Count among the horde, validating the intelligence Li Feng had relayed. The Demon Count was a 7th-tier profession, on par with Dragon Knights and Archmagisters, and warranted serious attention from a town that had none of these high-tier professionals. By the time Li Feng arrived at the outer city walls of Pingfeng Town, he found himself amidst a throng of people, unable to navigate through the crowd. After much effort, he finally caught sight of the demon army below, resembling a dark cloud, which gave him a headache. Moreover, he swore he hardly spotted any black iron demons, indicating that this demon army was exceptionally elite, primarily composed of bronze-tier demons, attacking a town defended mostly by black iron soldiers. A stark disparity indeed. Upon locating Captain Pasno, Li Feng intended to inquire about their course of action, but upon witnessing Pasno's own flustered state, he felt a twinge of frustration. Chaos reigned in Pingfeng Town, even before the demon army had launched their assault. Internal disarray had already set in, which was a cardinal sin in warfare. The timing of the demon army's assault was impeccable. Had they waited a few more days for the higher-ups in Pingfeng Town to report the presence of the Demon Count to the county seat of Pabu and request assistance from a 7th-tier professional, the situation might not have been so dire. However, the leaders of Pingfeng Town were not inept. The disorder was short-lived as each captain quickly regained control, organizing their troops into 3 groups based on their respective strengths to hold the main gate in rotation. The unique geography of Pingfeng Town, resembling a screen, made side attacks less advantageous. Thus, as long as the demon army's commander was not foolish, they would choose to launch a frontal assault. Li Feng's 4th squad was assigned to the second wave, and as he observed the demon army below roaring and charging, he felt a surge of excitement. The substantial energy from his breakthrough to the golden tier was finally finding its purpose. The Demon Count did not initially appear on the battlefield. Instead, only a cadre of bronze-tier demons and silver-tier demon barons led the charge, seemingly mocking the defenselessness of Pingfeng Town. The first wave of soldiers faced immense difficulty in their defense, although they lacked high-level combatants. The bronze and silver-tier demons were far beyond the capabilities of the black iron soldiers. This battle raged on into the night, with neither side resorting to forces above the golden tier. The demons refrained from deploying their count due to his injuries, while the defenders hesitated to engage a 7 or 8-meter-tall demon count, knowing that for 6th-tier professionals, facing such a foe might only result in their demise. In truth, this manner of combat was quite advantageous. At the very least, it would buy a few more days until the reinforcements from Pabu arrived, which could turn the tide. However, Li Feng was overly optimistic. When it was time for the second wave of soldiers to rotate, the demon army began to ramp up their forces. Unluckily for Li Feng, he found himself in that second wave. Fortunately, the area that needed defending was not vast, so his squad only needed to ensure their small patch did not collapse. Gradually, a demon Viscount-level demon emerged from the ranks, leading a fierce and reckless army of demons in their siege. The onslaught of fearless demons was exceedingly troublesome, compounded by the presence of a demon Viscount who could rival golden-tier fighters. Such a conflict was beyond Li Feng's capacity to influence. In fact, he felt utterly powerless against the imposing Viscount before him. The disparity of tiers left him feeling overwhelmed. Despite being a 5-star silver knight with divine powers and the devouring sky technique among his trump cards, it could be said that within the silver tier, he ranked second, perhaps no other being dared claim the first position. Yet, the leap between ranks was no trivial matter. The understanding of the laws alone represented an insurmountable chasm. If the golden tier laws were akin to a basketball, then the embryonic form of the silver tier laws resembled an egg, fundamentally incomparable. After enduring several heavy blows from the demon Viscount, Li Feng began to falter. The final strike nearly proved disastrous. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been gravely injured, for he witnessed a fellow silver-tier warrior beside him perish from the residual force of the attack. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Pasno came to Li Feng's aid. Having served as a personal guard under Lord Carnobel, his skills were truly commendable. With a few swift movements, he not only extricated Li Feng from his predicament, but also forced the demon Viscount back down to the base of the walls. Having resolved Li Feng's immediate troubles, Pasno hurried off to assist elsewhere. Akin to a firefighter rushing from one blaze to another, tirelessly extinguishing flames where needed, a rather bittersweet endeavor. Yet, there was little alternative. There were only so many sixth-tier professionals in the town. While the number of demon viscounts was not small at all, without dedicated rescuers like Pasno, the battlefield would likely have crumbled long ago. Thankfully, the demons were not particularly adept at constructing siege engines. They relied on brute force. However, these demons possessed wings, so even without siege equipment, the walls posed minimal constraint, serving merely as a battlefield for the demon race. Only demon barons and higher possessed independent flight capabilities. Bronze-tier demons could only barely glide down using the wind currents, preventing injury. Moreover, the resilience of the demon race was formidable. Even the powerful demon aristocrats were daunting, but even the average bronze-tier demons found arrows to be of minimal threat, serving merely to delay their advance. The battlefield currently finds itself in a state of deadlock. Although the demonic army has yet to breach the city, the defenders of Pingfeng Town are equally unable to mount a counterattack. Both sides have suffered casualties, yet it is widely understood that this is not the moment for the final confrontation. At the very least, the highest-ranking guardians of Pingfeng Town, Lord Cannibal and Deputy Guardian Yasno, have yet to make their appearance. It is noteworthy that both of them are at the 5-star golden tier, mere steps away from breaking into the 7th tier, thereby ascending to the status of formidable individuals. Standing above others, if the 6th-tier golden tier represents the pinnacle of Pingfeng Town's combat strength, then the 7th-tier practitioners can be regarded as the decision-makers of Pabu Island. According to Li Feng, the current Pabu County's ruler is merely of the Dragon Knight class, and it is unlikely that he will ascend to the 8th tier in the near future, while Pingfeng Town possesses hidden trump cards. The demonic army has not yet unleashed its full might. Take, for instance, the towering 8-meter-tall giant demon, which is enough to instill despair in a significant portion of Pingfeng Town's upper echelon. Although they are perplexed as to why it did not launch a direct assault from the outset, its mere presence commands respect and caution that Li Feng is also enduring a challenging time. Despite his prowess standing out amidst the ranks of silver-tier demon barons and bronze-tier great demons, he remains undaunted even when facing 5 or 6 demon barons simultaneously. However, he is not alone. The situation of Quinn and the others weighs heavily on his mind. Although they hold an advantageous position by defending the city and possess immense strength, their foundation remains too fragile. Despite the geographical advantages, the ability to fight beyond their ranks, and the spirit of camaraderie, it is still impossible for a group of Black Iron Tier fighters to engage in combat with Silver Tier demon barons. Consequently, Li Feng has taken on the role of a firefighter, rushing to wherever danger looms. Wherever the lines faltered, it is exhausting. According to regulations, each batch of soldiers is required to fight for 3 hours, yet Li Feng has stretched those 3 hours into 3 days. Each time, he barely has the opportunity to unleash the Devourer's art to replenish his energy before another crisis arises. Back and forth, enduring the relentless onslaught, he has barely escaped death by demon hands, only to be on the brink of collapse from exhaustion when the time comes to withdraw his batch of soldiers. Li Feng feels as though he has traversed the gates of the underworld, nearly spitting blood from the strain. Is this truly the work of a human, who claims that defending a city is easier than attacking? Guarding against these relentless, winged demons is indeed a torment. It remains uncertain how much longer this battle will persist. If it drags on too long, the defenders will inevitably succumb, either to the demons or to sheer fatigue. This relentless assault, day and night, would exhaust even the most resilient. Moreover, the casualties continue to mount, with bodies, barely clinging to life, being dragged from the walls to mass graves, a scene of utter devastation. Such grievously wounded soldiers are unlikely to be saved, even if they were. They would no longer be fit for battle. It is far more prudent to allocate precious healing potions to those with lighter wounds, who can return to the fray, thus yielding a greater return on investment. This is the harsh reality of the battlefield, a brutal law of survival. Chapter 77. A strike. The war rages on, seemingly without conclusion. Crimson blood mingles with an unidentifiable dark liquid, creating mottled stains upon the walls of Pingfeng Town. There are no elegies of twilight, no clangor of weapons. Only endless slaughter persists. One person falls, dragged away, replaced by another. An entire squad perishes, withdrawn, making way for a new contingent as long as there are soldiers capable of wielding a weapon. These walls remain the final bastion. Pingfeng Town is not merely a decorative screen. It is a solid front line, a veritable city of steel. During the second round of replacements, Li Feng beheld the nightmare of Pingfeng Town, the 8-meter demon count, its purple-black wings flapping ominously. Having previously witnessed the might of the demon count, Li Feng felt a moment of suffocation. He understood that the final battle was upon them. The demon count appeared to be still recovering from its injuries, evident from its unsteady flight. Although its wings no longer bled, a prominent scar remained, fragile and vulnerable, forcing itself into the fray despite its wounds. The demon count was no fool. It understood that delaying any longer might provoke the emergence of human champions, thus jeopardizing its plans. Li Feng pondered these matters deeply, for in this critical moment of life and death, carelessness was not an option. This was the first time he had witnessed Lord Cannibal and Deputy Guardian Yasnu emerge together, accompanied by a cadre of formidable Golden Tier guards, each exuding an air of ferocity. It was clear that these were the secret weapons of the steadfast Cannibal. However, relying solely on them to defeat the formidable demon count seemed highly precarious. Despite its injuries preventing full engagement, a 7th-tier practitioner could effortlessly overpower any 6th-tier combatant, a fact that could not be ignored. Yet, in the face of stark reality, resistance was imperative, for in defiance there lay the hope of survival, whereas surrender assured death. Thus, the confrontation with the 7th-tier demon count was set in stone. Without a doubt, the Guardians and their Golden Tier retinue had made comprehensive preparations for this encounter. The conflict was on the brink of eruption, with all parties, including the demons, fully prepared. No one dared to slacken their resolve. This battle was fought for their very lives, and all were ready for the final confrontation. Combat was inevitable. Warriors of Pingfeng Town, young and old alike, seized their weapons, preparing to witness this long-awaited decisive battle. The battlefield had long since been soaked in rivers of flowing blood, having lost any semblance of its former beauty. What remained were the valiant warriors of Pingfeng Town clad in crimson armor and the gleaming dark forces of the demons. The intertwining of these two factions painted a timeless tableau, devoid of words, only an endless silence, each side gathering strength for the final stand. This was destined to be a bloody battle, an unavoidable clash of bloodshed. Cannibal moved, Yasna moved, and the fiercely loyal guards surged forth, wielding great swords and raising shields, charging headlong into combat against the Demon Baron squad. True to their reputation as seasoned 5-star Golden Tier knights, Cannibal and Yasnu swiftly dispatched 2 Demon Barons, their cries of agony echoing through the battlefield. Falling to the ground in less than a minute, gazing down upon the Pingfeng Town forces, who erupted in exultant cries at the victories of Cannibal and Yasnu, the Demon Count Kisika let out a derisive roar. With a swift turn, he hurtled towards the spotlight, stealing Lord Cannibal. In an instant, the Demon Count glided through the air. Then, with a clawed swipe and a deft maneuver, the once mighty Guardian fell silently to the ground, clutching his head, emitting a cry of despair pure and spine-chilling. What could be said of this encounter? The strongest force on their side had been lost. Was there any need to continue fighting? Shaking his head in silence, Li Feng observed the fallen Cannibal, writhing in agony, while Yasnu and the Golden Tier guards looked on in fear and disquiet. Li Feng held little hope for the situation, despite knowing that the demon count was severely injured. Such an intense battle could not last indefinitely. It was likely that the demon count was merely sustaining itself through sheer will, and another charge might bring it down. However, these were merely conjectures, and none of the Golden Tier warriors were willing to put Li Feng's theories to the test. They had already been subjugated by the demon count's overwhelming might. Murmuring in hushed tones, the demons surged forth once more, this time with even greater ferocity and speed. Behind Li Feng, a squad of elite troops stood ready to replace him at a moment's notice. Prepared to defend this section of the wall, the battle had reached a critical juncture. One misstep could plunge them into the abyss. Li Feng persevered with all his might, having fully embraced his role as a defender of Pingfeng Town. Driven by a sense of responsibility akin to that of a nation in peril, beyond this sense of duty, he also sought a means of escape, should the demonic army breach the town. Not only would Pingfeng Town fall, but those brave soldiers defending it would meet a grim fate as well. In terms of speed, Li Feng could confidently assert that the winged demons would easily outmaneuver the so-called trained human army. Thus, this war was not solely for the grand cause of humanity, it was also a fight for his very life. As a firefighter, Li Feng had pushed himself to the limits, ensuring minimal casualties among his squad. The number of demon barons he had slain exceeded 30, with countless lesser demons falling to his blade. While Li Feng struggled against the onslaught, the elite Golden Tier guards led by Yasnu faced their own challenges against the demon Count Kisika. The shadow of Cannibel's defeat loomed large over them. Although the demon Count refrained from launching another direct attack, opting instead to harass with demon barons, Yasnu and his compatriots were too cautious to unleash their full might. The agonized cries of the defiant Cannibel served as a stark reminder of the consequences of disobedience. Thus, the war here has turned out to be the most mild, although the demon clan seeks to breach the defenses with relentless assaults. They have been systematically thwarted by Yasuono and his comrades. That it must be said that in the realm of defense, Yasuono is undoubtedly a master. The Golden Tier Guardians under his command have been organized into several small teams, forming concentric circles that support one another. Without the intervention of the Demon Count, the 6th-tier Demon Viscounts find themselves utterly helpless against this formidable arrangement. Life endures, and we shall fight to the death, has become the maxim in Li Feng's heart. A sentiment that resonates with many of the soldiers defending the city, whether they are the regular army of the original Bingfeng town, mercenaries who once struggled for survival, or farmers who led a peaceful and stable life before the onset of war. All have summoned their last reserves of strength to confront the demons in a desperate fight. Chisika seems weary of the slow-paced progression of the war, charging towards the concentric circles of defenses. With a roar that echoes like a demon's howl, he unleashes a devastating attack, his sharp claws augmented by the trembling of his wings, delivering immense power point one by one. The supposedly impregnable Golden Tier Guardians are ruthlessly seized and torn apart, consumed by a horde of increasingly impatient demon Viscounts. Though Li Feng has witnessed such horrors before, each instant still unsettles him. After all, these were once living beings, now dismembered and devoured by these grotesque creatures, a sight he cannot bear. Yet, what power does he possess to effect change? This is the original sin. Ultimately, Li Feng must withdraw, having held his ground for long enough. His nearby allies have changed several times, while he has remained isolated in his struggle. Upon descending from the city walls, he quickly counts his surviving squad members, only to be met with a grim realization. 2 new recruits, who had joined at the onset of conscription, have perished, along with 7 brave warriors from the Qin tribe, and even Jizia, his loyal guard brought from the West Mountain, has been torn apart by a demon baron without leaving behind a whole corpse. The losses are staggering, and even with his reckless attempts to rescue them, nearly a third of his forces have been lost. It must be said, this battle has been arduous and grueling. Casting a glance at Yasuono leading the Golden Tier Guardians against the Demon Count, Li Feng notes that the situation is similarly bleak. Out of over 36-tier combatants, nearly half have fallen victim to the claws of the Demon Count. Despite Yasuono's fierce resistance, Li Feng perceives that this struggle cannot last much longer. Though Demon Count Chisika's wings bleed with dark purple ichor, it seems unlikely that he will endure for long. However, the morale of the Golden Tier Guardians in Bingfeng Town, now reduced to mere evasion, is insufficient to withstand the ravenous 6th-tier Demon Viscounts and the predatory gaze of Demon Count Chisika. This is a deadlock, or rather, the entire Bingfeng Town is in a state of impending doom without the intervention of a 7th-tier combatant. Without hesitation, Li Feng resolves to evacuate the town, recognizing that there is no longer any purpose in holding the line. Beyond the inevitable casualties, he sees no other outcome. The entire town is engulfed in a frenzied atmosphere, with residents and soldiers alike pressed to their limits by the imminent threat of the demon army. Yet, escaping Bingfeng Town proves to be a Herculean task. There is no alternative, if there were any viable escape routes. The commander Cannibel would not have chosen to engage in this battle, exposing the entirety of Bingfeng Town to the demon's encroaching wings. Li Feng waits, anticipating the moment the city falls, which will present the optimal opportunity for escape. With careful planning and relying on the illusions of Datsur, opening a passage to life should not be overly difficult on the city walls. Soldiers continue to charge forth, only to fall, their bodies being carried away as blood, tinged with a rose hue, saturates the gray walls, transforming them into a blood-soaked fortress. Life endures, and we shall fight to the death. It seems futile to utter such phrases now, in the face of overwhelming power. All so-called slogans are mere rhetoric, ignored by all, with no one willing to pay them heed. The victors are kings, and the vanquished are but brigands. Such is the stark reality. Yasuono's defensive shell has finally been breached. As Golden Tier Guardians are captured and dismembered, the once seemingly impregnable fortress now appears fragile and defenseless, subject to relentless ravaging. Yasuono himself meets a swift end, his neck bitten through by Chisika. And before he can utter a cry of pain, he succumbs, his final moments marked by a look of bitter refusal visible in broad daylight. Li Feng, with his keen eyesight, observes every detail with Yasuono's death. The stronghold he commanded officially collapses, and a horde of six-tiered demon viscounts eagerly advances to claim the spoils of war. Dozens of golden-tier human corpses. Li Feng falls into silence, as does the battlefield. The loudest sound now being the anguished cries of the injured being tended to by the commander Cannibal in the rear. However, this lamentation is short-lived, as the relentless demon army swiftly silences him, devouring his head, in the eyes of all the soldiers in Bingfeng Town. The true leader, the 5-star golden-tier knight, Lord Cannibal, is pronounced dead, and the town descends into madness with the fall of this last bastion. All soldiers, farmers, merchants, regardless of age or gender, rush towards the bloodied city gates, desperate to pass through this gateway to life. The gates of Bingfeng Town, vast and wide, typically do not feel congested, yet now, tens of thousands surge towards them. Abandoning any semblance of courtesy or the long-held virtues of respect for the elderly and love for the young, no fool would exhibit gentlemanly decorum in such dire straits. Everyone seizes any opportunity to push forward. For each step gained is another chance for survival. The usually amicable soldiers reveal their ferocity against the demons, wielding short swords or long spears, heedless of the fleeing masses. Anyone who lags behind and slows the escape becomes prey to merciless blades. The principles of righteousness seem utterly worthless in the face of life itself. Those who should be defending Bingfeng Town and its tens of thousands of residents transform into ruthless executioners, extending their wicked hands towards those who sustain them, killing indiscriminately to carve out a path to escape. The air is filled with the cries of children, the wails of women, the sighs of the elderly, and the shouts of soldiers, all accompanied by the frenzied shrieks of the demon army hunting for flesh. The city, once filled with laughter and joy, now emits the mournful cries of despair. Better to be a dog in peaceful times than a man in chaotic ones. War brings separation of families, the destruction of nations, and the shattering of mountains and rivers. If one cannot alter the cruel and unyielding laws of war, then one must strive to adapt, to take the initiative. Ultimately seizing control of the warfare, Li Feng clenches his hands tightly, feeling his nails pierce his palms without noticing. Silently roaring within, he harbors a pessimistic outlook on this grand escape. The demon clan has invested so much, relentlessly attacking day and night for several days. And now that the city is on the verge of collapse, they will not easily let slip this opportunity to reap their rewards. The movements of the demon army confirm Li Feng's suspicions, as Demon Count Chisika leads the pursuit from behind, while attacking demons block their path ahead. The chaos is palpable. Even if they manage to escape, the casualties will be significant. Yet, this is a desperate last resort. If they do not flee, they will simply become fodder for the demons, waiting for their whims to consume them. The people of Bingfeng Town exhibit their inherent resilience and ferocity, striking deadly blows against the demons attempting to obstruct their escape. Fortunately, the higher echelons of the demon army are preoccupied with feasting on fresh flesh and have yet to engage in this struggle, allowing the desperate townsfolk to carve out a narrow passage. A lifeline. Seizing the moment, the citizens of Bingfeng Town flee madly, revealing the survival of the fittest, the basest aspects of human nature laid bare. Li Feng does not flee with the masses, for he understands that such a chaotic escape carries an exceedingly high mortality rate. A moment's carelessness could lead to total annihilation. He finds a concealed spot, transforming Desir into a demon viscount, successfully evading suspicion from the demon clan while remaining unnoticed by the fleeing townspeople. Of course, the panicked citizens and bloodthirsty demons will not concern themselves with a few hidden individuals, much less with the presence of a demon viscount. First, the demon army would not conduct a thorough investigation, and as for the fleeing townsfolk, upon encountering the towering 6-tier demon viscount, they would already be in flight. Fortuitously, Li Feng does not encounter Demon Count Chisika. According to Datasur, escaping the attention of the abyssal warriors of the demon clan is no simple task. A watchful demon viscount would easily notice discrepancies, let alone a more astute 7th-tier demon count, who could potentially expose him with a mere glance. Thus, it can be said that Li Feng was fortunate, having avoided encounters with both the demon count and the demon viscount. Emerging victorious in this gamble, After hiding for approximately half an hour, the sounds of chaos seemed to have diminished. Seizing the opportunity, they changed their attire and, under the cover of Didaxier, escaped from this blood-soaked city. The once bustling gates of Pingfeng Town now lay eerily desolate, the ground strewn with crimson blood and incomplete corpses, bearing witness to the fierce battles that had transpired. Choosing a direction opposite to that of the demon pursuers, Li Feng, along with his team members and Didaxier, embarked on a desperate flight of 100 miles. Their objective was clear, aiming directly for Paba County, if even Paba County were to be deemed unsafe. Then the entire Pabu Island would lose its reason for existence. Although uncertain of the current situation in Pabu County, it remained the sole county on the island, a hub of economic, cultural, and military significance. Notably, the magical tower in Pabu County was incomparable to that of ordinary towns. It was said that, when fully charged, it could pose a threat even to 8th-tier professionals, a formidable weapon for an island devoid of such beings. The arduous escape was, in reality, not as troublesome as one might imagine, at least for Li Feng's team. Aside from encountering a few minor demons at the outset, which they swiftly dealt with, the remainder of their journey was remarkably tranquil. Devoid of any turbulence. After more than a day's travel, they finally arrived at Pabu County, the only county-level city on Pabu Island. From the exterior, it stood approximately 15 to 16 feet tall, adorned with banners. Its gates firmly closed, while a multitude of demons lurked outside, poised to pounce at the slightest misstep. "Brother, how is it that Pabu County is also surrounded? Where shall we go now?" Li Jin, unable to contain his anxiety, lamented. After a painstaking escape from Pingfeng Town to Pabu County, now faced with the news of an impending siege, entry seemed impossible. "Do not fret. We shall find a way." It appears this demon invasion is far from ordinary. With a significant increase in high-tier demons in the past, it was humanity that hunted the demon race. Who would have thought the tables would turn? Indeed, Captain, not to mention the appearance of a 7th-tier demon count in Pingfeng Town, which had never occurred before. Otherwise, we would not have fallen so swiftly. Zhou Mo sighed helplessly. Look closely. Although it seems the demon army currently has the upper hand, besieging Pabu County, as long as the magical tower within the city stands, Pabu County remains safe. That tower is a lethal weapon capable of threatening even saint-level experts. Li Feng pondered for a moment, arriving at this conclusion. Let us find a way around. I refuse to believe we cannot enter the city. After surveying the surroundings, Li Feng found himself in an awkward position. 3 out of the 4 city gates were completely blocked, rendering entry impossible. As for the remaining gate, located near the coastline, it required no defense. As the boundless sea served as the ultimate barrier, Li Feng decided to focus on this unguarded coastal gate. He instructed Didaxier to transform into a demon once more and lead the way, while Li Feng stealthily maneuvered around the demon army, wading through the waters to the North City Gate, the only gate devoid of demons. "Who are you?" came a shout from the city wall as Didaxier swiftly reverted to a human guise. "We are refugees seeking refuge within the city," Li Feng proclaimed, adhering to the adage of preserving a half-truth to ensure an escape route. Yet another group of fleeing souls. Open the gate. The sturdy wooden gate swung open, admitting Li Feng and his 19 companions. The gate captain informed them that a considerable number of refugees had entered through this coastal North City Gate in recent days, and the county lord had already decreed that, when necessary, any confirmed humans could be granted passage. "Have any other towns fallen?" Li Feng inquired. Alas, of the more than a dozen towns under Pabu County, only Pingfeng Town, Qiushui Town, and Xinrui Town remain, the middle-aged gate officer, sporting a scruffy beard, lamented, seemingly forming a bond with Li Feng as he divulged information freely. "I hail from Pingfeng Town," Li Feng replied. Upon hearing this, the gate officer's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a deep sigh. "Another town has fallen, and I wonder how much longer Pabu County can hold out. We can only hope the reinforcements from Hailu County arrive swiftly." The middle-aged officer murmured softly, genuinely concerned for the future of Pabu Island. "Hailu County, what is that place?" Li Feng asked with curiosity, having never heard of such a location. That is our upper realm on Pabu Island, but whether they can arrive in time is uncertain," the officer replied with a wry smile. Sensing the gate officer's reluctance to elaborate further, Li Feng refrained from pressing, leading his team to find a tavern to rest temporarily. He needed to thoroughly digest this information, for he could not ascertain whether only Pabu Island was suffering under the demon race or if all the islands in the chaotic sea were similarly afflicted. Moreover, it seemed Pabu County was not entirely secure. Should it fall like Pingfeng Town? What then? Li Feng's thoughts were intricate and convoluted. He harbored suspicions that this situation was not as simple as it appeared, as there was undoubtedly something hidden from his view. I wonder how formidable the demon army is now to have intimidated the soldiers of Pabu County into silence. It seems this battle remains precarious. We must be prepared for further flight. Li Feng felt a surge of pent-up frustration. Grappling with the absurdity of the situation, the constant turmoil without resolution was truly vexing. The nature of this demon invasion was shrouded in mystery, and the future of Pabu Island remained uncertain. With a multitude of questions weighing heavily on his mind, Li Feng succumbed to slumber. Chapter 80. The demon-slaying hall. The first rays of morning sunlight were gentle and warm, stirring the soul. When Li Feng awoke, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. After a simple breakfast, he made his way to the city walls at the main gate to observe the movements of the demon army. As usual, the demon race stood orderly beneath the walls, while the soldiers of Pabu County conducted necessary patrols atop the battlements. Everything proceeding as per established protocol. It appeared that the demon army would not be retreating anytime soon, indicating that Pabu City was not necessarily safe. At least, it lacked the strength to counterattack. However, the demon army was not foolish. They would not simply wait for reinforcements to arrive before launching an assault. In other words, the day of the demons attacking the city was not far off. Yet, what did that concern him? He was now a refugee. The defense of the city or the battle did not pertain to him. Nevertheless, to maintain control over the situation, participation was unavoidable. Li Feng quietly contemplated this and sought out a nearby tea house to fill his stomach. One could not work without sustenance. Just as he was about to step into a seemingly decent tea house, he was suddenly startled upon spotting an unexpected figure, the old woman from the magical shop in Pingfeng Town. How could she possibly be here? She should have fled with the townsfolk of Pingfeng Town. It was inconceivable for her to be here. Li Feng had always found the magical shop peculiar, and the shopkeeper, this old woman, had sent chills down his spine. Logically, an elderly woman would have had little chance of escaping in such a chaotic situation. Her best outcome would have been to hide in some corner, hoping not to be discovered by the demon army. Yet, here she stood, alive before him, in Pabu City, 100 miles away. How could an ordinary old woman traverse such a distance in less than 2 days? It defied reason. Rubbing his aching head, Li Feng sensed an unpredictable force fixating on him. One misstep could plunge him into an abyss. He exchanged glances with the enigmatic old woman, but she seemed not to recognize him. Merely maintaining her smile, without any other notable reaction. In such a critical moment, Li Feng wished to avoid trouble, hastily purchasing some food before returning to his lodgings. "Captain, how goes it? I can't shake the feeling that Pabu County is on the brink of a storm." Zhou Mo approached Li Feng with evident concern. "The demons have surrounded the city. Within the next few days, they will surely attack. We cannot predict if Pabu County can withstand it. If the situation deteriorates, we will retreat immediately." Li Feng succinctly relayed the situation, issuing commands in a calm and measured manner. "So, Captain, shall we engage in battle? We must participate. It would be best to blend into the front lines for a more convenient retreat. However, Pabu County is not like Pingfeng Town. The quality of soldiers here is higher, and they face more formidable demons. You all must exercise caution, especially you. Quinn, your tribe has already suffered 7 casualties, and many are injured. Do not act recklessly on the battlefield. Follow my orders," Li Feng instructed decisively. "Understood, my king," Quinn responded in his usual succinct manner, exuding a reassuring solidity. "It appears that the time has come to resurrect the name of the endless mercenary corps. That I wonder if Ling Fei is still in Pabu County. I still owe her a favor," Li Feng murmured to himself. Gaining entry into the official ranks of Pabu County seemed almost impossible, and he had never entertained the thought of joining the regular army of Pabu City. Not only would he be subjected to constraints, but he might also find himself assigned to a sacrificial task from which escape would be futile. After discreetly inquiring about the location of the mercenary guild in Pabu City, he reluctantly brought Didaxi and his team members to the guild, intending to join the Demon Slayer Hall organized by the guild. Any registered mercenary on Pabu Island could become a member of the Demon Slayer Hall and exchange the demons they vanquished for rewards, with the bounty increasing in proportion to the demon's strength. Thanks to the prestige of the mercenary guild in Pabu City, the establishment of the Demon Slayer Hall had already attracted a multitude of righteous mercenaries eager to make their mark while earning a bit of coin. I hear that the Demon Slayer Hall is personally led by President Scaly of the Mercenary Guild. And Miss Lingfei has joined as well. I am also preparing to enlist. If I catch the eye of Lord Scaly, my fortunes could change dramatically. You see, Lord Scaly is one of the few dragon knights on Pabu Island. If I could win his favor, the future would be bright indeed, exclaimed a bronze-tier mercenary, his face alight with admiration. As they approached the entrance of the Mercenary Guild, Li Feng was inundated with rumors about the Demon Slayer Hall, indicating its immense popularity and, by extension, the irreplaceable status of its esteemed leader among the mercenaries of Pabu City. With a faint smile, Li Feng stepped through the grand doors of the Mercenary Guild, which, without a doubt, exuded far more grandeur than the guild in Pingfeng Town. The entrance alone was a testament to its superiority, devoid of the cumbersome queues that plagued the latter. Inside, numerous service windows awaited, and it was not long before it was Li Feng's turn. Upon presenting the emblem of the Endless Mercenary Corps, the receptionist confirmed its authenticity and promptly inscribed the words Demon Slayer upon it, issuing him 20 wooden tokens, each engraved with the same inscription. With these tokens, you are now members of the Demon Slayer Hall. However, I must caution you. Once you join, you are obliged to follow commands. Should you disrupt order on the battlefield by disobeying orders, the enforcement team of the Mercenary Guild holds the authority to take immediate action. Consider this a fair warning. Now, next please, said a young woman at the reception desk, her beauty somewhat marred by a stern demeanor. While her words may have lacked warmth, she refrained from excessive reproach. Having obtained what he sought, Li Feng prepared to explore the Demon Slayer Hall and gather information regarding future arrangements. For convenience, President Scaly of the Pabu City Mercenary Guild had designated a training ground for members of the Demon Slayer Hall to engage in mutual practice and exchange. Moreover, in the event of an urgent battle requiring the assembly of members, this location would significantly expedite the process. The Demon Slayer Hall not only facilitated training, but also hosted numerous mercenaries setting up small stalls to sell their surplus goods, aiming to raise capital for new equipment or to enhance their current gear.